Hello everyone, this is Top Romance Stories. Before watching the video, please take 3 seconds to like the video and subscribe to the channel. This will give me more motivation to create more high-quality videos. Thank you all very much. I wish you a happy new day. On a rainy day in March, atop the verdant white mist mountain, lush with the colors of various wild plants, the gentle and fragile figure of a young woman could be seen from afar. Her proud beauty captivated countless gazes, making it impossible to look away. Suddenly, a strange electronic panel appeared in midair, displaying a clear line of text. Scum Abusing System. Main mission has begun. Please complete the novice mission. Return to the Bai family under the identity of an adopted daughter. The young woman then broke into an amused smile. A mischievous glint flashed in her eyes as she thought to herself, "It seems the Bai family has no intention of picking me up. Could it be that the plot has already started this quickly?" At this moment, a few cold words of self-introduction echoed in her head. I, Bai Shiwei, for some unknown reason, transmigrated into the cannon fodder female character in a heart-wrenching urban novel. Like many other cannon fodder characters, I was bound to a scum abusing system with a bizarre mission. Congratulations on being selected by the scum abusing system. Please become the weak female supporting character, Bai Wei, and let all the other characters oppress and bully you. After completing the mission, you will be granted one wish. Special note: once the system is bound, it cannot be removed. Host, please cherish your life and accept this cruel reality. Commencing transport. Hearing those mechanical words, Bai Shiwei's heart sank a little. It's these boring tasks again. They say I can change my destiny, defy fate, and become the winner in life. But even so, she still held onto a faint hope that she could turn her fate around, go against the current, and climb to the pinnacle of life. In a flash, she was swept into a strange world. But it wasn't the modern setting she had imagined. On the contrary, she fell into a primitive, ancient era where people still live by hunting and gathering in the wild. Her eyes widened in disbelief at what she was seeing. Before she could adapt to this primitive environment, harsh reality dealt a heavy blow before she could even resist. Furious, she roared, "Get the hell out here for me. Is this the novel you were talking about? Did you eat the 2 words modern era?" At this, the system immediately responded. "Oh, my sincerest apologies. The system has encountered a serious bug. It has sent you back 5,000 years before the storyline." Bai Shiwei froze. Her face turned pale as she asked, So what do we do now?" The reply was a cold, mechanical voice. "Ding. The system is initiating self-repair function. Please wait." She sighed in exasperation, hugging her pitiful self. "Forget it. I'll just have to wait." And so, the journey of waiting for the system to fix its error began. At that time, I never expected that this shoddy system would repair itself to the point of being completely broken. I waited for a full 5,000 years. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. 5,000 years, you know? I constantly changed identities, from a common girl chosen by the emperor to be a concubine, to an elegant and poetic young lady of a prestigious family, to the Republican era, where I was a young woman admired by thousands. After I had turned myself into the ancestor of all of Huaxia, that mechanical sound once again echoed. "Being host, I'm back." Hearing that familiar voice, she spat out all the tea in her mouth. Her face pale, she coughed incessantly while looking at the system panel, thinking wearily. It's finally back. The storyline begins, returning to the present. Bai Shiwei held her umbrella and walked, sighing to herself. "It's too tiring to walk from there. Can't I just fly to the Bai residence?" But her reason immediately stopped her. No, it would be troublesome if I ran into someone. Just then, the sound of an engine was heard. A car was approaching from a distance. Her face lit up. It seems my efforts weren't in vain. She hurriedly waved her hand to stop the car. The driver rolled down the window and looked out, asking kindly, "Little girl, what's the matter?" Bai Shiwei then spoke up to ask for a favor. "If you're heading down the mountain, could you give me a ride?" The driver hesitated. Before the man could finish, a cold voice came from the back seat. "No, let's go." Hearing this, her face darkened. She glared at the other party, thinking to herself, so petty. However, she didn't give up. She immediately used her knowledge of metaphysics to assess the situation by performing a finger calculation. After finding a reason, she felt she still had a chance to persuade them. With a bright smile, she asked gently, "You're not lost, are you? I know the way down the mountain." Hearing this, a young man poked his head out. "That's great. We finally don't have to wander around this mountain anymore. getting quickly. This was the moment she had been waiting for. The rear car door opened. She quickly folded her umbrella and got in. The moment she glanced inside, a stunningly handsome face appeared. A CEO with an aura as icy as thousand-year-old snow. The first glance made her heart flutter slightly. He's quite good-looking, just looked a bit familiar. Throughout the journey, only her voice echoed, giving directions. Go straight. You can turn now. Turn left. The person behind her praised. Amazing. Is this little girl's mouth blessed or something? We really got out. Those words made the person behind her reply smugly. Humph, humph. Of course. At the same time, the young man in the front looked at the cold man in the back seat, saying sheepishly, Fourth uncle, I'm so sorry. It's all because my grandpa is sick that I hastily dragged you here. In the end, we didn't find a miracle doctor and even made you miss your meeting. Thinking about it now, that miracle doctor is too mysterious. I'm afraid someone just made it up. The more he spoke, the more pensive the boy became, until he heard her let out a soft chuckle. He looked curiously at the hitchhiker and asked, What are you laughing at? She replied calmly, Take me to Haicheng, how about it? Those words made the entire car fall silent. Everyone turned to look at her. Seeing this, Bai Chuwei calmly raised the bag of vegetables. If you take me there, I'll give you these vegetables. They might be helpful for your grandpa's stomach cancer. Hearing these words, the young man was astonished. The driver next to him was just as bewildered, thinking to himself, Is she serious? The man beside her pondered for a moment, then spoke. All right, we'll take you back. Hearing this, Bai Chuwei gently moved closer. Then thank you, sir. Seeing the scene made the young man want to scream internally. How embarrassing. Oh my God, fourth uncle clearly didn't agree to let her in the car just now, but now he's changed his mind? What is happening? Suddenly, a stream of spiritual energy as clear as morning dew unexpectedly filled the nostrils of the person next to her. The unique scent from a man made her marvel inwardly. Such pure spiritual energy. So pure it makes one want to take a deeper breath. Her cheeks then turned slightly red, as if dyed by the evening sun. She looked up and asked gently, Sir, has anyone ever told you that you're like a walking piece of meat? Hearing these words, his eyes widened in astonishment. He quickly regained his usual cold demeanor. He thought to himself, a walking piece of meat. Many years ago, it seemed someone had said that to him. The fleeting old memory made the corner of his lips twitch slightly. At the same time, the two people in the front were in a constant state of panic. They could only look up to the heavens and cry, Save us, fourth uncle is being teased. He won't get angry and bring disaster upon us all, will he? A while later, the car stopped by the roadside, the pitter-patter of rain still falling outside the window. The driver slowly spoke. Little girl, we've arrived at the place you mentioned. Bai Chuwei happily waved. Thank you all for the ride. Her voice was as clear as a spring breeze. Her eyes followed the car as it slowly started and drove away. Inside the car, he habitually touched the prayer beads on his left wrist while keeping his eyes fixed on her. That slender back seemed to be deeply etched into his eyes. This girl is very strange. Have someone investigate her identity. Inside a luxurious living room with a high, exquisitely carved ceiling, an elderly man was shouting angrily. Do my words have no effect anymore? His voice echoed like thunder on a clear day. He was the head of the Bai family, Bai Guofu. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. I told you people to go pick her up. Why didn't you go? He then slammed the cane in his hand onto the floor, creating a sound that shook the entire grand hall. At this moment, a girl with a face as pale as morning frost blown by the winter wind secretly grumbled to herself. Isn't she just some country bumpkin from who knows where? Why bother picking her up? She was the daughter of the Bai family's second branch, Bai Yin. Hearing those words made the person opposite her so angry he couldn't form a sentence. You people. Suddenly, the clicking sound of the door opening interrupted him. A figure slowly entered, as if the air in the room had just been split in two. Then she spoke. You all didn't send anyone to pick me up, so I came by myself. All eyes in the room turned to Bai Chuwei, captivated by her beauty. At this moment, she tossed the keys in her hand and said confidently, Hello, everyone. I am Bai Chuwei. Hearing the sound, his face turned pale as he looked behind him. Bai Guofu froze for a moment. Then, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He rushed forward. Old ancestor, you've finally come. Xiaofu has missed you so much. 60 years ago, on a quiet, misty afternoon, a sound that seemed to echo from the depths of his consciousness suddenly rang out. Xiaofu was just a young man back then. His eyes shone with a resolute light. Step by step, he ventured into the deep, deep, pathless forest. The gaunt figure, covered in mud, was the Bai Guofu of many years ago. Before his eyes was a vast, endless wasteland, but he didn't mind the hardship, crossing through dense forests and high mountains alone, with a fragile belief and an iron will, trying to find the old ancestor to ask for help. His body was on the verge of complete collapse. His breathing was chaotic, every muscle in his body tense with exhaustion. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. His steps slowed, becoming heavy. In his heart, only a thin sliver of hope remained. He didn't know if he had enough strength to last until he met that person. Suddenly, amidst the air thick with the musty smell of decaying trees, a gentle yet profound fragrance wafted past his nose, jolting him. That scent seemed to awaken his fading consciousness. He immediately stumbled towards it as if mesmerized. That fragrance was unlike anything he had ever encountered in the mortal world, as if it came from tens of thousands of thousand-year-old orchids blooming in the heart of the tranquil mountain. Soon, he arrived at the place. What met his eyes were petals fluttering in the wind. He opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Before him was a young woman dressed in the attire of an old era. Her round, innocent eyes looked at him as she asked, "You are? Hey, what's wrong with you?" Hey, but at this moment, his vision began to blur. Everything seemed to dance. His body completely lost its strength. He collapsed onto the cold ground, his breath as fragile as the last thread holding onto his consciousness. He whispered, "I am a member of the Bai family. Old ancestor, save me." Back to the present, in a luxuriously decorated but quiet hall of the Bai family. The moment he saw his benefactor from all those years ago again, Bai Guofu was too moved to speak. "Ha ha ha, it's been so long. Old ancestor, you are indeed as young as the first time we met. If you hadn't saved me back then and given me so many seeds, how could the Bai family have achieved what it has today?" Murmurs immediately broke out around them. Everyone's eyes couldn't hide their astonishment. Someone whispered, "What the hell is this? Has the old master gone senile?" Pulling a strange girl to reminisce about the old days, and even calling her old ancestor. Bai Chu Wei, at this moment, was sipping her tea, each movement light and graceful, as she replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. Speaking of which, we haven't seen each other for nearly 20 years. Xiao Fu, how is your health now?" Hearing this, he immediately replied, "Old ancestor, Xiao Fu is doing very well." Then he confessed with some embarrassment, "It's just that I missed the taste of the vegetables you grew yourself." His bright eyes made her look away slightly. She replied hesitantly, "Unfortunately, I hitched a ride with someone earlier, so I gave all the vegetables I picked to the car owner." Hearing this, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. "What?" Then Bai Guofu glared at the group of people standing there, his eyes as sharp as sparks. The main reason was this unfilial bunch. They caused all of his green vegetables to be lost. The whole group turned pale, cold sweat breaking out, hearts pounding. They were in chaos, not understanding why the old master had flown into such a rage. They mumbled, "What's he talking about? Why is the old master glaring at us?" At this moment, she gently placed her teacup on the table. The sound was small, but it made the atmosphere even more tense. Speaking of which, the current residents of the Bai family, before she could finish her sentence, Bai Yin, standing behind, cupped her ears to eavesdrop, thinking smugly, "A country bumpkin indeed. I can't believe she's so impressed by such a beautiful house." But Bai Chu Wei just sighed softly. Her eyes swept around the old-fashioned room. Then she bluntly criticized it without holding back. "It's small and dilapidated. It doesn't have the slightest air of a family that once dominated the mountainside. Xiao Fu, how did the Bai family become so miserable? In your hands?" This time, it was Bai Yin's turn to feel like she'd been struck by lightning. Her whole body stiffened. Then she rushed forward to argue angrily. "Why do you have to speak to my grandfather like that? Do you know how expensive the land for the villas on Songbai Road is? Just our house alone is worth 50 million. Even if we sold you, you couldn't even afford the toilet in my house." Before she could look triumphant, she was met with a fiery slap from Bai Guofu. He sternly shouted, "Yin, how dare you speak to the old ancestor like that?" Having been slapped, she held her cheek, her eyes welling up with tears. She said chokingly, "Grandpa, you hit me for an outsider you don't even know? You've never hit me before." He was trembling with anger at this point, lecturing her. "How can the old ancestor be considered an outsider? Yin, you must learn to behave with propriety. Apologize to the old ancestor immediately." But Bai Yin paid no attention, burying herself in her mother's arms and stubbornly replying, "No way. Why should I apologize to that cheap person? person. Those words made him tremble with anger, and he slammed his cane on the ground. Then he turned to her and said embarrassedly, "I made a fool of myself in front of you, old ancestor. It's my fault for not raising my granddaughter strictly. The Bai family has indeed declined a lot in my hands." Chu wasn't bothered, simply replying calmly, "It's all right. She has her own destiny. By the way, has the matter of my enrollment in Haihua No. 1 High School been settled?" Bai Guofu immediately and eagerly replied, "Yes." But before he could finish the sentence, he froze, his mind racing. Wait, although the old ancestor's enrollment has been arranged, she still doesn't have a household registration. The second son's family is not worthy. If I put her name on his household register, his family might receive her blessings. But right in front of him was the sight of Bai Yinin crying in her mother's arms, with her two helpless parents trying to comfort her. He then turned to Chu Wei, saying hesitantly, "Old ancestor, the enrollment matter will take a few days to resolve, but studying outside requires reliable parents to accompany you." She nodded and asked back, "So?" The person opposite her forced a stiff smile and continued, "So, Xiaofu was thinking perhaps the old ancestor could endure a small grievance and be registered as the adopted daughter of my second son, Bai Huangguang. What do you think?" Hearing this, she froze, thinking to herself, this Xiaofu is trying to divert all the attention to me for his granddaughter's sake. However, the power of the plot is truly too strong. In the original story, the original owner was an orphan who was registered as the adopted daughter of the Bai family's second branch to enroll in Haihua No. 1 High School. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded. A cry of pain rang out. Someone fell to the floor, clutching their leg and groaning. Bai Huangguang shot up in alarm, turning to the person beside him and shouting, "Into the Bai family." "No, how would I dare? I only heard Dad talk about the adoption, but I didn't think she would be staying at our house." Bai Guofu was stunned when he heard that. A wave of worry rose in his heart. No way. Could it be that letting the old ancestor stay with them would become a disaster for them? He then turned to look at the person behind him, hesitatingly speaking, "Old ancestor, this matter, if you find it unsuitable, I will." But Bai Chu Wei just waved her hand lightly, saying calmly, "There's nothing unsuitable about it." Immediately after, her face softened slightly, the corners of her lips curling into a gentle smile like a spring breeze. Her voice was as light as a whisper, but carried clear encouragement. "Dad, you can do it. I hope you can convince Mom soon." Those words made everyone present freeze, the silence becoming suffocating. As for her, she clenched her fists tightly, her eyes shining with excitement, cheering internally. I love watching a dog-eat-dog show the most. Hearing those words of encouragement made by Huangguang's wife grind her teeth in resentment. Her eyes filled with anger. That lowly brat called him dad so quickly. She must be Bai Huangguang's illegitimate daughter from outside. A clear conclusion seemed to flash in her mind. What old ancestor? She would never believe such a ridiculous story. Bai Guofu couldn't hold back any longer. He slammed his hand on the table, the sound echoing through the hall and startling everyone. "All right, don't embarrass us any further. Yinin, the old ancestor probably doesn't have a phone. Go buy her the newest, best one. I'll have someone transfer the money to you." Hearing this, although her heart was filled with anger, Bai Yinin couldn't refute it. With her grandfather personally giving the order, she could only grit her teeth and swallow her anger, silently cursing in her heart. "On what grounds? My phone is already a year old, and you never even thought of buying me a new one. A country girl just shows up and already wants to steal my position. This young lady will deal with you sooner or later." Bai Chu Wei, witnessing the entire tense but restrained drama from the side, felt a cool breeze pass through her heart, her mood becoming even more refreshed. She thought to herself, "I don't understand what's going on in the heads of this mother and daughter. Their eyes are about to pop out of their sockets." She gently adjusted her hair and asked, "By the way, where's my room?" Bai Guofu was about to answer, but was mercilessly cut off by his granddaughter. She quickly interjected, "The third floor. We've specially prepared it for you." Hearing this, he frowned, a memory immediately surfacing in his mind. The third floor? Isn't that just a storage room? He gritted his teeth. "Yinin, you." But Bai Chu Wei didn't seem to mind. Her voice was as light as a breeze as she nodded in acceptance without any hesitation. "All right, I'll stay there then." Her action left the people behind her bewildered. "No. Old ancestor, you can stay in the room opposite Yinin's room." Outwardly, her expression remained calm, her voice as gentle as before, but there's no need. At my age, I'm already used to such material conditions. but deep in her eyes, a hard-to-notice coldness glinted because she remembered clearly. In the original story, the original Bai Chu-wei stayed in the room opposite Yinin's room and ended up being endlessly harassed. The third floor might be more peaceful. With that thought, she turned and walked away, her hair flying gently in the air. The eyes of those around her couldn't help but follow her, mesmerized. Miss Chu-wei is so beautiful, like a fairy descended to earth. No woman in Haicheng has such a temperament. Miss Chu-wei is both beautiful and aloof. The endless whispers of admiration made by Yinin's heart feel like it was on fire. A surge of jealousy made her grind her teeth. Bai Chu-wei, tonight I'll show you what this young lady is made of. Arriving at the third floor, the smell of must and dust filled the space. The wooden cabinets and floor were covered in a thick layer of dust. Bai Guofu walked in, looking around with embarrassment and guilt. Old ancestor, why are you staying in an attic like this? Let Xiaofu pick a better room for you. But Bai Chu-wei let out a long, tired yawn, gently rubbing her forehead. Her weary voice sounded. Xiaofu, I'm tired. He immediately understood and nodded without hesitation. All right then, old ancestor, you should rest first. If you need anything, just find me anytime. I know, you can go. As soon as she finished speaking, the door closed quietly behind him. She sighed as if a weight had been lifted and walked slowly to the window. Her eyes quietly observed the scene outside. Suddenly, a small shadow caught her eye. A round object was trying to squeeze through a narrow gap in the door. It was a chubby hamster, struggling to get in by any means necessary. Once inside, it rolled onto the windowsill. Seeing it, she exclaimed in surprise. Snowball, I thought you weren't coming back. It was clutching its head in pain. Hearing her voice, its eyes immediately lit up with emotion. It rushed forward to hug her, but was quickly lifted up by her. A cute voice whined, I'll follow you wherever you go. It's just that this hamster body is a bit slow to catch up. Hearing this, she lightly scolded. You still have the nerve to say that. I've been giving you spiritual enlightenment for 20 years, and you still don't even know how to transform. It struggled incessantly, trying its best to argue back. You can't blame me for this. Isn't it said that after the Warring States period, animals are not allowed to become spirits? Just as it finished speaking, the familiar sound of the system rang out. Beep, the storyline has begun. Host, please make all those who bullied the original owner lose all their face. Hearing the mechanical voice, she was a little surprised. The system is alive again? Before she could react, it reported an error. Beep, beep, beep. An irreversible system error has been detected. Initiating self-repair function. Please do not disturb. She shrugged and smiled helplessly. Hith. As expected, this is the familiar style of this piece of junk system. Go on and repair yourself. It will be best if you repaired for another few thousand years. Suddenly, her chest throbbed with a sharp pain. Her heart pounded erratically, her face turning pale. Snowball shouted in panic. Ouch! What's wrong with you? She staggered towards the bed. With a trembling hand, she opened the lid of a small jade medicine bottle and quickly swallowed a pill. Her breathing gradually stabilized, and her complexion eased a bit, but she still couldn't hide her discomfort. It's really hard to swallow. She gently comforted it. Don't worry. I've had this heart condition since 5,000 years ago. Only spiritual medicine with enough spiritual energy can soothe it. Snowball froze, its eyes heavy with memories. But before, on the mountain, it trailed off, unable to finish the sentence, a dull sense of guilt gnawing at its heart. Her eyes suddenly lit up. An idea flashed like a spark in the dark night. There's enough spiritual energy on the mountain. This illness doesn't act up often. Besides, I'll also stay away from you. Hearing this, it blurted out worriedly. Squeak, squeak. So that's how it is. How about I become a mobile spiritual energy bank for you? That way, you won't be in pain anymore. Hearing this, Bai Chu-wei's eyes widened as she thought to herself. A spiritual energy bank. The image of the man she met in the car that morning immediately appeared in her mind. It couldn't be him, could it? If I can get some spiritual energy from him, then I won't have to drink that bitter medicine anymore in the future. At this thought, she licked her lips with interest. A few hours later, at the Duan residence, the ticking of a clock echoed steadily in the oppressive air. A man in a white coat stood silently for a long time before slowly speaking. Mr. Duan's cancer has progressed beyond the intervention of modern medicine. I hope you will all prepare for the worst. Those words were like a cold knife stabbing straight into the hearts of everyone in the room. A white-haired old man, his body frail, his eyes red from holding back his emotions, choked out in despair. Tingji, didn't you and fourth uncle go look for some miracle doctor? Where is he? The young man could only bowed his head. His low voice seemed to carry the weight of a mountain on his shoulders. It seems it was fake. There was no divine doctor from the beginning. The old man felt as if he had been struck by lightning on a clear day. His body froze. His voice trembled with despair, as if losing his last hope. No divine doctor. If there's no divine doctor, does his father have to die? The man standing behind glanced away indifferently, not uttering another word. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the heavy atmosphere. A girl ran in frantically, calling out loudly, "Fourth young master. This lady says she has met the divine doctor of White Mist Mountain. It's not a rumor." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The woman looked flustered, but quickly nodded. Her eyes were firm. Her voice was sincere, mixed with urgency. "If you're talking about the divine doctor of White Mist Mountain, then it's true that I have met her. She has extraordinary medical skills, let alone stomach cancer. As long as they're not completely dead, she can save them." Her appearance was gentle, appearing and disappearing amidst the misty fog on the mountain. "The vegetables, could it be?" he asked in a deep voice. "What does that divine doctor look like?" The woman immediately took out her phone, her voice full of excitement. "Divine doctor by is very beautiful, always like a little girl, like a fairy. My son just bought me this phone. It was divine doctor by who taught me how to use it. I have a photo of us together in here." In the photo was a girl as picturesque as a painting. "Isn't that the girl who hitched a ride the other day?" Yes. She also said Grandpa's illness was a problem with his stomach." The man beside him immediately frowned and asked, "Where are the vegetables she gave us?" The young man was startled. His face darkened, remembering what she said. Those vegetables could help treat Grandpa. His face turned pale as he cried out, "The vegetables, that's right. She said those vegetables could help reduce Grandpa's symptoms." Then, as if electrocuted, he shot out of the room. "Damn it, don't tell me the kitchen took those vegetables and made soup for the maids to eat. You scoundrels, the vegetables. Show mercy." The man behind him slowly returned the phone to the woman. His calm and steady voice rang out, "Send this photo to me. Don't reveal her identity." Then he immediately ordered people to be arranged to find her. The other two, although a bit confused, hurriedly replied, "Yes." He looked at the photo. The corners of his lips curled into a rare smile. "I didn't expect to have the chance to meet again." Meanwhile, on the third floor of the Bai family's villa, Bai Chuwei was leaning back in her chair, slowly turning the pages of a book. The gentle late-day sun streamed through the window, shining on her shoulders, creating a peaceful scene, completely opposite to the chaos outside. A knock on the door was heard. Knock, knock, knock. Bai Yining walked in, holding a brand new phone. "Here, I bought you a phone. The new card is already installed." She took it casually. Her eyes swept over it and immediately noticed something was wrong. This is a phone she had used before. Inside, the other person was screaming incessantly. I can't believe she saw through it. This country bumpkin can even identify the model. She gritted her teeth and growled. "So what if I've used it? Has a country bumpkin like you ever used an iPhone XR? Giving you a used phone is already giving you face. People like you only deserve to use old things. Over 10,000 yuan. Sooner or later it will be mine." Humming her favorite song, she left triumphantly. The person behind her didn't care at all, just bowed her head and focused on operating the screen. Snowball, lying on her shoulder, couldn't help but mock. Is she stupid? Giving someone a phone without wiping the data clean. Doesn't she know that data can still be recovered? She just sighed, her voice as calm as flowing water. That's true. There aren't many fools who hand over their own weaknesses to others. Thinking to herself, but it's right for her to be stupid. Who's to blame the original work for being a Mary Sue? All the supporting characters have to have their IQ lowered to pave the way for the naive female lead. When the data recovery was complete, a series of messages appeared. She lifted her lips slightly. Her voice rose, full of sarcasm. Morals have really declined. This Yining is being ambiguous with a whole bunch of male students. She clicked her tongue, her eyes half annoyed, half mocking. You've lived on the mountain, isolated from the world for too long. Being ambiguous now just means talking. Snowball tilted its head, looking innocent. Absorbing new knowledge made her enlightened. She said lightly, "So that's how it is. I must have forgotten. It's been 5,000 years. My memory is full. It's normal to lose a few things. The sky gradually darkened. The orange-yellow light faded behind the mountains. A knock on the door was heard again. A voice called from outside. Miss Chu-Wei, it's time for dinner. The old master and the eldest young miss are waiting for you. The person in the room quickly replied, Okay, I'll be right out. At the formally set dining table, Bai Guofu and his granddaughter were playing the role of a model family. Bai Yining frowned and reproached, making Grandpa wait to eat. You really have no manners. The person next to her immediately frowned. His eyes stern, Yining. It's normal for the ancestor to make us wait a little. It's normal. Bai Chu-Wei just smiled gently, a smile as warm as a spring breeze. Her gentle voice rang out. Bai Yining, are you sure you gave that phone to me? Is everything inside mine? Seeing the person in front of her playing dumb made her tremble inside. Fear surged, making her clench her jaw. Damn it, is this bitch going to snitch about the phone to Grandpa? I can't let her succeed. Bai Yining's face froze as if it were frozen. Her heart pounded, trying to maintain her composure. She forced a smile. That's right. If I gave it to you, it's yours. What does it have to do with me? Then she quickly turned to Bai Guofu, her face trying to look wronged, her voice soft. Grandpa, look at her. I already bought her 256G phone, and she's still not satisfied. You've always taught us to be frugal. Inside, she screamed triumphantly. Haha, Grandpa has always been frugal. Hearing this will surely make him angry. That way, she won't be able to snitch anymore. But contrary to her expectations, he pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, Yining, what's wrong with this child? If the ancestor doesn't like the 256G phone, then buy a more expensive one. If 10,000 isn't enough, I'll give you 20,000. If you can't buy one, you can have one custom-made. Those words were like a hard slap that made her head spin. What on earth is wrong with Grandpa? Why is he treating this bitch so well? While the atmosphere was as tense as a guitar string, Bai Chu-Wei suddenly burst out laughing. Her laughter was as light as flowing water, but held a sharp edge. Her voice rang out gently, full of hidden meaning. Yining, actually, I just wanted to confirm, so that in the future, if I happen to see something I shouldn't see, it won't cause any misunderstandings. Those words hit the other person like a blow to the heart. She froze, her eyes wide with horror. What do you mean, something I shouldn't see? What are you talking about? The person opposite her remained calm. Her voice was steady, like sharp knife cuts, reading out each name from the messages. Tay Tian, Huyan Tra, Lahai Luong, Daik Tun Bin. Huh? How does she know? Yining screamed in her head. Her face turned ashen. Her whole body trembled as if frozen, unable to speak a word. At Hang Hoa High School, a car drove into the schoolyard, slowly stopping. The car door then slowly opened. Bai Chu-Wei got out with an elegant grace. Her aura radiated like a soft light enveloping her. Her soft hair fluttered gently in the wind, drawing all eyes to her. In just an instant, she had captured the attention of everyone around. Pa, so pretty. I declare her the new goddess of my heart. Ooh, her aura is amazing. The clothes she's wearing are all designer brands. Why have I never seen her before? Is she a new transfer student? While all eyes were still fixed on Bai Chu-Wei, Bai Yining also got out from the back of the car. Her face was heavily made up, but no one looked back at her. Not a single I cared about her appearance. Damn it, I knew that if I went to school with her, I would be overshadowed. And the clothes she's wearing, didn't I secretly cut them to shreds? Could it be that Grandpa bought her 2 identical sets? She resentfully clenched her fists, approaching with a stern face. Hey, at school, don't talk nonsense about the Bai family's affairs. And the phone, otherwise I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Hearing these threats, but the person next to her showed no change in emotion. Her eyes just glanced at the other person with indifference. You should just worry about yourself. She seemed to already know everything she had done, was known to her. She angrily turned to leave, but the person behind her wouldn't let her go so easily. Bai Chu-Wei said nonchalantly, cutting my clothes and still acting all high and mighty. You really want to be taught a lesson. She then flicked a finger lightly. An invisible spiritual force immediately spread out towards the target. Bai Yining suddenly heard a strange sound right next to her ear. Hey, what's that sound? The uniform she was wearing was suddenly torn to shreds in a strange way, revealing the colorful bikini underneath. The scene immediately caused a stir among the surrounding students. The surrounding classmates began to whisper, Damn, what is this? Isn't she Bai Yining from the 3rd year? She blushed and knelt on the ground, covering herself with her hands. Her face flushed with shame. Just wanted to disappear from the world. What on earth is going on? Stop looking. Get lost, all of you. The person behind her didn't bother to turn her head, walking away with a calm demeanor. her eyes cold. Oomph, you reap what you sow. Bai Chuwei gently found her way to the school's administration area, entering the hallway leading to the teacher's office. Standing in front of the door, she knocked gently a few times, then said politely, "Hello, teacher. I'm here to report." Behind the slightly ajar door, a middle-aged man in a neat shirt, glasses perched on his nose. This was the head teacher of class 953, Zhou Feng. He then pushed up his glasses and looked at her with a serious expression. "You're Bai Chuwei, aren't you?" "Yes." "Hello, Teacher Zhou." Teacher Zhou Feng stood up, silently observing the person in front of him for a moment, his eyes full of consideration and evaluation. This student just came from the countryside, and Mr. Bai insisted on putting her in the advanced class. What a nuisance. Then his voice became firm, full of warning. "Miss Bai, you only want to be in class 953? The academic pressure in our advanced class is very high. It will be very difficult for you to join the class in the middle of the term." She then maintained her gentle smile, her face as calm as an autumn breeze. "Teacher Zhou, you don't need to worry. My purpose in coming to school is not to study." As soon as she finished speaking, she silently added the answer in her mind, but to follow the plot. The teacher froze for a few seconds, as if he had been ambushed. "What? If you don't come to school to study, then what are you here for?" But then Zhou Feng began to think, remembering the whispers of the female students. "Wait, I get it. Those female students kept talking about Duan Jingye and Su Jingshan in my class being something like the school heartthrobs of Hang Hoa. This Bai Chuwei must be just like those brainless female students who only come to chase after boys. So annoying." Bai Chuwei noticed the fleeting expression of annoyance on his face. She felt a little bewildered. His expression seems just like me. Teacher Zhou then turned on his heel, his voice sharp. "Follow me to class. I'm telling you beforehand, if you disturb other student studies, no matter what your background is, I will definitely expel you." At this moment, as a divine doctor with 5,000 years of practice, Bai Chuwei could tell the other person's health problem with just a glance. She silently wondered, "This teacher, there's something wrong with him." Then she quickly spoke up. "Teacher Zhou, wait." He then shouted impatiently, "What else do you want?" The person behind her then replied gently. Her voice was steady but full of certainty. "Teacher, I advise you to go to the hospital for a CT scan, especially of the breast." Zhou Feng was stunned. His expression changed constantly. "Miss Bai, are you saying I have a disease related to the breast? I'm a man, and you think your eyes are X-ray machines? How can you conclude such things just by looking?" "I can't explain further," she just said lightly like a passing breeze. "I just saw that you're a good teacher, so I gave you a pointer. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Let's go to class." Teacher Zhou stood stunned, with hundreds of questions overlapping in his mind. Weirdo. When they arrived in front of class 953, Zhou Feng had just started the introduction. "This is class 953 from now on if you..." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a loud cheer. "Divine Dr. Bai, could it be that you're the new transfer student? Why are you here?" That person's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a treasure. He shot up from his desk. Here. Sit next to me. Be my desk mate." Jingye then kept trying to pull the person in front of him. That action caused a commotion in the whole class. The girls immediately turned to look at each other with angry eyes. Isn't Duan Jingye not interested in girls? Why did he change as soon as Bai Chuwei arrived? On the contrary, the male students looked at her with admiration. Damn it, if it were me, if I could be desk mates with such a pretty girl, then I'd have to say that foolish boy Duan Jingye is lucky. Bai Chuwei observed quietly. So the boy I met last time is the cannon fodder in the novel. Duan Jingye. Then his desk mate now is the beauty with a tragic fate in the novel. The male lead, Duan Jingye's half-brother, Su Jingshan. If I remember correctly, Su Jingshan went from being poor to getting a chance to turn his life around, being accepted into the Duan family, which is Duan Jingye's death. Pity this fool who, even at the time of his death, still didn't know. The friend he thought was a good friend was actually his half-brother who wanted to fight for the family assets with him. In the present, the boy was bowing, pleading pitifully. "Jingshan, please make some room. I have something to ask Divine Dr. Bai for." Her thoughts spun continuously, and she seemed to realize something was wrong. Wait, does that mean the Tang monk from that day? Isn't he Duan Jingye's fourth uncle, the villain of the novel, Duan Fan? If that's really the case, then my system's mission can't be completed. Otherwise, the Tang monk's flesh will fly away. Suddenly, a call from behind pulled her out of her thoughts. Classmate Bai, Su Jingshan had already packed his things, looked at her, and said with a smile, "This spot is cleared. You can come and sit here now." She was a bit flustered at this, and replied softly, "Thank you." As soon as she sat down, Jingya next to her enthusiastically continued. My fourth uncle has been looking for you these past few days. I have to let him know. Divine Dr. Bai, thank you so much for that day. My grandpa is much better thanks to those vegetables. At this moment, the teacher standing nearby began to feel confused. Could it be this student by Chu Wei really knows medicine? Should I consider going for checkup? At the same time, in a quiet office, Duan Fan was carefully reviewing documents when his phone vibrated. A message appeared on the screen. Fourth uncle, I found that Divine Doctor by Chu Wei is now my desk mate. He silently read every word carefully, typing back a short message. Her name is by Chu Wei. The boy immediately sent several question marks. Why do you always miss the point? But the other person didn't seem to care about Duan Jingye's next sentence. On the handsome but cold face of the man, a fleeting smile appeared as he whispered by Chu Wei. Outside, the towering buildings packed closely together. A female secretary walked in with a cheerful look, carrying items that had been carefully prepared beforehand. President Duan, the high-end suit is ready. Please take a look. Duan Fan glanced at the suit for a moment, his brows furrowing slightly as if in thought. This seems too formal. Are there any women's clothes? Hearing this, the secretary froze, her eyes wide with astonishment. What the hell? Women's clothes? A vague fear arose in the secretary's heart. Old President Duan is seriously ill, and now the boss is suddenly like a withered tree blooming. Seeing the face of the person in front of her darker than the bottom of a pot, the female secretary quickly turned around, stammering, President Duan, rest assured, I'll go buy it immediately. Not long after, he slowly sent a short message. No school today. I'm coming to pick you all up. Over here, the bell signaling the end of class rang, like a command for release. Zhou Feng immediately stood up and left the classroom. This unusual action made the students bewildered and start discussing. Wow, has the demon Zhou changed his ways? He didn't teach overtime today, and he didn't ask this and that during class either. At Jingye's desk, Bai Chu Wei had just lifted her head from the desk, her eyes still a bit drowsy. Jingye saw this and grinned. Divine Dr. Bai, you're awake. Sleeping through Zhou Feng's class. Without being discovered, you're really lucky. Hearing this, she smiled and replied, luck. This isn't luck, it's the effect of my little spell. Pretend you didn't see. This statement stunned Jingye, who asked in surprise, a spell. Pretend you didn't see. Divine Dr. Bai, what are you talking about? She then flicked her finger, her eyes sparkling with mischief. It's nothing, just consider a joke. While Jingye was still bewildered, Su Jingshin came over with a tall stack of books. Classmate Bai, these are the new books I got for you. I hope you can integrate into our class soon. Murmurs arose from the group of female students. Their eyes were fixed on him with admiration. Su Jingshin is as dashing as ever. It would be great if you were my boyfriend. You're dreaming. The class president is mine. Bai Chu Wei looked at the stack of books in front of her. Her smile vanished. Her eyes suddenly became distant, cold, and thoughtful. I remember in the novel, Su Jingshin used this kind of concern too. When the affection of the original owner. Unfortunately, the person here now is me. Then she said softly, thank you. As she turned her face away, muttering, next is literature, right? Ignoring the person standing beside her with an awkward expression, his mood was now as tangled as a mess of thread. TSK, why is she so indifferent? She should have blushed and thanked me. Suddenly, Chu Wei sneezed. The action made the person opposite her slightly startled. Jingye then asked worriedly, Divine Dr. Bai, what's wrong? Her hand quickly pointed to the book, and she said in a somewhat embarrassed tone, I didn't think students nowadays would have to memorize the poems I wrote. Hearing this, he froze, his eyes wide with astonishment. You said this poem, Peach Blossom Spring Overture, you wrote it? Bai Chu Wei nonchalantly confirmed. That's right. Suddenly from the opposite side, a female student heard this and couldn't hold back her anger, blurting out a sarcastic remark. Now you don't even need to draft your boasts. This masterpiece of a poem is yours. Why don't you just say you can only buy two? At this, Bai Chu Wei replied in a calm but confident voice, I know him too. We were friends. Back then, he liked to invite me for drinks, and when he was drunk, he would write poetry. The crowd immediately started whispering. No one believed her words. They felt the new classmate was very beautiful. But does she have a problem with her brain? Where did this high school girl with delusional disorder come from? At this moment, the female student in front, scared but still stubborn, raised her voice challengingly. Why don't you say? Mountain Moon Chronicles, known as the most famous among the classics, and that everyone has to study, was also written by you? At this, Baichui's face showed a hint of confusion. Isn't Mountain Moon Chronicles the novel about a eunuch that I casually wrote when I was 200 years old? How did it become so highly regarded too? At this moment, Jingye seriously took her hand, his eyes full of earnestness. Divine Dr. Bai, let's talk about these things later. Can you see if you can save my grandpa? Money is not an issue. After hearing this, she gently raised her hand, signaling refusal. Don't talk about money with me. The total assets of your entire Duan family are not even half of mine. After saying that, she thought to herself, that's the wealth I've accumulated over 5,000 years. But then her eyes suddenly changed color. As if remembering something, she gave a somewhat wicked smile. However, if you can offer a person, then I can reconsider. At this moment, the image of Duan Fan slowly replayed in her mind. The surrounding students gaped. Is this Chu-Wei girl really sick? To look down on the 100-year-old wealthy Duan family. And also, what does offering a person mean? Is she dreaming of marrying into a rich family? Just then, the classroom door burst open, and a female voice rang out like a thunderclap in broad daylight. Didn't you hear the bell for class? School is not a market. If some female students come to school to fall in love, don't corrupt the other students. At this, she looked at the person standing at the door and slowly judged. You have a sickness too. Hearing these words, the whole class fell silent, their eyes wide, silently praising. Impressive. She even dares to offend the narrow-minded Ms. Li. The person opposite her was furious, hands on her hips, questioning. You, how dare you curse a teacher? At this, Bai Chu-Wei helplessly replied in a soft voice. I'm telling the truth. You should go for a checkup when you have time. As she finished speaking, she thought to herself, I don't know how these people have lived all these years. Every single one of them is sick. At this, Ms. Li froze. The scene of teacher Zhou collapsing earlier flashed in her mind. It turns out men can also get breast disease. I have to go get checked. I have to go. Remembering Zhou Feng's words. At that time, she was supporting him while shouting loudly. Teacher Zhou, what's wrong? Why are you talking nonsense as soon as you open your mouth? Quick, call someone. At this, Ms. Li thought to herself. No wonder teacher Zhou fainted as soon as he got back to the office. He must have been angered by this new student. Then she slammed the documents on the desk and said through gritted teeth, Suan G channel, remember to subscribe to the channel, my dear family. It's very good. We're not having a lesson this period. Take out a piece of paper and prepare for a test. Hearing this, the whole class groaned. Huh? At this moment, looking at the test paper being handed out, Bai Chu-Wei sighed in frustration. Why do modern tests examine the poems I wrote? And I even have to analyze the meaning behind each word. It really doesn't have that much meaning or emotion. After school, the students' complaints echoed endlessly. Damn it, I thought she was a little fairy. Turns out she has a problem with her brain. Forget it, a pretty vase who can't speak properly. Making us take a test. I also don't know why Duan Jingye keeps calling her a divine doctor. He was even chasing after her after class just now. Over here, Jingye was shamelessly pleading. Divine doctor, I beg you to save my grandpa. His condition is very unstable. But the person in front of him still walked on coldly. This is not my business. I'm very busy. He pleaded in a small voice. Don't say that. My fourth uncle is coming soon. At this moment, Bai Chu-Wei's footsteps suddenly stopped, causing Jingye, who couldn't react in time, to bump his face into her back. Chu-Wei said, Is the Tang monk's flesh coming soon? Tang monk's flesh. At this moment, while the other person was still dazed, a shiny black car pulled over to the side. She looked behind her as Duan Fan slowly got out, his elegant demeanor speaking up. Why do you always call me Tang monk's flesh? As soon as Jingye saw the person who had arrived, he happily waved and greeted. Fourth uncle, you're finally here. Then he quickly reported, Divine doctor, but doesn't want to come and treat grandpa anymore. Duan Fan then spoke, his tone deep and steady, but carrying clear sincerity. Miss Bai, my father is gravely ill. His condition is critical. We urgently need you to treat him. We're willing to pay whatever you ask. At this moment, Bai Chu-Wei's expression was silent, as if she was considering, a hint of mischief flashing in her eyes. She spoke with a hidden meaning, whatever I ask. The person opposite her heard this and immediately replied with a decisive tone. of course. Why don't you think about how much you want to pay? The corners of her lips involuntarily curved into a mysterious smile, as if holding an unsaid meaning. All right, I'll go see the patient first, and then we'll talk. Jingye behind her nodded eagerly in an instant, his face showing relief as he thought. She agreed. But what were Divine Dr. Bai and fourth uncle being so mysterious about just now? Why did you change your mind so quickly? Meanwhile, Duan Fei Han gently pulled open the car door, his tone courteous. Divine Dr. Bai, please get in. This polite gesture left her stunned for a moment. His hand was still on the door handle, making the distance between them suddenly much closer. Bai Chuwei blurted out, "You smell so good." These words made the man beside her freeze, thinking in surprise, "I'm not wearing any cologne. What part of me smells good?" The car began to roll slowly, leaving the school grounds. At this moment, Jingye couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, Divine Dr. Bai, how did you know my grandpa has a stomach illness? Also, can stomach cancer be cured? The person in the back then raised a hand to cover a long yawn, her voice lazy yet mysterious. If it's not fatal yet, it depends on my mood. As for how I know, if I said I calculated it, would you believe me? These words made the young boy frown, his round eyes filled with suspicion as he thought to himself, does this divine doctor have some kind of teenage delusion syndrome? Did she switch careers to become a divine swindler or something, specializing in scams? Suddenly, Duan Fei Han spoke coldly. You talk too much. His words, as cold as thousand-year-old ice, made Jingye quickly shrink back, his face full of remorse. Yes, I'll stop talking. But, fourth uncle, I just wanted to understand the divine doctor better. Seeing his predicament, Bai Chuwei, sitting in the back, spoke up to help him out. We're desk mates. Don't call me divine doctor, just call me by my name. The young boy was now as excited as a child who had received a gift. Okay, Wei Wei. Those words made the man beside him frown. A thoughtful look crossed his eyes. Wei Wei, this seems to be the first time I've seen Duan Jingye so enthusiastic about a girl. At the same time, she, sitting beside him, looked at his expression and thought to herself, this kid really knows how to ride the wind and hoist the flag. However, this name, Wei Wei, after my old friend left 1,000 years ago, no one has dared to call me that. Suddenly, a heart pain struck, and she staggered. Seeing this, Duan Fei Han quickly caught her. He asked in alarm, Miss Bai, are you all right? But by now, she was gradually stabilizing, her face flushing as she thought. As expected, inhaling the spiritual energy from his body is much more effective than eating those bitter spiritual medicines. Could it be that he saw I was having a heart attack? He really is like Tang Monk's flesh, so sensitive to the outside world. Suddenly, the driver in front announced, Fourth Master, young Master Jingye, we've arrived. As soon as she stepped out of the car, Bai Chuwei felt a wave of familiar emotion rise up. That sense of familiarity was like a part of a forgotten memory. Strange, why does this place feel so familiar? Could it be that I've been here before, but forgot? Suddenly, the villa door opened. A woman stepped out with a bright smile to welcome them. Fourth Master, Jingye, you're back? She was Tong Qingyan. Upon seeing her, the young boy asked in surprise, Qingyan, why are you here? Hearing this, she spoke with even more confidence. I've invited a talent from the medical world, Old Lu, to come and examine Old Master Duan. I was about to go pick him up, but I didn't expect to run into you all here first. At this moment, Bai Chuwei looked at the girl in front of her, a storm brewing in her heart. This must be the female lead from the novel, Tong Qingyan. Why does she look a bit like the girl I saved 40 years ago? At the same time, she moved closer to Duan Fei Han, her voice light. Fourth Master, long time no see. But he only gave a softened in response, showing no expression, forcing her to put on a stiff, reluctant smile to hide her awkwardness, thinking to herself, humph, Fourth Master is still so cold to me. Suddenly, she changed the subject to the person who had been standing silently. Oh, right. I still don't know who this young lady is. Hearing that, the other person slowly pointed to herself and introduced Bai Chuwei. Those concise words left Tong Qingyan stunned. Her gaze froze. Bai Chuwei, you must be the new transfer student at our school. Seeing that the other person knew her, she crossed her arms and replied nonchalantly, it seems my story has already spread. What did they say? A compulsive liar, humiliated in front of the teacher, a delusional girl. Hearing the list of things the person in front of her recited, she became so frightened her face turned pale, her voice shrinking as she replied, I think people probably just don't understand you well yet. That's why there's a misunderstanding. But the person opposite her didn't seem worried at all and said casually, let them think what they want. By the way, what is Chimehua to you? I see you bear some resemblance to her. At this, she froze and shouted loudly, classmate Bai, Chimehua is my grandmother. She passed away 18 years ago. How can you address her directly by her name like that? At this moment, she thought with some regret, Tiskedeske, really, if I had known that the woman from my hometown I saved back then was the future female lead's grandmother, I would have charged a higher fee. Then she slowly spoke up, all right, where's the patient? I'm here to see the patient. I'm not interested in family matters. Hearing that, Duan Jingye immediately led the way. Grandpa is in the rear courtyard. Wei, I'll take you. Just then, Tong Qingyan tried to say more to Duan Fei Han, fourth master, but before she could finish, he cut her off. She's my honored guest. These words made Tong Qingyan's expression freeze, her eyes clearly showing jealousy. Fourth master has never brought me to the Duan residence before, let alone paid any attention to me. Is it because classmate Bai boasted she could cure old Master Duan that he's treating her so differently? If that's the case, I must go find old Lu quickly. Then she quickly turned and left, her steps hurried. Classmate Bai, I won't give up fourth master to you so easily. At this moment, the room door was suddenly opened. Duan Jingye looked at the person behind him and said hurriedly, Wei, this is my grandfather. Please examine him quickly. But as soon as her eyes fell on the person lying unconscious on the bed, Bai Chui's gaze immediately changed. Her face turned dark and ugly as she thought to herself, so it's him. Her hand unconsciously clenched into a fist that she angrily turned and walked out. Seeing this, Duan Fei Han frowned slightly and questioned, Miss Bai, where are you going? But she replied curtly, this illness, I absolutely will not treat it. At the Duan residence, 20 years ago, a man was holding Bai Chui's hand tightly, trying to persuade her, Chu, don't worry. As long as you marry me, those bad people won't dare to do anything to you anymore. I, Duan Xiuqi, will definitely protect you completely. Looking at the tightly gripped hand, she just said coldly, I, Bai Chu, do not need your protection, nor will I marry you. You'd better let me go. Hearing this, Duan Xiuqi became angry. He opened the door to go out, but still replied resolutely, no, I will absolutely not let you go. It doesn't matter if you don't like me now. Sooner or later, you will see my good qualities. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was locked tight. The voices of the people outside droned on persistently like a disturbed beehive. Miss Bai, Xiuqi really likes you. We hope you can reconsider. A grown man should take a wife. A grown woman should marry a husband. Miss Bai, just compromise. That's right, Miss Bai Chu. Mr. Duan loves you so much. He will definitely treat you very well. Miss Bai, it's best for a girl to have a stable home. Get married quickly and have a chubby baby. The Duan family, not minding that you're an orphan, is already very good. At this moment, she gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, Duan Xiuqi, as a person, you should know when to be content. Bai Chui's body was trembling uncontrollably with anger. A while later, people shouted in alarm, Miss Bai is missing. Go find her. By then, she had already managed to escape the room. Hearing the shouts behind her, she frowned and thought, so noisy. On what grounds does this family think they have a right to interfere in other people's lives? If my heart condition hadn't relapsed, I would have definitely taught that family a lesson today. At this moment, her breathing became more and more rapid. After running for a long stretch, she hit a dead end. I'm done for, I don't know the way, and they're about to catch up. Suddenly, a small hand grabbed hers. Seeing the little boy, she asked in surprise, Han, why are you here? But the little boy didn't say much and just pulled Bai Chui along with force. Follow me. I know a secret path to escape. Seeing his action, she asked in surprise, you want to let me go? The boy nodded slightly and replied, yes. If Fairy's sister wants to go, then go. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, Chu, where are you? The familiar sound startled them both. At this, she shouted in panic, hurry up. If we don't go now, we won't make it. The little boy beside her also quickly replied yes. After recalling that incident, Bai Chui frowned and then understood. I knew it. No wonder Duan Fei Han looked so familiar. It turns out the fair, chubby child from back then has grown this big. Suddenly, Duan Fei Han frowned and asked, Miss Bai, why did you refuse to treat my father? Her face was dark as she crossed her arms and gave a random reason. I'm in a bad mood. But in her heart, she was sneering relentlessly. Even though Duan Fei Han saved me back then, I haven't forgotten my hatred for the rest of the Duan Duan family. At this, the man opposite her didn't give up. He continued to ask, then what would it take to put Miss Bai in a good mood? She immediately said firmly, unless time flows backward. In short, I'm not treating this illness. At the same time, Tong Qingyan appeared from behind, her hands on her hips, speaking angrily. If your medical skills aren't good enough, just admit it honestly. Why act as if the Duan family owes you something? Hearing that voice, Bai Chuwei quickly turned her head to look behind her and saw her standing smugly next to an old man, introducing him nonstop. This is a medical genius, Old Lu, Mr. Lu Jun. My aunt and I specially invited him to examine old Master Duan. The person Tong Qingyan mentioned was Tong Yunru, her paternal aunt. Those present couldn't help but be astonished. Lu Jun, could it be the 120-year-old divine doctor who appeared on television? Didn't he already retire and stop seeing patients? At this moment, old Lu, with the aura of a genius radiating from his frowning eyes, said in a loud voice, if it weren't for the sincerity of these two young ladies, I would not have come out of retirement. But Bai Chuwei just said nonchalantly, you say my medical skills aren't good enough. How about tonight I find your master and see if he dares to stand and talk to me like this? Hearing these words, old Lu became furious and pointed at her face, shouting, you brat, you still reek of your mother's milk. Do not insult my master, who passed away more than 10 years ago. At this, she retorted playfully, that's why I said tonight. Her words made the old man in front of her tremble with anger. You, Tong Qingyan, standing beside him, quickly pulled him back to placate him. Old Lu, don't be angry. Let's go inside. The examination is more important. After a period of examination, a hesitant, worried voice asked, Old Lu, how is old Master Duan's condition? Can he still be saved? At this moment, the old master pulled out his acupuncture needles and asserted confidently, yes. I can help the old master live for a few more years. I'll begin the acupuncture now. Suddenly, Jingya looked at the person standing beside him watching the show and couldn't help but wonder, Wei Wei, didn't you want to leave? Why are you still? But before he could finish, she cut him off. No rush. Let me finish watching the drama first. At the same time, Duan Fei Han, in the back, remained silent, staring intently at her back, his calm eyes seeming to be calculating something. One by one, the needles were inserted into the old man. When it came to the 7th needle, he suddenly coughed up blood violently. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing this, Jingya panicked and rushed to the bedside. Grandpa, what did this quack do to my grandpa? He questioned furiously. As for old Lu, his face had turned pale with fear. The hand holding the needle trembled as he stammered, no, impossible. My treatment method isn't wrong. What did the old master consume before this? It must be that something was wrong with it. Suddenly, a hand pointed straight at her, shouting, that's right. A few days ago, the old master was fed a few pieces of vegetables. Those vegetables were said to be a gift from this Miss Bai. Hearing these accusations, her expression remained calm as she replied, if there was a problem with food from a few days ago, it would have taken effect long ago. Your medical skills aren't good enough, yet you want to blame others. Hearing this, Jingya hurriedly grabbed her shoulder and begged, Wei Wei, don't just stand there and watch. Please say my grandpa. He's going to die like this. At this moment, the man behind her also clenched his fists. Then he stepped forward and said in a clear voice, Miss Bai, if you are willing to save my father, aside from the treatment fee, as long as it's not illegal, I can grant you any one request. Unconditionally. The people behind them heard this and exclaimed in shock. A promise from the heir of a century-old, prestigious family. Fourth Master is so sincere in seeking a doctor. Hearing this, Bai Chuwei smiled faintly, then looked playfully at the man before her and said, you said it yourself, Tang Monk's flesh. Then she coldly pushed old Lu aside. Stand aside and watch, you disgrace. Those words made the old man so angry he was speechless. You. Then she quickly took out the acupuncture needles that had been prepared beforehand, her eyes sharp, and immediately began inserting them. Each needle began to take effect, while old Lu, watching from behind, turned pale and stammered, the 13 needles of the spirit path. How did you learn it? No, impossible. At your age, how could you possibly execute all 13 needles at once? At this, she struck a confident, arrogant pose. I created this acupuncture technique, so how could I not know it? Hearing this, the man behind her hurriedly refuted, absurd. This technique has been passed down from ancient times. For 4,000 years. How could it have been created by you? Seeing that he still didn't believe her, Bai Chuwei sighed in helpless resignation, thinking, why are there always people who refuse to believe the truth? At this moment, a handkerchief gently touched her temple. Duan Fei Han, who had appeared by her side at some point, was slowly wiping the sweat from her forehead. This action made her say in surprise, thank you. Suddenly, a voice from behind announced, Third Master Duan Shioqi has arrived at the door with Miss Tong. They're about to come over. Hearing this, her face paled, her brows knitting together tightly. Just then, Bai Chuwei quickly turned to leave. Jingye, seeing this from behind, hurriedly stopped her. Wei, where are you going? My third uncle is a huge star. Aren't you going to stay and meet him? I can get his autograph for you. At this, her voice, laced with anger, rang out, Duan Shioqi. Then she turned her head, frowned at the person behind her, and replied, I don't want his autograph, but I would very much like to have his life. Hearing this, his face paled several shades. Before he could recover, she had already left, not forgetting to say, I'm going home for today. Mr. Duan's illness cannot be cured so easily. I'll prescribe some medicine tomorrow. After saying that, she thought to herself, so be it. Now is not the right time to make a move against the Duan family. Duan Shioqi, there's still a long time. At the same time, Duan Fei Han stepped forward to stop Jingye and slowly replied to her, all right. In that case, Miss Bai, to make it easier to contact you later, could you leave your contact information? Hearing this, she looked at him with some embarrassment and said, I don't have any contact information for now. I don't even have my own phone yet. As soon as she finished, the smug look on Bai Yinin's face flashed in her mind. The new phone just came into my possession, and I really don't want to use someone else's. Hand me down. At this, the man's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, no phone? Then this is an opportunity to get closer. With that thought, he made a suggestion. In that case, Miss Bai, let me take you home. We might pass by a shopping mall on the way. I'll buy you a new phone. What do you think? Hearing this, Bai Chuwei said with some difficulty, but the other person had already leaned in, one hand around her shoulder, and added in a soft voice, Miss Bai, follow me. We'll go through the rear courtyard, so we won't run into the person you don't want to see. Hearing that, her eyes widened, and a wave of emotion rose in her heart. I can't believe that after 20 years, the adorable little Duan from back then, who wanted to be held, has now become such a thoughtful man. Moreover, he's still wearing the prayer beads I gave him back then. After a moment of contemplation, she smiled at the person beside her and said, then thank you for your kind offer. Let's go. Seeing her expression, Duan Fei Han's face immediately turned bright red, and he stammered, all right. By the time the sun began to set and the street lights started to turn on, the two had arrived at the shopping mall. Bai Chuwei walked into the store and said, hello, I'd like to buy a phone. The moment the sales guide saw her, her eyes immediately lit up as she thought, oh my God, this girl is drop-dead gorgeous. She then quickly flipped through the product catalog. Okay, this is our newest and best-selling model, the Maoan V20, endorsed by the movie star Duan Shioqi. Hearing that name, the person's face immediately soured as she cursed inwardly. Why does it have to be Duan Shioqi? What bad luck? Then she said flatly, who is Duan Shioqi? I don't know him. Just get me the Maoan 10 Pro, the one with the highest storage capacity, in silver. At this time, two female students behind them also noticed the conversation. The employee was a bit flustered but quickly replied, of course, I'll go get it right away. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, Miss. When she turned around, she saw two female students saying excitedly, we heard everything you just said. If you don't know our Tutu, let us introduce him to you. The other one quickly chimed in, that's right. We've been diehard fans of Tutu for 10 years. We've liked him since elementary school. We know all the news about him. Then the two of them began to talk nonstop. First of all, Tutu is really handsome. Even though he's almost 40 now, he still looks very young, and he has the added charm of a mature man. Moreover, Tutu is extremely serious about his career. His actions don't need dubbing, and his expressions are never off. He's truly a shining example in the entertainment industry. After listening to their endless praise for a while, she crossed her arms and said coldly, little sisters, maintaining one's looks just proves he has a lot of money to buy the most expensive skincare products. Get treatments at the most high-end spas, hire the most famous makeup artists and photo editors, and learn more about East Asian sorcery. Furthermore, in this day and age, that kind of professionalism can be trained through daily practice. The entertainment industry decades ago had countless actors who were serious about their craft. There's nothing special about it. Hearing Bai Chuwei's words, which were colder than ice, one of the female students pouted angrily. What's with your tone? Even if Tutu edits his photos, he's still better than a ton of pretty boy actors who have no respect for their profession. The other one was no less agitated. Also, there were many dedicated actors decades ago, but the entertainment industry was also very chaotic. I bet no one has a private life as clean as Tutu's. It's to find the original owner of that name. Tutu even publicly said he would wait for that girl for 20 years, and only after the full 20 years would he consider marriage. Then the two of them hugged each other and cried a river. Who on earth could be so cold-hearted as to treat our Tutu like that? My heart hurts so much. Meanwhile, the person they were talking about was standing right in front of them. Bai Chuwei's face was now blacker than the bottom of a pot. She thought with disgust, he hasn't even mentioned imprisoning me back then, and now he's putting on a show of being a deeply devoted lover. Duan Xiuqi, very clever. Then she looked at the people putting on a show and said plainly, your illness is not a light one either. The person he's waiting for left anyway, which proves she had no feelings for him at all. He's just being overly sentimental on his own. What's this about waiting 20 years? Does a girl need him to wait? It's all a self-directed drama. After hearing those sharp words, the two girls shouted angrily, I get it. This bitch must be an anti-fan of Tutu. The person next to her chimed in, that's right. Why didn't she choose the Maoin V20? I think she just can't afford it. So she's making excuses. At this, the person in front of them pointed to the price list behind her and said calmly, I'm just telling the truth. Besides, between the Maoin 10 Pro and the Maoin V20, which one is more expensive? I think anyone with eyes can see, right? The other two said angrily, but before they could finish, another voice came from behind. It was them who were harassing my friend. Please escort them out. At the same time, Duan Feihan arrived with a security guard. Seeing the newcomer, the two girls' faces turned pale. As they were being dragged away, they continued to shout, hey, we weren't harassing her. We were just defending Tutu's reputation. Let me go. But Bai Chuwei just watched the scene before her. Without a word, after a moment, she turned to the man beside her and said, I was wondering why Mr. Duan was taking so long to park the car. So you want to call security. It's just that your methods don't seem very CEO-like. Hearing that, he hesitated slightly before replying, knowing the law is the duty of every citizen. Hearing that, she couldn't help but laugh. She thought to herself, ha ha ha, the great villain from the original novel also knows and understands the law. The man beside her had a puzzled frown. Is something funny? A moment later, the sales guide spoke up. Miss, the phone you wanted and the store's complimentary gift are all ready. At this, Bai Chuwei replied politely, okay, I'll take this one. Thank you. Then, the sound of a camera shutter clicked from the new phone. She said excitedly, it really is a new model, no lag at all. She then took a few more pictures. The photos from the regular camera aren't bad at all. Duan Feihan stood behind her, arms crossed, watching her play around. His gaze unconsciously softened as he thought, actually, the real person isn't bad either. After a while of shopping, the car stopped in front of the Bai residence. As soon as the car stopped, she took out a small cup and handed it to the person beside her, saying, Mr. Duan, thank you for the phone. Consider this cup a return gift from me. Hearing this, the other person frowned slightly in confusion. Thank you. So, can Miss Bai give me her contact information now? As he finished speaking, his gaze fell on the cup, and he thought to himself, if I remember correctly, this is the complimentary gift cup that came with the phone. At this, Bai Chuwei nodded casually and said, of course, Mr. Duan, actually your old master once offended me. I originally didn't want to save him, but out of respect for you, I will. But at this point, she moved closer, one hand lightly touching his chin as she continued suggestively, don't forget the agreement between us. As soon as Bai Chuwei stepped into the house, Bai Yining came out to start trouble. I was on the balcony just now and saw you coming back at a Rolls-Royce. Whose car is that? Hearing the questioning, she just replied calmly, what's it to you? Do you think your grandfather would dare to speak to me like that? At this, the person behind her became so angry her face turned dark as she shouted, my grandfather has been bewitched by you. I thought since you came from the countryside, you'd be simple and honest, but who knew you'd go around clinging to rich men? You're making. Before she could finish, Snowball had silently climbed on her foot. Feeling the unusual sensation below, she was scared out of her wits. When she looked down, she let out a piercing scream. Then she jumped around like a Viennese waltz, screaming, "A rat. Such a fat rat. Get out of here now." The scene was witnessed by Bai Guofu. After a while of Bai Yinin's commotion, Snowball returned to her arms. As for the other person, Bai Guofu, with a stern face, shouted at her, "Yinin, the old ancestor is in our house right now. Don't you know how to behave? You're disgracing the daughters of the Bai family. Who allowed you to climb on the dining table? Get down now." At this, she cowered in fear and replied, "Woo-woo, I know." Meanwhile, Bai Chu-wei and Snowball secretly high-fived in celebration. She even praised him generously. "Oh, you clever little thing." As soon as she got back to her room, it jumped onto the table and spoke in a cheerful voice. "Old ancestor, you handled that beautifully today." But the person behind it reminded her with some annoyance. "Don't interrupt. I told you to take inventory of my assets in this world today. How'd it go? Are you done yet?" Hearing about the assigned task, Snowball reported excitedly. "Of course, it's all done. Old ancestors' accumulated assets over 5,000 years surpass the world's richest family many times over. Also, I discovered that the Tong family in Haicheng has owed you money for 10 years and still hasn't paid." Hearing this, she was surprised and let out a soft sound. "Oh," then she mentally tallied it up. "That year, I saved Chimehua, invested a sum of money, and we agreed that if her business prospered, she would pay me back 100 or 1,000 times over. So every year, she deposited 30 million into my account. However, Chun Meihua passed away 10 years ago, and the Tong family acted as if nothing had happened. Thinking about it, she quietly mumbled her calculations. 10 years is 300 million. It's a pity that our female lead, Tong Qingyan, wants to stiff me for that amount." Snowball also found it hard to understand after hearing this. A moment later, she gently touched it and instructed, "Send a letter to the Tong family for me. Within 1 month, they must transfer the full 400 million to me. The extra 100 million is interest. It's not that easy to owe me money. If they don't pay, they'll have to bear the consequences themselves." After hearing this, it accepted the order and replied enthusiastically, "No problem. I'll send it right away. I love watching you do loan sharking." Then, its small mouse paws quickly tapped on the phone screen, making a steady clicking sound. Seeing that frantic scene, made by Chu-wei sigh helplessly. "Don't people like this get tired? Oh, the white fox I raised 10 years ago has learned how to transform." Suddenly, her eyes grew melancholic, but later, before she could finish, she was interrupted by Snowball. "I won't transform. I want to stay with old ancestor for my whole life." Hearing that, the two of them rushed into each other's arms and cried their eyes out. Snowball, old ancestor. But then, the person opposite her made an extremely sharp turn. While pinching its cheek, she said with a stern face, "This is not a reason for you to slack off on your training." The force made it yelp. Don't pull anymore. After you finish writing the letter, hurry up and print it, then get an express delivery envelope." Hearing that, she also let it go to finish the task. Finally, she slowly signed a name by Chu on the paper. After finishing, Bai Chu-wei looked at the letter in her hand and said excitedly, "I'm very curious what the Tong family will feel when they receive a 400 million bill." At the Tong residence, a loud shout could be heard, even from outside. "What the hell is a 400 million bill? This is ridiculous. Is this bill a joke or blackmail?" The chubby man kept making wild guesses, but the person who seemed to be the eldest of the Tong family read it carefully and then spoke up. "Bai Chu, this is the name Meihua transferred money to every year when she was alive. It's probably some poor student she sponsored." Looking closely at the debt notice, Tong Wenru spoke up in astonishment. "You said the person who wrote the letter is named Bai Chu? The woman Xiozha is always looking for is also named Bai Chu. Tong Wenru, Duan Xiozha's fiancé, Tong Qingyan's aunt." Hearing this, she also said suspiciously, "Could they be the same person?" At this moment, her expression looked extremely ugly. She thought to herself, "Damn it, today is really unlucky." First, there was Lu Zhen. She recalled that time, constantly thanking old Lu. "I heard that old Duan's condition has improved greatly. Thank you for treating the old sir. I hope he can attend our wedding in the future." Remembering this, she thought angrily, "His medical skills are clearly garbage, yet he refuses to admit it, making me lose face in front of the Duan family." Then Tong Wenru was immediately slapped in the face by Duan Jingye's words. "Aunt, what are you talking about? That old Lu's needles nearly killed Grandpa. Fortunately, thanks to the divine Dr. Wei Wei that my fourth uncle and I found, we were able to turn the situation around." Realizing she had been exposed, she spoke with great embarrassment. "Ah, here, At this moment, she began to feel restless. Now Bai Chu, who had been missing for 20 years, has suddenly appeared. Could it be that the love between me and Xiuzhe is going to face such obstacles? On the other side, Tong Qingyan pretended to play the innocent role and gently criticized. Grandma, this Bai Chu is really greedy. Grandma helped her, but instead of being grateful, she's trying to extort us. Everyone, think about it. Could it be that because she knows Aunt Wenru is about to marry Uncle Duan Xiuzhe, she wants to squeeze out a sum of money? Hearing these words, Tong Qingyan's father immediately straightened up and shouted, "Right, Qingyan is absolutely right. That must be it. 400 million is a large sum for our family, but for the Duan family, it's just a drop in the ocean." On this side, Tong Wenru also frowned and affirmed, "I knew all along she was targeting Xiuzhe." Then Qingyan slowly walked over and said, "Dad, give me the bill." As soon as she took the paper, she tore it to shreds with her hands. Then, with a triumphant look in her eyes, she continued, "Our Tong family has a large business, and in the future, we'll have the Duan family support. I'd like to see how this Bai Chu will make us bear the consequences." The people around them immediately applauded in approval. "Ha ha ha, Qingyan did a great job. That's right. Dares to send a bill, but doesn't dare to show up. That Bai Chu is ridiculous." But they didn't know that everything that had just happened was reflected in a mirror. Bai Chu Wei had witnessed it all. Snowball, beside her, asked fiercely, "It seems they're not taking the bill seriously." Hearing that, she just said calmly, "They'll find out in a month." But they did remind me of something. As she spoke, she dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, the other end picked up immediately. "Old ancestor, you're up early?" She replied flatly from her end, "Yeah. MO1 is an asset under your name, right? Cancel Duan Xiuzhe's main resource for me. I find him an eyesore. It's getting cold. Let Duan Xiuzhe feel the cold too." Suddenly, at that moment, Bai Chu Wei received a message notification. She opened her phone to check and saw a line of text displayed on the screen. She wondered to herself, isn't this our original story's hero, the central air conditioner? So it's the middle of the night and he's still busy spreading his warmth? At this time, the content of the message sent to her became clear. "Classmate Bai, I'm the class president of Class 9 and also the math representative. If you need help, you can come to me. After all, you just transferred to Class 9, so you still need to adapt. But the math homework assigned by teacher Zhou Feng must be completed. He will do a surprise check early tomorrow morning." At the same time, Su Jingshun also received a message from your old ancestor. "Zhou Feng can't come to school tomorrow. No need to do the homework." After reading the message, his face twisted as he thought to himself, is this Bai Chu Wei overthinking things? Teacher Zhou Feng has always been very dedicated to his profession, unstoppable by wind or rain. How could he not come to school? Just as he finished his thought, a series of rapid notifications rang out, startling him so much he almost dropped his phone. What's happening? He quickly checked and saw a message from the head teacher. "To all students of Class 9, Teacher Zhou Feng suddenly fainted today. Starting tomorrow, he will temporarily be at home recovering. Tomorrow, all students will have a self-study session." The students in the group chat immediately started discussing. "So is Teacher Zhou okay? Teacher Zhou must get well soon, okay?" There's also a student who joyfully messaged, "No more homework," then quickly corrected that it was sent by mistake. At this moment, Su Jingshan thought in horror. So, she was right? This must be just a blind dog catching a fly. In another place, a door opened accompanied by a voice. "All right, it's been quite a while." The woman below saw the person coming out and immediately announced, "Miss Chu Wei, someone is here to see you." Hearing that, she just replied flatly, "I know. Help me show the guest up here." "Teacher Zhou, you're here." In front of her, now, stood Zhou Feng. His brows were knitted together in extreme confusion. Seeing this, Bai Chu Wei spoke first. "I told you, you would definitely have to come find me." It seemed to be the last straw. He grabbed the hand of the person in front of him and begged, "Classmate Bai, you are a divine doctor. I really have breast cancer. The doctor said it's in the final stage and surgery would be very dangerous. But if I don't have surgery, I'm afraid I will." At this point, he couldn't speak anymore and asked directly, "Can you save me? I'm still so young. My students still need me to teach them." After listening, she just smiled and affirmed, "Of course I can." What a good teacher, always thinking of his students. "Sit down, lift up your shirt. I'll just give you a few acupuncture needles. He didn't hesitate and immediately did as he was told. 10 minutes later, more than a dozen needles have been inserted into Zhou Feng's body. Looking at this scene, he asked anxiously, "Classmate Bai, you are a divine doctor." Student Bai, "So many needles have been inserted already." The person opposite him, holding a few more needles, said slowly, "The last few needles are just to unblock the congested and stagnant blood vessels. I'll give you 2 more pills. Rest at home for another week. After that, you can come to class." After hearing this, his face turned pale as he lamented, "I still have to rest for another week? What about my students who need to review? They're in their 3rd year of high school. We can't afford any delays." Seeing this, Bai Chui's face suddenly darkened, and she said gloomily, "If you want to die, I won't stop you." Teacher Zhou heard this and was immediately scared, shrinking back and replying, Okay, my life is the top priority. Student Bai, when I get home, I'll prepare study materials for you to help you improve your grades." But as soon as the words were out, the person opposite him refused. "That won't be necessary." Long after everything was done, she watched Zhou Feng's car drive away. She thought to herself, Zhou Feng's matter is settled then. Next is the prescription for the Duan family. Alright, I remember that the Duan family seems to be under the leadership of Duan Fan. They had to surpass the 8 great families to develop into a new prestigious family. Haha, today is a good day to see just how much money the Duan family has. Then she gave a mysterious smile. Haha, Snowball, opposite her, saw this and thought to itself, Tisk, whenever the ancestor smiles like that, she's definitely going to trick someone. Over here, Duan Fan was working when he heard a message notification and glanced over. He smiled when he saw the name of the sender. It's her. Bai Chui sent a message with instructions, "Mr. Duan, I've finished writing the prescription. Pick me up after school tomorrow. We'll go buy the medicine together." After reading it, he quickly replied, "Okay, Miss Bai. Thank you for your hard work." At this, she paused for a moment before replying, "It's no trouble. See you tomorrow then," followed by a sticker. But when the conversation ended, it left Duan Fan feeling a bit disappointed. He actually wanted to talk a little longer. Then he looked at the pile of books on his desk. How to teach your desk to talk. People who know how to talk are smart. The art of language. It made him unable to help but sigh. The next morning at school, Bai Yining was sitting in the cafeteria with a murderous look on her face. Damn it, Grandpa actually starved me for a whole night. It's all because of Bai Chu and her damn mouse. Suddenly, a voice called out, Yining, is that you? It really is you. Don't you usually never eat breakfast in the school cafeteria? Another girl, along with 2 of her friends, walked over. At a glance, they didn't look very well behaved. She looked over at the other person and frowned, thinking, dang man, I remember she has a few tricks up her sleeve for dealing with people. Maybe I can make use of one. No sooner said than done. She put on a pitiful act, don't mention it. I haven't eaten since last night. A foster daughter named Bai Chu Wei showed up at my house, and Grandpa is always punishing me because of her. Hearing this, the girl named Dang Man said in surprise, Bai Chu Wei? Is that the girl who seduced Duan Jingye and Su Jingchen as soon as she arrived? The other 2 girls were also stunned and gossip. The forum says she even bragged that the famous poem Mountain Travels was written by her. Hilarious. How old does she think she is this year? Then they all looked resentfully at Bai Yining and said confidently, Yining, don't worry. We'll definitely help you teach her a lesson. Hearing this, the person opposite them continued to play the weak role and replied, then thank you, everyone. Half an hour later, a voice was heard inside the classroom. Classmate Chu Wei, this is the uniform you ordered. I helped bring it back for you. Try it on and see if the size fits. Bai Chu Wei took it with a word of thanks, not forgetting to say, thanks, I'll go try it on right now. As soon as she entered the changing room, Dang Man's group, who had been hiding behind, observed the opportunity has come. Inside the restroom, she kept hearing suspicious noises, as well as the sound of footsteps pacing back and forth. It made her shout in annoyance. What are you trying to do? Outside, Dang Man blocked the door with a mop and said smugly, Bai Chu Wei, just because you have some looks, you think you can seduce Duan Jingye and Su Jingchen. Let's teach her a little lesson. Let her smell the restroom. The next class for class 9 is literature, right? Yesterday, she cursed at Teacher Li, saying he was sick. This time, there's a good show to watch. After tying the mop to the door, they left confidently, not forgetting to be triumphant. Inside, Bai Chu Wei smiled helplessly, just locking a door and they think they can bully me? These kids are too naive. Suddenly, she took out a heel pad from her uniform pocket along with a note. The person trying it on said, "This is..." Inside the note were words of advice from Su Jingchen. "Classmate Chu Wei, new shoes might chafe your heels. Remember to stick on the heel pads." Su Jingchen, after reading it, she commented coldly, "He's really thoughtful." No wonder in the original story, the original owner loved Su Jingchen so much she constantly fought with Tong Qingyan. For the sake of his image, he has to force himself even if he doesn't like it. Living such a fake life, doesn't Su Jingchen get tired? The more I look, the more I find the male supporting character Duan Jingyan more relaxed. Alright, after changing, it's time to find those female students from earlier to settle the score. With that thought, she unhesitatingly threw both items in her hand into the trash. In the classroom, a male student yawned and looked out the window. Yawn, is this another self-study period? It's so boring. At the same time, a figure walked in from outside. "Hello, may I ask if there's anyone named Dang Man in this class?" The boys were captivated by her extraordinary beauty. They took turns answering, "Yes, yes, she's sitting in the back." Hearing this, she smiled brightly and replied, "Thank you." Then she quickly walked towards the back, ignoring the gossip of the male students. "Oh my God, am I seeing a fairy? This appearance and aura are way better than our class beauty." At the same time, Tong Qingyan, sitting there, heard all the comparisons and her expression darkened even more. While she calmly walked to the back of the class, Dang Man's group was terrified. Her mind was filled with doubt. What the hell? We don't even know each other. How on earth did this by Chu Wei find her way here? And also, how did she get out? Then she glared and stood up, shouting, "Classmate by Chu Wei, this is class 11. Class is about to start. Please return to your own classroom." Hearing this, the person in front of her just replied slowly, "No rush. I'll go back to my class after you apologize." Dang Man was scared by now, but still stubborn. "Apologize? Don't you try to frame us here. What do we do? Do you have any proof?" Hearing that, she immediately stepped closer, but was blocked by Tong Qingyan. Then she quickly spoke up, "Classmate Bai, I'm Tong Qingyan, the class president of class 11. About classmate Dang Man's matter." But before she could finish, the person opposite her smiled and interrupted, "Miss Tong, don't meddle in things that don't concern you. If you're so free, you could be earning money to pay off your debts." Hearing this, the other students started whispering among themselves. Although the Tong family isn't a top-tier prestigious family, they are still wealthy. Their family owes money? Is that for real? My dad's company cooperates with the Tong family. Should I reconsider? The Tong family owes money. This is big news. I have to tell my brother. As for her, she was stunned, her face filled with fear. Then she tried to hold back her tears and spoke weak. "Classmate Bai, why would you make up something like that? When did my family ever owe money?" But Bai Chu Wei wasn't flustered and just asked back nonchalantly, "Miss Tong, you tell me." Seeing this demeanor, her heart pounded with even more fear. Could she be referring to that ridiculous 400 million bill from last night? But how does that count as a debt? How does Bai Chu Wei know? But the person in front of her ignored Tong Qingyan and looked at Dang Man, continuing, "As for you, you were the one who led people to lock me in the restroom, weren't you? Or do you want to keep arguing?" Hearing herself being called out, Dang Man still tried to argue. "How did you know I locked you in the restroom? Could it be that classmate Bai can see through walls? See the people outside the restroom." At the same time, Tong Qingyan also chimed in, "Classmate Bai, Dang Man is right. If you were locked in the restroom, how could you have seen their faces? I hope you're not." Before she could finish her sentence, Bai Chu Wei snapped her fingers and interrupted, "You don't believe me? Then let them say it themselves." Immediately, Dang Man's group couldn't control their bodies and blurted out the entire incident. Bai Chu Wei is relying on her looks to seduce Duan Jingye and Su Jingchen. Let's teach her a lesson. Let her smell the inside of the restroom. The next class for class 9 is literature, right? Yesterday, she even cursed teacher Li, saying she was sick. This time, there's a good show to watch. As soon as the words were out, she continued smugly, "Class President Tong, did you hear that? You tell me, do I still need to apologize to them now?" As for Tong Qingyan, she looked at the 3 people behind her, scared out of her wits. They were still in a panic. Why did we just... As for her, she clenched her fists, turned, and walked away, her heart burning with rage. So they really did do it, and even admitted it in front of everyone. What the hell? Dang Man, seeing this from behind, was worried. But then she still said defiantly, "It was just a little joke in the restroom. You're being too serious." Can't you take a joke? Seeing them twist the truth, she frowned and shouted, "A joke is when both sides are laughing. That's a joke." The students in the class also voiced their agreement. Classmate Bai is right. One-sided fun is just bullying. That's right. Besides, this isn't the first time Dang Man has done something like this. Suddenly, a powerful voice boomed from behind. Who was it? Who tied a mop to the door of the girls' restroom? Hearing that voice, those present were stunned. A plump woman walked in, radiating a murderous aura. It's Director Huang, the director of grade 12. The people in the class whispered at this moment. I heard that Director Huang's stomach isn't good. She often has diarrhea. Could it be that she couldn't hold it in? That's highly likely. I remember that some of the restrooms are being repaired today. There was only one left, but it was locked by Dang Man. The more she heard, the more furious she became, shouting, "If no one dares to admit it, I'll go check the cameras." Don't blame me then. Hearing this, Dang Man's group thought in fear. Director Huang said the restroom is still locked? Then how did she get out? Oh my god, is this Bai Chuwei a demon? At this moment, she kindly turned back to look at them and reminded them, "Why don't you apologize and confess quickly? If you delay any longer, your consequences will be even more miserable." After hearing this, the three of them quickly bowed sincerely. "We're sorry." Director Huang, seeing the culprits, her anger flared as she scolded, "Dang Man, why is it you guys again? Before the evening self-study session tonight, submit a 3,000-word self-criticism essay to me. Not a single word can be missing." The people in front of her bowed their heads and quickly replied, "Yes, yes." Bai Chuwei, who had been watching the show from the side, her expression also turned gloomy as she asked the person sitting next to her, "This matter could be considered satisfactorily resolved. Don't you think so?" Inin. Bai Inin heard this and was terrified, her body trembling uncontrollably as she thought, "She knows everything. She definitely knows everything." This wasn't about teaching Dang Man and her group a lesson. It was about killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, to warn me. At the same time, the phone screen captured the moment she leaned on by Inin's desk. Tong Qingyan, outside, quickly took a picture, then thought while typing on her phone, "Aunt said that men all like gentle, sweet, and obedient girls. Just now, Bai Chuwei bullied her classmates like that. If Fourth Master knew about this." With that thought, she quickly sent a message to Duan Fan, "Fourth Master, I ran into a classmate Bai at school. It seems someone played a little joke on her, which made her angry. Angry classmate Bai is really scary. That classmate is so pitiful." After scolding Dang Man's group for a while, Director Huang came out. She looked at Bai Chuwei, patted her shoulder, and asked, "Which class are you in, student? Hurry back to class. The first period has already started." Hearing this, she looked over and silently sized up the teacher in front of her. This teacher is also a good person, and she sort of helped me out today. Then she smiled and handed over a small vial. "Director Huang, this is for you. When your stomach is upset, drink it directly. I'm heading back to class 9 for class now." After she left, the woman slowly opened the vial to take a look, then smiled gently. Honestly, already a 12th grade student and still acting like a child, carrying candy around to eat. Over here, as soon as she entered the classroom from the back door, she heard a scolding voice. "Poor academic performance, a hindrance, and now skipping class. You've got some nerve, haven't you?" Teacher Lee stood on the podium, her anger flaring as if she wanted to rush down to where she was. But at this moment, the person below just smiled and said, "Teacher Lee, I think my academic performance is very good. Besides, if I were skipping class, then you probably wouldn't see me appearing in class right now." Hearing this, the other person glared at her and shouted, "You." But before she could finish, Jingya, at this moment, also spoke up for her. "That's right, at most it's being late. Teacher Lee, Wei Wei just came to Hung Hua High School, so she might have gotten lost. That's why she was late." Saying that, he looked at Su Jingchun and signaled, "Jingchun, emergency rescue." It made him reluctantly raise his hand and speak up. "That's right, Teacher Lee. Classmate Bai Chuwei is a transfer student, so please give her some time to adapt." Seeing the two of them defending Bai Chuwei made the female students in the class look at her with resentment, silently cursing this fox spirit. Duan Jingya and Su Jingchen spoke up for her at the same time. Teacher Lee, at this moment, angrily took a test paper and handed it to her. "Fine. I hope classmate Bai Wei can take a good look at her literature test. If you get a score like this again next time, you're invited to leave the top student's class 9. Bai Chuwei took the paper, thinking to herself, "I wrote my literature test based on facts. How could the score be that low? A second later, her eyes widened as she looked at her paper, which was completely crossed out and even had the teacher's comment all wrong. Have you ever even studied literature? An elementary school student could answer better than you. At this moment, her body trembled with anger. Ugh, her deskmate saw this and, frightened, quickly comforted her. Wei Wei, look on the bright side. Your handwriting is actually very beautiful. Hearing these words made her mood even worse. She cracked her knuckles, looked at him, and said through gritted teeth, Duan Jingye, what you mean is the only thing decent about my entire literature test is the handwriting. Is that it? The murderous aura was darker than black and white. The boy quickly waved his hands. No, I wouldn't dare. But she ignored the person next to her and hurriedly opened the test to check. Humph. I like to see for myself. Just where did I go wrong? Question. Based on the scenery described in the entire poem, please analyze the author's thoughts at the time of writing. She faintly recalled the scene at that time. Actually, there really wasn't any deep meaning. Oldly that day was just drunk and wrote a few lines. Color. Next question. In Chapter 15 of the Mountain Moon Chronicle, at the banquet in the sky of the mountain and sea, the moon consort wore a long white outer dress with a white stone embroidered border. Please analyze why the author arranged for the moon consort to dress this way, and analyze the hidden meaning within. Bai So Vai, as the original author, honestly said, there's no special meaning. This name is common. I just wrote it casually to trick them into paying the manuscript fee. At the same time, the person next to her, speechless at her answers, was forced to speak up. Vivi, what kind of answers are these? How can you get any points? The standard answer to this question is clearly, the banquet in the sky of the mountain and sea is a climactic plot point in the book. The author used the literary method of foreshadowing. The moon consort dressing this way expressed her desolate mood. It also hints at her future fate. Hearing what Jingye described made her freeze. Then, he quickly handed over a book and continued. Vivi, the classic Mountain Moon Chronicle, is a famous text on the list for the graduation literature exam. You must study it carefully. If you learn the test-taking techniques, your grades will definitely improve. Holding the book, she could only bury her face on the desk, screaming internally. Ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. Why do I have to carefully study the unfinished novel? I wrote. Over here in the meeting room, Duan Fei Han spoke coolly. All right, everyone, that's all for today's meeting. You may all leave first. After speaking, he picked up the water bottle she gave him and took a drink. The people present stared in shock at the water bottle, at its cute pattern. They were frozen for a few seconds. Seeing that the people still hadn't left, he frowned and asked, Are you all not leaving yet? Immediately, they stood up awkwardly. Our apologies, we're leaving right away. The group dispersed, but they all shared the same thought. Why is CEO Duan using a cartoon water bottle? Today? Has he been possessed by someone? I'm so scared. But the person who caused the shock was calmly looking at his phone, smiling as he thought. There probably aren't any other urgent matters today. I can go buy medicine with her without any worries. As soon as he opened his messages, his eyes fell on a text from Tong Qingyan. Fourth Master, I ran into a classmate by at school. It seems someone was teasing her and made her angry. After reading it, Duan Fei Han frowned and thought, Tong Qingyan, what is she looking for me for again? Wait, this classmate by means her? Then his eyes filled with killing intent. He coolly typed out a reply. I know. Thank you for telling me. Over on her side, she was overjoyed upon receiving the message. She thought smugly to herself, this is great. The fourth master now knows you're a wicked woman who bullies her classmates. Classmate Bai, don't even think about pretending to be weak to capture the fourth master's heart anymore. The school bell rang. Jingye said helplessly to the person beside him, Vivi, you have to respect historical figures. But the constantly vibrating phone had already caught Bai So Vai's attention. She still replied slowly, I do respect them. We have a very good relationship. Just as she finished speaking, a call from Tang Monk's flesh popped up. She stared at the phone for a moment, bewildered, and wondered, Duan Fei Han, why is he looking for me so early in the morning? Then she quickly answered the call. Mr. Duan, why are you calling me at this very moment? Could it be that you're afraid I'll suddenly change my mind and not want to buy medicine with you anymore? Hearing this, he was startled and looked over in shock. Duan. At the same time, a deep, warm voice came from the phone. Miss Bai, I know everything that happened at your school today, whether it's about your studies or your life. If you need anything, I can help you. Hearing this, she froze, her brain spinning hard. What was he talking about? Could he be referring to the minor conflict between me and Dangman's group? Then she smiled teasingly. You're such a good person, Mr. Duan. So enthusiastic about helping others, aren't you? Thank you for your concern, but I've already handled the matter on my end. At this moment, Duan Feihan looked at the bottle she gave him, smiled, and replied, That's good then. Let's meet after school. The call ended. Bai So Vai's heart was filled with joy as she thought. The original boss before he turned evil is a polite and complete opposite, a soft gummy bear. Nice. But Jing Ye was bewildered, seemingly unable to believe what he had just heard. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. He actually took the initiative to care about someone else. Is this still my emotionally distant fourth uncle? A few hours later, Bai So Vai was sitting in the classroom, engrossed in her phone, when a familiar voice suddenly called out, Classmate Bai, I finally found you. Hearing her name called, she dazedly took off her earphones and looked up. At this moment, the students in the class began to whisper among themselves. Director Huang, the other person's face was dark and gloomy, which made the people around even more confused. Oh crap, what's going on? Is Director Huang raiding the self-study session? Bai So Vai is dead for sure. She's definitely going to get her earphones confiscated. At the same time, she dazedly wondered, out of the blue, why did she suddenly come looking for me? Let me do some calculations. Returning to a few hours earlier in the office, Teacher Li was holding the grade sheet, angrily scolding. This Bai So Vai's studies are already a mess, and her attitude is so arrogant. Director Huang, why don't you transfer her to another class? Don't let her drag down class 12 to 9. The person opposite her heard this and slowly spoke up in defense. She just transferred here. Give her some time to adapt. Cool me, cool me, cool me. This is the candy she gave me. Teacher Li, eat one to cool down. At this moment, she was furious and thought with contempt. She doesn't focus on her studies, only knows how to suck up to teachers with candy. However, she still put it in her mouth to eat. After eating it, her feelings immediately changed. This candy is actually really delicious. I feel like my stomach is much more comfortable and at ease after eating it. At this moment, a male teacher rushed over, took the candy jar with a look of bewilderment, and asked, Wait, Teacher Li, where did you get the thing in your hand? Hearing this, Teacher Li also frowned and asked dazedly, Teacher Zhao, what's wrong with this candy? Could it be from some famous brand? The other person hurriedly explained, The technique of this candy jar is the same as a lost refining technique from several hundred years ago. My God, I've only seen it in books. Hearing this, the people in the teacher's office immediately started chattering. No way. Is this a reproduction? The taste is also not like ordinary candy. It does have a distinct medicinal fragrance. Teacher Zhao hurriedly pulled out his phone, taking pictures as he spoke. Reproduction? No one understands this technique. It's impossible to reproduce. I have to take a picture and send it to my grandfather. He's an expert. He definitely won't be mistaken. At the same time, someone appeared at the door and asked softly, Hello, may I ask, is Director Huang here? I am Teacher Zhou Feng's wife. I came to help him organize some documents. The person inside heard this and said enthusiastically, So it's sister-in-law. How is Teacher Zhou Feng? Another male teacher quickly added, That's right, this illness probably takes several years to treat. If you have any difficulties, just let us know. Zhou Feng's wife heard this and just smiled in reply. No. My husband's illness is cured. After hearing these words, the two people opposite her were startled and shocked. Wasn't it terminal cancer? How did it get cured so quickly? The person opposite them heard this and also stammered. It was originally like that, but last night classmate Bai So Vai gave him acupuncture and also gave him some spirit medicine. After taking it, there was an immediate improvement. The doctors all said it was a medical miracle. Now, bewildered chatter rang out. First, she discovered Teacher Zhou's illness, and now she's even cured it. Could she be a divine doctor? At the same time, Director Huang suddenly recalled the image of Bai So Vai, feeling doubtful in her heart. Was that really medicine? I've been tormented by diarrhea for several years now. The doctors couldn't cure it either. If this medicine can cure it, then this is the greatest hope of my life. Thinking this, she quickly snatched the medicine jar back. But when she checked, she asked in a loud voice, Why are there only 3 pieces left? Hearing this, Teacher Li hesitated and replied, This I. But before she could finish, she was cut off by the person in front of her. Teacher Li, didn't I just give you one to try? Why did you eat them all? Are you that gluttonous? How can you eat so much medicine? Hearing this, she said embarrassedly, I'm sorry. Suddenly, a strange feeling appeared. She frowned and stammered, Wait a minute, why does my stomach suddenly hurt? It hurts. Then she rushed off. The restroom. Where's the restroom? She ignored the bewildered gazes of her colleagues. As for Director Huang, she sighed in frustration. I'll just have to shamelessly go find her. At this moment, Bai So-vi, who was doing her calculations, also understood everything. She thought to herself, so that's how it is. Li Guin is in for it this time. Anyone who isn't sick and takes it will suffer from vomiting and diarrhea. The person opposite her now spoke awkwardly. Student Bai, the candy you gave me this morning. Oh no, the medicine, is there any left? Before the other person could finish speaking, she pulled out a jar of medicine. She smiled and reminded, Director Huang, you have to keep it safe this time. The person opposite her heard this and nodded frantically. I'll keep it safe. Then she handed over a stack of papers. Oh right, this is the math material teacher Zhou Feng's wife brought. She asked me to give it to you, said that teacher Zhou worked on it for several days straight. Take it. Then she left, not forgetting to encourage. You have to study hard. She looked at the stack of papers on the desk. Her face contorted as she thought, I really don't need it. I don't like studying in the first place. The other students, after witnessing the whole thing, thought in bewilderment. Holy crap, what did Bai So-vi give Director Huang that made her so happy she forgot to confiscate her earphones? Are you kidding me? Is this really Demon Huang? At this moment, a male student angrily rushed to report. Director Huang, classmate Bai So-vi, was wearing earphones during self-study. Why didn't you confiscate them? Hearing this, the person opposite turned her head with a gloomy expression. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. And you too, hand over all your phones and game consoles now. Don't think I didn't see you just now. Being caught, those students cried out in dissatisfaction. Double standards. Why didn't you take Bai So-vi's? You're being too biased. At this moment, she also paid attention, then opened her phone and turned on the speaker. A voice came from inside, abandoned. Then she slowly explained, I'm practicing my listening. The dissatisfied people were now bewildered. Crap, what a strange way to practice listening. After a while, Jingye returned. He asked dazedly, Vivi, where did she go? Isn't she attending this self-study session? Bai So-vi packed up all her books, walked past him, and replied calmly, Silly, I have a date with your fourth uncle tonight. Of course I have to skip class. The silly boy's face turned pale upon hearing this. Fourth uncle, a date? But he didn't notice a pair of hostile eyes staring intently at his back. After school, as Bai So-vi was slowly walking out of the school gate, a voice called out from behind, Classmate Bai So-vi, please wait a moment. Hearing the call, she slowly turned her head and saw Su Jingshun running over. Seeing him, she said in surprise, Class President Su Jingshun, what's the matter? At this moment, he was panting, scratching his neck, and said shyly, Classmate Bai, is there something at school that you haven't been able to adapt to? Is that why you're not participating in the evening self-study? If you need anything, you can tell me. After hearing those words, she replied bluntly with a dazed face, It's not that I can't adapt. I want to go on a date. The answer left the person opposite her in complete shock. But seeing this, she continued playfully, Class President Su Jingshun, you're so concerned about me. Could it be that you like me? Hearing these words, the atmosphere around Su Jingshun immediately turned gloomy. He hurriedly waved his hands in protest. Classmate Bai, you've misunderstood. If you still have to go on a date, then I won't bother you anymore. He couldn't help but think to himself, although Bai So-vi is very beautiful, who would want to find a girlfriend who is so uncontrollable? The person opposite him also nodded in agreement. Makes sense. The future male lead belongs to the female lead, so he's not in love with anyone now. After thinking, Bai So-vi turned to leave, not forgetting to say, Class President Su, since you don't like me, then don't do things that cause misunderstandings. It's good to have a kind heart and help others, but be careful or it might backfire. Su Jingshun, standing behind her, was frozen by her words. He felt a heavy weight pressing down on him. Outside the gate, a black car was parked. When it saw the person coming out, it honked as a signal. Seeing this, she hurried over. The person I'm waiting for has arrived. Class President Su, goodbye. After saying that, she playfully stuck out her tongue to tease the other person Then she went straight to the passenger seat and sat down. Once settled, she looked at the driver and said, "Mr. Duan, thank you for coming to pick me up. Are you driving yourself today, too?" But the reply was Duan Fei Han's deeply scowling face. That action made the person next to her stare. "What are you looking at?" Suddenly, she accidentally witnessed a clash of gazes between the two young men. The gazes between Su Jingxin and Duan Fei Han looked like a great battle was about to erupt. Seeing this scene, she thought to herself, as expected of the villain and the male lead, they can't stand the sight of each other before anything has even started. The person next to her thought unhappily, "Who is that boy? Why is he so close to Bai So Vi?" Then he quickly changed the subject. "Let's go. We're going to the spiritual herb pharmacy to buy medicine." After arriving, Bai So Vi expertly asked the owner, "Owner, do you have any 100-year-old ginseng here? Sell me 10 caddies." These words left the other person dazed for a moment, thinking to himself, did I really run into a big spender this time? But even if this pair of lovebirds really has money, I don't have the goods. Then he rubbed his palms together and said awkwardly, "Young lady, it's not that we're not in business, but 100-year-old wild ginseng isn't a turnip. We don't have 10 caddies here. How about you and your boyfriend wait a bit? Let me contact all the spiritual herb pharmacy shops to gather it." Hearing this, Bai So Vi took out a piece of paper. "Since that's the case, take this list of medicinal herbs. Give me 10 caddies of each ingredient on this list." Seeing the person next to her looking at her dazedly again, he thought to himself, she didn't deny it at all when he said the word boyfriend. Then he smiled faintly with great interest. As for the person opposite him, his eyes were already swimming from medicinal herbs on the paper, his heart wailing incessantly. "Oh my God, this prescription is full of incredibly precious medicinal herbs. If I get them according to this list, it would cost 1 or 2 billion. Seeing the other person silent, Duan Fei Han finally spoke. "Just prepare it as she instructed. Money is not an issue." Hearing the assurance, he immediately said, "All right, I'll go prepare it right away. I wish you two 100 years of happiness, forever and ever." After saying that, he turned around and went inside to report, Everyone, prepare the medicine immediately. A big customer has arrived." Over here, she heard those words, and her face contorted as she thought, 100 years of happiness, forever and ever. The owner must have misunderstood. Actually, she didn't hear the word boyfriend just now. Then she looked over at the big shot next to her and praised. As expected of the future villain, his face shows no emotion even when he's misunderstood. The people at the spiritual herb pharmacy were busy preparing a pile of medicine. Everyone was in a frantic hurry. As for her, she sat inside watching the scene, leisurely taking a sip of tea before speaking to the person next to her. "Speaking of which, aren't you curious, Mr. Duan, about what medicine I prescribed, or why the medicine I prescribed is so expensive?" Duan Fei Han, while fiddling with the prayer beads in his hand, slowly replied, "Not curious. Miss Bai can spend my money however she wants." Hearing this, she suddenly leaned closer, her voice teasing, "Mr. Duan trusts me so much. Aren't you afraid I'll prescribe some random medicine and harm your father?" The other person's face flushed red. Their eyes met for a few seconds. Then he quickly turned away and replied coolly, "I trust you." Suddenly, an image of him as a teenager appeared in her mind. His face also flushed red as he said, "I want a hug. Let me hug you, big sis." This made her unable to resist evaluating him in her heart. Duan Fei Han has clearly grown up and become stable. So why is he still as clumsy as when he was a little bun? So adorable. Suddenly, Duan Fei Han called out, "Miss Bai, you." But before he could finish, he was cut off by the person next to him. "You don't need to call me Miss Bai anymore." Hearing these words made his heart thump. He couldn't stop fantasizing. Is she allowing me to call her Vivi like Jingye does? But the other person's next words turned him to stone. "Call me Big Sis from now on." After hearing this, his heart was in turmoil. "Big Sis, an 18-year-old girl is asking me, a 24-year-old adult, to call her Big Sis. Does that make any sense?" But Bai So Vi next to him didn't care, and instead felt a bit nostalgic in her heart. The chubby, fair-skinned kid used to call her that too. It's really nostalgic. While Duan Fei Han and Bai So Vi were face to face, the owner of the spiritual herb pharmacy rushed over in a panic, breaking the atmosphere. "I'm sorry to interrupt your lovey-dovey moment, but something has come up. The Sealy Chun, the prescription, is only in stock at the largest Lu Jishan pharmacy in the spiritual herb district, but they refuse to sell it." Hearing this, he frowned and asked back, "There's business to be done, but they won't do it. At the same time, someone pushed open the door from outside and entered, speaking in a triumphant voice by So Vi. This medicine is specifically not for sale to you. Deng Man entered from outside and slowly continued. Do you know why my Deng family, although not rich, is not to be trifled with by anyone in all of Honghua? Because my father is the disciple of the best medical master in China, Lu Zhan. Offending me is offending Master Lu, which is offending the entire medical world, and people can't avoid getting sick. Do you understand? Today you caused me to be punished with writing lines at school. Unless you cry and kneel to apologize, you absolutely have no chance of getting this Sealy Chun. Hearing this, she just let out a sarcastic laugh. Haha. I've lived for so long, and rarely has anyone dared to threaten me like you. Besides, who said I need that medicine? Then she turned to the person next to her and calmly introduced. This is Duan Jingye's fourth uncle, Mr. Duan Feihan. That Sealy Chun is to treat his father's illness. At this moment, his face wrinkled in displeasure. As for Deng Man, she panicked and thought to herself, I'm screwed. Fourth Master Duan is a famous figure in the business world, and I've accidentally gotten involved with him. Moreover, the actual situation was indeed like that. She immediately became submissive, forced a weak smile, and said that, Fourth Master Duan, what I said just now was all made up to scare by So Vi. Actually, the Sealy Chun can't be sold for another reason. At this point, she sighed. Her face turned pale, and she decided she should just tell the truth. Sealy Chun is too precious. My father and I can't make the decision. We need Master Lu's approval. Hearing this, So Vi raised an eyebrow. Master Lu, huh? If you hadn't mentioned him, I would have almost forgotten about him. He must have been having non-stop nightmares since last night, right? Hearing these words made Deng Man think in terror. It's true that Master Lu has been gloomy all day because of nightmares. But how could So Vi know? Without letting anyone refute, she calmly stood up and said, all right, let's go to the Lu family's pharmacy and see what this Lu Zhan is like. Duan Feihan next to her also stood up. He was even carrying her pink backpack. Then he couldn't help but ask curiously, Miss Bai, why is your school bag so light? Hearing this, the person opposite him replied nonchalantly, there's nothing in my bag except for the masterpiece that Duan Jingye fellow gave me. Of course it's light. Hearing this, a scent of jealousy seemed to emanate from him. He couldn't help but think only the book Jingye gave her. As for her, she looked at him dazedly and thought, why aren't we leaving yet? Over there, old Lu was lying on a bamboo chair, sunbathing, his expression extremely unpleasant. In his dream, his master was constantly chasing and scolding him. How dare you look down on the Grandmaster Ancestor? Today I'm taking you with me. Who allowed you to displease the Grandmaster Ancestor? He was terrified, crawling and wailing, Master, don't. I didn't know the Grandmaster Ancestor was a little girl. That's why I offended her. I've already been tied up for a day and a night. Please spare me. Suddenly, a loud voice from outside caught everyone's attention. So Vi, what are you doing? Master Lu is sleeping. You can't just barge in. Wait, CEO Duan, what are you doing with that basin of water? Are you crazy? That's Master Lu. As soon as the words fell, splash, a basin of water was thrown straight into old Lu's face. He shot up with a start and roared, Who splashed me? Hearing this, Deng Man immediately said fearfully, Master Lu, this has nothing to do with us. It was So Vi who told Fourth Master Duan to do it. Hearing that name made old Lu instantly freeze. Then he whipped his head around to look at the two people standing there. As for Deng Man, she was laughing secretly, waiting for him to tear So Vi to pieces. But the person who was mentioned was just casually fiddling with her hair. Just then, old Lu suddenly dropped to his knees. Grandmaster Ancestor, I was wrong. This disciple has eyes but failed to see Mount Tai. I have offended you. I was crazy. Please spare me. This left everyone present completely stunned. Hearing this, So Vi said calmly, all right, tonight I will let your master return. As for you, give me your confirmation now. Are you selling the Sealy Chun or not? Hearing this, he turned to Deng Man in a panic and questioned, selling or not selling what? She frantically replied, it's So Vi who wants to buy Sealy Chun, and she's asking for 10 caddies. Do you think we should sell it? Old Lu immediately roared. Sell? What sell? This made Dang Man almost think he had really gone mad. But unexpectedly, right after that, he knelt down. He took Bai So Vai's hand and said with utmost respect, "Something the Grandmaster Ancestor needs. How would a disciple dare to sell? However much you want, I will gift it to you." Hearing this left the person behind them just standing there, frozen. Huh. As for her, she just nodded slightly and instructed, "All right, you go prepare the goods. Also, tell the other pharmacies to gather everything and bring it to Lu Jishan later." He immediately nodded and replied, "Yes, little Lu will go right away." Grandmaster Ancestor can just wait at the door. It was late at night, but the Lu family's pharmacy was still brightly lit, busy gathering medicinal herbs. Bai So Vai and Duan Fei Han walked over. She glanced around and said, "The Sealy Chun is free of charge, but the other pharmacies have to be paid. I've considered it, and it's not too expensive, only about 300 million. Hearing this, the person next to her looked over and asked, "Miss Bai, this medicine isn't actually for my father, is it?" But she didn't answer the main point and asked back, "Didn't I tell you to call me Big Sis? Are you unwilling?" Hearing this, he fell silent. Seeing this, she stopped joking and said seriously, all right, I won't tease you anymore. That medicine is indeed for me, but how did you guess?" Before she finished her sentence, Duan Fei Han had moved closer, the distance between them now only a hand's breadth, and said slowly, "So Vi, there's a very faint medicinal scent on you." This startled her, and she stepped back, her eyes wide. She then gave a forced laugh and said, "Mr. Duan is very smart. I have indeed tricked you out of a considerable sum, betraying your trust. So, what do you plan to do next?" Hearing this, Duan Fei Han just chuckled and replied, "Have you forgotten, Miss Bai? You can spend my money however you want. Also, compared to calling you Big Sis, I still prefer to call you So Vi. As for you, you can also call me by my name directly." After hearing this, Bai So Vi was slightly surprised. Her eyes widened slightly as she looked at Duan Fei Han, as if wanting to confirm what she had just heard one more time. "Call you by your name." Well then, she paused for a moment as if considering, then slowly took 2 steps forward, leaning her body slightly. The corners of her lips curved into a wicked smile. She moved closer and called out ambiguously, "Han Han." The gentle sound brushed past his ear, surprising the person opposite her. He didn't expect her to be so bold, daring to tease him so directly. His face turned red bit by bit, not out of anger but out of embarrassment. He thought in a panic, Han, why does this nickname sound like you're calling a child under 5? His heart skipped a beat, feeling both flustered and unsure how to react. But a forgotten memory slowly resurfaced as if from a great distance. A faint figure, a gentle and caring woman calling his name with that very sound. Wait, speaking of which, it seems someone had also called him that 20 years ago. That sweet sound called out, Han Han. In that memory were sunny afternoons and a soft embrace holding him. Duan Fei's eyes narrowed in suspicion now. It's just that after so many years, he could no longer remember her face. The figure faded and then vanished, making one hold on to it even more, but to no avail. Seeing the person opposite her in a daze, unresponsive, she snapped her fingers in front of his face, calling out repeatedly, Han Han, what are you thinking about?" The sound pulled his mind back to reality, and he snapped out of it. A little embarrassed, he glanced away and said softly, "Nothing. I was just thinking, Miss Bai, your medical skills are so superb. Why are you still in pain from an illness?" As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Chu Wei crossed her arms and looked away, a pained smile no one could see forming on her face. And she spoke in a low voice. "After my sworn brother died, saving me, I fell into this psychological illness. It's incurable. I can only rely on some spiritual medicine to alleviate the pain." The simple words made one's heart clench. Who would have thought that the Grandmaster of Medicine in all of Huaxia couldn't even cure herself? As she spoke, she clasped her hands behind her back and took a few steps, her back straight, her silent figure seeming detached from the world. After a moment, she looked back. Her eyes were as clear as the autumn wind. "But luckily, I've met you now." The moment he saw that smile, Duan Fei felt as if he'd been electrocuted. His heart pounded as if he had just run up a steep slope, and his cheeks flushed red. He thought to himself, what does she mean by that? Why does it sound like a confession? A grown man like me is being teased by a high school girl to the point of a red face and a racing heart. Meanwhile, the person opposite him was delighted to see that expression. She told herself inwardly, although this Tang monk's flesh can't be eaten, keeping it around for some spiritual energy is also very good. After a long moment, he coughed lightly, trying to regain his serious demeanor. Then he said, "Right, Chu Wei, what is your condition for agreeing to treat my father?" Halfway through his sentence, the person in front of him lunged forward. Her hand, quick as lightning, grabbed his, her voice enthusiastic as if preparing for some game. "Of course it's hug me." After saying that, she placed a hand on her own cheek, her eyes sparkling like a child asking for candy. This action made his emotions erupt, his face turning red all the way to his ears. He asked in a questioning tone, as if trying to recheck the logic, "Are you 18, an adult yet?" Hearing this, her expression twisted as she asked back, "Of course I'm an adult. But what does this have to do with age?" Inwardly, she was screaming, "I've lived for 5,000 years, okay?" As for the person in front of her, he swallowed hard upon hearing that. His mind was a tangled mess as he slowly advised, "If you're already an adult, you're still a high school student. You should prioritize your studies now." Hearing this, Bai Chui's face darkened, and she frowned and snapped, "I don't need others to teach me what to do. In short, are you going to hug me or not?" Duan Fan didn't expect the person in front of him to react so strongly. He was stunned for a moment, then shyly turned his face away, his lips moving as if in compromise. "Fine, then get in the car." The car rolled down the street, streetlights casting flickering light through the window onto the steering wheel. After a while, he stopped. Chu Wei looked around, then pointed at some suggestive advertisements dangling ahead. Her face flushed as she stammered, "Mister, what did you bring me to a place like this for?" The person beside her heard this and replied nonchalantly, "Didn't you tell me to hug you?" At this moment, an image not suitable for children appeared. That was the hug Duan Fan understood. Seeing that he had misunderstood, Bai Chui's face turned red with anger. She patted his shoulder like she was beating a drum. Han, you're only 24. Why are your thoughts so complicated? The hug I was talking about is just a simple hug." After hearing this, he really wanted to find a hole to crawl into, but the person behind him felt like teasing. "But it seems your feelings for your father are really deep. You even thought of repaying with your body." But before she could finish her sentence, he pulled her into a tight hug. His large arms held her in a real embrace, sudden and full of sincerity. Nestled in Duan Fan's arms, it was unclear if it was because he was too warm or if Bai Chui's heart was heating up, but her whole face flushed red. He exuded a very pleasant scent, making her greedily inhale it over and over. She couldn't help but exclaim, "You smell so good." She thought incessantly, worthy of being pure, spiritual energy. After living for 5,000 years, this is the first time I've encountered such a treasure. Like this. Meanwhile, the person opposite her was bewildered, thinking incessantly, "You're so charming. The roles, have they been reversed?" Suddenly, a phone call shattered the ambiguous atmosphere. He hurriedly answered the phone. "Hello." The person on the other end quickly reported, "Mr. Duan, all the medicinal herbs you bought are on the truck. May I ask if they should be delivered directly to the Duan family's old residence?" After hearing this, she quickly interjected, "Han, no, those medicinal herbs must be delivered to the Bai family in Haoqing. I'll send you the specific address later." "What? This is the medicine your father has to take. I spent 300 yuan to prepare it." With that, she stuffed the medicine into his hands, then continued leisurely, "Next, I will send Lu Zhen over to perform acupuncture and prepare a medicinal bath for your father. With both methods combined, the stomach cancer can be treated at its root. Blah blah." After hearing those words, his eyes widened in astonishment as he thought to himself, "Such a sincere arrangement? 300 million exchanged for 300 yuan worth of medicine, and this medicine is used to treat stomach cancer. If either of these two things got out, I'm afraid it would shock the entire world." At the Duan residence, a few hours later, the smell of bitter medicine filled the room. A sob was heard from inside. "Boo-hoo!" Old Master Duan grimaced and said, This medicine is too bitter. I've never drunk anything this bitter in my entire life." Seeing this scene, Duan Fan immediately texted her, "Chu Wei, does the medicine have to be fed spoon by spoon? That medicine seems very bitter. My father is in extreme agony when he drinks it." After reading the message, Bai Chu Wei revealed a dark smile. The corners of her lips curled up in extreme delight as she thought, "Ho ho, of course it has to be fed spoon by spoon. Otherwise, how could it be worthy of the formula I so carefully selected? Ha ha ha, I really hold a grudge." Outside, Duan Jingye excitedly looked at the person behind him, his eyes shining as if he had unlocked a new secret. His excited voice rang out, "I can't believe Vivi's medicine is so effective. After drinking it, Grandpa can start to talk." Again, the young man jumped around a few steps as if to let out all his joy, then suddenly patted Duan Fan's shoulder hard, continuing to boast. "That's right, fourth uncle. Did you see the look on those traditional Chinese medicine doctors' faces when they kept the dregs to study? It was so funny." Then, without waiting for a reaction, he immediately got into character, reenacting the scene like a small play, mimicking what he saw. "What? Falingzi, used with Kikan. Ancient texts say that the combination of these two herbs is extremely good for nourishing the stomach. The person who prescribed this medicine is truly a genius. This medicine contains many conflicting herbs, but there are others that neutralize the toxicity, producing a miraculous effect." His voice was mockingly formal, trying to sound like the doctor's then, making the person standing nearby burst out laughing. Afterward, he turned, shrugged, and clicked his tongue. If they knew the prescription was written by a high school student, they would surely be scared to death. The person behind him heard this and just silently watched the back of the gleeful young man, a look of both amusement and resignation in his eyes. Suddenly, a shout came from a nearby room. The sound echoed down the hallway. "What? Afraid that the old master might have a mishap? The grand wedding has to be stopped due to a bunch of troubles? These excuses. I can clearly see that woman by Chu is still in your heart." The sharp, indignant voice echoed, making the atmosphere heavy. The two in the hallway heard the questioning words. Duan Jingye, who had been smiling, now fell silent, his face changing slightly. Then he glanced at the person beside him, both flustered and worried. "Fourth uncle, just now third uncle said that Grandpa's condition isn't good, so he wants to postpone the wedding. That's why this Annie Tong is arguing back and forth." Duan Fan said nothing, but his eyes grew a few shades colder. He carefully adjusted his tie. The movement was not fast, but it was forceful. Then, without hesitation, he pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing Duan Fan's action, Jingye, standing behind, almost had his jaw drop. He thought in alarm, "What's the situation? Fourth uncle is actually taking the initiative to see third uncle. Don't they always avoid seeing each other?" In the room, an elderly woman was hugging a crying Tong Yunru while scolding the man opposite them. "Xiuqi, Yunru has waited painfully for you for 20 years. You have to be considerate of her." But Duan Xiuqi just casually rubbed the back of his neck, looking extremely indifferent. "Humph, if her father hadn't used his death to force me, there wouldn't even be this wedding." His words made the sobbing Tong Yunru even more heartbroken. Her shoulders trembled, her hands clenched the hem of her clothes, tears falling onto her palms. Suddenly, another voice spoke up. "Third brother and sister-in-law can proceed with the wedding." That voice clearly belonged to Duan Fan. Hearing these words, Tong Yunru's face lit up with joy, a faint glimmer of hope in her eyes. And Duan Fan walked in from outside. His eyes were bright, his face showing unconcealed pride. "After taking the medicine, Dad's illness has already improved quite a bit. There's no need to postpone anything." His words were like adding fuel to the fire. The person opposite him scowled. He seethed inwardly. "Duan Fan, it's you again. If you hadn't interfered back then, Chu and I would have been married long ago. I will never forgive you for my entire life." A flash of venomous hatred crossed his eyes that no one noticed. On the other side, Tong Yunru buried her face in the elderly woman's embrace, sobbing as she thought to herself, "As expected, I had to force this wedding. I'm not in Xiuqi's heart at all. He doesn't want to marry me at all. But so what? As long as I act before Bai Chu, hold the wedding before that bitch returns, Xiuqi will belong only to me." Night gradually fell, the faint moonlight filtering through the leaves, shining on the villa's courtyard outside the main building. Other people were busy moving medicinal herbs, crate after crate, bag after bag, being moved to the storage room. They were dotted with sweat, but everyone was as careful as if they were moving treasure. Suddenly, someone spoke up to report. Miss Chu Wei, all the items you ordered have been brought to the storage room. Hearing this, Bai Chu Wei came out, her voice gentle. Thank you. It's been really hard on everyone. Her eyes glanced over each person, her hand giving a slight nod to show her satisfaction. Suddenly, a maid appeared from behind. Her face showed clear dislike as she asked, Miss Chu Wei, what are you still doing so late at night? Turning her head to look at the person behind her, she saw it was Annie Chun. She had her arms crossed, her eyes showing contempt, and she continued to say sarcastically with a frown, the Bai family is a prestigious family. Don't think that just because the old master likes the clean vegetables you grow, you can bring all these cheap things into the house. Hearing this, the person opposite her just replied calmly, a maid should do a maid's job. The master's business is not for you to comment on, unless Annie Chun thinks she is also a master of the house. Her words were light, but they sent a chill down the listener's spine. Annie Chun's face turned pale with fear. Realizing she had been too obvious, she quickly bowed her head to apologize. I wouldn't dare, I spoke out of turn. But inwardly, she couldn't help but shudder and think, what's going on? This child has only been here for a few days, but it's as if she already understands me completely. Facing the young girl's gloomy face, she felt as if she was being seen right through. Bai Chu Wei gave a cold smile, her eyes carrying a hint of mockery. All right, there's nothing else for you here. You may leave. Her voice was clearly not loud, but it made others not dare to disobey. But her secrets were easily discovered by her. Truly a person who is not a challenge at all. If I remember correctly, this Annie Chun is the mistress that my good-for-nothing adoptive father, Bai Huang Wang, is keeping in the house. The system told me to take revenge on those who bullied the original owner, and that includes the pair of adoptive parents. Thinking of this, Bai Chu Wei secretly plotted. Adoptive father Bai Huang Wang is promiscuous and cowardly. Adoptive mother Lu Man has a strong personality and is openly jealous. If Lu Man finds out her husband is fooling around with the maid behind her back, this drama will be interesting. As she thought, she watched the figure that was frantically running away. A gleeful smile bloomed in her heart. This Annie Chun is truly a good pawn. Snowball, at her side, saw Bai Chu Wei's sinister smile and couldn't help but tremble. Its voice warped. Ancestor, please don't smile like that. I'm scared. Only then did she regain her usual calm demeanor. She slowly took out her hair tie and put her hair up again. Cut the nonsense. Have you sent the letter to the Tong family today? Hearing the question, it quickly reported. Sent, of course it was sent, you once said. One step a day to turn debt into desire. As it spoke, it twisted and flew in circles like a fan dancer. Back to 2 hours ago, at the Tong residence, an elderly man stood beside Tong Yunru, his eyes full of worry. He hesitated and asked, Miss Yunru, is it worth it to put so much effort in for Mr. Duan? She, on the contrary, angrily and impatiently snapped. Of course it's worth it. Uncle Lee, don't ask such stupid questions again. Otherwise, even if you are my mother's longest-serving driver, I won't let you off. At the same time, a small figure ran out, startling her. She frowned and asked, Qingyan, what are you doing up here? Tong Qingyan, while opening the door, stammered fearfully. Auntie then held out a bill and continued. That Bai Chu sent another debt collection letter. Hearing this, the person opposite her shouted in anger. What did you say? It was clearly just Grandma sponsoring a poor student, yet she's fighting with me over a man and extorting our Tong family. Who on earth gave her that courage? As she spoke, she crumpled the bill that had just been delivered. At the same time, Uncle Lee behind her boldly spoke up. Bai Chu, Miss Yunru, Miss Qingyan, are you talking about the 30 million that the old madam needs to transfer to Bai Chu every year? Why do I remember the old madam said that transferring money to Miss Bai Chu was not for support, but to thank her? But Tong Yunru turned and snapped. My mother is a strong woman who built her career from the ground up. Why would you need to thank a girl like her? Uncle Lee, you're old and confused, aren't you? Don't bother coming to work from tomorrow. With that, she stepped inside and slammed the door shut. From inside, Tong Yunru's voice could still be heard giving instructions. Qingyan, go ask the person who delivered the letter if they can find any clues about Bai Chu. I will definitely find an opportunity to teach her a lesson. Outside, Uncle Lee raised his hand as if to call out, but could not. He helplessly lowered his hand and thought to himself, Old madam, It seems this Tong family, I can no longer protect it for you. Over here, Bai Chu Wei had just stepped out of the bathroom, her long hair still damp with steam, swaying gently with each leisurely step. She sighed with emotion. What a refreshing scent. My whole body feels light, as if I've shed all worldly dust. Duan Feyan is not only generous in his work, but also handsome. I will definitely take good care of his father. As she spoke, she recalled the scene of him brandishing his bank card with such flair, swiped freely. That image kept replaying in her mind, making her smile. Then she quickly climbed into bed, flinging the blanket open as if conquering territory. Suddenly, Snowball at her side asked, "Ancestor, are you going to sleep?" Hearing the question, she glanced over, her eyes indifferent, and slowly replied, "Yes, I want to enter the dreamscape to find Lu Jun. I'll ask him to go to the Duan residence to check on the situation for me. I must give him the most painful, most unbearable acupuncture technique among the 13 spiritual path needles." After saying that, she gave a sinister smile. Her eyes gleamed as if she was about to do something bad, yet she was extremely expectant. In the heart of the city, streams of spiritual energy gradually gathered in one place. The air was hazy, as if rippling. Then a figure appeared outside a tall building. From behind, a voice of endless gratitude was heard. "Thank you, Ancestor, for teaching me the acupuncture technique. This disciple will definitely study diligently and will absolutely not disappoint your expectations." The vow echoed in the wind as if carved into the air. After a while of imparting the technique, she landed on the ground and stretched wearily. Phew, I've finally taken care of the main business. What should I do next? Suddenly, Bai Chu Wei remembered. That's right, maybe I should go take a look at Duan Feyan's dream? Her eyes sparkled, her curiosity as plain as a child who had found new toy. With that, she immediately created a formation. Her hands continuously drew a circle of spiritual energy in the air while she muttered, "He's still so young, yet his mind is so complicated. It actually makes me want to see what he usually dreams about." As soon as she finished speaking, she plunged into Duan Feyan's dream, but bang, a strong force threw her out. Her head spun as if she were being tumbled in a washing machine. Her face pale, she covered her face in thought and confusion. Truly worthy of being a Tang monk's body. Even his dreamscape is unlike that of an ordinary person. It could actually block me, the ancestor. But the more it's like this, the more I want to go in and see what it's like. She then pulled out a pile of tools, a small knife, a hammer. Her eyes shone brightly as if she had met a worthy opponent. "You have captured the attention of me, your ancestor. Watch how I break this formation." After a struggle, she finally broke the seal. The barrier cracked, with continuous clicking sounds. At this point, she said with satisfaction, "It took quite a bit of effort, but I'm finally in. The journey to explore Duan Feyan's dreamscape officially begins." Go, go, go. As soon as she entered the dreamscape, she heard continuous thunderclaps, white light flashing as if to tear the night apart. Before her appeared an old villa engulfed by lightning. The surrounding trees were broken and fallen. The scene was like the apocalypse. She was shocked and thought to herself, "It seems this is not a beautiful dream." Inside, a young boy was sitting and reading a book attentively in a room. The flickering candlelight cast his small shadow on the wall. It seemed the ferocious sounds outside did not affect him at all. Upon seeing him, Bai Chu Wei cupped her cheeks and couldn't stop exclaiming, "Oh, it's Duan Feyan at 4 years old, so tiny, cold, arrogant, yet adorable." Suddenly, a voice called from outside, "Han Han, Han Han." He quickly put down the book he was reading, his eyes shining with joy, and he replied cheerfully, "Mom, I'm coming." Seeing the joyful face of the person who had just run past, she guessed blankly. It seems this story is developing quite warmly. But why does the scene make me feel a little uneasy? Thinking this, she quickly followed behind him. At this moment, he pushed open the door, calling out loudly, "Mom." The woman stood leaning against the railing, silently looking at Duan Feyan without saying anything. She slowly raised her head. Her eyes were pained as if carrying 1,000 wounds. Finally, without hesitation, she leaned over the railing and fell freely. Feyan rushed forward, but his small and short arms. How could they hold onto an adult who intentionally fell? He could only call out in despair, "Mom!" Below, the scene was horrifying. Bai Chu Wei stood frozen, watching, a pang in her heart. At the same time, she suddenly remembered. That's right, I remember now. When describing the final boss Duan Fein in the book, it was mentioned that since childhood, he was plagued by nightmares of the day his mother committed suicide. Over here, he was frozen to the spot, his eyes wide open. His whole body trembled, the pain so intense it was suffocating. Bai Chuwei quickly opened her arms and hugged him. Her hands squeezed gently, as if to transfer some warmth. She softly comforted, Han Han, I understand the feeling of a nightmare. Then she held his hand tightly and continued gently. The memories you want to forget keep replaying in your dreams, constantly cutting into your heart. But all of this is just a dream. So wake up now. As soon as her words fell at the Duan residence, Duan Fein also woke up abruptly from the nightmare. He rubbed his forehead, his breath still ragged, his forehead covered in sweat, thinking to himself, did I have a nightmare again? I've been having this despairing nightmare for nearly 20 years. But this time, it seems someone else's presence made things different. But still, how could I dream about Chu Wei? In a certain building, a person was sleepy, their hair messy. The blanket was still half wrapped around them as they lazily answered the phone. Fourth Master, calling me this late. Did you have a nightmare again? This person was Li Lu, Duan Fein's personal psychologist. He rubbed his eyes, yawned, then slowly asked, do you need me to come over to your place right away? The person on the other end of the line quickly replied, no need to come over, I'm fine. I want to ask you something. I just dreamed of a woman hugging me. What does that mean? Hearing these words made Li Lu jolt awake, sitting up as if electrocuted. He tried to remain calm and replied, Fourth Master must have heard the saying, what you think about during the day, you dream about at night, right? It's possible this dream is a reflection of a thought hidden deep in your heart. But inwardly, he was screaming, what the hell? Fourth Master of the Duan family is asking me to interpret his dream. It's a wet dream at that. But the answer did not satisfy the person on the other end. Dr. Li, I feel like perhaps you want to receive your last month's salary. His voice was so cold it made the phone tremble. Without letting Dr. Li explain, he quickly hung up, then held his forehead and thought to himself, could it be that in my subconscious, I really have some feelings for my nephew's deskmate? The next day, Bai Chuwei went to school as usual. As soon as she arrived, she was called to the teacher's office, her eyes slightly bewildered. Upon arriving, she asked the person in front of her blankly, Ms. Li, why did you call me over so early in the morning? Her innocent voice and naive expression seemed to unintentionally add fuel to the anger of the middle-aged teacher in front of her. After hearing these words, she was so angry she was speechless, her eyes wide. Her hands trembled with anger, but she was cursing inwardly. She still has the nerve to ask. Her grades are already poor, and she doesn't even do her homework. When it's time for the college entrance exams, this girl will definitely drag down the average score, affecting my school bonus. Thinking this, she couldn't hold it in anymore. She slammed the table and shouted, Bai Chuwei, it's one thing to skip the evening self-study session last night, but why didn't you turn in your homework today? Her tone was as sharp as a knife. Hearing this, she replied innocently, I didn't want to do it, so I didn't do it. Of course I couldn't turn it in. Her words were as light as a floating cloud, but they had the destructive power of a bomb dropped in the middle of the teacher's office. Mizzy almost choked on the spot. As for her, she thought to herself, to be honest, if it weren't for following the original plot, I wouldn't even want to come to school. At this moment, a student carrying a stack of notebooks came and placed them on Ms. Li's desk. A serious voice cut through the tense atmosphere. This is the Chinese homework for our 11th grade class. Everyone has turned it in. Suddenly, Tong Qingyan glanced at her. Her lips curled into a mocking smile. Classmate, I didn't do her homework. Is it because you just transferred here and aren't used to it, so you don't know how to do it? Hearing this, she secretly guessed, I still feel like the female lead is targeting me a bit. Then she quickly put on a bright smile and replied, Classmate Tong's hearing doesn't seem to be very good, does it? I just said that I didn't want to do it. Her tone carried a lazy but confident mockery, causing the entire teacher's office to freeze. Seeing her attitude, Ms. Li became even more dissatisfied. She slammed the table again, shouting louder. Bai Chuwei, what kind of attitude is that toward Xingyan? Be honest, was it because you were playing games or watching videos that you didn't do your homework? But this time she chose to remain silent, her gaze unwavering, which made the person opposite her even more uncomfortable. The woman took the opportunity to continue. I knew it. You underachieving students could learn from Con Nan. She live streams and makes videos, but can still get into the class's top 10. Hearing those words of praise, Bai So Vi clasped her hands slightly and said softly, I don't play games, nor do I watch videos. As for the class's top 10, if I wanted to, I could test into it too. Her words were as light as the wind, but made Teacher Lai want to explode with anger. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, so what exactly were you doing last night? If you can't give me a reason why, then go write a 3,000-word self-criticism essay. Before she could finish her sentence, a deep and steady voice cut in. She was with me last night. The sound from the classroom door made everyone turn to look in unison. Everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment as they looked at the person who had just entered. Teacher Lai couldn't hide her confusion, stammering in surprise, CEO Duan. Duan Fai Han walked over, his eyes calm, but his voice full of presence. Politely continuing, hello, student Bai had an appointment with me last night, which caused her to miss her studies. I hope you won't punish her for it. His tone was polite, but carried an undeniable pressure, making it impossible for others to refute. Seeing that the newcomer was both powerful and wealthy, Teacher Lai fearfully waved her hands in a hurry. CEO Duan is right. How could we possibly punish student Bai? Her mouth spoke, but her heart trembled, her eyes still not daring to look directly at him. Hearing those fawning words made her inwardly praise. This Lai Gwyn is quite good at sailing with the wind. Then she spoke up. Are you done talking? Then I'll be heading back. Without waiting for her permission, at the same time, when Dong Kan Nan saw him, her face flushed red with shyness. Her eyes flickered as she gathered the courage to greet him forth. Master. However, he paid her no mind, his eyes fixed solely on the back of little Bai. So Vi. Miss Bai, wait for me. His words made the people behind him gasp, their eyes all focused on the two of them. Seeing that scene made her feel a pang in her heart. Fourth Master, why are your eyes only on Bai? So Vi now. I'm clearly the one who knew you first. Outside in the hallway, she turned cheerfully to the person walking beside her, her face showing a sly expression. Han, what gave you the time to come to my school? Hearing these words made Duan Fai Han's face twist as he thought to himself, she's still a student. Then he handed a book to her and said, I was on my way to the company and happened to pass by your school. I remembered I had something I could give you. This is the Mountain Moon Chronicles, the hard copy, more detailed than the one Duan Tinda gave you. I hope it will be useful for your studies. Hearing this, she smiled faintly, a sudden warmth spreading in her heart. He had a terrible nightmare all night, yet he still wanted to come to school to help me out of a jam and even bring me a book. Then she smiled brightly and said, Han, you don't need to worry. I don't come to school for my studies. Hearing this, the other person frowned, his eyes questioning her seriously, not to study. Then for what? Hearing the question, she propped her finger on her cheek, thinking innocently for a moment before replying. Probably for the people. As she said this, she thought to herself, for Hua, Tin then, for Dong Kan Nan, for following the original plot. But Bai So Vi opened her eyes wide with innocence, as the person opposite her, with a face full of murderous intent, reminded her, you are still a high school student right now. You should put your studies first and not be distracted by romance. Seeing that he had misunderstood, she used her hand to lift Duan Fai Han's face, teasing, Han, it seems you're not qualified to say such things, are you? Weren't you the one who wanted to take me to get a room last night? Hearing this, he froze, panic evident in his blushing face. But with someone as persistent as her, she was determined to press on. Ooh, embarrassed again? While he thought helplessly, if she smiles at me like that again, I really won't be able to control myself. Then he gritted his teeth. He moved closer, placed a hand on Bai So Vi's shoulder, and said, others can't, but I can. After saying this, he immediately turned his face away to hide his embarrassment. His voice grew softer, but was still clear. You are very smart. I hope you can seize your future. Prepare well for the college entrance exam, just like Duan Tinda. Tinda was very lax in 11th and 12th grade, but now he has changed a lot to prepare for the college entrance exam, even giving up basketball, which he loves the most. Suddenly, the person behind him asked, but what if he dies? Hearing this, his face suddenly hardened, his sharp eyes looking at her with confusion. What do you mean? At this moment, she also became serious. Her eyes lowered as she asked cryptically, what if I said someone wants to kill him before the college entrance exam? Hearing this, the person opposite her clenched his hands into fists. A spark of anger flared in his eyes, and he frowned, replying firmly, if he dies, I will definitely fight to the death with the one who killed him. Bai So Vi was quite surprised by the answer from the person in front of her, thinking to herself, I didn't expect the great villain Duan Fai Han to show such an affectionate side. Wait a minute, I remember in the the original work. One of the main reasons for Duan Phi Han's descent into darkness was learning the truth about Duan Tin Da's death. But Duan Phi Han, seeing her so pensive, felt a little flustered inside. Why is she reacting like this? Did I scare her? After a moment of thought, he nervously rubbed his wrist. After a moment, he placed his hand on her head and gently stroked it, his gentle eyes looking at the person opposite him as he advised, "Study well, don't let male classmates distract you, love, future. Outside of school, there are better men." Hearing these words left her truly speechless. She wasn't concerned about those things. After speaking, he turned to leave, not forgetting to say, "I'm heading back first today. See you next time." She watched his retreating back and held her head, screaming incessantly in her mind. What on earth is the future great villain thinking? I don't want to be in a relationship. At this moment, she returned to the classroom, and as soon as she reached the door, she heard a voice. "Tin Nan, if you're not studying this weekend, can you come to my house? There are a few things I don't understand. My dad told me to ask you for guidance." Duan Tin Da hugged Hua Tin Nan, constantly rubbing against him and acting cute. He forced a smile and replied, "All right." But the person at the door saw this scene, and her face darkened as she thought, "What? This idiot is clinging to Tin Nan again?" Heaven knows. According to the plot's progression, once his grandfather gets better next week, it'll be his turn to get his lunchbox. Wait, my mission is to take revenge on everyone who bullied the original owner and prevent the male lead from returning to the Duan family. Activating my golden finger also counts as a form of revenge, right? Let me see. If Duan Tin Da doesn't die, how will this illegitimate son Tin Nan enter the Duan family? She was plotting in her head, but her eyes, filled with murderous intent, were fixed on the two people opposite her. This left the other person bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Then, Bai So Vi returned to her desk. As soon as she sat down, Tin Da came over and asked softly, "Vi, you were acting strange towards Tin Nan just now. What happened?" Hearing the question, she put on a mysterious and frightening expression. "Nothing. I just saw that your Eentang is dark, covered by black clouds. You'll probably have a bloody disaster soon. If you don't want to die, stay away from Hua Tin Nan." Hearing these words, the boy was frightened and hurriedly shook her, protesting vehemently. Vi, what did you just say? A bloody disaster? This is a scientific society. There's no such superstitious stuff. Recite with me. Prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony, freedom, happiness, equality. But the person in front of him remained stiff. She said faintly, "Oh, this kid is really lively." Then she pushed his hand away and continued slowly. These things are not superstitions. In ancient times, although spiritual energy is weak now, there are actually still cultivators. Hua Country even has a non-natural management bureau. Seeing her still talking about strange things, Tin Da was frightened and hurriedly grabbed her hand to persuade her. Vi, this is all nonsense. The exam is coming up. You should read fewer of those novels." Hearing this, she sighed helplessly, her hand on her forehead as she thought to herself, "It seems my warning can't save this idiot. I'll have to think of another way." Suddenly at this moment, another voice interjected. That is what student Bai just said. I believe it." The one who just spoke was a short-haired female student, but he put his hands on his hips and frowned at the other person, questioning, "Tiske, another one. Do you believe in tarot or astrology?" That female student then stammered in fear. "I believe in student Bai So Vi." At this moment, the person behind her came closer and asked, "You're a student from 11th grade, right? Are you here to see me for a consultation?" As she spoke, she casually stroked the person's hair. That action made the other person reply shyly, I'm in Wyan from 11th grade. It's so nice that student Bai remembers me." But that scene made the remaining person think in shock. Is that even possible? Two female students can be so touchy-feely like that. Suddenly, another voice cut in from behind. Just because she got lucky and correctly guessed teacher Chu's illness, she thinks she's a divine doctor? It takes at least 10 years to train a doctor. Does she think studying medicine is that easy? The female student who had just approached frowned at her with contempt, but Bai So Vi didn't bother to argue and instead diagnosed her. "Gao Sao, instead of wasting energy being resentful of me, you should go get your bones checked. Your shoulder hurts, doesn't it?" Hearing this, the other person was surprised, clutching her shoulder and shouting with a frown, How did you know? But she chose to ignore her, turning to Tinhuayan with concern. Tinhuayan, your illness is palace cold with irregular menstruation. Many female students have this problem, but your condition is very serious, and taking medicine to regulate it won't work, right? If this illness isn't cured, it will be difficult to get pregnant in the future. As soon as the words were out, the crowd began to whisper and discuss. Enough! How does she know everything? Maybe it's because Tinhuayan's illness is so well known. If she hadn't fainted from the pain during her period back then, Don Khan then wouldn't have gotten first place. But how long ago was that? Bai Sovai has only been here for a few days. Meanwhile, Tinhuayan looked at the person opposite her with worried eyes and asked, Student Bai, what should I do then? At this moment, she moved closer, a strange smile on her face as she replied, Don't worry, I can cure this illness, but there's a condition for my services. You have to do my homework for me every day. Hearing the request, the other person's face paled as she asked back, do you do homework? The people around were equally shocked. At the same time, Bai Sovai was thinking to herself, the exam is coming up and I'm still not doing my own homework. Back when I was an Imperial Master, I was the only one assigning tasks to others. This role change doesn't suit me at all. Where did this kind of weirdo come from? In short, I just don't want to do it. Thinking this, she asked the person in front of her faintly, So, if you agree to this condition, I'll take you to the restroom now for acupuncture to cure you. The other female students, after hearing this, were also indignant and tried their best to stop her. Donyuan, I know you're worried about fainting from pain during the high school entrance exam, but you should still think it over carefully. That's right. I heard that some traditional Chinese medicine doctors have paralyzed patients with acupuncture. But she didn't say much, pulling out 2 acupuncture needles. The cold light glinting in her hand made quite a few people swallow. Seeing this scene, Tinhuayan swallowed a gulp of saliva. Then she replied seriously, Anyway, I've seen many doctors and it hasn't worked. Student Bai, I agree to your condition. Let's go now. At this time, the crowd gathered outside the restroom was buzzing with discussion. Have you heard? That Bai Sovai is about to treat Tinhuayan. Are you serious? Could it be that she really knows medicine? At the same time, she was carefully observing and seriously studying the condition of the person in front of her. The Tinhuayan's condition is quite serious. It might be a little painful when I first use the needles. You guys should be mentally prepared to support her. The 2 students standing beside her hurriedly supported her, while looking bewildered, not understanding what was happening. As for Tinhuayan, although she was scared, she still tried to be strong and nodded in response. We know. Student Bai, you can start. After that, a series of acupuncture needles were quickly inserted into her abdominal area, causing the other person's face to contort in pain as she cried out, Ugh, it hurts. It hurts so much. It really hurts. Hearing this, she immediately used force to pull out the acupuncture needles quickly and decisively. At this moment, Tinhuayan staggered, lost her balance, and then fell into the arms of the student behind her, then passed out, causing that friend to scream in panic. Oh no. I think she fainted. The other person looked at her pale face and couldn't help but ask worriedly, No way. Could it be a scam? Sovai's recklessness caused something to happen to Tinhuayan. Over here, Chao Zhao frowned angrily, pointing her finger at her face and loudly asserting, Bai Sovai, it's all your fault for harming Tinhuayan. Everyone, hurry and catch this fraudulent criminal. The surrounding female students immediately stepped towards her, but Bai Sovai showed no sign of panic or fear. She just stood there calmly with her arms crossed. Just as the students were about to rush her, Tinhuayan suddenly spoke up. Everyone, wait a minute. I'm fine. Then she put her hand on her stomach and continued in surprise. And it seems my stomach really doesn't feel cold anymore. Bai Sovai really knows medicine. It feels so warm, I could feel the effect right after the acupuncture. She's even more amazing than the traditional Chinese medicine doctors I've been to. See, at this point, the students began to excitedly surround her, clamoring to win her favor. Bai Sovai, give me acupuncture too. I also get stomach cramps every time I have my period. Student Sovai, can you cure stomach aches? Next time we girls get together, we'll definitely invite you along. Outside, a sly smile was heard. Chao Zhao clutched her shoulder, leaning against the wall and observing quietly. After a moment, she spoke up. Oh, Bai Sovai, so you really know medicine? This problem with my left shoulder, I'll lower myself to let you perform acupuncture on it. How about I give you a chance to show off your skills? Hearing the sarcastic undertone of the other person, she just gave a faint, contemptuous smile and replied, Lower yourself? Who gave you that audacity? Chao Zhao Zayo, can you do my homework for me? Or can you pay me to treat you? If you want to pay the fee, considering you're a classmate, I can give you a 50% discount. The treatment fee is 1 million yuan. Hearing this, she was immediately shocked, then shouted angrily, 1 million yuan. Are you robbing me? I think you can only cure some silly stomach ache. You definitely can't cure this shoulder of mine. You're just deliberately bragging. Hearing this, the person opposite her just faintly tossed her hair and replied, say whatever you like. Everyone, listen up. I can only see 3 patients a day. The appointment fee starts from 2,000 yuan. The other students didn't seem to mind that condition at all and immediately said enthusiastically, good thing we didn't offend her like Chao Zayo did. All right, long live the divine doctor by So Vi Goddess. I want to book an appointment. I want to book one right now. Meanwhile, Chao Zayo stood behind, so angry that she clenched her fists, gritting her teeth and thinking to herself, she's demanding 1 million from me while only asking 2,000 from others. This by So Vi is clearly trying to humiliate me. Just you wait, I'll definitely make you lose face in front of the whole school. After treating Tin Huayan, everyone gradually left. A few students lingered, saying, Student Bai, we'll come find you again tomorrow, goodbye. At the same time, Tin Da couldn't help but widen his eyes in amazement and exclaim, you just went out for a moment, and you've already become close friends with the girls' group. Is this your true power, Vi? But she didn't even bother to look over, just handed her homework notebook to Tin Huayan and replied slowly, a small token, not worth mentioning. All right, student Tin Huayan, let's get down to business. This is my homework notebook. I'll be counting on you from now on. The person opposite her immediately opened it to take a look and exclaimed in surprise, wow, Student Bai, your handwriting is so beautiful. The style is free-spirited and elegant, yet it exudes a sense of profoundness. Without practicing calligraphy for over 10 years, it's definitely impossible to achieve such a script. But this creates a new problem. Even if I can do your homework for you, I can't possibly imitate this distinctive handwriting. After hearing this, she nodded slightly in agreement in her heart. She has a point. If the handwriting is different, it will be discovered soon enough, and that might cause even more trouble. Then she sighed and said, forget it. Just finish the work and give it back to me. I'll handle the rest myself. She was constantly calculating in her mind. At worst, I'll just have a paper talisman write it for me or exploit Snowball to do it. The person in front of her, seeing this, felt a bit embarrassed and gave a forced smile. Okay, I'm so sorry. Student Bai, your handwriting is really special. Which calligraphy master did you study under? I want to learn too. Hearing the question, Bai So Vi just faintly replied while looking at the answers in the workbook. This is a calligraphy style I created myself called Ling by Script. Hearing this, Tin Huayan immediately looked at the person opposite her with an admiring and adoring gaze, thinking to herself to be able to create her own script at such a young age. She's so talented. Suddenly, she spoke up, Tin Huayan, it seems you did this problem wrong. The answer to this question should be the cube root. Hearing this, the other person looked over in a panic. Hey, you're right. So, Student Bai, you can actually do these problems, but you just won't. Suddenly, at this moment, Tin Da, holding his phone behind them, suddenly shouted, oh my god, this is bad. Vi, your exam paper is trending on the internet. Hearing the noise behind her, she slowly turned her head. Inside was a post from a nickname Chao Zayo likes to troll. She couldn't hide her ridicule. This is definitely the funniest exam paper of my life. Below was a picture of Bai So Vi's exam paper. The comment section immediately exploded. Don Khan then also left a comment, this exam paper, I think it belongs to a student at my school. Others couldn't help but laugh their heads off after reading it. Ha ha ha. Oh my god, this student is truly a one-of-a-kind talent. The question asks what emotion the poet ultimately wanted to express, and she wrote that there was no special emotion, just pretending. Ha 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 ha. This is a 12th grader's exam paper, right? With this level, can she even get into college? Even the worst major wouldn't want this kind of student. Kanan, don't be negatively influenced. But it's really funny. Such a trash student. After reading through all, Bai So Vi's face darkened. She turned to the person standing outside and questioned, Chao Zayo, you secretly took a picture of my paper and posted it online without my permission. Is that the right thing to do? Being called out by name, she showed no remorse and even said smugly, I just wanted to post it online for everyone to have a little fun. I didn't expect it to get so popular. If you're not happy about it, I can delete the post. Inwardly, she was secretly overjoyed. Wow, I didn't expect my Troll Weibo account to get so popular. Dong Kan Nan, seeing this, was also happy. To herself, this is great. It saves me money on advertising. Meanwhile, Tinda looked at Chao Zhao in a panic and shouted, "Delete it now." Then he immediately turned to reassure her. Vi, don't be afraid. I'll tell fourth uncle right away and ask him to help block the news. I absolutely won't let it affect your studies. But when he looked at his phone, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Hey, what's going on? Why has the public opinion suddenly shifted? Below Chao Zhao's post, an account named Zhao Guangming, head of the calligraphy department at Imperial Capital University, left a comment. Admin, may I please contact this student? This calligraphy seems to be the Ling by script, which has been lost for nearly 500 years. After reading it, Tinda and Nguyen exclaimed in unison. She did say she created the Ling by script herself. It can't be such a coincidence. At Imperial Capital University, everyone in the library was also in a frenzy, hastily urging each other to search. Hurry, 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 help me find that history of calligraphy book, quickly. Meanwhile, on various social media platforms, netizens were also engaged in lively discussions under the main post comment section. Wow, a professor from Imperial Capital University commented. The lost Ling by script from hundreds of years ago. I've only ever heard of Sanskrit. I didn't expect there to be such a rare style of calligraphy. The young student beside him curiously leaned over and asked in a low voice, Professor Zhao, what kind of script is this Ling by script? Why are you so excited? At that moment, while carefully turning each page of the book, he patiently explained, you young students nowadays haven't even heard of Ling by script? It's truly a sign of the decline of traditional culture. Ling by script, originally named by script, was the imperial calligraphy of the Yu Kingdom 500 years ago. It was exclusively used for compiling precious books. Later, because of its soft and fluid strokes, like a fairy's dance, it was granted the title Ling by script. At that time, it was extremely revered and cherished. Legend has it that the first classic masterpiece of Hua country, named Mountain Moon Chronicles, the original manuscript written by the author's own hand, was entirely in by script. The student felt as if his whole world had been enlightened. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed in amazement. So this type of script is that powerful and has such historical value? Then why was it lost? Hearing this, Professor Zhao couldn't help but let out a regretful sigh. This is the fault of the last tyrant of the Han Yu Kingdom. According to historical records, before the country's collapse, this person ordered the destruction of all books and records. Ling by script thus disappeared without a trace along with them. Then he touched the computer mouse. His eyes, bright with passion, continued, but if we can find the inheritor of Ling by script this time, all related materials will be rewritten and restored. The entire world of calligraphy studies will surely be shaken by this discovery. However, when he logged back in to find the post online, he discovered the Weibo post had been deleted. Professor Zhao was so shocked, he nearly jumped up and shouted, "No, why was that Weibo post deleted? Without that post, how am I supposed to find that person now?" At the same time, at the school, Tinda on one side stared at his phone and muttered blankly, "Why did the hot search keyword disappear?" Then came a message from Duan Fai Han too. "Bye, Shou V. Don't worry, I've taken care of the hot search issue for you." It turned out that Duan Fai Han had been secretly helping her resolve everything from behind the scenes. Seeing that message, Tinda became even more confused. He glanced at the series of messages he had sent that had gone unanswered. Fourth uncle, this is bad. Someone posted Vai's exam paper on the hot search. Now, a lot of people are laughing at her. Please quickly suppress the hot search or delete the post. Fourth uncle, for Vai's sake, you must do your best to help. He even remembered to add a few pleading, teary-faced stickers. At this moment, a feeling of immense dissatisfaction welled up in his heart, mixed with a bit of suspicion. I was clearly the one who took the initiative to ask fourth uncle for help first. So why did he message Vai directly? Could it be that Vai also secretly contacted fourth uncle beforehand? Are they that close? Moreover, thinking about it carefully, Vai's attitude ever since she first met fourth uncle has been very unusual. This feels strange. No, after school, I must find a chance to explain the real situation about fourth uncle to Vai. I absolutely cannot let fourth uncle ruin Vai's life. She saw Tinda's constantly changing expressions and was completely clueless. As soon as school was out, Tinda hurriedly pulled by Vai to a deserted corner of the hallway. His voice was urgent and pleading, Vai, come with me. I have something very important to tell you. Seeing his anxious appearance, she couldn't help but ask in confusion, what's with all the mystery? After arriving at a secluded spot, Tinda no longer hid his intentions and stared at the person in front of him, getting straight to the point. Vivi, I'm asking you seriously. My fourth uncle didn't do anything to you, right? Also, you don't actually like my fourth uncle, do you? Hearing these words, she was immediately startled and snapped back. Why are you suddenly asking this? But the other person didn't answer. Instead, he grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her frantically. Listen to me, you absolutely must not like him. Don't fall in love with him. It won't end well. After her brain worked at full capacity for a moment, she finally understood everything. She thought to herself, this kid thinks I like Duan Fan. What a huge misunderstanding. Clearly, the only thing I like is the abundant spiritual energy radiating from Duan Fan. But thinking of this, she couldn't help but lean down and look at the boy with eyes full of curiosity, as if she was eager for drama, and questioned, why won't it end well if I like Duan Fan? Could it be that he likes men? Hearing the question, Tinda looked as if he'd been electrocuted, hastily glancing left and right with great caution. This action only made the person opposite him even more deeply suspicious. That kind of vigilance just makes me more curious about what this drama is. After confirming no one was around, he leaned close to her ear and whispered very softly, this is even more of a headache than him liking men. My fourth uncle. He's still hung up on a big sister he met 20 years ago. Tell me, why would my fourth uncle, so young and talented, be so fixated on an old Annie who's 14 years older than him? Hearing this, she widened her eyes in confusion. 20 years ago? Big sister. Could that be me? Wait, it seems it really is me. That happened 20 years ago, when Duan Fan was only 4 years old and led me by the hand out of the Duan family's secret passage. At that time, the little boy looked at her with a determined gaze and said, through this secret passage, you can get out. Back then, she looked at him and an urge to tease him arose in her heart. Such a tiny child talking as seriously as an adult. I really want to play a little joke for fun. Then she bent down, brought her face close to his, and said softly, Henin, you're really interesting. How about I wait for you to grow up, and this fairy sister will come and marry you? After all, I can't get old. After hearing those words, he was stunned at first, then shyly turned his face away, stammering, fairy sister, you're wrong. Only boys can marry wives. Seeing his awkward expression, she laughed happily and replied, all right, ha ha ha, then I'll wait for you to come and marry me. Returning to the present, she covered her face and endlessly blamed herself 49 times. What? Back then, I actually planted such a strange idea in the head of a 4-year-old child. I really created some bad karma. Meanwhile, Tinda, standing behind her, saw her unusual state and couldn't help but feel extremely worried and confused. Are you two still here? Tinthin, you're here. Vivi and I were about to leave, but I have to go my cram school class. Oh, I see. That's right, Tinda. My mom heard you're coming to my house to study tomorrow. So she said she'll make a sumptuous meal for you. A sumptuous meal? A murderous aura emanated from behind Vivi, making Tinda shiver. Going to his house to study tomorrow? A sumptuous meal? Duan Tinda, do you still remember what I told you? Are you tired of living? I remember, but Vivi, I've been friends with Tinthin for a long time, and nothing has ever happened. I can't just cut off this friendship because of your unreliable metaphysics. This kid deserves to be cannon fodder. If it weren't for completing the mission and for his sake, I couldn't be bothered to deal with him. Tinda, what did you say to classmate Bai? All right, Bai Chu Wei. Do you want to come to my house tomorrow too? Studying together will be more efficient. He's probably just asking out of politeness. Who invites a guest with such a hesitant and reluctant look? But in order to protect Duan Tinda, I still have to go. Since classmate Sue has invited me, if Duan Tinda goes tomorrow, I'll go too. See you tomorrow. Classmate Sue. Bai Chu Wei, I heard your exam paper was posted online. You've completely disgraced the Bai family. What right does someone like you have to be the adopted daughter of the Bai family? What right? Whether I have the right or not isn't for you to decide. It's for Bai Guofu to decide. Oh, the phone is vibrating. Moin Pro, why are you using such an expensive phone? One of those costs 48,888. Even if I wanted to buy one, my parents wouldn't let me. Cultivate the self, regulate the family, govern the state, and bring peace to the world. Hello, who is this? Come on, is it a classmate wanting to book a medical consultation? Hello, I am Duan Tuki, the spokesperson for the Moyen 520 phone. May I ask if you have some misunderstanding with me? Burning with rage, Vivi enunciated every word. Duan Tuki. Who gave you this phone? Give it to me. Let me see if it's genuine. At this moment, Vivi cast a spell on her that you're too noisy. Be quiet for a bit. As for Duan Tuki, there's no misunderstanding at all. I just find you an eyesore. The other party has blocked you. Has blocked you. Has blocked you. Trembling. What kind of deity is this person? The best actor of the year, famous for 20 years, just got blocked. Tuki, are you okay? What's wrong with me? I gave her face, but she didn't want it. Wait until I find out who it is, and I'll definitely teach them some manners. By the way, I heard you've been investigating someone recently. What's the matter? Who are you looking for? This is not good. How does Duan Tuki know about this? No, I'm not investigating anyone. I absolutely can't let him know I'm investigating by Chu Wei. Otherwise, my wedding is as good as over. The two were startled. Isn't Dad just having acupuncture and a medicinal bath? Why is he screaming so miserably? Is the person fourth uncle found reliable? Poke, 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 I.O. Divine Dr. Liu, why are you being so forceful? Even though he's awake, will doing this be okay? What does a kid like you know? Ancestor Bai, when she taught me medical skills in my dream, said that acupuncture must be done forcefully. The louder the patient screams, the better my skills are proven to be. Aya, the old man can move again. It seems the acupuncture really works. Great acupuncture. Great acupuncture my foot. I think Bai Chu Wei is clearly taking revenge on purpose. But Lu Zhan said it was in a dream. Could it be that my dream of Bai Chu Wei shining a light and saving me from a nightmare has a reason? Behind it, 20 minutes later, heavens, you can walk again. Dr. Lu's medical skills are truly superb. Cough, cough. The ancestors' medical skills are wonderful. I've only learned a few scraps. Dr. Lu, how many more acupuncture sessions does my father need? According to the ancestors' estimate, combined with oral medicine and medicinal baths, it will take about a week with 13 acupuncture sessions to be cured. If the ancestor herself were to do it, it would only take 3 days to be cured. In the end, it's because I'm too incompetent. I've disgraced my school. What? Curing terminal stomach cancer in a week? What kind of absurd fantasy is this? Truly a divine doctor. Dad, since you're about to get better, how about we throw a celebratory banquet? Eldest brother is right. So many people in all of Haicheng are waiting to see our family become a joke. Let's throw a recovery celebration party to spite them to death. All right, then let's organize the banquet. I'll arrange it right away. I never brought Tinthan home before because I was afraid Dad would get angry. But now that he's past the critical stage, his mood is also better. Maybe it will be okay. Dad, at the banquet, I'll introduce someone to you. The boy's about Tinda's age, but much more capable than Tinda. All right then, ha ha ha. What is eldest brother planning to do? Slipping away quietly. Hello? You said you found the person who sent the debt collection notice, right? Where is she? Old Master Duan has recovered. My wedding is pretty much a sure thing now. And now I found that bitch by Chu Wei. It's like heaven is helping me. Miss Tong, you've really got me into trouble. The sender of the invoice wasn't named by Chu Wei, but Chi Mo. What did you say? Chi Mo, the young master of the Chi family? I had to pay a large sum of money for the shipping company to reveal that clue to me. The package your family received was sent by young Master Chi directly to the person in charge of the shipping company. He also informed the delivery staff that this matter is related to the 8 great families, so I'm not investigating any further. I'll send the invoice to your email later. Good. What? How could a woman like Bai Chu Wei be connected to Chi Mo? What is Miss Tong talking about? Chi Mo. Oh no, why is it Fourth Master? I remember Tuki once said that Fourth Master has also been looking for that woman, Bai Chu Wei. I absolutely cannot let him know about this. It's nothing. It's just that Tuki's spokesperson contract with a Moyen phone company was canceled. I heard the Moyen phone is a brand owned by Chi Mo of the Chi family. Why did Fourth Master come out? Not staying to chat with Dad. My father's health has recovered. I want to make a phone call to thank Divine Dr. Bai. Since that's the case, I won't disturb Fourth Master's conversation with Divine Dr. Bai. I'll be leaving first. The phone vibrated, and a paper doll pressed the answer button. Bai Chu Wei spoke. Henin, why do you have time to call me? Is it because your father suffered, so you want to call and question me about it? So she really did it for revenge on purpose. But never mind. As long as he recovers, nothing else matters. It's not to question you. I want to invite you to a meal. I wonder if Miss Bai is free tomorrow evening. Tomorrow I have to go to Tinthan's house with Tinda to wake that fool up. After I'm done with that, I should have enough time for dinner with Duan Fan, right? Okay, it's not like I'm paying anyway. All right, see you tomorrow then. Beep. The paper doll flinched. Humph. Did I say you could rest? Don't be lazy. Copy all the homework for me. Knock, 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 come in. Sob, sob, sob. Bai Chu Wei, you demoness, what on earth did you do to me? Hurry up and change me back to normal. Ineen, watch your attitude. You must apologize properly to the old ancestor. Otherwise, I can't help you either. Ineen's face turned pale with fear as she looked at the group of paper dolls on the desk busy doing homework. She was speechless. What are those things? Bai Chu-wei is truly a monster. I've run into a ghost. Then she foamed at the mouth and fainted. Old ancestor. Xiaofu heard that this girl, Ineen, angered you. So you punished her by making her unable to speak. So I brought her here to apologize to you. I hope you will be magnanimous and not hold it against the child. Bai Chu-wei snorted, used a spell to lift a glass of water, and poured it directly on Bai Ineen's head to wake her up. Bai Ineen, you are a member of the Bai family. Logically, I should protect you, but you are too foolish, making people dislike you. Tell me, what should I do with you? Ah, Grandpa, she's a demon. Why did you bring a demon home? Wait, I can talk again. Bai Chu-wei's evil spell has been broken. No, I have to call the police, have them arrest this demon. Ineen, where are you going? Didn't the old ancestor say she would protect you? This child, old ancestor, Ineen is indeed a bit foolish, and her attitude towards you wasn't very good, but she is Xiaofu's granddaughter, and she's about to take her college entrance exams. I wonder if you could let her off? Xiaofu is not one to favor boys over girls, but it's a pity to have such a restless granddaughter. Forget it, I'll give you face. I will make her fear me and erase her memory of today. But, Xiaofu, you remember this. I can make her forget what happened today, but I can also make her remember it one day. Remember my words, manage her well. Don't give me a chance to make her remember everything from today. Yes. Hello. Whoosh. Hello, may I ask what happened? Are you still there? I forgot. I was probably just joking. According to the Public Security Administration punishment law, prank calling the police is an act of public disturbance, subject to detention and a fine. We will quickly dispatch police officers to your house. Grandpa, save me. I don't want to go to jail for this. The whole school will laugh at me. Old ancestor. I only made Bai Ineen lose her memory, not her IQ, right? How could she come up with such an answer? Just creating more trouble. Sigh, don't bother with such a foolish person. The spiritual medicine for heart disease is almost used up. Go prepare. You'll refine pills with me later. Bai Chu-wei sat fanning the alchemy furnace. She sighed and clicked her tongue. For 5 hours of work, and only this tiny pill came out. Then she threw it straight in her mouth. Ugh, so bitter. It's all that Duan Tookie's fault, making me drink such bitter medicine. If I ever see him again, I'll definitely wring his neck. Old ancestor, would you like some candy? Candy? Right now, I want to eat the flesh of Tang Sanzang. Ring ring, your old ancestor, Duan Fan. What does that mean? Beep beep, are you cold or are you feeling unwell? Feeling unwell. Beep beep, I'm quenching my thirst by thinking of plums. Meaning she's thinking of you to get through it? Bai Chu-wei, what do you mean? Just thinking of the abundant spiritual energy on Duan Fan's body. It seems the medicine I just took doesn't feel so bitter anymore. Isn't this quenching thirst by thinking of plums? Duan Fan, I want to hug you. Ring ring ring. Old ancestor, this is Chi Mo. What is it? Tong Wenru has traced my location through the delivery man. Also, people from Capital University might be coming to Haicheng to find you soon because of the spiritual Bai physique. Got it. I'll handle the people from Capital University as the situation requires. As for Tong Wenru, just let her investigate. I just need the Tong family to return the 400 million. I'm hanging up. Understood. In that case, old ancestor, take care. Your servant Chi Mo looks forward to our next meeting. After so many years, this worldly servant is still so thoughtful and considerate. If I had known, I should have put Duan Fan's name down for one of the 8 great families when I created them. What a regret. If it were a master-servant relationship, I could hug him whenever I wanted. Ring ring, Duan Fan. Wait for tomorrow. Send me a message like this. What on earth does it mean? The next day, as soon as Bai Chu-wei stepped out of the car, her cool and detached aura, like a refreshing breeze, instantly spread in all directions, causing everyone to turn and look. She glanced around and saw Tanda quietly leaning against a wall, engrossed in quickly reviewing a few pages of a textbook. Seeing this, she called out, "Been waiting long?" Then she silently praised him in her heart. This kid really knows how to use every minute and second to prepare for the stressful college entrance exams. Duan Fan seemed to have mentioned before that he only sleeps 5 hours a day now. The rest of his time is all dedicated to studying. As she approached, he quickly put the book into his backpack, a radiant smile on his face as he replied, "You're here, Vivi? Let's go, let's hurry inside. Tinthan has probably been waiting for us for a while." Seeing his heavy and bulky backpack, the person beside him couldn't help but ask curiously, Duan Tinda, how many books did you bring? Do you really have to try that hard? As she asked, she glanced at his bag, and her shoulders already felt sore for him. But he just scratched his head and smiled, replying gently, haha, because I'm not smart, my only option is to work as hard as I can. In the future, I want to study finance in college, then come back to help my fourth uncle take over the family business. I want to prove to my father that his son is not useless. At that moment, his eyes sparkled with a determination so strong that the person standing next to him couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. She looked at the 12th grade boy and lamented inwardly with sorrow. In the original story, this child was cruelly written by the author as a useless cannon fodder character. But after getting to know him and understanding his efforts and aspirations that no one knew about, the so-called male lead, Su Tinthan, becomes more and more detestable. Just to make way for Su Tinthan, he lost the fate that should have been his. All his efforts and expectations were mercilessly erased. Besides Duan Fan, almost no one else even remembered his existence. While she was lost in thought, Tinda suddenly started to tell her a story excitedly. Let me tell you something. But before he could finish, a warm hand unexpectedly landed on his head and gently ruffled his hair, causing him to ask in surprise, Vivi, what are you doing? At this, Bai Chuwei offered encouragement in a calm and sincere voice. Heaven will look after and care for those who know how to work hard. If your fourth uncle knew your thoughts, he would surely feel warm and proud. Hearing this, he coughed a few times in embarrassment and said, cough, cough. What about you, Vivi? What books did you bring? What did you want to ask Tinthan about today? Hearing his question, she just calmly opened her bag and replied nonchalantly, oh, see for yourself. But strangely, her bag was completely empty, without a single book. Seeing this, he exclaimed helplessly, there's nothing at all. That's so typical of you. The two of them laughed and chatted happily on the way to Su Tinthan's residence. It was a high-end apartment complex built exclusively for the upper class. As soon as they arrived, he quickly ran out to greet them. Tinda, classmate Bai. You're here. My place is on the top floor. Let's take the elevator up together. Hearing this, Bai Chuwei couldn't help but deliberately mock him. The top floor? I remember the top floor of this complex is a 2-story penthouse, right? You definitely can't set foot in there without 20 million. Classmate Su's family is really rich. I wonder what your family does for a living. Hearing these words, his face turned pale, but he still managed to force a smile and reply, Classmate Bai, you're really direct with your questions. My dad runs a small business, mainly in investments. We're not as rich as Tinda's family. Hearing this, to someone who had lived for over 500 years like her, those words were nothing but sugar-coated lies. She just spoke casually, I see, but inwardly she was sneering with contempt. Humph. Really good at covering things up. When the elevator stopped at the 30th floor, Tinthan's mother stepped out and greeted them warmly. Oh, Tinthan's classmates are here. Come on in. I'm Tinthan's mother. This classmate must be visiting for the first time. I wonder which family you're from, she said, looking at Bai Chuwei with a scrutinizing gaze. At that, she just replied flatly, Bai Guofu, the Bai family. Hearing this, the woman immediately invited them in, waving her hand eagerly. Yes, oh, you're the young lady of the Bai family. Please have a seat. I'll go get some fruit juice. Tinthan, go to the kitchen and help me get the fruit platter. Hearing this, he quickly obeyed. But how could such a scene escape the notice of someone with a keen spiritual sense like her? Her eyes narrowed slightly as she secretly cast a secret art in her heart, sound blending art. Go! Instantly, a stream of spiritual energy as thin as mist followed Su Tinthan and his mother into the kitchen. The mother's expression immediately changed. The warm, fake smile from before was gone, replaced by a strange harshness. She coldly instructed Tinthan to remember, from now on, you must quickly return to the Duan family. You absolutely must not associate with girls who are not on your level, like that Bai Chuwei girl. From my experience, she's already set her sights on you. Hearing this, Su Tinthan hurriedly retorted, Mom, don't say that. It's not even certain that I can return to the Duan family. You know that the one with real power in the Duan family right now isn't Dad, but fourth Uncle Duan Fan. But she cut him off, reassuring him confidently, it's okay, Tinthan. Without Duan Tinda, it won't be long before you can rightfully return to the Duan family. Hearing these words, the person standing behind her turned pale. His heart was filled with utter confusion. That sentence from Mom seems to have another meaning. What is she planning to do? Meanwhile, Bai Chuwei outside had also clearly heard every word of the conversation, which was no different from a vicious plot. She thought silently. As expected, this woman from the Su family has already started planning to make a move on that fool, Duan Tinda. Then she looked at the boy beside her, who was innocently and excitedly showing her, "Look at Su Tinthin's notes. The handwriting is so neat." At times like this, she suddenly leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Tinda, do you feel that something is strange?" Receiving the question, he looked bewildered, not understanding, and asked back, "Huh? What's strange?" Seeing that he still hadn't noticed anything unusual, she glanced towards the inside of the house and said in a low voice, "I heard that Su Tinthin's parents are very much in love. But look, are there any photos of them together in this house? No wedding photos, and no family photos either, right?" Tinda glanced around carefully and mumbled in reply, "It seems you're right, there aren't any. I've been here a few times, but I've never seen Tinthin's father. As for photos, I've never seen any." But it seemed he still hadn't truly grasped the problem. She quickly leaned in and whispered, "Actually, I've always had this feeling. Don't you think your face and Su Tinthin's face look quite similar? Even your names have a certain resemblance." At this, the boy was suddenly startled. He frowned in confusion, wondering, what is Vivi trying to imply? Could it be? Just then, Su Tinthin and his mother came out with a tray of drinks and a plate of fruit. She smiled as if nothing had happened and asked, "Warmly, huh? What are you two classmates chatting about?" Bai Chuwei immediately changed her expression, flashing a sweet smile in reply. "Oh, nothing. I was just complimenting how beautifully classmate Su's house and Annie Su's home are decorated." The woman smiled back and replied, "It's all right. I just did it according to my own taste. Just some spontaneous decorating." But her inner thoughts were full of calculation. This is the house I had to kneel and beg Duan Taheo for a long time to buy. All the furniture in the house is also the best quality. Although I'm not Taheo's official wife, my current life is much more comfortable than his wife's. At this point, she pondered for a moment and then spoke as if by chance, "Annie Su, you're being too modest. This house of yours is decorated based on feng shui metaphysics, the 5 elements, and 8 trigrams. It not only attracts wealth, but can also keep a man here. It's not at all a random decoration. The feng shui master you hired seems to have some real skill. The layout of the wealth and romance luck formation is very intentional. It seems you couldn't have hired him without spending at least $1 million. No wonder classmate Su's romance luck at school is so good." Hearing these words, the woman froze for a few seconds. Her face turned a little pale. In her heart, she was also in a panic, thinking to herself, "That formation cost me, not more, not less, but exactly 1.01 million. This girl's words are spot on. Why does she know everything so clearly?" At this moment, the expression on Su Tinthin's mother's face was extremely ugly. She tried to force a smile and probed the person in front of her. "I really didn't expect this, classmate Bai. To think you've researched such things?" After hearing this, Bai Chuwei just smiled faintly and replied, "I know a little." At this moment, panic began to rise in the woman's heart. Who on earth is this Bai Chuwei? That gaze, it's as if she has seen through everything. No, I can even make a man like Duan Taheo spin in circles. So how can I let a 22-year-old girl scare me? Thinking this, she forced a very stiff smile and continued, "I know. Girls these days all like to read tarot cards and horoscopes. Why don't you do a reading for your auntie here?" Then, she put on a cute and sympathetic expression and replied, "All right, then I'll start now." As she finished speaking, her fingers began to move gracefully, as if dancing. This created a small, cool breeze that swept through the quiet space, causing all 3 people in the room to wonder in unison, why is there suddenly a breeze in the room? It must be a coincidence, right? Seeing this scene, Su Jingshin's mother couldn't help but say smugly, "Classmate Bai, are you starting the calculation now? Do you need anything? Should I prepare tarot cards or a table or something?" Hearing this, she calmly explained, "This kind of fate can be seen through with just a glance. Why would I need to use those props?" These words made everyone present think to themselves, "These words are truly too arrogant." At this moment, Bai Chuwei had finished her calculations and began to speak. "The first person is you, ma'am. You will face prison time soon. I advise you to think carefully before doing anything." As soon as she finished speaking, the woman was so frightened that her whole body trembled. Prison time. Isn't that for harming someone? Could it be that this girl really saw through me? Her body went limp and she collapsed, kneeling on the floor without any strength. Seeing this, Su Jingshin anxiously asked, "Mom, what's wrong?" Jingya also rushed over in a panic to help her up. Ma'am. His face was filled with anger, but he didn't say a word. As for you, you stood to one side, witnessing everything. You couldn't help but speculate to yourself. First, Vivi said I would have a bloody disaster. Then she hinted that Jingshin and I are related. Now she says Jingshin's mother will go to jail soon. What on earth is all of this about? While you were still lost in your confusing thoughts, Su Jingshin had regained his usual composure. He clapped a few times to break the heavy atmosphere and said with a smile, all right. What era are we in now? We should believe less in these superstitious things. Then he turned to smile at the person opposite him. Jingya, we should still go up to my room to study. Jingya was quickly swayed by his attitude and happily agreed. Okay. In his heart, he silently dismissed all his suspicions. What am I thinking? This is Jingshin. We've been friends for so long. It must be that Vivi made a mistake in her calculation. Bai Chuwei could tell what you were thinking with just a glance and could only sigh endlessly in her heart. This child, Jingya, values relationships too much. It's just a pity he's placed his trust in the wrong person. A moment later, the two of them entered Su Jingshin's room. He acted relaxed and said to the person beside him, Jingya, if you have any questions, just ask directly. Don't be polite with me. The other person heard this and replied with a cheerful smile, don't worry. I'm the last person to be polite with you. Suddenly, your eyes fell on something on the table. That's. Your eyes suddenly filled with excitement as you asked, what is this? As you spoke, you reached out and picked up the watch on the table. This action made Su Jingshin panic visibly. He cursed himself inwardly. Oh no. Why did I forget to put away the watch Dad gave me? He immediately snatched the watch back from your hand, gave a forced smile, and quickly made an excuse. It's nothing, just a gift from my uncle. In his heart, he silently comforted himself. Although this watch is very valuable, it can still be bought with money. As long as I act calm enough, Duan Jingya will definitely not realize anything. However, Jingya just said, oh, in a low voice and turned away to, I'll go find the workbook. Jingshin, if you're busy, just go ahead and do your thing. The person behind him didn't notice the clear change in your emotions and just silently breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I'm in the clear for now. But at this moment, you could barely hold back your tears. Memories from a few months ago flooded your mind. Back then, you went to Duan Fan's house, and as soon as you entered, you called out coquettishly, Fourth Uncle. Fourth Uncle, are you here? Can you help your beloved nephew with something? As soon as you finished speaking, he lifted you up by the collar from behind. A deep voice rang out, what is it? Seeing him appear, the person beside him beamed and held up a newspaper page in front of him. Fourth Uncle, you have a business trip to Paris soon, right? Could you help me order this watch while you're there? Looking at the watch model in the newspaper, he suddenly frowned and asked doubtfully, you're so young. Why do you want to wear such an expensive watch? Seeing that he had misunderstood, you quickly hugged the magazine and explained clearly that oh no, you misunderstood, Uncle. It's Dad's birthday in a month. I want to buy this watch as a gift for him. The money for the watch is from my savings that I've been collecting for a long time. I heard that if you buy it at the store in Paris, you can have a name engraved on the watch face. Once it's engraved, the watch will be one of a kind. Dad will definitely love it. When he said those words, Jingya was extremely excited and expectant. But now, all that was left in your heart was a numbing sense of pain and disappointment. The watch Jingshin just snatched is clearly the gift I gave to Dad. Vivi wasn't wrong. Jingshin and I are really half-brothers. You bitterly clenched the workbook in your hand, wiped your tears, and quietly walked out. Bai Chuwei, who was behind, happened to see the moment you wiped your tears. However, she just smiled faintly, thinking to herself, this child, he's finally understood everything. At this moment, Bai Chuwei was sitting on the sofa in Su Jingshin's room, slowly enjoying a glass of fruit juice, her eyes quietly observing Duan Jingya and him studying together. The other person was patiently explaining step by step. First, we need to find f when x equals 0. But seeing that Jingya seemed distracted, he paused for a moment and then asked, Jingya, what's wrong? Do you need me to explain it again from the beginning? Jingya was startled back to his senses and quickly forced a smile, replying, it's nothing. I was just thinking that my grandfather has recovered and will be holding a celebration party in a few days. A thought suddenly arose in Su Jingshin's mind. Dad once said that if Grandpa recovers, he would officially introduce me to the entire Duan family at the celebration party. He immediately hid his emotions behind a calm mask, his voice sounding like a sincere congratulations. So your grandfather has recovered. That's really good news. By the way, classmate Bai, are you just going to sit there drinking fruit juice? Why don't you come listen to my lecture for fun? Hearing him mention her, she just nonchalantly lifted her glass, took a sip, and said slowly, "My hearing is very good. No matter how quietly you speak, I can hear everything clearly." Hearing this, the two people in front of her were simultaneously speechless, not knowing whether to be exasperated or impressed. Meanwhile, in another place, Su Jingshin's mother was secretly making a phone call. "You don't need to make a move anymore. I met that girl today. I'm sure she already knows what we're planning, so we absolutely cannot touch Duan Jingye right now." The person on the other end of the line immediately tried to reassure her, "I don't need to say more. As long as I make a move, even the police won't be able to investigate anything." But she quickly interrupted, "That's not it, Master Sunday. The situation is not suitable for action right now. Let's wait a few more days and reconsider." After saying that, she hung up without hesitation. On the other side, the person called Master Sun was extremely dissatisfied. Canceling the mission just because some brat ran her mouth. Are you kidding me? If there's no mission, who's going to pay me? I don't believe Duan Jingye's corpse can end up on the ground. If Su Li dares to stiff me on the payment, let's see if I don't dig up her entire family's ancestors. A few hours later, the study session ended. Jingye stood up and said politely, "That's all for today, Jingshin. Thank you. I have to go to my cram school class now." Su Jingshin nodded and replied, "Okay. You guys be careful on your way." On the way back, as soon as you got in the car, you eagerly turned to the person beside you and asked, "Vivi, tell me the truth. Do you have the ability to see through people?" Hearing the doubtful question, she looked slightly stunned and asked back, "Why would you think that?" At this, the young man happily analyzed, "I know you're a miracle doctor, but no matter how skilled you are, you couldn't possibly see that Jingshin and I share the same bloodline, right? So you must have superpowers." Hearing these words, Chu Wei laughed. "Superpowers? Does cultivating for 5,000 years count as a superpower?" But at this moment, Jingye's smile faded. With a sad face, he said softly, "Vivi, don't joke with me anymore. But about today's events, I need some time to process it." She crossed her arms, looked out the window, and replied, nonchalantly, "Fine. If you think it's a joke, then treat it as a joke." Beside her, you were immersed in a heavy feeling, "I can't believe Dad has another child, and he even took the gift I gave him and gave it to that other person." She also felt uneasy in her heart, silently reconsidering everything that it's strange. Su Li said her plan was all set, and she was going to make a move in the next few days. Then she turned her head to glance at the silent person beside her. "Dad doesn't seem to love me anymore. But just a few days ago, I said he might have misunderstood his father." Seeing the dark, gloomy clouds still hovering over your head, she began to feel unsettled. If I've already changed most of the plot, why hasn't his bad luck dissipated at all? Is reversing fate really that difficult? If I, this old ancestor, want to protect you, then even the heavens must obey. Thinking this, she took out her phone to make a call, frowning, feeling extremely annoyed. Jingye looked over and asked in a low voice, "Vivi, what are you planning to do?" Hearing the sound beside her, she replied flatly, "I want to go to cram school with you. Call your fourth uncle to pick me up there, and we'll go on a dinner date." Hearing this, you sat up straight, your eyes shining as you asked, "You want to go to cram school with me? Really? You want to go on a date with my fourth uncle? Do you know he has a little fairy he's been waiting for 20 years? Hearing this nonsense, Bai Chu Wei frowned and reminded him coldly, "Don't meddle in adults' affairs. Also, class ends at 10. Don't you dare take a single step out of the cram school. You hear me? Wait for me to finish my date with your fourth uncle, and I'll come pick you up." At this moment, you were screaming internally. Vivi worried that I'm not in a good mood, so she wants to find fourth uncle to comfort me. "Vivi, why are you so good to me? We've only known each other for a short time." She seemed to know exactly what was running through your head and answered silently in her heart. "Why?" At first, it was to use you as a shield, to drag you along to ruin Su Jingshin's plan to return to the Duan family, to make him fall flat on his face. But then, she winked playfully and answered clearly, "Because you're Duan Fain's nephew." Just then, a deep male voice came from the phone. "Is that so?" The sound made her jump, and she immediately held the phone a little further away, her heart filled with panic. When did the call connect? Didn't I just let everything slip? Despite her thoughts, she quickly calmed down. "Whatever, as long as I'm not embarrassed, someone else will be." She coughed lightly a few times and then spoke. That's right, just like what you heard." As soon as she finished speaking, the space immediately fell into an unusual silence. Jingye, sitting beside her, just wanted to crawl into a hole and hide. "I shouldn't be in this car. I should be under the car. I'm sorry, fourth uncle. I shouldn't have asked that question. On the other end of the line, Duan Fan also coughed a few times and then said in a deep voice, "Let's talk about this later. I was in an elevator just now, so the signal was spotty. Where should I pick you up now, Chu Wei?" Hearing this, she calmly replied, "Come straight to Jingye's cram school. I have a few things I need to confirm." After speaking, she looked up at the gloomy, cloud-filled sky outside the car window. After a while, Jingye and Bai Chu Wei stopped in front of a towering building. She looked up, observed it carefully, and then slowly spoke. "This building of yours has a section under repair." The person standing next to her heard this and quickly nodded in confirmation. "Yes, it's the top 3 floors. The cram school teacher already announced it, telling everyone not to go to the rooftop in case something happens." After hearing this, she lowered her head slightly in thought. Oh, that's it. The master son that Suli found probably intends to make a move on Duan Jingye here. If someone like that dies, it could be considered an accident. At the same time, the bell for class rang. You hurriedly waved to the person beside you and said loudly, "Ah, class is about to start. Vivi, I'm going first." The girl behind nodded in reply. "Okay, remember what I told you." Then she secretly performed a few magical gestures on you. She also calculated in her mind, the cram school is crowded. It won't be easy for the other party to act openly. Duan Jingye should be safe there. But just in case, I should still leave a bit of magical power. So if something really happens, I can sense it immediately. Then she took out her phone to check the time. All right, the next stop is to get a free meal. But why is Duan Fan so slow? It's been over 20 minutes, and he's still not here. At this moment, Bai Chu Wei read a new update. A serious traffic accident occurred on Xihua Road, causing a 2-car collision and a long traffic jam. Drivers should choose alternative routes. This made her frown slightly. That Xihua Road is the route Duan Fan has to take to get to the cram school. It seems Han-In won't be able to make it in time. I'll just go to the restaurant first. Meanwhile, strange auras were creeping around the building. As Jingye stepped into the elevator to go to class, he suddenly felt a lump in his throat. Tears began to fall silently. He quickly wiped his face, completely bewildered. That's strange. What's wrong with me? Why do I feel so much pain? It's just being betrayed by my dad and my best friend. It's no big deal. It's really not something to be so heartbroken about. No, I can't let others see me like this or I'll be laughed at. I should go up to the rooftop for some fresh air. Maybe I'll feel better. The top 3 floors were clearly under repair, but you unconsciously pressed the button for the 35th floor. It turned out someone was secretly manipulating things from behind. He stood in the shadows, muttering smugly. He finally took the bait. Stepping out of the elevator, you walked towards the railing, took a deep breath, and said softly, "The wind-up here is so nice. It's good to stay here for a while." Suddenly, your legs began to move against your will, causing you to cry out in panic. What's happening? Why will my body listen to me? The person behind had secretly used dark magic to control you, making you climb over the railing and stand precariously on the edge of life and death, causing you to tremble and cry. Is anyone there? Help me. I can't control my body. Jingye's mind was a mess with fear. What should I do? The construction workers must have gone home, so there's no one up here. This is the 35th floor. If I fall, I'll definitely die. Vivi was right. Things that can drive people crazy really do exist in this world. You cried while trying to hold onto the railing, shouting loudly, "Vivi, I was wrong. Bai Chu Wei, save me." At the same time, she also sensed the situation. Her mind was filled with anger as she muttered, "This is bad." That idiot Duan Jingye got himself controlled after just a moment. Just then, her phone rang. "Chu Wei, I didn't see your message. I just arrived at the entrance of Jingye's cram school." Hearing this, Bai Chu Wei shouted, "Stop talking. Run up to the rooftop immediately. Duan Jingye is in trouble." The person on the other end's expression changed as soon as he heard this. He immediately dashed up the stairs, thinking to himself, Chu Wei would never joke about someone's life. "Jingye, fourth uncle is coming right now." Inside the taxi, Bai Chu Wei's eyes widened, her face panicked. This is bad. Jingye is about to jump. Even if Duan Fan gets there, he won't make it in time. There's only one way now. Thinking this, she immediately channeled her energy. This action almost made the driver in front bite his tongue. In a flash, she had vanished. The driver trembled. A ghost? It's a real ghost. Up on the rooftop, Jingye was still trying to cling to the railing, constantly crying for help. "Help! Someone come save me!" Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind. "Duan Jingye." You turned your head in a panic. It was her. She had made it in time. Without hesitation, she immediately grabbed your hand, and then suddenly they were both in free fall from the rooftop. Just then, Duan Fan arrived. He roared, "Chu Wei, Jingya!" His eyes went blank. His hands gripped the railing tightly, his heart in extreme pain. Could it be that both of them have left me just like Mom did? At this moment, the two were in free fall from the 30th floor. Jingya was so scared he hugged Bai Chu Wei tightly, letting out a piercing scream. "Ah, I swear I'll never think about bungee jumping again." But her face remained cold as she thought to herself, so noisy. Then she used a bit of magic to make the ground below as soft as jelly, allowing them both to land gently without any injuries. The people around who witnessed the scene were all astonished and started chattering. Did they just jump off the building? That's strange. They fell from such a high floor and weren't hurt at all. Are they normal people or aliens? In a situation like this, should we call the police or an ambulance? Amidst the incessant whispering, Jingye still hadn't recovered, his face pale with fear, muttering incoherently. Meanwhile, Bai Chu Wei had calmly stood up, dusting off her clothes as if she had just been for a walk. Ignoring the boy who was still sitting on the ground with wide eyes, she couldn't help but feel annoyed, as expected. I'm being bothered by the crowd. It's all this rotten kid, Duan Jingye's fault for running around, getting me into all sorts of trouble. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind, "Jingye Chu Wei." Hearing someone call, she turned her head and was immediately pulled into a firm embrace. Duan Fan said nothing, just held her tightly, his voice hoarse with worry. "Are you okay?" Hearing this, Bai Chu Wei didn't push him away. Instead, she gently hugged him back for a moment, taking the opportunity to inhale the abundant spiritual energy from his body, and thought to herself, "Oh, forget it. At least I get to breathe in spiritual energy this close up, so it's not a loss." But seeing the person in his arms remain silent, he pushed her away, his mind starting to race. "Chu Wei, why did you rush into my arms without saying anything?" Then he frowned and asked urgently, "What's wrong with you? Why aren't you saying anything? I don't see any external injuries. Could it be an internal injury?" As he spoke, he anxiously reached out to touch her face, making her blush. She quickly took a step back and replied, "Don't worry, I'm fine. How could anything happen to me?" But in her heart, she was still reluctant. Her cheeks puffed out in a pout as she thought, "This rotten brat. Why didn't he hug me a little longer? It was just for a tiny moment." Meanwhile, Jingye was still sitting on the ground, his face drained of all color, muttering, "Did I go to hell? Why do I hear Vivi's and fourth uncle's voices? Did they die too and come here with me?" Hearing this nonsense, Bai Chu Wei was so angry she was about to explode. With one hand on her hip, she yelled, "How long have you been sitting there? Do you believe I'll really take you down to the underworld?" Only then did the other person slowly come to his senses, exclaiming as if he'd struck gold, "It's real. I'm not dead. Was that just a dream? Vivi, you really are a fairy." Then he stared at her with sparkling eyes, making both her and Duan Fan think in unison. This kid looks like he's not quite right in the head. As it was getting dark, the three of them returned to the lounge of the Cram Center. Seeing that it was late, Jingye asked, "Fourth uncle, what's the situation? Can we go yet?" Duan Fan frowned slightly. The security guard said he's already called the police. "We have to wait for the police to arrive to cooperate with the investigation before we can leave." Hearing this, you cried out in panic, "Huh? Why is that?" Before you could say more, Bai Chu Wei glared at you, her face grim. "This old ancestor warned you not to leave the Cram Center, to wait for me and your fourth uncle to finish eating and come back to pick you up. Now look, you almost got yourself killed." Hearing this, Jingye trembled with fear, quickly wrapping his arms around himself and muttering an excuse that I didn't know either. "I just wanted to go outside for some fresh air to clear my head." Who knew that once I got to the rooftop, my legs just started moving on their own? "Vivi, what's going on?" She looked at the boy for a moment before replying coldly, "You still don't get it? Someone got a hold of your birth date and time." The other person was stunned and asked, "Birth date and time?" "Everyone knows my birthday, but only family members know the exact time." "Fourth uncle, could it be that someone in our family leaked it? Does a family member want to harm me?" Your eyes were filled with disappointment. Hearing this, a murderous aura instantly emanated from Duan Fan. His voice deepened. "I will definitely get to the bottom of this." Seeing the atmosphere turn heavy, Bai Chu Wei suddenly felt like teasing, "What's wrong?" Does the little old man Duan Jingye believe in metaphysics now? But you still replied seriously, I don't believe it. She rolled her eyes in anger. Humph. Then she heard you add, but from now on, I'll believe you, my goddess. Hearing that cheesy line, she burst out laughing. You little brat, you should save those words for a girlfriend at school. She'd definitely be moved to tears. But you said earnestly, Vivi, don't misunderstand. I'm speaking from the heart. I just want to express my gratitude and trust in you. I don't have any other intentions. The person behind them frowned upon seeing this scene, sighing to himself. Looks like I'll have to teach Jingye a few communication skills later. Suddenly, you looked around and wondered, but that's strange, isn't it? It's been over 10 minutes, and the police still haven't arrived. I remember there's a police station nearby. Hearing this, Bai Chu-wei snapped her fingers, and a magical projection of another place appeared. It turned out that at the police station, the taxi driver from earlier was frantically reporting, Officer, I'm not lying. It's true. That girl was in my car. And then she suddenly snapped her fingers and vanished right before my eyes, gone without a trace. I think I saw a ghost. Officer, you have to protect me. Don't leave me. He even hugged a police officer's leg and started wailing. Seeing this scene, Bai Chu-wei immediately turned her head away, sighing to herself, Ahaha, so it was because of me. Well, I'll just pretend I don't know anything. The uncle and nephew duo saw her expression and were both bewildered, completely clueless about what had just happened. By now, it was completely dark. Jingye stretched as he walked and complained. Phew, finally finished giving the statement. But it's one thing for the police officer who took our statement to have a weird attitude. Why was the person who reported the case so agitated when he saw us? You recalled the police officer's words. You were forced to jump off a building and you're still not dead? You might as well listen to the nonsense you're spouting. And the taxi driver who reported the case trembled and stammered. Fey female ghost. Bai Chu-wei, walking behind, just gave a forced smile and brushed it off that oh. Suddenly, Jingye turned his head and looked around, puzzled. Wait, where's fourth uncle? How did he disappear in a flash? Just as he asked, the person walking beside him, who was folding a paper crane, suddenly held out her hand. Give me a pen. Hearing this, the other person immediately pushed all other matters aside. He offered the pen with both hands, as if it were a tribute. Of course, Vivi. Can you check for me if there are any more bloody disasters? Is anyone else trying to harm me? But she paid him little mind, only writing on the paper crane the words, get your ass back here in 3 days. Then she dotted 2 eyes on the paper crane. Jingye, still by her side, couldn't stop marveling. Vivi, I'm so scared. I want to come to your house. But at that moment, she tossed the crane into the air, and the paper crane, as if it had a spirit, immediately flew up into the sky. The other person's eyes widened as he shouted, holy crap. His eyes were as wide as bronze bells, his mind spinning in chaos. What's going on? The paper crane can fly? Did I really meet a fairy? Thinking this, he lunged forward, hugged Bai Chu-wei's leg, and wailed, thank you for saving my life, Dad. Hearing that, she flew into a rage and shouted, call me old ancestor. What's this dad business? I don't have a son as stupid as you. Hearing this, Jingye immediately nodded and obediently corrected himself. Yes, old ancestor. Just then, Duan Fan walked out of the convenience store, a bag of items in his hand. The moment he saw the scene, he froze for a few seconds. His mind was a tangled mess as he thought, what is this? Did I just gain an older brother or a grandfather? Before he could finish processing it, he walked closer, handing her a loaf of bread and a bottle of water. Bai Chu-wei looked at the items in front of her and raised a hand to refuse. I've long abstained from grains, so I'm not hungry. Meanwhile, Jingye, hugging a bag of pastries, his eyes lit up as he cheered. The big boss abstains from grains. The old ancestor is the absolute best. I support you. Ooh, ah, there's a cheese Danish too. Hearing this, he wasn't angry at all, but instead advised her with a gentle gaze. Little girl, don't be a picky eater. It's not good for your health. Eat some bread to fill your stomach for now. I'll take you two for a more lavish meal later. Hearing this sentence, she paused. Her cheeks flushed red and her heart stirred. Little girl, for 5,000 years, everyone has revered me as the old ancestor. Duan Fan seems to be the second man to call me little girl and care for me sincerely without any ulterior motives. After thinking, she accepted the bread, her gaze a little dazed as she watched the man attentively opening the water bottle for her. As for Jingye, he was like a 1,000-watt light bulb, standing beside them watching the affectionate scene and thinking to himself, he's treating her so well. Fourth uncle has never served me like this before. Suddenly, his gaze landed on Bai Chui's face as she ate the bread. His face flushed slightly, but I finally understand why there are rumors of a goddess on Yunwu Mountain. Isn't this it right here? Duan Fein suddenly tilted his head to look at his nephew and asked, "By the way, what were you two talking about that made you suddenly kneel?" Hearing this, Jingye answered honestly, "Oh, Vivi made a paper crane that could fly." "All right, Vivi, you still haven't agreed. Can I stay at your house tonight? Sleeping outside the door or on the floor is fine. I'm really scared." Hearing this, he immediately frowned. "Duan Jingye, what nonsense are you spouting?" Over here, Bai Chuwei had just finished chewing the bread, lightly licked her fingertips, and said nonchalantly, "What are you afraid of? You're lucky you're not dead. His formation has already been broken. Right now, he can't even fend for himself." Hearing this, Duan Fein tightened his grip on the water bottle, his eyes sharp as he asked back, "Do you know who wants to harm Jingye?" She didn't hide it and answered directly, "I do. This can all be calculated. That person is a feng shui master in Haicheng. It seems he has some cultivation. People call him Master Sun." As she said this, she thought to herself, Duan Fein will definitely investigate this matter. Giving him this intelligence is a gesture of goodwill. Of course, if that Master Sun doesn't retreat within 3 days, then I won't care about leaving him a way out. After all, an old ancestor like me is always a kind person. After thinking, she smiled with satisfaction. After hearing this, Duan Fein's expression darkened, and he said coldly, "All right, I'll remember that. Let's go. I'll take you two for a late-night meal." Suddenly, she saw a flower seller nearby and said, "Wait a moment. Give me 1 rose. The rest is a tip." The flower seller was overjoyed. "Thank you, fairy sister, goodbye." She held the rose in her hand, looked at it closely, and pondered. Duan Fein has been trapped in the nightmare of his mother jumping off a building for 20 years. What happened today must not have been easy for him. Jingye saw her buy a flower and asked curiously, "Vivi, what are you planning to do?" She didn't answer, but walked over and handed the flower to the other person. Her voice was calm. "A gift for you. I've cast a small spell on this flower. I hope it can accompany you to a beautiful dream tonight." The other person immediately blushed. Beside them, Jingye teased relentlessly, "No way. Vivi is taking the initiative to give flowers. Fourth uncle is being hit on by a little girl." Duan Fein lowered his head slightly and asked softly, "Why a rose? And why did you give me the intelligence on Master Sun earlier?" She didn't beat around the bush and answered directly, "To show my goodwill to you. I want you to be my man, to follow me. I can help you become the richest man in Huan Nation, and I can also protect you. You only need to serve me and wholeheartedly be mine to hold." Her mind was full of calculations, just like my servants, like the 8 famous great families of today. They were all supported by me. The person opposite her was now silent, his face as red as a GAC fruit, thinking to himself, "Is she confessing to me?" But before he could be happy, a disruptive voice came from behind. "Isn't that just being a lackey?" Hearing that, she frowned and shouted, "Is being the old ancestor's lackey a loss for you?" But Duan Fein's answer stunned her. "I refuse. I refuse to be your lackey." Hearing this sentence, Bai Chuwei's mood plummeted into an abyss. She thought to herself, "Are my abilities not enough? In 5,000 years, no one has ever dared to refuse me. This future villain is truly arrogant." After hearing those words, Jingye shouted angrily, "Fourth uncle, why did you refuse?" "Vivi, she's really amazing." "Vivi, my fourth uncle, doesn't agree." "But I do. What do you think?" Hearing these words, Duan Fein shouted angrily, "You shut up." Looking at the scene before her, Bai Chuwei smiled, thinking to herself, "Are these two really uncle and nephew?" But on second thought, Duan Fein is indeed a capitalistic maniac. To be precise, his methods are vicious and insane. He almost killed both the male and female leads, straight on his way to the ending of a great CEO boss ruling the world. If you're not willing, that's fine too. But at least take this flower. As soon as she finished speaking, she stuffed the rose into the pocket of his suit jacket. Leaning forward, she whispered again, "If you change your mind one day, you can come find me anytime. Being the old ancestor's lackey is no loss. Let's go eat. I remember your car is parked up front, right? Hurry up." At this moment, the person behind her hadn't snapped back to reality yet. He was still standing there in a daze. But after she had walked some distance, he murmured softly, "Don't you worry. That day will never come." After that, the car sped down the road. Outside, the streets were bustling. Master Sun sat inside a room. His hand clutched his chest, his heart pounding erratically. His eyes were red with anger. He stared intently at the paper crane flying around in the air. The other person gritted his teeth and shouted, You ruined my good work and still dare to be so arrogant. If my spiritual energy were restored, no one would be able to humiliate me with this paper crane. Just you wait. This old master will definitely find you. 3 hours later, at Bai Chui's mansion, Shueqiu strutted over, acting cute. Old ancestor, it's already 1 in the morning. You asked me to wake you up at this time. You must have some plans for tonight, right? Hearing the question, she answered slowly. I want to enter a dream, but I'm a little worried going alone. Hearing this, Shueqiu's face froze. It panicked internally, thinking, oh my god, I've been wondering all day why the old ancestor has been acting so crazy. It turns out she was thinking about the person in her heart. I wonder which guy is so lucky. Over here, she quickly lay down on the bed, mumbling her head. I hope Duan Fan will obediently keep the rose I gave him. So much happened today. I don't want to enter his dream while his mind is still in turmoil. After a while, she successfully entered the dream. It was still the familiar scene, a huge mansion. She observed her surroundings and let out a soft sigh of relief. Phew, everything seems normal. Han must be sleeping soundly while hugging the rose I gave him. Suddenly, a moaning sound was heard. A suspicion arose in her mind. Wait a minute, that's not Duan Fan's voice. It doesn't sound like his mother's voice either. Is this a newly unlocked character? Let this old ancestor take a look. As she walked over, she saw the scene of him embracing some girl. It made her face freeze like a statue. Then, an excited look appeared as she thought to herself, oh my goodness, I used a wish spell on the rose. Is that why Duan Fan is having a wet dream? Thinking this, she stealthily approached. I wonder who this girl is. The original text never mentioned Duan Fan having feelings for anyone. But before she could get close, she was pulled out by a force. Hey! Then she woke up with a jolt. Her face was as pale as a banana leaf. Seeing this, Shueqiu came over and asked, Old ancestor, why'd you wake up so quickly? She sat up. Touching her face, she screamed in horror. Shueqiu, I was thrown out of the dream. Unbelievable. I was actually kicked out of a dream I created myself. Nothing like this has ever happened in 5,000 years. Hearing this, Shueqiu was just as horrified. What? How could that happen? At this moment, Bai Chuwei held her head in deep thought. I remember the only thing that could make me fail is if the dreamer's consciousness is stronger than the dream enterer's. That means Duan Fan's willpower is stronger than mine. Is he really just an ordinary person? Thinking of this, an image of him with a confident, triumphant smile appeared in her mind. I am invincible. The more she thought, the more dazed she felt. The skill set of this character. It's really like a great villain boss. It's a pity I didn't get a clear look at the face of the girl he was being intimate with in the dream. The next morning, in Duan Fan's room, he was also awakened by the rays of the sun. It's morning. Suddenly, he touched the rose given to him by Bai Chuwei. He couldn't help but ponder, although I don't remember the details clearly. It seems that just as she said, I had a beautiful dream. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside. Knock, knock, followed by a youthful voice. Fourth uncle, are you awake? I have something to talk to you about. Can I come in? He replied from inside while getting dressed. Yes, come in. As soon as he entered, Jingye immediately saw it. The rose was in a vase on the bedside table. His eyes lit up. He exclaimed excitedly, Fourth uncle, did you really listen to Vivi and put the rose she gave you here? Wait, why does this vase look so familiar? Seeing him like that, the person behind him just replied nonchalantly, This is the vase bought at the Haiqing auction last time. You went with me that time. Hearing that, he felt like he was struck by lightning. He was so stunned he fell backward. He exclaimed in shock, Oh my god! His mind was in turmoil as he thought. I remember now. That antique vase seems to be worth over 50 million. Fourth uncle is using it to hold a rose. At this moment, Duan Fan didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, Speak, what did you come to find me for? The person in front of him stammered. Actually, it's about what happened yesterday. His heart was in a tangled mess. This morning, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw that last night's incident had spread all over his circle of friends. In the high society of Haicheng, the hot topic kept popping up. Oh my god, the young master of the Duan family jumped off a building with a girl for love. Duan Jingye, is this for real? Who is that female student? He was so scared he was trembling. He whispered, My dad must know about it too. Later at breakfast, Fourth uncle, please put in a good word for me. He glanced at his nephew, thinking to himself, My older brother has always valued his reputation. Jingye must be afraid of being scolded by him. Then he nodded and replied, All right. Hearing that, he looked overjoyed. Thank you, Fourth uncle. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, as soon as he stepped into the dining room, he was fiercely scolded. Duan Jingye, you still have the face to come eat? He was so scared his face turned pale. And Duan Taheo looked at the person sitting there and continued to complain. Dad, this is your eldest grandson. He doesn't study hard for his graduation exams, and he's messing around with love. Yesterday, he even jumped off a building with some random girl to commit suicide for love. He's completely disgraced our Duan family. For doing things like this, you might as well learn from your good friend Su Jingshan. Hearing this, Jingye was stunned, his heart filled with unspoken grievances. The other person continued to brag about his illegitimate son. Dad, I told you. Jingye's classmate, Su Jingshan, is truly outstanding. Wait until your recovery banquet. I'll introduce him to you. Hearing those words, Jingye's eyes grew more and more disappointed. His heart grew cold as he thought, your son almost jumped to his death, but you don't even bother to ask why. You're just busy praising your illegitimate son. This is my father. Duan Fan, standing behind, also saw the pent-up frustration in his heart, noticing his nephew's body trembling slightly. He called out softly, Jingye. The person opposite him then gathered the courage to ask Duan Taheo, Dad, do you know why I jumped off the building yesterday? But he replied coldly, I don't want to know. I only know you've disgraced the Duan family. Look at what people are saying online. The long-suppressed grievances seemed to overflow. He couldn't hold back and shouted, Disgraced you, Dad? The things I've done probably haven't disgraced you as much as your own actions have. Where's the watch I gave you last year? Why aren't you wearing it? Hearing this, he panicked, thinking to himself, a watch? What watch? I think I gave that watch to Jingshan. Could it be that he knows? He shouted angrily to cover it up. Don't change the subject. What kind of tone is that to talk to your father? If I had known you'd turn out like this, I should have beaten you to death in your mother's womb. The words were like daggers stabbing into the boy's heart. He couldn't take it anymore. He burst into tears, turned, and ran. But a hand from behind held him back. Jingye turned his head and called out in a daze, Fourth uncle. Duan Fan's eyes were dark, and he gritted his teeth and said, According to you, a child who disgraces the Duan family should be beaten to death in the mother's womb. So they should really die, right? Although he was frightened, he tried to act tough, right? That's right. Does fourth uncle have a different opinion? He didn't hold back either. He directly exposed him. I remember you bankrupted several companies before, and all of Haicheng was talking about it. If we're talking about disgrace, this little matter of Jingye's is not even worth mentioning. Why are you still sitting here spouting such nauseating words? Hearing this, Duan Taheo roared. Duan Fan, what do you mean? You think I don't deserve to live? His expression didn't change. He just replied coldly, I'm just following your logic for a moment. Then he turned to the head of the Duan family and continued, Dad, there's a hidden story behind Jingye's jump. I will investigate it thoroughly. I hope you won't blame him based on groundless rumors. Hearing this, the person opposite him tapped his cane on the floor. He said in a deep voice, Fourth brother has a point. Jingye has an optimistic personality. He's not the type to have suicidal thoughts. The important thing is that he's okay. Seeing his fourth uncle stand up for him, he was so moved he almost cried again. Fourth uncle, Grandpa. At this moment, the person in front turned and instructed, It's getting late. Go to the kitchen and get some breakfast. I'll take you to school. Jingye seemed to regain his spirits. He nodded happily. Yes, thank you, fourth uncle. Ignoring Duan Taheo, who was standing there with a gloomy face. Gritting his teeth, his mind was filled with rage. Damn it, if it weren't for my lack of ability, why would I be letting this brat, Duan Fan, humiliate me in front of others like this? Jingye too. I once hoped he could compete with Duan Fan for the inheritance. In the end, he just became his little tail. What a disappointment. Now, Jingshan is my only hope. I must use him to seize back the financial power of the Duan family. On the school campus, Bai Chu Wei stood amidst a forest of blooming cherry blossoms. A gentle breeze blew, causing the pale pink petals to dance in the air. It was as if they were a backdrop, enhancing her gentle and ethereal beauty. At that moment, she gently reached out and touched a petal. She couldn't help but exclaim with emotion. The peach blossoms are very beautiful this year. It's a pity this area is too close to the city center. It's unavoidable that they're contaminated by impurities from the polluted air. While engrossed in admiring the flowers, she suddenly heard a soft call from behind. Old ancestor Vivi, why are you here? She turned her head and saw Jingye approaching. Before Chu Wei could even speak, he continued with a bright smile. Let me guess, you skipped morning classes to come here and admire the flowers, right? That's so cool. After letting him guess all sorts of things, the person in front of him replied calmly, Who's admiring flowers with you? I came here to eat peaches and to pick some peach blossom petals to brew wine. With that said, she reached out, touched the petals in front of her, and chanted a spell. The flower she had just touched gradually withered and then quickly formed into young peaches, following the spiritual energy she transferred into them. Each peach grew larger and became plump and ripe red. In just a short while, many attractive, rosy peaches appeared around her. She picked one and threw it towards the person standing opposite her, saying, "Here, I use spiritual energy to force them to ripen. You try one first and see how it is." Jingya hurriedly reached out to catch the peach that flew towards him unexpectedly. Looking at the glossy fruit, he smiled wryly and continued, "Thanks, Vivi, you're so kind to me. At least better than my dad." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a big bite. The gentle sweetness spread in his mouth, quickly improving his mood. While chewing, he praised it generously. "This peach is really sweet, but still not as sweet as the peaches at Fourth Uncle's Manor. If you want to pick flowers to brew wine, you can ask him. The peaches at his Nanchung Manor bloom beautifully and evenly. But why do you suddenly want to brew wine?" At this, she didn't answer but just smiled faintly, silently thinking. "Because my sworn brother's death anniversary is approaching. He passed away at the end of spring, before he could see the peaches bear fruit. Around this time every year, her heart would feel heavy. After being lost in memories for a while, Bai Chu-wei gently shook her head as if to banish all thoughts. Then she smiled and turned to the person behind her to change the subject. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Why are you so late to school today? Don't you usually always come early?" Hearing the question, Jingya was a bit flustered. He raised his hand to scratch his nose and glanced away to avoid her gaze. He replied with a forced smile, "It's nothing. I just suddenly find studying not as interesting as before." But in his heart, he sighed silently. "Before, I studied hard to get my dad approval, hoping he would see me as his pride. But now, that doesn't seem important anymore. In his eyes, there is only Jingshin. He completely ignores my existence." The person in front of him saw his sorrowful expression and flicked his forehead hard. He clutched his head and cried out in pain. "Ow." Then he heard her say softly, as if comforting him, "You fool, people have to live for themselves. Studying was never for anyone else, but for yourself." After hearing these words, the person opposite him wasn't angry at all, but was moved by her sincere concern. He broke into a bright smile and said, "I know." But then he looked at her resentfully and continued, "Wait, but Vivi doesn't study either." Hearing this, Bai Chu-wei gave a mischievous smile, replying in a teasing tone, "Well, I don't come to school to study." She silently added in her heart, "This kid is still too naive." Suddenly, a call rang out from a distance. "Hello, are you student Bai Chu-wei?" The two of them turned their heads at the same time and saw a female student approaching. It was Chiyu, a 10th grade student, the only daughter of the Chi family, one of the 8 great families. She was tall and slender. She approached with a haughty, questioning tone. "I heard that if you want a consultation, you have to pay a registration fee of 2,000 yuan. I want to see just how skilled you are to dare charge such a high price." Hearing this, she just replied nonchalantly, "I am Bai Chu-wei. Do you want to book a consultation?" The girl then pointed a finger straight at her. Her haughty tone was unconcealed. "Yes, but let me say this first. If you can't diagnose any illness, you have to return the money." Seeing her obvious provocation, she sighed silently in her heart. This kid has troublemaker written all over her face. She must have heard that I cured Su Ruan's illness, so she came over curiously to join the fun. Despite knowing her intentions weren't pure, Bai Chu-wei still began the diagnosis. "You like to exercise. Your physique is healthy. You probably haven't had a cold in a long time, but you are severely nearsighted. Beyond a 5-meter range, you can't distinguish between people. Being exposed so accurately and unexpectedly." She was horrified, her eyes wide as she stammered, You got it all right. How did you know?" Faced with her bewildered expression, she just replied calmly, "I saw with my eyes. Curing nearsightedness isn't difficult. I could prescribe a remedy for you." At this point, she was almost dumbfounded. She stammered back, What did you say? You can cure nearsightedness just by taking medicine? Don't you usually need surgery?" Seeing that she still didn't believe it, Jingya, who was beside her, was just as excited. He vigorously praised Bai Chu-wei. "Unbelievable, right? Vivi used only herbal medicine and medicinal baths to cure my grandfather's terminal stomach cancer. Should I call my dad over to give a testimonial?" As for her, after hearing that, she rushed forward excitedly and grabbed her shoulders. Her eyes shone like stars. "If you can cure my nearsightedness, forget my dad. I can even call my grandfather over. You guys know, I used to be teased by my classmates all the time because of my nearsightedness. Someone even posted an ugly picture of me wearing glasses on the school forum. It was so hateful. She didn't pay much attention to Chi-Yu's excitement, quickly taking out a pen and paper to write a prescription. Then she handed the paper to her and said, "Take this prescription to the pharmacy to get the medicine. I'll send you the instructions for use later." Hearing this, she frowned slightly, asking with a bit of confusion, so I have to go get the medicine myself? But in response to this complaint, the other person immediately held up 2 fingers and replied, without compromise, 2,000 yuan is just the registration fee. Chi-Yu held the paper between 2 fingers, full of confidence, and said, "So that means the consultation fee and the medicine cost will be calculated separately, right? No problem. The Chi family has everything but a shortage of money." Bai Chu Wei then slowly made a request. "I don't need money. Just give me some of the spiritual herbs your family has in stock. For example, Lingji, ginseng that's several decades old, 1 portion of each." She took out her phone and typed for a while. Her expression was hesitant, but she finally agreed. "All right." She showed the phone screen to the 2 of them and said, "My family does indeed have a collection of spiritual herbs. They could be used to pay for your services. I hope your remedy is truly effective." After she left, only she and Jingye were left standing there. At this moment, she turned to ask, "What's wrong? Why do you keep staring at me?" The boy, when asked, scratched his head shyly and answered, "I was just thinking, isn't Vivi supposed to be cold and arrogant? Now she's giving consultations right at school. I heard that the divine Dr. Bai is always mysterious and never takes the initiative to treat anyone, unless there's another reason." As if her thoughts were read, she gave a meaningful smile. Half of her face was in shadow, her expression unclear. A second later, she looked up, winked playfully, and said, "It seems you're not that stupid after all. At this Hanghua school, most of the families are storing precious and rare spiritual herbs. I give them consultations just to wait for them to voluntarily offer those spiritual herbs to me. After all, I'm not robbing them. This is just a fair transaction. Everyone gets what they need." After hearing this, the person next to her broke into a cold sweat and asked, "Vivi, are you sick?" Hearing this, Bai Chui's face turned purple with anger, and she shouted loudly, "You're scolding me," while raising his hand to hit the boy relentlessly. He was in so much pain from the beating that he could only cover his head and beg for mercy. "No, that's not it. I was just worried you might have some illness. That's why you need so many spiritual herbs. Vai, I was wrong. Ow." A few hours later, in the school campus cafeteria, the air was bustling with the students' complaints and lively chatter. Phew, school's finally over. Enduring the whole morning was really tiring. That's right, I want to see Bai, for a checkup today. Before I could even open my mouth, she had already figured out my condition. It's truly divine. Does she have the ability to see through everything? Could she really be the miracle doctor the rumors say she is? I also heard that Chi-Yu came to cause trouble this morning, but after she went back, she rushed off to get medicine. At this moment, Tinda, carrying a food tray, followed behind by Vai, looking around as he remarked with emotion, Vai, your popularity is getting higher and higher. I hear your name everywhere I go in school." The person walking in front simply replied nonchalantly, "Just call me the queen of all topics." Not far away, Tinwine waved and called out to the 2 of them, Vai, come over here. I've saved seats for you." The 2 of them quickly walked to the dining table and put down their food trays, then simultaneously smiled happily and thanked Nguyen. "Thanks." Nguyen, "Thank you," classmate Xiaotu. Seeing the radiant smiles of the 2 people opposite her, Nguyen's face flushed red as if it was about to steam. Her eyes turned into heart shapes as she stammered in reply, No need to be so polite." While the group was chatting happily, Chao Zhao appeared from behind. Her expression was gloomy, and she seethed with jealousy, thinking to herself, What is going on? Today, Don Tinda isn't having lunch with Hua Tinnan, but chose to sit next to Bai So. What kind of charm does that little wench have that everyone flocks around her? Not to mention, ever since she said my shoulder had a problem, my left shoulder has been getting more and more sore. It's just unbearably strange. While she was still feeling annoyed, someone suddenly spoke up and asked, Zhao, what are you looking at? The person who asked was Daik Tun Bin, Chao Zhao's boyfriend. As soon as he finished asking, he crunched on the lollipop he was holding. She was slightly startled, then hurriedly said, Daik Tun Bin, there's a female student in my class who knows how to diagnose illnesses. My shoulder hasn't been feeling well lately, so I wanted to ask her to take a look, but she refused. Can you help me persuade her? Hearing his girlfriend ask for a favor, he of course immediately nodded in agreement. Sure, it's a small matter. Where is she? I'll go find her right now. Getting his answer, she, still annoyed, pointed in a direction and said, Look, she's over there. After hearing this, Daik Tun Bin glanced in the direction she pointed. When he turned his head and saw the person opposite him, his eyes immediately turned into heart shapes, and his face flushed red as if it had just been boiled. He was so excited that he blurted out a curse under his breath. Oh my God, holy shit. The person who stunned him to the point he couldn't look away was none other than Bai Sovai. Her beauty made him unable to resist exclaiming in admiration, truly a rare beauty. In his mind, he constantly compared her to all the girls around him. Even his current girlfriend, Chao Zhao Zhao. Compared to this girl, Chao Zhao Zhao, or by AMAM, were all just mediocre. The girl opposite him seemed to sense his improper gaze. Her expression gradually darkened, and her voice, carrying a cold threat, rang out. Keep looking, and I'll gouge your eyes out for people to step on like firecrackers. Hearing the warning, he paused for a moment, but then smirked, seemingly not intimidated at all, but rather amused. He thought to himself, those words were spoken by Bai Sovai, so harsh. I find it quite to my taste. He licked his lips with excitement, as if he had just found a favorite toy. Then he casually approached the table where her group was sitting and asked, Hey, you're Bai Sovai, right? Seeing him approach, she and Tinda stood up simultaneously. The other party quickly continued with a superior air. I hear you know how to diagnose illnesses. I order you to examine Zhao Zhao right now. Chao Zhao Zhao, standing beside him, took the opportunity to rely on him, tilting her chin up and sneering arrogantly. Tinda immediately stepped forward to block her, warning loudly, Chao Zhao Zhao, give it up. Miracle Dr. Bai's rule is very clear. Once she refuses to see a patient, she will never treat them. Being rejected so bluntly for the first time, Daik Tun Bin felt insulted. His face darkened and he growled angrily. What the hell kind of rule is that? Aren't doctors just service staff? Is that little girl deliberately rejecting me to get attention? Faced with a blatant provocation, Bai Sovai remained cold and indifferent, replying casually, It seems you really don't want to keep your eyeballs anymore. Tinda, standing in between, was startled upon hearing this and quickly tried to intervene. Don't be rash, calm down. That would be too bloody. But the other party thought he was being scolded and angrily pointed at Tinda, shouting, Don't Tinda, it's not that I'm not giving you face. I just want to ask her to examine Zhao Zhao. Why is her attitude like this? Is that what you call a doctor's ethics? At this moment, he turned his head to look at the person behind him and advised in a low voice, Ancestor, you must remain calm. Don't stoop to Daik Tun Bin's level. This is a school. There are too many eyes watching. If something happens, the consequences won't be easy to handle. Daik Tun Bin suddenly realized who he was talking to. His face immediately turned pale, his mind chaotically speculating. So he was saying those words to Bai Sovai? What the hell? What's with Ancestor? Isn't she just a female student? But when he looked again, her face had lost all patience. Killing intent was evident on her face. At this moment, she recalled the words Bai AMAM had once told her. So this was Daik Tun Bin, the man who already had a girlfriend but still flirted with someone from the Bai family. And just now he had looked at her with lustful eyes. It seems if I don't teach him a lesson, it won't. Do. She gave an ice-cold smile, took out her acupuncture needle case, pulled out a few needles, and then turned to look at Tinda with a meaningful gaze. You're right, gouging out eyes is a bit too bloody. I should use another method to help classmate Dai calm down a bit. As soon as she finished speaking, her face became stern. Combined with the action of holding the acupuncture needles, it made Tinda's heart leap, and he shouted in panic, Vai, what are you taking the needles out for? Vai, don't go near him. That guy's gaze is disgusting. He's definitely thinking of something perverted. You should stay away from him. The other party spoke up confidently with a smug tone. What? You finally agreed to examine Zhao Zhao? Chao Zhao Zhao thought it was true, showing a gloating expression, thinking to herself, I didn't expect that just a few threats from Daik Tun Bin would make Bai Sovai bow her head. If I had known, I would have forced her sooner. Seeing her walk closer, he became even more excited. Immersed in his filthy thoughts, He didn't realize danger was approaching. The more he looked, the more breathtakingly beautiful he found her. His mind wandering with random thoughts. If her medical skills are good, then I wonder what her hand skills are like. If I offer more money, would she be willing to go with me to a hotel room to verify it? Suddenly, 2 needles flew straight towards him, cutting off his vile train of thought. Her sudden action made his face turn pale, and he screamed in fear, "What are you doing? Your needles." Ah! A blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the cafeteria. The acupuncture needles pierced straight into Dike Tunbin. He was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face, and he clutched his lower body as he collapsed to the ground, his whole body trembling. The surrounding crowd was stunned. Dike Tunbin, are you okay? What is this Bai So Vi girl doing? Is she crazy? Bai So Vi stood tall, her gaze looking down coldly, her eyebrows slightly raised. The ancestor cannot be humiliated. Just for the filthy thoughts in his head, if this were 1,000 years ago, I would have at least made sure he had no way to live. What I did now is letting him off lightly. Just then, another male voice rang out from behind. Classmate Bai Huatin then pushed through the crowd, his face furious, questioning loudly, "What are you doing? How can you assault a fellow student on school grounds?" In the cafeteria now, only Bai So Vi's group, Dike Tunbin's group, and the newly arrived Hua Tinden remained. Tinda looked at him as if he wanted to help Chao Zhao's group, then raised his hand to shield her and said coldly, "Didn't I already say so? Didn't you see the way Dike Tunbin was looking at Vi? He was so blatant, like he was desperate to strip a girl's clothes off. Even I found it unbearably disgusting." His straightforward words and actions somewhat stunned the other party, who couldn't help but think to himself, "Tinda, why is he using such a tone to talk to me? Including during break time today. He has been clearly avoiding me." Then he remembered what happened yesterday and continued to speculate, plus the matter of him leaving my house yesterday. Could it be that he already knows my true identity, and that's why he's become like this? Could it be that he feels I'm not qualified to return to the Doan family? So he's pretending to jump off a building to protest my intention to take his father back. As he thought of this, his face darkened and he trembled with anger. He then heard the whispers around him about himself. "Look, Doan Tinda and Hua Tin are arguing. Why is that? Aren't they close friends?" These words made Hua Tin then even more furious. His hand tightened into a fist as if wanting to smash something, trying to suppress the emotions about to explode within him. Then he spoke up to refute Tinda's earlier words. Regardless of what happened, classmate Bai is not allowed to commit assault on school grounds. At this moment, Tinda was about to speak up in response, but was pulled back by her. Then she spoke nonchalantly. "No need to argue with him anymore, Class President Hua. Why don't you turn around and take a look? Where did I assault anyone?" Over here, Dike Tunbin stood up, his expression still showing shock. He patted his lower body while muttering, "Hey, I'm really fine." Only then did he regain his composure and continue to mock So Vi. "Just now, that little brat came over so aggressively with her needles, I really thought something big was about to happen. Turns out it was just a scare tactic." Seeing the situation had calmed down, Hua Tinden saw that he was fine and frowned, feeling humiliated. She turned her head to look at the person beside her, smiled faintly, and asked classmate Hua, "Did you hear that? He's perfectly healthy. Can we go back to class now?" Everything was resolved, and lunchtime had just ended. The cleaning lady was now pushing her cart to clear away the remaining food trays. Now, the 3 of them, Bai So Vi, having won the argument in the cafeteria, were all in a cheerful mood. Tinda spoke first. Vi, it's a good thing you didn't act in such a crowded place, otherwise I would have definitely had to ask fourth uncle to step in. Tinwayan also added with admiration, "Classmate Bai, you're so amazing. You even managed to scare Dike Tunbin, the captain of the girls' basketball team, being praised so much by them." She jokingly asked back, "Who told you it was just a scare?" As soon as she finished, the 2 behind her asked in unison, surprised, "Huh? It wasn't a scare?" But all they got in return was a cunning laugh from the person in front. "Hee hee," she said, and the whole group burst into happy laughter. At the same time, on the school's rooftop, 2 figures, a man and a woman, were intimately entwined. Chao Zhao's face was red, her eyes glistening with moisture, as she looked lovingly at the person opposite her and whispered sweet nothings. "Dike Tunbin, thank you for standing up for me against that bitch. I really love you so much." He was flushed with excitement from her words and mischievously pulled her hand, saying, "It's nothing, baby. I'd do anything for you, so shouldn't you give me some kind of reward?" After speaking, he placed her hand on his crotch, intending for her to caress him. But unfortunately, No matter how much he was stimulated, his little brother remained fast asleep, refusing to rise. Chow Zhao Zhao, seeing the situation was not promising, asked with concern, Daik Tun Bin, have you been too tired lately? But Daik Tun Bin was in utter shock that his crotch wouldn't get hard. His eyes rolled back, and his mouth hung wide open. Nonsense, This morning, he was saying mid-sentence when he suddenly thought of the needles So-Vi was holding and her cryptic words. His face darkened in fear as he lamented internally, wait, could it be? I know, it must be that bitch. It was that bitch who did this to me. Having figured out the cause, he strode past Chow Zhao Zhao, furiously determined to find So-Vi. A moment later, at So-Vi's classroom, a loud bang from the door being kicked open echoed. Daik Tun Bin stormed in, shouting like a madman, startling everyone in the class into dead silence. No one daring to breathe loudly. By So-Vi, get your ass out here. What the hell did you do to me? But she was currently wearing headphones, focused on enjoying her music, completely unaware of what was happening. He was fuming. He walked right past her without noticing, muttering curses under his breath. Where is she? Bai So-Vi, where are you? Have any of you seen Bai So-Vi? This scene made the class members give him strange and pitying looks, and they began to whisper among themselves that Daik Tun been going crazy. Isn't Bai So-Vi sitting right in her seat? Everyone thought he had gone so mad he was blind, but they didn't know that she had used an invisibility spell to hide herself from his eyes. Tindo watched Daik Tun Bin's tantrum at the back of the class, then leaned over to whisper admiringly to her, Ancestor, well done. You're still the best. Being praised. She didn't become arrogant, but just gave a light laugh and clear her throat in response to him. This is called having one's eyes obscured by a single leaf. As long as I wish it, Daik Tun Bin can forget about ever seeing me for the rest of his life. If I don't act, everyone is safe. But once I do, I must peel off a layer of the opponent's skin. My rule. Understand. While she was acting all dangerous, her phone buzzed with a new message. She opened it to see. It was from Don Fai Han. I'll pick you up after school. Reading the message, she was surprised and thought to herself, how strange. Why is Don Fai Han showing up out of the blue? In the afternoon at Bai So-Vi school, he had already driven his car and parked in front of the gate to pick her up after school. In the car, she curled her lips happily, inhaling the scent in the car, and couldn't help but sigh, it smells so good. Her action made the other person feel shy due to the proximity of the person beside him. He placed a hand over his mouth, coughed to regain his composure, and then said, I heard you're still looking for spiritual herbs. I brought the Don family's collection of wild ginseng, lingji mushrooms, and snow lotuses for you. They're all in the trunk of the car. She suddenly reached out her index finger and lightly touched his chin, making his face heat up. She said in a charming voice, Han, you misunderstood. I was saying that you smell very good. Her charming voice combined with her stunningly beautiful face. How could Don Fai Han possibly withstand it? Suddenly, the person next to him sat up straight and continued speaking. Let me guess. Han, you didn't come looking for me just to deliver medicinal herbs, did you? Bai So-Vi's guess was completely correct. He had come to see her for another purpose. Fai Han turned his head to look out the window, wanting to hide his shyness, then slowly began his invitation. My father has almost fully recovered. So, in a few days, the Don family will be preparing a recovery party. You don't need an invitation to get in. Hearing this, she rubbed the back of her neck and replied with an air of indifference that, oh, got it. When the time comes, I'll consider whether I want to go or not. Although she said that, she was thinking differently. An invitation to a party is not as good as a gift of spiritual herbs. At least I won't have to meet people I don't want to meet. At this moment, he sensed the coldness from her. Then his eyebrows furrowed as he grabbed her hand, startling her. He then said with a serious face, I've already made plans regarding Master Tun's matter. You don't need to act rashly. Under the dim yellow light of the living room, before coming to pick up Bai So-Vi, Don Fai Han had carefully reviewed the file on Master Tun. When he saw the personal information along with the red stamp, indicating an extremely dangerous level, his gaze immediately darkened. His brows furrowed unconsciously with suspicion and concern. It was also for this reason that he was now firmly trying to stop So-Vi, not allowing her to go see Master Tun alone. Because in his heart, he always had a feeling that the other person was absolutely not simple and could put her in danger at any moment. Seeing the somewhat over-the-top reaction of the person in front of her, she chuckled and said half-jokingly, half seriously. Han Han, how did you know I wanted to make a move on Master Tun? Her eyes suddenly turned cold, her gaze sweeping towards him probingly. She silently calculated in her heart. I clearly told Tun Dai Dung to come find me himself within 3 days. Today is already the second day. If he still doesn't show up tomorrow, I really will personally take action to teach him a proper lesson. But how could Don Fai Han know this? When I left the note, he wasn't there, but he suddenly grabbed her hand. His expression didn't change, still serious and rigidly cautious. He answered concisely with just one word: intuition. Though his words were few, they were full of meaning. Facing her feigned indifference, he knew well that she had already made up her mind long ago. She had no intention of listening to him. He secretly tightened his grip on her hand, making a resolution in his heart. On the surface, she's nonchalant, but internally she is always firm and acts decisively. For matters she cares about, she will never suffer a loss and will definitely act without hesitation. Just then, Bai So Vi began to show her annoyance with the other's controlling words. She immediately flung his hand away, letting out a cold snort. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Don Fai Han not only didn't let go, but held on tighter, pulling her forcefully into his arms. The imprisoning embrace surprised her. Her face suddenly flushed red with embarrassment. He whispered softly as if coaxing her, "Be good, listen to me. That person is very dangerous." His sudden action made her heart race, and she cursed silently in her flustered heart. He's taking the initiative to hug me? It was never mentioned in the original plot that Don Fai Han would use a honey trap to achieve his goals. She was both embarrassed and angry. She hurriedly pushed him away, her face still flushed, and quickly let out a teasing remark. Han Han, your honey trap skills are still not up to par. Let this ancestor teach you. Next time, if you really want to use a honey trap, it's best to take it off for better effect. After hearing that, he was stunned as if struck by lightning and hesitantly repeated, "Take it off?" She nodded seriously in confirmation. Yes, take it off. But as soon as she finished speaking, she remembered the Agarwood bracelet she had given Don Fai Han. Her expression suddenly darkened, and she silently cursed herself for giving him that sandalwood bead bracelet that could control and disperse spiritual energy in her spare time. That sandalwood bead bracelet that could control and disperse spiritual energy. Beside her, Don Fai Han was still silently imagining all sorts of things he shouldn't be. His face was red as he quietly nodded. Okay, I've learned my lesson. A few days later at the Bai family villa, Bai AM was secretly hiding behind a large wall in the flower garden, holding her phone and talking urgently to someone. Daik Tun Bin, why on earth are you making me lure Bai So Vi to the front door? That woman is really vicious. I'm a little scared too. On the other end of the phone, Daik Tun Bin's face was dark with frustration. He cursed silently in his heart. No kidding. He had been tormented by her for several days straight. How could he not know how venomous Bai So Vi's personality was? But he still forced himself to suppress his anger, keeping his voice gentle to coax her. Bai Aim, aren't you always so bold? Why are you scared of an adopted daughter now? How about this? As long as you do this well, I'll give you an invitation to the Don family's old master's recovery party. I know your Bai family wasn't invited, right? Hearing this, her eyes immediately lit up, and she began to imagine herself standing out at the high society banquet, being pursued by countless wealthy and powerful young masters. She thought excitedly, the Don family's banquet will surely invite many rich and famous people from China's upper class. As long as I can get in, with my looks and charisma, I will definitely catch the eye of a young master who is both handsome and rich. That way, it will be easy to enter high society. By then, Grandpa will no longer value a lowly adopted daughter like Bai So Vi. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile smugly. Then she suddenly came to her senses when she saw a familiar figure walking out the door. She was stunned, wondering to herself, it's so late at night, where could Bai So Vi be going? But then she quickly became excited, her eyes sparkling. Heaven is really helping me. All I have to do is quietly follow her and report her location to Daik Tun Bin, and the invitation will be mine, right? Thinking this, she acted immediately. She put on glasses and held a magazine to cover her face, stealthily following So Vi's every step. Hiding here and there, she still couldn't see an end to the journey. She started to mutter and complain. I wonder why this Bai So Vi is walking farther and farther away. away. Suddenly, the other person stopped walking, and she held her breath, watching. When she looked up and saw the sign in front of her that read, Wild Colors, she couldn't help but be shocked. Isn't that the most famous bar in Haicheng? So Vi to come to a place like this in the middle of the night. She really has no sense of propriety. Suddenly, So Vi turned her head back and smiled faintly with a hidden meaning. It was clear she had discovered someone was following her. That look made by Am's face turned pale with fear, and she panicked, wondering to herself, could it be that I've been discovered? I'm done for. It's best to quickly send the location to Dike Tun Bin and retreat. I really don't want to be near a strange person like her for another second. As soon as she thought this, she threw away the magazine and frantically turned to run away. So Vi watched the disappearing figure and thought to herself, she runs pretty fast. If I didn't have something important to do today, I would have definitely made her run until she was out of breath. Confirming that there were no more followers, she calmly walked into the bar. Immediately, someone came to greet her. Miss, hello, this place has a membership system. Please present your membership card. She replied coldly, I don't have a membership card. I want to see Huali. The guard frowned in annoyance upon hearing this. His voice held a hint of suspicion. I'm sorry, Director Hua cannot be seen upon request. He thought to himself, this little girl looks so young, yet she knows the director's name. Could she be the descendant of some family? Faced with that scrutinizing gaze, she just smiled faintly and said coldly, then I want to see Tun Dai Dung. He should be with Director Hua in her office right now, shouldn't he? As soon as she finished speaking, his expression immediately changed, his mind shaken. How does this girl know so much? But he still tried to remain calm, lying perfunctorily, Miss, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Please don't cause trouble. As he spoke, he secretly pressed the emergency alarm button. Just a few seconds later, several more security guards appeared, shouting sternly, Miss, please leave. But Vi was not so easily intimidated. She curled her lip in contempt and said coldly, how ridiculous. I want to teach Tun Dai Dung a lesson. Even Don Fai Han couldn't stop me. What do you all think you are? With that, she snapped her fingers. All the security guard around her immediately froze like stone statues, their eyes wide with terror, but their bodies completely unable to move. Each one of them screamed in their minds, what's happening? Why won't my body obey my commands? What on earth did she do? As for her, she walked slowly, feeling smug. Sorry, Han, this ancestor has always been used to doing things my own way. I don't like being controlled by others. Besides, I never really agreed, did I? Her steps were light yet steady as she entered the elevator, leaving behind a group of people screaming helplessly, unable to move. Who is that girl? Why did the elevator automatically take her up as if it had been preset and waiting for her? In the hallway of the top floor of the bar, a harsh scolding echoed. Master Tun, Dontinda clearly didn't die from jumping off the building. He's living happily and comfortably now. And you still want me to give you money? You must be daydreaming. Master Sun, whose face was red with anger from the scolding, retorted furiously, Miss Su, you know the unwritten rules of this industry. Whether it succeeds or not, the money must be paid. I'm counting on your money to buy spiritual medicine to quickly recover my vital energy. I still have to go teach that person who broke my formation a lesson. As the two were arguing fiercely, a voice suddenly came from outside, causing both of them to turn their heads in shock. Little son, so you still dare to harbor thoughts of seeking revenge on the ancestor? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Upon seeing the person who had just appeared, the other party exclaimed in surprise. Bai Chu Wei. He widened his eyes and shouted, how did you get in here? Where did a brat like you come from? Is little son a name you can just call me? Su Li, beside him, was pale with fear, but she ignored his anger and continued to tease. Oh, I can't call you little son? Then can I call you grandnephew? This sentence made him even more furious, and he rolled up his sleeves, about to charge forward and hit her. She stopped joking, and her face immediately turned cold, her voice deepening sternly. Kneel. Master Sun had already been teased enough by a kid. Now, being ordered to kneel, his expression became even uglier, veins popping on his forehead as he gritted his teeth and asked back, who has to kneel? But before he could finish his sentence, his legs suddenly went soft, losing all strength, and he collapsed to his knees on the ground. The sight made Sun Daong scream in panic. What's happening? Could it be the word spirit technique? Who on earth are you? Bai Chu Wei slowly began to speak. Who am I? Didn't my paper crane already tell you? You were supposed to come find me on your own within 3 days, and I would have given you the chance to choose between a severed hand or a severed foot. It's a pity you didn't know how to cherish it. As soon as the paper crane was mentioned, he immediately realized her identity and was so frightened he began to doubt his life. The paper crane? This is the person who broke my formation? How could it be a girl? He roared angrily. What exactly do you want? He was now so scared that his whole body trembled as if awaiting a sentence. Seeing this, she replied, Master Sunday, perhaps you don't know my rules. First, I absolutely hate demonic cultivators. The sight of one makes me want to snap their neck. Second, I don't like anyone daring to touch those under my protection. Her face darkened, her eyes sharp as she continued. Unfortunately, you violated both. Seeing her reveal her killing intent, Su Li panicked and shouted loudly, Bai Chu-wei, you're crazy. This is a society ruled by law. Do you dare to kill someone? She ignored the threat and replied nonchalantly, Righteous cultivators naturally don't kill easily. But isn't Aunt Sue someone who very much likes to have people killed? Hearing this, her face turned pale and she broke out in a cold sweat. Her heart trembled as she lamented internally. She really knows everything. How could she know so clearly? Amidst the tense atmosphere, a strange smell suddenly wafted through the air, immediately catching Bai Chu-wei's attention. Oh, what's that strange smell? She quickly found the source of the smell and discovered it was a strong stench coming from Sun Deong, making her sigh with emotion. A grandmaster, and yet he was scared to the point of wetting his pants. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, she felt a bit disgusted. So dirty, I don't want to do it myself anymore. She took a step back, frowning in annoyance, then said in a cold voice, Sun Deong, I'll give you one last chance. As if waiting for just that, he immediately jumped up, clasped his hands, and bowed sincerely in gratitude. Thank you, Senior. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do whatever you want. Seeing that he was sincerely begging for mercy, she had no intention of actually taking his life. She pointed at Su Li and ordered, Now, immediately take this woman to the police station to turn herself in, and I will spare you from the death penalty. Hearing this, her face turned ashen. She gritted her teeth, her heart filled with fear and resentment. Go to the police station to confess and have to explain how I plan to kill Duan Xingye. Wouldn't that mean I'll have to go to jail? No, it wasn't easy for me to get to where I am today. I can't lose it all. After steeling herself, she shouted in protest. Bai Chu-wei, you think you can threaten this whole society just because you know a few demonic tricks? Do you know who owns this bar? It's the Duan family's property. Just you try and touch me. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. A voice called out her name, Bai Chu-wei. She turned her head to see that the person who appeared was none other than Duan Fan. He loosened his tie as he spoke in a somewhat reproachful tone. Did you not hear clearly what I told you before? Seeing him arrive, Bai Chu-wei smiled brightly, ignoring his sulking, and waved as if nothing had happened. Han Han, you're here? The other two were even more shocked by his appearance and trembled in fear. Fourth young Master Duan, why did he suddenly come here? He recalled the scene when his man had rushed to report Fourth Master. The surveillance staff left near the bar saw Miss by rush in alone. Not only are there many bodyguards there, but Sun Deong is also present. The situation seems very dangerous. At that moment, he was angry, his handsome face darkening as he thought to himself, didn't they say Wei Wei was in danger? Why does it look like the opposite is true? Su Li thought Duan Fan had come to help her and hurriedly cried out with an accusation. Fourth Master Duan, you came at the right time. This demoness wants to kill someone. Please save me. I am the mistress of your eldest brother, Duan Taheo. We're family. But before she could finish, Bai Chu-wei stepped in front of him and called out intimately, Han Han, don't you worry. Even if 100 demonic cultivators like this showed up, I could strangle them all in an instant. It was then that she began to feel that something was wrong. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Their relationship was clearly very close. Could it be that Duan Fan didn't come to save her? After speaking, she pretended to look around casually and asked, Han Han, who are you looking at? Why is your face so gloomy? Turns out you're looking at Aunt Su Li. She quickly pointed towards her and cheerfully introduced. Let me introduce you. She's the one who paid to hire a killer for your grandnephew. After hearing this, she almost fainted, her pale face turning completely black. She cursed internally. Damn it, what kind of introduction is that? Then she trembled as if turned to stone. The person next to her could only blink at her, feigning innocence. As for Duan Fan, after witnessing this bizarre scene, he could only stand by helplessly. A few seconds later, he regained his composure and made a call, giving an order. Hello, Bring our people up. Take everyone in the office to the police station right now. At the same time, the doors suddenly opened. Everyone turned their heads in unison as a trembling arm reached out. A stammering voice was heard. That is, I just saw a classmate come in here, so I was just passing by. Can I not go to the police station? I still have to take the college entrance exam this year. I really didn't see anything, really. Di Zuanping was so scared that his face was drained of all color. While the security guards were escorting the other two away, Sun Daong was in a daze when the person next to him reminded him, "This master, please cooperate with us." As for Su Li, who was still struggling, she was quickly warned. This one too, Bai Chu Wei, standing behind, was still calmly walking and leisurely munching on an apple in her hand. A moment later, she slowly opened her mouth to ask, "Where's Di Zuanping? Did you really let him go?" Hearing this, Duan Fan replied softly in a low voice, "I asked him many times, but he kept insisting he knew nothing. Keeping him would only be more trouble." After hearing this, she chewed her apple while thinking to herself, based on Di Zuanping's expression and reaction, he definitely saw the entire scene of me dealing with Master Sun and Su Li. Then he even ran into the bodyguards. What he witnessed actually wouldn't be difficult for Duan Fan to handle. Perhaps that's why Duan Fan chose to let him go. Could it be that he wants to move me? Just as she was about to call out, "Han Han, you!" A voice full of excitement suddenly came from behind. "Do you guys think that person is Duan Shichi?" "I don't know. Don't all men wearing hats and sunglasses look the same?" Hearing this, a sense of vigilance immediately rose in her heart. Duan Shichi. Instantly, Duan Shichi and his friend strode towards Bai Chu Wei. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself, "It's him again. Enemies truly walk a narrow path." Then, without hesitation, she forcefully threw the apple she was holding straight at his head, causing the person next to him to cry out in alarm. "Hey, who was that? Come out now." He clutched his head while looking at the apple rolling on the ground and immediately guessed. An apple? The only one who would dare to throw an apple at me could only be her. Although he reassured them, "I'm fine, don't worry." His friend was still not at ease and said anxiously, "It's good that you're fine. You have a fan meeting tomorrow. Might it have to be canceled? Shichi, are you having a run of bad luck lately? You should go perform a ritual to ward it off." Just as he finished speaking, from another direction came a snap of the fingers, and instantly the hat on Duan Shichi's head was knocked off. This immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding fans, who all started shouting noisily, "It's Duan Shichi, Film Emperor Duan. Ah, oh my god, why is Duan Shichi at a bar? Isn't he about to marry Tong Wenru? Film Emperor, I'm your loyal fan. Can you give me an autograph? Shichi, Mama loves you." At the same time, Bai Chu Wei, who was enjoying the show, thought gleefully to herself, Duan Shichi, I never thought you'd see this day. It's just a pity that I don't intend to reveal my identity to him right now, so I'll have to settle for warning him like this for now." Seeing the person next to him smiling so brightly, Duan Fan couldn't help but ask, "Are you very happy?" Hearing this, she couldn't hide the smugness in her eyes and replied, "Of course I'm happy, especially seeing someone in a situation like that. On the other hand, don't you want to go help your third brother out?" Hearing the question, he idly fiddled with the keys in his hand and replied languidly, "I don't have a good impression of him. Get in the car. I'll take you home." And so, the two of them got into the car. Bai Chu Wei stuck her hand out the window to feel the wind while thinking to herself, TSK. Everything that needed to be done tonight was handled perfectly. What good luck. Suddenly, the person next to her reminded her, "It's very dangerous to stick your hand out like that." Then he slowly continued, "Although you had a legitimate reason for coming to the bar this time, you shouldn't frequent that place in the future. It's not suitable for women. From what I know, perverts often appear there." Hearing those words, she immediately frowned. She couldn't stop thinking, is the image of Duan Fan in my head slowly collapsing? A man who was originally taciturn, with deep thoughts, where did that scheming big boss go? Now he's so naggy and likes to meddle in other people's business. Could it be that he was Tang Sanzang in his past life? Thinking of that, she immediately made a suggestion. Han Han, can you stop the car for a moment?" As soon as he heard, he slammed on the brakes. And as soon as the car stopped, she turned to grab Duan Fan's hand and said excitedly, Han Han, give me your hand." Ignoring the person next to her who was confused about what was happening, she closed her eyes and focused her thoughts. Instead of just guessing wildly, it would be more effective to directly trace the root cause. As for the person opposite her, when he saw Bai Chu Wei take the initiative to hold his hand, he immediately blushed shyly, his mind spinning endlessly. Why did she suddenly hold my hand? What on earth is she planning to do? She, however, was still frowning in concentration, sensing the root cause. Is it real? Why is Duan Fan's palm getting hotter and hotter? No, that's not important. What I'm more concerned about is why I can't seem to identify who he was in his past life at all. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly let go of his hand. The person opposite her, blushing like a young maiden, asked softly, "How was it?" But the other party tried to act calm and replied, "It's nothing. Just keep driving. Thank you for taking me home tonight." Although she tried to maintain a nonchalant appearance on the outside, as if nothing had happened, inside, Bai Chu Wei was constantly calculating. I've exhausted my efforts to find clues, but all information related to Duan Fan's past life remains completely blank. Could it be that he really doesn't have a past life? Or is it that his past life identity is too mysterious, to the point that even I can't find it out? The next morning at school, while Bai Chu Wei was leisurely reading a book in the quiet library, a loud sound suddenly rang out, "Dad." It turned out to be Chi Yu's voice. She quickly ran towards her and shouted, "Dad, you are my parents of the next life." However, the person opposite her quickly managed to stop her, but helplessly interrupted, "Calling me your dad here still makes you just a child too." Me. Hearing this, the person in front of her with sparkling eyes and an admiring expression immediately spoke up. Okay, then I'll call you Ancestor. Chu Wei Ancestor, you have no idea what I went through this morning. Last night, I followed the ancient prescription you told me about. After brewing the Chinese medicine, I put on the eye mask, and then slept with the eye mask on until morning. This morning, I forgot to wear my contact lenses to school. I originally thought I would just have to wear my ugly, shabby black frame glasses for the day, but the result was... Then she recalled herself that morning. As soon as she put on her glasses, she said dazedly, "Why is my vision so blurry? My head hurts. My eyes hurt too." Then she fainted. When she had her vision remeasured, Chi was extremely surprised that her vision had been restored. And not only that, she questioned in astonishment, 5.3. "Miss, are you saying my vision has recovered to 5.3? At this point, the teacher in the nurse's office spoke up. Where did you go to have surgery? Recommend it to me." But at that time, she could only stammer in reply. I didn't have surgery. I just used the Chinese medicine prescribed by my friend Chu Wei and applied it to my eyes overnight. Back in the present, she squeezed Bai Chu Wei's hand tightly and said with a choked voice, "Classmate Ancestor, you are truly a god. It was worth it for me to risk my life stealing my brother's precious wild ginseng." But as she said this, she became puzzled. But thinking back, it's strange. Yesterday, after my brother found out I had secretly stolen the ginseng to pay for your treatment fee, he didn't say a single word. Did he just let me off the hook like that? He was clearly very worried at first. He even said that it was something he was going to give to some ancestor. The person opposite her just smiled upon hearing this, thinking to herself, so that's how it is. Well, it could be considered a kind gesture. Suddenly, a group of people rushed over, classmate Bai Chu Wei, and the whole crowd started asking her questions. "Bai Chu Wei, I heard you can cure Chi Yu severe myopia. Is that true?" "Divine Doctor, I also have severe myopia. Can you check me?" "Duan Xingye once said you cured his grandfather's cancer. Could that be true?" Suddenly, a sour voice full of jealousy rang out. What are they saying? Why can't I hear anything? The person who arrived turned out to be Tong Qingyin, leading by Yining. She smiled like a white lotus and continued. "For the past week, my aunt and I have been visiting Old Master Duan, and we only saw the master of traditional Chinese medicine, Old Lu, diligently performing acupuncture on Old Master Duan. We never saw a classmate Bai. Is there some kind of misunderstanding in this matter?" Hearing this, the surrounding students began to murmur among themselves. Tong Qingyin's aunt is Film Emperor Duan's fiancée, right? With such a connection, Tong Qingyin can indeed visit the Duan family every day, but didn't Duan Xingye say? Could it be that Duan Xingye was just bragging to pursue Bai Chu Wei? Maybe she doesn't even know anything about medicine. It seems possible. So isn't she just scamming people for money by treating them? No wonder she charges a 2,000 yuan deposit for an appointment. At this moment, a voice full of anger shouted, "Don't doubt Senior Ancestor. I experienced it myself. My myopia is really cured. How can such medical skills be fake?" Hearing Chi Yu's firm words by Yining on the side, her face darkened and she spoke up. "Who knows if what you're saying is true or not, since there's no proof. Besides, who knows if that prescription was written by Chu Wei herself, or if someone else prepared it and sent it to her." The other female students after hearing this, also began to waver in doubt. That seems to make sense. Maybe she just took a prescription from the internet and scammed a gullible person. Suddenly, someone walked straight up and said, classmate Bai, we made an appointment before, but now with this situation, you two should return our deposits. The person next to her, upon hearing this, erupted in even greater anger and shouted, "You guys," but Bai Chu-wei quickly stopped her. "No need to explain for me." Then she calmly replied, "If you miss this opportunity, you won't get such a good chance to find me next time." Tong Qingyan, on the opposite side, spoke with a sanctimonious air. "Classmate Bai, if you like medicine, you can study it in university, but you shouldn't be deceiving people like this now. The most important thing for a person is their moral character." Hearing this, she immediately retorted without holding back. "Miss Tong is indeed a person of noble character. Your aunt is about to marry 3rd Master Duan, yet you yourself have a crush on 4th Master Duan. Do you want to call Duan Shichi uncle or 3rd brother?" Hearing this, her expression immediately changed. She panicked internally. How does she know what I'm thinking? I haven't even told my aunt about this. However, she quickly regained her composure and confidently retorted, "Classmate Bai Chu-wei, you can't just talk nonsense because I stopped you from continuing to scam the students in our school. The person who cured old Master Duan was invited by my aunt 3 times. It's Lu Jun, old Lu, the top master of traditional Chinese medicine today. There's no doubt about this." That's right. As far as I know, old Lu received an invitation written by old Master Duan himself. If you really cured old Master Duan, you probably would have received an invitation too. Why don't you take out your invitation for everyone to see? Hearing this, she slowly spoke. "I indeed do not have an invitation." But she remembered what Duan Fan had said. Han Han once said I could get in without an invitation. The other students once again started to buzz with discussion. She's exposed herself. How could the Duan family not send an invitation to their savior? Luckily, I didn't go to Bai Chu-wei for treatment. That 2,000 yuan isn't much, but it's stupid money. Chi would still try her best to defend her. What nonsense are you all talking about? Senior Bai is a divine doctor. Isn't it just the Duan family's banquet? Senior Bai, if you want to go, then let's go together. Suddenly, a hand pulled out a dark purple invitation card and spoke up, "Junior, you don't need to worry about this. If Chu-wei wants to go, she can go with me. I have an invitation in my hand. I can conveniently bring along an adopted child of unknown origin." As she spoke, she deliberately flaunted the invitation that Di Zuanping had given her earlier, but the people behind her began to whisper among themselves. Bai Yining has an invitation. Isn't the Bai family not well-connected in high society? How'd she get one? I'm so envious. I heard that this time the Duan family only invited close relatives with status. My family wanted to go, but couldn't get in. Hearing the students praise her like this, she felt delighted and thought to herself, although for some reason I've been feeling that Bai Chu-wei is very scary lately. This time it's at school. In front of everyone's eyes, she can't do anything to me. It's fine if I say a few sarcastic words to her, right? This feels great. Suddenly, a voice from behind cut through her thoughts. Bai Yining, what are you showing off for? Isn't that invitation of yours the one I gave you? What the hell are you pretending for? At this moment, a figure carrying something approached. She quickly looked behind her and saw Di Zuanping appear, which made her so embarrassed that she turned angry and shouted, "Di Zuanping, why is it you?" When Bai Yining saw that the person exposing her was Di Zuanping, she was so angry her face contorted and she cursed internally. What the hell is that Di Zuanping doing? Doesn't he have a deep grudge against Bai Chu-wei? Why did he suddenly jump out to ruin my moment like this? Meanwhile, he held out the exquisite boxes in his hands, his expression sincere as he said, "Classmate Bai, Ancestor Bai, the incident in the cafeteria before was entirely my fault. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. After that, I fell seriously ill and need your help for treatment. Please take pity and help me." As he spoke, he bowed his head low and sincerely in front of Bai Chu-wei. The people present were equally surprised. Tong Qingyan, who had just used all her strength to convince the other female students not to believe her, was now confronted by Di Zuanping and put on an innocent act to persuade him. "Di Zuanping, Bai Chu-wei is really not like the rumors say. Don't let her fool you." Before she could finish her sentence, he turned to her and snapped, "Shut up. Who the hell are you? What the hell do you understand to be meddling?" Then he turned back to her, fawning over her with all his might. "Ancestor, let's go somewhere else to talk privately. I've already brought all the precious spiritual medicines left in my house. Please have mercy and treat me. I won't dare to do it again in the future." doctor. After seeing his sincerity and earnest attitude, she slowly replied, "All right, as long as there's spiritual medicine, it's okay. I can treat you." Watching the two of them leave, the female students behind couldn't stop whispering. Why would someone be in such a hurry to get scammed? At the same time, Tong Qingyan and Bai Yining stood behind, watching, their expressions extremely ugly when they failed to humiliate Bai Chuwei as planned. Elsewhere, Di Zuanping clasped his hands together and begged sincerely, "Ancestor Bai, my family only has one son, which is me. You must cure me. Otherwise, the Di family will be ruined." Seeing the person kneeling on the ground, Chi Yu cried out in astonishment. "Huh?" Then her face turned red as she stammered. So you want to be treated for impotence? Di Zuanping, you're a real eunuch." Hearing those embarrassing words, his face turned redder than a beet as he hastily retorted, "I never said I don't have it. Don't talk nonsense." But how could these words stop the transmission process into her brain? The other party just gave a mischievous, gossip-loving smile. At this moment, the main character finally spoke. "All right, your illness was caused by me. I can naturally treat it for you." As she spoke, Bai Chuwei leaned against the wall behind her, but she suddenly hesitated for a moment before continuing. "However, after it's cured, that thing of yours will have a limited usage time." Hearing these words, the person in front of her asked back in confusion, "Limited usage time? What do you mean, limited usage time?" At this, she was also a bit flustered. She pondered for a moment before explaining further. This might sound a bit indelicate. To put it simply, it's going from a eunuch to a monk." Hearing this, he was so shocked his face turned pale, but he still knelt on the floor and begged earnestly, "Okay, I'll get the treatment. After all, being a monk is still better than being a eunuch." At this moment, Bai Chuwei pulled out a large bronze acupuncture needle. "In that case, I will. Let's begin." Her eyes at this moment were like those of a Yiksha demoness, staring intently at the trembling person before her as she instructed, "Don't come near me, and don't take off your pants. Just stand still." After a series of flexible and decisive maneuvers, Di Zuanping clutched his lower body and left, trembling, while she stood behind, holding the needle and constantly marveling. Perfect. But inwardly, she frowned, contemplating. In the original novel, aside from his inherently lecherous nature and having provoked the female lead before, this person hadn't done anything truly vicious. A sensitive punishment as a warning is enough. Now, I need to quickly resolve another matter. Else, then she remembered the matter with the Dong family, who owed 400 million and wouldn't pay. They even liked sarcastic posts about her exam on Weibo. Now, they've come to cause trouble for me, ruining my collection of spiritual herbs. Female lead, you're really something. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. After a moment, she sent a text message. "I've finished my exam. The banquet, I'll go." On the other side, Duan Fein gazed gently at his phone screen. Then, a joyful smile spread across his face as he replied, "I'll wait for you." After reading the message, Bai Chuwei smiled thoughtfully. "All right, the matters here are all taken care of." Suddenly, Chi Yu, who was beside her, spoke up worriedly. "Senior ancestor, don't take today's matter to heart. Your medical skills are truly amazing. If the people at school don't know how to seize the opportunity, I can ask my brother to help you get clients. He has a wide network of acquaintances." Hearing these words, she calmly looked at the birds flying in the sky and slowly replied, "There's no need. It has always been others who cry and beg me to treat them. There's never been a case where I had to beg someone to see a doctor. Let's go. There's a reward when we get back." At this moment, the birds that had been circling her flew away. Then they circled above the heads of Bai Yining and Tong Qingyan. Seeing this scene, they were stunned. "Look, you guys, what's that in the sky? Oh my, it's birds, plump and soft. So cute. Oh my, why are they flying over your head?" As soon as the words were spoken, two birds began to circle around Tong Qingyan. The person in front of them was equally astonished by the sight. "Qingyan, are you Snow White?" Hearing the praise, she smiled modestly and said, "Yining, don't tease me. It's just a coincidence." Just as she finished speaking, a small bird also gifted her a pile of warm droppings on her head, as if to reply, "Here's a piece of chocolate." After processing the whole situation, she screamed, "Aha, you nasty bird. Don't you come over here. Stay away from me." As she spoke, she used her hands to cover her face to avoid the surprise attacks from the two small birds. Seeing this, Bai Yining was also terrified and didn't dare to run over. But just then, a jacket was suddenly draped over her head. A deep, warm male voice sounded beside her. "Be careful. Are you all right?" Su Jingshun hurriedly pulled Tong Qingyan's hand, urging her. Follow me. The lecture hall ahead has glass doors that can block these birds. After hearing his words, she replied shyly, Okay, thank you. Inside the building, female students were screaming incessantly. Wow, a hero saving the beauty. What classic scene from a school idol drama is this? I envy Tong Qingyan so much. She's so lucky. As expected of Su Jingshin, he's really kind to everyone. But at this moment, he was secretly scheming. Tong Qingyan is the niece of the future third madam, Tong Yunru. If I can build a good relationship with her, I can secure that connection. It would make my future life in the Duan family much smoother. My mother has been arrested. Now, I can only rely on all the resources I've managed to connect with myself. The more he thought, the tighter he gripped the jacket on the shoulder of the person beside him. Above, the sky was gradually being covered by the colors of night. Bai Chuwei finally returned home after a long day. She happily opened the door and called out loudly, Out! Xueqiu, I'm back. As soon as it saw her, it immediately shot forward like an arrow and squeaked excitedly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Old ancestor, is what you said on WeChat true? If you've really decided to go to the Duan family's banquet, can you take me with you? It chattered while hopping up and down with so much excitement it couldn't stand still. The person opposite her heard this, frowned slightly, and picked it up to question it. What would you go for? Being questioned so suddenly, not only was it not scared, but it became even more excited as explained. The banquet will definitely have a lot of delicious food, right? The food at the Bai family's house is terrible. I've been craving delicious food for a long time. Xueqiu said while constantly wiggling its round, chubby body like a bouncing ball. Hearing this, she could only sigh helplessly in response. All right, never mind you. Actually, I also miss the taste of the spiritual vegetables on Mount Yunwu. Just then, her phone suddenly vibrated. The caller was Duan Fan. As soon as she answered, the person on the other end quickly spoke first. Chuwei, do you have any special requests for the banquet tomorrow night? Do you need me to pick you up that day? Bai Chuwei immediately replied after hearing him. A ride isn't necessary. Suddenly, Xueqiu held up a piece of paper in front of her and urged, Look at the paper in my hand. Old ancestor, look here. Look here. Hearing this, she sighed softly and said, Let me see what's written here. The content inside was a series of its requests like preparing fried buns, fried dough sticks, fried pork slices, fried sesame balls, French fries, and also fried chicken. The person on the other end of the line frowned immediately after hearing and said, No wonder you didn't like it when we went to the restaurant last time. Hearing that, she hurriedly tried to justify herself. No, you've misunderstood. Although she tried to explain, he continued calmly, I will instruct the kitchen to prepare everything. After hearing this, she couldn't help but be dumbfounded, completely unable to believe what she had just heard. No, future villain, you really don't have to. I'm not like that. I'm not like that. On his end, Duan Fan blushed slightly in embarrassment and slowly continued, I will try to adapt to your eating habits in the future. Well then, let's meet tomorrow night. I'm going to the study to handle some company documents. Bai Chuwei could only hold her head in helplessness, thinking to herself, this is clearly a case of a failed explanation. Then she asked, Han, you're handling documents and not planning to sleep? That's right. Last time, on the night, I gave you the rose. To you, who did you see in your dream after all? Hearing that, he was suddenly startled. He then unconsciously recalled that happy dream, where he held her as they sat under a lush green tree. She gently leaned her head against his chest and smiled brightly with joy. Fully. Immediately, his face flushed bright red, and he was so agitated that he couldn't stop coughing. Cough, cough. Inwardly, he kept wondering how she could possibly know. But because he was so flustered, he quickly wished the person on the other end a good night and sweet dreams, then directly hung up the phone, which made Bai Chuwei angry as she silently judged him. TSK, this future villain has some nerve. He didn't even bother to answer the old ancestor's question and even dared to hang up on me. Forget it. The old ancestor is magnanimous and won't hold it against you. There are more important matters to handle right now. With that said, she quickly sent a text message. That afternoon, at a large villa, Chi was holding an eye chart while happily shouting, My vision has recovered. My vision is now 5.3. Brother, can we test it one more time? Just once. Seeing his sister so cheerful and excited, Chiemo could only smile wryly and say gently, Yeah, you've already tested it nearly 10 times. Suddenly, he coughed a few times, and his face turned pale and weak. Seeing this, she called out in alarm, Brother, are you okay? For your illness, maybe we should go see my goddess, her medical skills are truly amazing. As she spoke, she quickly supported her brother. At this moment, he refused. There's no need. Cough, cough. Just as he finished speaking, a text message arrived. The old ancestor messaged, Duan Shichi will be at the Duan family's banquet to negotiate. Help me find a way to obstruct him. I don't want to see that disgusting thing at the banquet. After reading the instruction, Chi Mo let out a soft laugh at her childish stubbornness, thinking to himself, the old ancestor is really going to great lengths just to avoid meeting Duan Shichi. A few days later, the day of the banquet finally arrived. Bai Yining walked to the car with a thrilled expression. Oh ha ha. Then she turned to provoke the person beside her. Chu Wei, aren't you also attending the Bai family's banquet? I'll give you a ride. However, Bai Chu Wei bluntly refused. There's no need. Let's go separately. These words made her feel displeased, and she continued to insist. Chu Wei, don't say that. We're all family. We should go together, right? Although she appeared friendly and well-intentioned on the surface, she was thinking to herself, I really can't wait to see you get embarrassed and stopped by the security guards right at the gate. But she remained cold and indifferent, showing no reaction. At the same time, Shueqiu angrily jumped out and shouted, Squeak, squeak, squeak. You ungrateful thing. Let go of the old ancestor. Seeing its sudden appearance, Bai Yining screamed in fear, Bai Chu Wei, you crazy woman. You're afraid I'll expose the fact that you can't get into the Duan family's banquet, so you're using a mouse to scare me. Let me tell you, this banquet is what clearly distinguishes you from me. I can step into high society, while you, an adopted daughter like you, can never. With that, she quickly got into the car and closed the door. As the car started and drove away, she didn't forget to threaten, then left arrogantly, leaving Bai Chu Wei with a completely helpless and speechless expression, thinking to herself, in such a short amount of time, just how many scenarios has she made up in her head? But Bai Chu Wei didn't hesitate for long. She gently turned and quickly soared into the sky. As she stepped on the wind, she gently called out, Shueqiu, let's go. Today, the old ancestor will take you to see the world. Hearing this, it cheered loudly, grand feast, here I come. At the magnificent and lively banquet, the scene was decorated with extreme extravagance and splendor. Bai Yining raised her glass of red wine to enjoy it while thinking smugly to herself. The banquet has been going on for over 10 minutes. Yet that bitch Bai Chu Wei still hasn't appeared. She boasted that she could enter the banquet hall on her own. As expected, it was just empty bragging. This is good too. I can flirt with handsome guys at ease. There are so many famous figures from Hua Nation tonight. People who usually only appear in financial magazines. Truly worthy of a banquet hosted by the Duan family. The style is indeed top class and luxurious. She muttered to herself as her infatuated gaze drifted towards the young and elegant men not far away. However, when she looked at the feast table laden before her, with the dishes that Shueqiu had meticulously requested beforehand, she immediately froze stiff and couldn't help but exclaim in her mind, Heavens, what the hell is going on? Usually, at these kinds of banquets, they prepare exquisite Western pastries, or at least elegant Chinese dishes. Why are there only greasy, deep-fried foods here? Just then, a young waiter approached, bowed politely, and gently explained, these dishes were all specially requested by our fourth master, so they were prepared as requested. If you're interested, miss, please feel free to try them. Hearing this, Bai Yining could only reluctantly reply with a forced smile, all right, since it's fourth master Duan's favorite, I will definitely have a little taste. Right beside her, Bai Chu Wei was using an invisibility spell to stand close to her, silently assessing the situation. This is great. My preference for fried food has been mistaken for Duan Fan's preference, while Shueqiu was constantly munching on the crispy fried foods on the table with delight. Seeing this, she got annoyed and poked its little cheek, scolding in a low voice. The misunderstanding is just getting bigger and bigger. Look at the mess you've caused. Hearing this, Shueqiu tilted its head, looking puzzled and confused, then chirped in reply. What did the old ancestor just say? But it's strange. The old ancestor clearly came to the banquet. But why doesn't she want anyone to notice her? That Duan Jingye has been looking for you around the hall for several rounds already. Hearing this, she sighed and cut it off decisively. What do you know? I'm not here to find the Duan uncle and nephew tonight. I have serious business to attend to. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and pointed at Su Jingshun, who was standing on the opposite side, and said calmly, see, I came especially for him today. Suddenly, a strange cold draft swept past, making her shiver. She instinctively turned her head and was startled to find Duan Fan standing right behind her with a murderous expression. Her heart immediately filled with confusion. What is happening? Why did Duan Fan appear right behind me? And why is he staring at Su Jingshan like he wants to eat him alive? If she wasn't certain that her invisibility spell was still working properly, she would have really thought he heard what she just said. Just then, another voice called out to him. "Fourth brother, what are you doing? Today is a happy day for Old Master's recovery. Why are you scaring a child with that face of yours?" Duan Taheo approached from behind, constantly chiding him. But Duan Fan just replied calmly, "A child? Classmate Su is probably around Jingye's age. In eldest brother's eyes, people like that are already adults. Su Jingshan can no longer be considered child." Hearing this, Duan Taheo immediately retorted with an annoyed expression. "You can't compare them like that. Jingshan is an educated and well-mannered child. He studies hard, and his grades are outstanding. He's much better than that rebellious brat Jingye is." At this moment, Su Jingshan finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Fourth uncle has finally stopped staring at me. That gaze just now really sent a chill down one's spine. I don't understand why I felt so intensely threatened. Could it be that I offended him before? Or has he found out about my mother's affair? But that's impossible. Clearly even his own father never knew anything about my mother's situation." A short while later, joyous cheers suddenly erupted in the middle of the banquet. "Everyone look, Old Master Duan has arrived. The main character of tonight's party has finally appeared. Could it be that Old Master Duan has really recovered? Old Lu, I heard that you were the one who cured Old Master Duan's cancer. You are truly a divine Dr. Reborn." Hearing the praise, Lu Jin quickly adjusted his tone and said modestly, "Everyone, please don't misunderstand. Old Master Duan's illness was personally cured by my Grandmaster. I, Lu, dare not take the credit for that." The party guests became even more curious and excited upon hearing this, and pressed on. "Then where's your Grandmaster now? Why don't you introduce her to us so we can meet her?" Hearing this, he quickly found an excuse to refuse. "My Grandmaster prefers peace and quiet. She is probably in some corner of the banquet right now. Please do not disturb her." In another hidden corner, Bai Chuwei's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Little Lu has become quite eloquent lately, and his work is much more measured. My guidance was not in vain. Thinking of this, she suddenly realized it was almost time. Shueqiu, standing beside her, asked blankly, "Time for what?" While I was still confused about what was happening, a bodyguard walked over and respectfully handed Old Master Duan a letter. "Old Master, someone sent this letter for you, instructing that you must read it." Seeing this, Bai Chuwei immediately became excited. The good part is finally here. "Let's go. Let's find a good spot to watch the show." As she spoke, she gently picked up Shueqiu. At the same time, Duan Taheo hurriedly pulled Su Jingshan to his father's front, cutting in urgently, "Dad, please put that letter aside for a moment and look up. This is the Su Jingshan I told you I would introduce to you. This child is very outstanding. He's our Jingye's closest friend. It was because Jingye listened to Jingshan that he was willing to go to Mount Yunwu with fourth uncle to find the divine doctor." Hearing this, Old Master Duan nodded and praised him generously. Truly a good child. As for Su Jingshan, he immediately put on an amiable smile while thinking to himself, receiving praise from Old Master Duan, even if it's just polite courtesy, is already a big step forward. If I can win his genuine affection in the future, then returning to the Duan family will surely be as easy as flipping my hand. Meanwhile, Duan Jingye, from a distance, silently observed everything from beginning to end, a thought gradually forming in his mind. As expected, Dad bringing Jingshan to this banquet was not simple at all. He has a clear purpose. Just then, Duan Fan came over and gently placed a hand on his nephew's shoulder as if to comfort him. Jingye immediately understood and reassured him. "Fourth uncle, don't worry. I'm really fine." Hearing this, he didn't say anything more. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out, cutting through everyone's thoughts. Old Master, what's wrong with you?" Old Master Duan was holding up the paternity test report between Su Jingshan and Duan Taheo with an extremely furious and angry expression. He shouted loudly, Eldest, look carefully. The contents of this paper clearly state, according to the DNA test results, the possibility that sample A and sample B are related by blood cannot be excluded. Based on the analysis of 15 different genetic loci, the probability of establishing a father-son relationship is 99.99999%. This percentage is calculated under the condition of no random coincidences among unrelated individuals in Asia, assuming an initial prior probability of 0.5%. Upon hearing this, Duan Teheo's face turned pale, and he immediately shouted to hide his panic. Where did this come from? He kept thinking frantically in his mind. Damn it, I originally just wanted to take advantage of Old Master's recovery to bring Jingshan back to the Duan family to get acquainted and curry favor. But who knew this test result would pop up now, immediately making the situation much more serious? Old Master will definitely think I deliberately brought Jingshan here to force him to publicly acknowledge his grandson's identity. And Old Master has always hated being forced by someone's schemes. However, after a tense silence, Old Master Duan did not pursue the matter further and just spoke coldly. All right, let's continue with the banquet's activities for now. What's next? The close butler immediately stepped forward and respectfully said, reporting to the Old Master, the second young miss is currently in Europe for a design competition and cannot return. But she has sent a congratulatory video for you. I will have someone prepare to play it now. Soon, the large screen in the hall was turned on. However, what appeared on it was not a greeting, but a clip of Su Li's confession. She was crying and screaming in despair. I'll explain everything. It was me who bribed Master's son to harm Duan. Jingye. At this point, Su Li continued tremblingly. But I had no other choice. Only when Duan Jingye is dead can my son, Su Jingshan, rightfully enter. But didn't Duan Jingye survive the fall from the building? He's still happily jumping around as if nothing happened. He's not even disabled. After watching her confession video, everyone present was in an uproar, buzzing with discussion. What's going on? Is this an interrogation video? She's Jingshan's mother, and she wanted to harm Duan Jingye. This is too much information. So Su Jingshan is an illegitimate son of the Duan family. Over here, Su Jingshan also had a shifty look on his face as a panicked thought arose in his mind. Where did this video come from? Mom is clearly still at the police station. How could this be? Duan Teheo was so scared that he hurriedly shouted, "What are you standing there for? Turn off the video. Hurry up." Suddenly, someone appeared in front of him, calmly lecturing him. Compared to this, shouldn't eldest brother first explain clearly about this Su Li, who is called Su Jingshan's mother, hiring someone to harm Duan Jingye? What is that all about? Hearing the questioning from Duan Fan, his face grew even paler with fear, but the person opposite him just frowned angrily. After witnessing everything, the old master turned purple with rage and shouted, You all. But he hurriedly tried to justify himself. Dad, don't misunderstand. This was Su Li's idea alone. Jingshan and I knew nothing about it. Hearing this, Su Jingshan also tremblingly confirmed, Yes, if I had detected my mother's intentions, I would have definitely stopped her. Jingshan's sentence was quickly interrupted by another voice. Oh, you can lie as soon as you open your mouth. Class President Su is truly capable. Hearing this sound, he looked fearfully towards the back and saw that Bai Chuwei had been standing there for some time. She now continued to question him smugly. Su Jingshan, I'll ask you one more time. Are you really sure that you knew absolutely nothing about your mother hiring someone to harm Duan Jingye? When I went to your house before, I also said that your mother would face jail time soon and told her to think carefully before acting. At that time, Su Li's expression was extremely tense. She even collapsed to the ground. I guess your mother must have been mentioning this often recently. Without Jingye, you could quickly return to the Duan family, right? Putting all these details together, do you really not feel that something is unusual? After hearing her logical analysis, Su Jingshan was so scared that he clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in his mind. How does she know everything? Her gaze was still very determined as she ordered, Answer me. At this moment, a car had just pulled into the courtyard. It was Duan Shichi who got out of the car while thinking, Was my feeling wrong? The voice just now sounded like hers. Inside, an angry shout was also ringing out. So this brat clearly knew his mother hired someone to harm my grandson. But he still pretended not to know. Have you gone mute? After hearing these words, Su Jingshan's face grew even more panicked. His heart felt like it had fallen into an abyss. The meaning of these words is that Grandpa won't let Dad acknowledge me anymore. So what should I do? Mom's been arrested. If I can't return to the Duan family, my future is completely over. Before he could say anything more, the old master pointed and ordered, "Take him away from me. An illegitimate son dares to harm my Jingya." Hearing this, the person opposite him retorted resentfully, "Is being an illegitimate son something I could choose or not?" Suddenly, someone walked over, their voice sounding out slowly. Being an illegitimate son is indeed something you cannot choose, but a person's character is formed later in life. Do you think a person who can calmly watch their own brother, their good friend, die has good character? Hearing these words from Duan Fan made his face turn even paler. At the same time, Jingya also suddenly appeared, leaving Su Jingshan stunned. Jingya, meanwhile, by Chu Wei, who was observing, was feeling extremely smug. TSK, my apologies, male lead. Today I, the old ancestor, came here precisely to shatter your hopes of entering the Duan family. A complete change of plot, besides getting revenge for the original owner. I can also conveniently save the Tang monk's flesh and protect a bright future. This is a guaranteed profitable deal. As she spoke, she took a leisurely bite of a banana. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted her train of thought. "What's going on?" Hearing this sound, she immediately looked in the direction it came from. At this voice, everyone present turned their eyes toward Duan Tu-Chi, who was hastily entering through the main door, followed by Tong Yun-Nu and Tong Qin-Yan. The sight of a newcomer lit a small spark of hope in Su Tin-Nan's heart. That's right, Tinjia said that Movie King Duan and Fourth Master Duan don't get along. Maybe this uncle could stand on my side. Speak a few words for me. Moreover, classmate Tong Qin-Yan is also here. The time I saved him before should be useful now. Thinking of this, he immediately called out, "Third uncle," but unexpectedly received a harsh retort. "Who is your third uncle?" The old master has only just recovered with great difficulty. Who are you to come to the banquet and anger the old master? Get him out. Before he could even show his might, he stepped on a banana peel and fell flat on the ground. Bai Chue quickly gave an order, "Shueqiu, let's go, get ready to go home." These words made it reply resentfully. "Unscrupulous ancestor, hiring child labor, and leaving as soon as the job is done. I still haven't had enough." The people at the party were still gaping in astonishment, but that didn't make Duan Tu-Chi feel embarrassed or flustered. He hurriedly shouted, "What are you standing there gawking for? Hurry up and throw this stranger out immediately." But the bodyguard behind him quickly responded, Yes. Su Tin and finally had to reluctantly accept being thrown out of the Duan family home in a humiliating and disgraceful manner. At this moment, he was still trying to stagger to his feet in extreme embarrassment. The butler, seeing the scene, was also a bit awkward, so he shyly changed the subject. "Ahem, everyone, in the blink of an eye, it's time to start the dance portion of tonight's party. Third Master and Miss Tong have returned just in time. Why not?" Tong Yin-Nu at this moment also shyly called out, "Tu-Chi." But the other party paid her no mind, brushing past her like a cold gust of wind, then walked up to old Master Duan to ask after him. "No need. I don't want to dance tonight." "Father, are you all right? I'll help you upstairs to rest for a while." He was still angry at this moment, letting out a soft, cold snort. That coldness made Tong Yun-Nu stare blankly. While her mind raced, he'd rather help the old master upstairs and dance with me? We're clearly about to get married. Tu-Chi doesn't see me as anything at all. In the end, she was still determined to stick to him. "Tu-Chi, wait for me. I'll go with you," and hurriedly left under the astonished gazes of the surrounding guests. Duan Tinjia could now secretly breathe a sigh of relief. This matter could finally be considered closed. I never would have thought that the person who wanted to push me to my death was actually Aunt Suli. And Tinnen too. Duan Fei Han, who was beside him, placed a hand lightly on his shoulder to comfort him, quickly reassuring him instead. "Fourth uncle, I'm fine, don't worry." "All right, it seems no one has started the dance yet." "What? Fourth uncle, I know you don't know how to dance. How about you go invite Vivi to open the dance?" Hearing this made the person standing next to him jump, while the young boy, after looking around for a moment, asked curiously, "Strange, where did Vivi go? She was clearly standing right here a moment ago." Hearing that, the person behind him gave a soft cough as if to distract, then calmly instructed, "Stay here and be good. This has nothing to do with you." In another corner, At this moment, Xueqiu was still trying with all its might to hold Bai Chuwei back. Old ancestor, I'm not leaving. Can you not leave either? She was also using considerable force, pulling it forcefully away from the party. It suddenly spoke provocatively. Are you afraid of Duan Tu-Chi? Is that why you're leaving in such a hurry? Hearing this, she angrily shouted, Me afraid of him? What the hell is he? Don't try to use reverse psychology on me. But in her heart, she truly had a great worry that wouldn't fade. If it weren't for the concern that Duan Tu-Chi's feelings for her could disrupt the entire progress of the mission plot in the system, this old lady would have killed him 800 years ago. Before she could finish her thought, a loud, sudden call made her jump. Miss Bai, may I have this dance? Chu Wei's face immediately became furtive as she asked, You can see me? While she was still flustered and unsure how to react, the person in front of her just gave a faint nod in reply. After a moment of panic, Bai Chu Wei quickly regained her composure to calmly analyze the situation. How could this be possible? Clearly, when I first entered the banquet hall, I cast a concealment spell to lower my presence to a minimum. Even when exposing Su Tin, then just now, only he alone could recognize my true identity. In the eyes of others, I'm just a stranger with an unknown background. Is Duan Fei Han really just an ordinary person? Although he is indeed a walking repository of spiritual energy. But if he's not a cultivator, how could he so easily see through my spell? But at this moment, he was silent for a while, then took the initiative to step closer, gently extending his hand to guide her. Together they moved forward and confidently danced to the music under the surprised gaze of the person herself. The guests present also began to whisper and gossip nonstop. Hey, is Fourth Master Duan really going to open the dance? Fourth Master Duan has never had a female companion before. Where did he pull this person from? Wait a minute, isn't the main point who this girl is? I know her. Isn't she that scammer girl Bai Chu Wei? She goes to the same school as me. What is going on? Bai Yin also chimed in from somewhere. Continuing the criticism, Bai Chu Wei, how did a scammer like you get in here? At this moment, she was still feeling bewildered and confused. Just now, I even specifically looked around the banquet, and I really didn't see any sign of Bai Chu Wei being taunted by her like this. But Bai Chu Wei still replied calmly with an extremely composed attitude. Of course, I came in through the main door. Hearing this, the person opposite her couldn't believe it and yelled, Impossible, how could that be? Don't you not even have an invitation? On what basis can you just walk in here openly without showing an invitation? Huh? Lu Zhen, witnessing this scene, also found it utterly absurd. So he hurriedly spoke up with a stern lecture, a wet behind-the-ears child shouldn't insult my ancestor. Seeing him stand up for her, everyone started whispering amongst themselves again. Ancestor? Is Bai Chu Wei the ancestor that Elder Lu was talking about? How could this be possible? Bai Yin, though terrified in her heart, still stubbornly questioned him to the end. Elder Lu, could it be that you've made some mistake? Bai Chu Wei is the adopted daughter of my Bai family. How could she know medicine, let alone be your holy ancestor? Moreover, you've never been to our Bai family. The more he listened, the angrier he got, and he growled loudly. What does a little girl like you know? The way Ancestor imparts medical skills to me is naturally her own way. Even Chi Yu, standing behind, chimed in indignantly. That's right. What do you understand? My nearsightedness was cured by my goddess with just one dose of northern medicine, and my vision has recovered to 5.3. Whoever dares to say she doesn't know medicine, I'll fight them to the death. At the same time, a male student who heard this suddenly plopped onto the ground, his face pale, muttering nonstop. I'm screwed. I'm really screwed. I already asked for my consultation deposit back from classmate Bai before. Now it's too late for regrets. Bai Chu Wei immediately received countless earnest pleas from the classmates who had previously doubted her abilities. Classmate Bai, I beg you, please accept my friend request. Classmate Bai, we were wrong before. Could you please let us get in line and book an appointment again? If you still feel the 2,000 registration fee is too little, can I pay you 20,000? Please help me with my nearsightedness too. Hearing those desperate pleas, she just lightly covered her mouth and let out a mocking smile. I've said it before, there are no second chances. I have never been short of patience. You have the right to cancel your appointments, and I have the right to refuse treatment to patients who have canceled. At the same time, Lu Zhen heard this and curiously asked, Ancestor is running her own clinic? Shi Yu explained while wiping her tears. That's right, my goddess opened up appointment registrations right at school. The booking fee was only 2,000, and as a result, she was slandered and badmouthed by this crowd. This information made him truly indignant to the point of choking with anger. 2,000? Just 2,000 for someone at Ancestors level. Even if she charged 200,000, it would still be an amount that doesn't reflect her true market value. The students who had previously booked appointments heard this and could only look at the person opposite them with regret. A mistake. Who would have thought that a high school student like Bai Chu Wei would actually be a miracle doctor? Suddenly, a student shouted while pointing at Tong Qing Yin and Bai Yin with indignation. I remember now. It was all because Tong Qing Yin and Bai Yin provoked us. That's why we canceled our appointments. Meanwhile, those two were sneakily trying to leave. Seeing their awkward predicament made her just yawn lazily and think to herself, the male and female leads are being exposed together? Today's events can be considered perfectly complete. At this time, Duan Fei Han, who was standing next to her, showed a sympathetic expression. I never expected your school life to be so full of twists and turns. But the other party just waved her hand and replied faintly with a farewell. Thank you, Master Duan, for inviting me today. I've done what I wanted to do. There's no need to dance. I'm tired, getting ready to go home. As she was about to turn and leave, Bai Chu Wei suddenly heard a call ring out. Wait. Looking back, she saw it was Duan Tu Chi. He was rushing over with Tong Yun Nu following closely behind like a tail. Tu Chi, what are you doing? At this moment, he looked at the person before him with suspicion and questioned her. Chu Chu, you are Bai Chu Chu. Seeing the newcomer, she frowned in disgust. I was still discovered after all. It's too late to leave now. If Duan Tu Chi is really suspicious, he might go directly to the Bai family to find me. Or maybe I should make some Meng Po soup for Duan Tu Chi. As he was about to reach out and grab her, he was suddenly blocked by another hand. Duan Fei Han's face darkened as he looked at the newcomer with a wary gaze. Third brother, you are being impolite. Being blocked once again, he flew into a rage at the person before him and growled. Duan Fei Han. But before he could vent, he heard a pleasant call. Uncle Duan. Hello, Uncle. The image of Bai Chu Wei still calmly wearing a bright smile made his mind reel in confusion. Is this really Bai Chu? 20 years have passed in a flash, but why is she still the same? Exactly like the first time I met her all those years ago. At the same time, she was also using her cat claws to scratch the back of the person next to her to signal him. Can I use a rock to smash your third brother? He felt it and looked over to see the person beside him with a face darker than Yiksha's. At the same time, Tong Yun Nu frowned with such indignation that her whole body trembled, and the party guests couldn't help but whisper, Bai Shu. Isn't that the first love the movie king has been searching for 20 years? Huh, if it's really her, then Miss Tong's title as fiancé, isn't it? But that sound only made her hatred grow as she thought to herself. Damn it, if I had known this would happen today, I wouldn't have insisted on dragging Tu Chi back, but would have obediently let him go have a meal with CEO Chi of Emoyan. As soon as the thought ended, she rushed forward and grabbed his hand. Duan Tu Chi, snap out of it. She's not Bai Chu. Didn't you hear what these students said just now? Her name is Bai Chu Wei, a student at Hung Hua High School. Hearing that, she used her strength to scratch the person next to her as a signal. I want to smash that woman too. Do you understand the words I'm writing? Why aren't you answering? Her action scared Duan Fei Han out of his wits, and he hurriedly reassured her. Be good. Wait a moment. I'll help you. At the same time, Duan Tu Chi was thrown into extreme panic by these words. Right, this girl can't be Chu Chu. No matter how advanced cosmetic surgery techniques are, they can't completely erase the traces of time. But this girl looks too much like Chu Chu. There must be some relationship between them. He then hurriedly spoke up to probe. Who are you? She quickly regained her elegant, smiling demeanor and replied, Me, I'm your ancestor. Hearing this answer, everyone watching the drama was stunned and amazed. They worriedly thought to themselves, this answer is truly worthy of our school's goddess of medicine. She even dares to joke with the movie king. But the person opposite her could no longer be patient and shouted, I'm asking for your name. At this, she slowly replied, My name is, but before she could finish answering, the sound of a door opening was heard from a group of strangers. A man in the lead took out his ID and introduced himself politely. Miss Bai, please come with us. Hearing these words, although she maintained a gentle smile on her face, her heart was in turmoil. What's this situation? Could it be that Xue Qiu hacking the surveillance cameras was discovered? But she still kept her voice light and replied, All right, I'll go with you. Duan Fei Han, at her side, quickly spoke up. I'll go with you. The person opposite him was startled when he saw him and asked, You are? But the two people in front of him each gave a different answer. My younger brother, her family. Realizing the mismatched answers from the person next to them, they looked at each other with murderous eyes, causing the police officer in front of them to think in alarm. What is this situation? What's going on? Older sister and younger brother roleplay? We came here to arrest someone, not to be fed public displays of affection. At the office of the Unnatural Management Bureau, late at night, Bai Chu Wei was calmly walking out of the office when she was suddenly startled by the two people in front of her. Duan Fei Han and Duan Tu Chi both exclaimed in unison, Are you okay? Then, they both glared at each other, tense as if about to fight. Seeing this, she smiled faintly. Then, ignoring Duan Tu Chi, she quickly walked towards him and replied gently, Of course I'm fine. She thought to herself, I just used a little magic and was discovered by the little ones, so they wanted to pull me into their group. A few words were enough to send them away. Returning to before, an elderly man spoke to her solemnly. Miss Bai, join us. We could provide cultivation resources and also protect you from being harassed by other demonic cultivation organizations. Hearing these words, she just analyzed faintly. First, I couldn't care less about your so-called cultivation resources. Next, I understand that demonic cultivation organization better than you. Nugua was founded 20 years ago by demonic cultivators. Their original name was the Demonic Domain. The amount of information she provided was so large it made him gape in astonishment. Why? A little girl knows more than professionals like us. Who else to pull in? Quickly check and verify the authenticity of this information. Suddenly, the person standing behind spoke up, interrupting. Don't ignore me. You still haven't answered my previous question. Hearing the voice, Bai Chu Wei turned to look behind her. Duan Tu Chi frowned and questioned. What is your real name? Why do you look so much like Bai Chu? It's like you were cast from the same mold. Hearing him continuously interrogate her, she just smiled and replied, My name is Bai Chu Wei. As for the Bai Chu you speak of, that is my aunt. After speaking, she couldn't help but think with contempt. I really don't want to get involved with Duan Tu Chi anymore. A harmless lie should be enough. But the person in front of her lost his composure and continued to ask, Where is your aunt? Hearing that, she quickly replied, She has, but she stopped before finishing, calculating in her head. That's not right. I'm still using Bai Chu's name every day to send letters demanding the Tong family return the 400 million. If she's dead, won't I be unable to get that money back? After a moment of thought, she replied seriously, She's abroad. She's married and has a son. Hearing Bai Chu Wei's answer made the person opposite her extremely shocked. Then he slumped, saying non-stop, Why? Because I insisted on her marrying me. She knew I was doing it to protect her. Hearing these words, she suddenly remembered the events of 20 years ago. Protection, Duan Tu Chi back then was a young man, smiling as he told her, Chu Chu, I'm thinking of a way to help you escape the harassment of that demonic domain organization. Those words horrified her as she remembered that was the cage called protection. And she just said calmly, You think too highly of yourself, and you also underestimate Bai Chu. If your original intentions hadn't stemmed from goodwill, my aunt would never have let you live in peace for the past 20 years. The decisive demeanor of the person in front of him also startled him, as expected of aunt and niece. The way she said these words was truly identical to the Chu Chu of back then. At the same time, Duan Fei Han also came over and took Bai Chu Wei's hand, interrupting the confrontation between them. That's enough. I'll take you home. But when she heard that offer, she immediately shook off his hand and questioned him. Go home. Han Han, you don't keep your word. Her sharp reaction made him suddenly remember something important. Perhaps Chu Wei is talking about this. But the person opposite her frowned and seriously chided. Were you just trying to coax me? You're too straightforward. You don't even know how to coax people. But the person opposite her looked at her gently and asked softly, Then how should I coax you? Faced with his innocent question, she froze. In her heart, she answered frankly, How else can I be coaxed? Of course, it's for Tang Sanzang's flesh to offer itself up. No, that's not right. Is he deliberately trying to trick me into saying, I want him to hug me? After a moment, Bai Chu Wei leaned against him and replied, If you want a hug, I'll give you one. Duan Fei Han was stunned by the bold action of the person in his arms, thinking to himself, why do those words sound a bit familiar? While in her mind, she whispered in reply, That's what a villain said to me. Then she remembered what he looked like as a child. After a moment of intimate leaning, she turned to leave, not forgetting to urge the person behind her, Han Han, take me home. As for my aunt, I'll pass on a message for her. She wishes you a happy wedding. Duan Tu Chi watched the two of them leave, his heart still in a daze. She's married. Then I have no more reason to wait. He then immediately made a phone call to inform someone, just arrange the wedding however you want. I won't object anymore. Under the dim yellow lights in a quiet corner of the schoolyard, Chi-Yu is still trying to ask the person next to her one more time. Goddess, you're saying you want me to be your official paid assistant to arrange the waiting list of patients for you, right? Receiving the question, Bai Chu Wei quickly nodded in acknowledgement. I've thought it through. I don't really care about the small booking fee at school. What's more important is character, attitude towards life. I don't want to treat students with poor morals. The person next to her understood the issue and replied excitedly, understood. Leave this small matter to me, your diligent gossip queen, to share the burden and handle it for you. She thought to herself, I'm in 10th grade. I still have a lot of time. Seeing that cute and enthusiastic look, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then I'll be counting on you. Then she quickly reported, I met 2 patients today. Strangely, they all booked an appointment without being sick. As for the last one, I'll have to trouble you to come with me to take a look. At this time, a male student's shadow was peeking from behind a bush. Chi-Yu looked around as if searching for something. No, looking closely, he doesn't look sick either. I hope it's not another case of someone coming without being sick, wasting your precious time, goddess. But the person next to her didn't think so. She gave a thoughtful smile, saying, no, his height is not enough. The male student hiding in the bush was startled when he heard that. He then rushed out and said with a red face, Classmate Bai, you're amazing. You knew what I came to be treated for with just one look. Hello, my name is Chao Yu Shu, a student from class 12 to 8. The person standing next to him crossed her arms and said very proudly, of course. You don't even see who this is. This is my goddess. May I be so bold as to ask, how tall are you? Hearing the question, Chao Yu Shu stammered and bowed his head. I'm 160 centimeters tall. Receiving the answer, Chi-Yu couldn't help but be surprised. Oh, so he's actually shorter than me. No wonder he's worried enough to see a doctor. Bai Chu Wei then spoke up to comfort him. Height is actually largely determined by genetics. Classmate Chao's parents probably aren't tall either, right? Hearing that, he sadly confided, Classmate Bai is right. My parents really aren't tall. You probably think the same as other doctors, advising me that since it's genetic, there's no hope, so I should just let nature take its course, right? I've heard these words many times over the years. I understand. I only came this time with the attitude of just trying. But then the person behind him spoke up to remind him, Classmate Chao, your consultation fee. Hearing this, he reluctantly looked at her and asked, consultation fee? Is Classmate by saying I should transfer the booking fee to you on WeChat? I won't ask for this money back. You can take it, but I hope you and Junior Chi can keep today's matter an absolute secret for me. Otherwise, if the person I'm dealing with finds out, they'll laugh at me for being a shorty and I'll die. Hearing these words of resignation, her expression turned a little sour. Then she turned to Chi-Yu and said, Chi-Yu, if he doesn't want treatment, return the 2,000 yuan consultation fee to him. I'm not interested in this little bit of money. As soon as the words were out, both of them gaped in astonishment. Huh? Chao Yu Shu, hearing this, quickly rushed towards her, his voice suddenly stammering with excitement. Oh. Classmate Bai, you're saying you can help me grow taller? Can I reach 180 centimeters? No, over 170 centimeters would be fine. She just smiled, but her heart was overjoyed. Very good. A new business deal has finally arrived. Chi-Yu, hearing this, also took the opportunity to bargain. Ahem. This matter of growing taller doesn't come cheap. You know, what is it? 1 centimeter is 100,000 yuan. If you want to grow to 180 centimeters, that's 20 centimeters. A total of 2 million yuan. Hearing her companion's words, Bai Chu Wei frowned and corrected her. Chi-Yu, who quotes such an exorbitant price like you? We doctors must do business with a conscience. Then she couldn't stop scolding in her heart. Does this child think everyone is Duan Fei Han? 300 million isn't that easy to swindle. Then she turned back to Chao Yu Shu to continue their unfinished conversation. Classmate Chao, if you want to be over 180 centimeters, give me a 200-year-old wild-grown spiritual herb. If you want 170 centimeters, then give me a 70-year-old one. Understand? These words left the person behind her speechless. No way. Goddess, isn't this price you're quoting even more outrageous? At this, the person opposite her became a little pensive. My family were chefs in a previous generation. My ancestors were once imperial chefs. Now, when my dad makes food or medicinal cuisine, he also adds spiritual herbs. As far as I know, my family does indeed have a 200-year-old wild ginseng root. It's worth $1 million. man, if this can really help me grow taller, I think my parents will definitely agree. Bai Chu Wei, hearing this, could also breathe a sigh of relief. Okay, it seems this business deal is settled. After you deliver the consultation fee in the form of wild ginseng, I will come to the Chow family every day after school to give you acupuncture for height increase. Also, tell your dad to wait for me at home. I have a bigger business deal for him. He heard this and thought in confusion my dad. While Bai Chu Wei was taking a leisurely stroll, she saw Su Jingshan stopping Duan Jingye. Seeing this, she frowned and thought, Duan Jingye and Su Jingshan. After what happened at the party, how can these two still be together? I'll go over and see. Then she stealthily approached the door and heard Su Jingshan's voice. Jingye, why are you standing so far away from me? Let me explain. I didn't say we were biological brothers because I didn't want to affect your university entrance exams. He was now constantly justifying his concealment. But the person in front of him just crossed his arms and said contemptuously, then tell me, why did you guess what your mother was up to, but didn't warn me? If Vivi hadn't come to save me that day, I would have died and given that position to you. Hearing these words, his face turned pale as he hurriedly shirked responsibility. Jingye, my mother has already paid the price for her actions. You're still standing here safe and sound, but what about her? The lawyer said she has to serve 3 years in prison. My mother's relatives don't even want to see us. It's ridiculous. Do I have a grandfather, an uncle, or a biological brother? Still none at all. Besides, Jingye, with our many years of friendship, doesn't that count as being biological brothers? At this moment, he continuously used words and morals to bind Jingye. Just as he lowered his head, seemingly about to be swayed, bang, the door was kicked open. A mocking voice came from outside. Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Both were startled by the sound from the main door and hurriedly looked towards it. Bai Chu Wei walked in, smiling as if nothing had happened, and said, Come on, come on. Class President Su, please continue your pitiful performance. I haven't seen enough yet. As she spoke, she cracked melon seeds while watching the show. At this moment, seeing who had arrived, Su Jingshan's face turned pale. He thought resentfully, it's her again? Why does this person always appear at crucial moments? Nothing good ever happens when a jinx like her shows up. With Bai Chu Wei's sudden and unexpected appearance, the atmosphere of the conversation not only didn't improve, but made Su Jingshan so annoyed and uncomfortable that he snapped in anger. Classmate Bai, stop being so sarcastic here. I can swear that if I had even the slightest intention of harming Duan Jingye, then I, Su Jingshan, will be struck by lightning. Hearing his dramatic oath, she couldn't help but recall the original plot. Sometimes, on quiet nights, while lying in bed thinking, Su Jingshan would have a fleeting thought. If Duan Jingye didn't exist in this world, perhaps he would do much better than Duan Jingye. That thought made her expression suddenly darken, and she thought to herself. I clearly remember that in the original work, there were many passages describing Su Jingshan's dark envy of Duan Jingye. So now the male lead is actively asking to be struck by heaven? Thinking this, she calmly asked back, You want to be struck by lightning? Then, without waiting for the person in front of her to react, she coldly said to herself, Rest assured, this old ancestor is always willing to fulfill anyone's death wish. But seeing her leisurely demeanor, Su Jingshan became even more suspicious, frowning in confusion. As someone who had always believed in modern science, he thought to himself, her strange expression gives me a feeling that I'll really be struck by lightning. But I just checked the weather forecast, and there are no thunderstorms at all recently. But just then, Duan Jingye suddenly spoke up. I'm leaving. Su Jingshan, don't come looking for me anymore. After a moment of hesitation, he turned and walked away towards the classroom with Bai Chu Wei, ignoring Su Jingshan, who was still standing there, stunned like a statue. As he walked, he sighed helplessly and said, Grandpa himself announced in front of everyone that he would never allow you to return to the Duan family. There's nothing I can do either. If he had been able to make his stance clear from the beginning, things wouldn't have come to this. Then he turned to look at the person beside him who was engrossed in her phone and asked curiously, Vivi, what are you doing? Bai Chu Wei then gave a mischievous wink and gently reminded, Just reminding your fourth uncle, it's going to rain later. Then, a scene of Duan Fan kneeling down with utmost respect appeared in her mind, and she thought smugly, Anyway, I want to take Duan Fan as my underling. As a future boss, of course I have to protect my subordinates all the time, show off my abilities a little. As she thought this, she smiled smugly. This sight made the person walking beside her sigh helplessly. Vivi still hasn't given up. Besides, the weather right now doesn't look like it's about to rain. But just as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the bright sky, startling him. He couldn't believe that 1 second the sky was clear, and the next a sudden thunderstorm began. What was meant to happen, happened. Someone who had just made a solemn oath was now facing serious consequences. The news that Su Jingshin was struck by lightning quickly spread throughout the school. Where is he? Su Jingshin really got struck by lightning. Most students burst out laughing in amusement. Someone even commented gleefully, "My God, what heinous crime did he commit for even the heavens to not tolerate it anymore?" At this moment, Jingya anxiously asked the person beside him, "Vivi, could it be you?" Hearing the question, she just answered calmly as if it was nothing. "It has nothing to do with me." If he didn't have a guilty conscience, that lightning bolt wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. "But why hasn't your fourth uncle replied to my message yet?" While she was complaining, on the other side, Duan Fan was in his office, staring intently at the message on his phone, wondering, what does Chu Wei mean? Although it's raining, and bringing an umbrella is indeed thoughtful. But I'm currently in the office, and I take a private car home, so there's no need for an umbrella. Behind him, 2 employees were chatting when he suddenly turned and called out, "Xiao Zhou, come here for a moment. Help me see what this message means." Hearing himself being called out unexpectedly, Xiao Zhou was startled and pointed at himself in a daze. Then tremblingly took the phone. He meticulously examined Bai Chui's messages one by one. "It's going to rain later. Little Han Han, remember to bring an umbrella. Be my underling." And there was even a snow globe sticker attached. At this moment, Xiao Zhou began to unleash his confident deductive skills. The nickname is Chu Wei. No last name is included, which means the sender has an unusual, even very intimate relationship with President Duan. Moreover, the other party even dares to call President Duan little. Han Han. Oh my God, President Duan actually has to ask a subordinate for advice on such an ambiguous romantic matter. The expectant and pressuring gaze of his superior made him feel quite awkward. Xiao Zhou hurriedly offered his speculation. "President Duan, girls are strange creatures. They say one thing, but mean another. They say things they don't mean." When she said that, she didn't really want you to bring an umbrella, but rather that she doesn't have one and need you to go pick her up. He looked as if he was very professional, but the conclusion he drew was complete nonsense, making Duan Fan half believe and half doubt. Is that so? Then he suddenly recalled the things she had done before. But Chu Wei has always been straightforward. He remembered the scene where she gave him the medicine and said nonchalantly, "Hey, this is the team medicine you need. It cost me 300 yuan. Hug me. Has anyone ever told you that you're like a walking Tang monk?" Recalling those moments made his face blush unconsciously, and he thought to himself, she's decisive in what she wants to do. She's not the type to beat around the bush. While Xiao Zhou was still firmly insisting that his deduction was correct. It's definitely correct. "President Duan, trust me, I understand these ladies better than you do," replied her message quickly. Hearing this, he turned his back, clutching his phone as if his future was in his hands, and replied softly. On this side, the sound of a message notification suddenly rang out. Ding. "I understand what you mean." After reading it, Chu Wei smiled with satisfaction. "It's good that you understand. I told you so. There's no loss in being the old ancestor's underling." At the same time, another new message arrived. Seeing the message, she thought in a daze. It's a message from Chao Yushu. She opened it and saw the content. "Classmate Bai, my family's driver will come to pick us up after school. When the time comes, please walk with me secretly. I'm afraid other classmates will see and make fun of me." After reading it, she frowned and immediately sent a reply. "You tell those people, if anyone dares to make fun of you for being short, I won't agree to any request from their family. The thing I hate most is verbal abuse." Hearing this, he replied joyfully, "Classmate Bai, thank you. See you after school then." It was followed by a cute, expectant emoji. After a while, the rain began to pour heavily. After school, Chao Yushu quickly walked over and called out, "Classmate Bai, wait for me." Hearing this, she held up the umbrella she was already holding and said bluntly, "It's fine, I can hold it myself." Just as she finished speaking, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of Bai Chu Wei. Seeing Duan Fan, she he asked in surprise. Han Han, why are you here? Seeing this, the other person's face turned red as he replied in embarrassment. Didn't your message mean that you didn't have an umbrella and wanted me to come pick you up? But it seems you already have an umbrella. At this moment, he repeated his assistant's foolish reasoning verbatim. The person opposite him, after hearing it, was so annoyed that her hands trembled and she silently screamed in her heart. What kind of interpretation is this? I already made it clear that he's my underling. What you understand and what I understand don't seem to be the same at all. Then she reluctantly spoke up. It's fine. I borrowed an umbrella from the security room just now. I was planning to return it later. But if you come to pick me up, it means I don't have an umbrella. After saying that, she threw herself into his chest. Seeing the scene in front of him, Chao Yushu, who was behind them, couldn't help but call out tearfully, "Classmate Bai. Classmate Bai. Classmate Bai, it seems you're busy? So are you coming to my house today?" Hearing the question, she looked blankly at the person behind her and replied, "I'm going. Of course I'm going," ignoring the confused Duan Fan standing beside her. But then he frowned and questioned, "What is a girl like you doing going to a male classmate's house at night?" Hearing this, Bai Chuwei still didn't quite understand and replied innocently, "But we're at school during the day. If I don't go at night, should I go in the middle of the night?" At this, the other person angrily turned to leave, not forgetting to say, "I'll go with you. Get in the car." Hearing this, she quickly urged the other person, "All right, thank you then, Han Han. Little Chao, you come along too." In the car, he continuously emitted a dark, murderous aura that made it hard for others to breathe, while the person in the back seat still innocently and carefree advised, "Han Han, you should pay a little attention." But Chao Yushu, sitting beside her, was already crying a river in his heart. How did things turn out like this? What have I gotten myself into? Even the person driving frowned tensely, unable to help but wonder to himself, do I look that scary? Half an hour later at the Chao residence, the nightmare was just beginning. Chao Yushu trembled, clutching the waistband of his pants, and said fearfully, "Classmate Bai. What did you just say?" Hearing the question, Bai Chuwei replied with an unchanged expression, "I said take off your pants." At this, Duan Fan, hearing these words, couldn't help but speak up to protect the weak person before him. You want him to take off his pants. Seeing the situation become tense, she spoke helplessly. "Why are you two so tense? How can I perform acupuncture if you don't take off your pants? Besides, I've seen plenty of people with their butts bare." Then she recalled the old days, 5,000 years ago. Everyone was like that. But I had just transmigrated then, so I was a little unused to it. While she was lost in old memories, the person opposite her was purple with anger, but couldn't say anything. And Chao Yushu, hiding behind him, kept pleading with the person in front, "Well, classmate Bai, you may not mind, but I do. What do you need to perform the acupuncture? Or can we find another way?" Hearing this, she slowly spoke the knee, the joint. But before she could finish, he had already run off in a hurry. "I'll go change into shorter pants and be right out." Not daring to delay for a second. After he left, Fan slowly walked up to Bai Chuwei and reminded her with a frown, "You're a student, so you should focus on your studies. You shouldn't do this kind of after-school treatment often. If you need spiritual herbs, just tell me. I'll find them for you." Hearing these words, she was slightly stunned. Then she fell in a deep thought. What's with this future villain? Why has he suddenly started managing me, the old ancestor? Then she looked blankly at Duan Fan and asked, Han Han, in what capacity are you planning to give me spiritual herbs? Hearing the question, the person opposite her was a little dazed. If you are my underling, then if you give them to me, I will naturally accept, because that's a tribute. But if it's in the name of a friend, one does not accept reward for no merit. I can't accept such a valuable gift. Then she slowly approached the person in front of her, resting her head on his firm shoulder, and continued, "Besides, if you spend some time letting me hug you obediently, it's better than any divine medicine." Her every gesture and word surprised the person opposite her, his face flushing red. While the atmosphere inside was heating up, Chao Yushu, outside, had cried his eyes out in his heart. If I go in now, will I be beaten to death by Fourth Master Duan and classmate Bai? After all that, it was time for the treatment. Bai Chuwei focused her spiritual energy for the acupuncture. Before starting, she didn't forget to reassure him. Next, I will mobilize my spiritual energy to guide the silver needles, using the spiritual path 13 needle technique to stimulate bone growth again. Don't worry, it won't hurt much. Then she stared intently at Chao Yushu's leg, her eyes serious as she thought, spiritual path 13 needle. Even with my spiritual sense, it'll be done in less than 5 minutes. She said in a loud voice, "It's a great success. You can stand up now." Hearing these words, the person opposite her asked back in surprise, Just like that? Is it done? It's only been 5 minutes. At the same time, the person behind her also noticed her condition. He couldn't help but worry in his heart. Even though only 5 minutes have passed, this acupuncture method must have consumed a lot of her energy. Her complexion seems a bit paler. As for her, she stood up trembling, her body limp, but she was furious inside. "What do you mean, just like that?" This old ancestor consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Plus, after sitting for so long, my legs have gone numb. On her first step, Bai Chu-wei stumbled. At this moment, she grimaced and thought to herself, "This is bad." But just as she was about to fall, Duan Fein quickly caught her in his arms. Seeing this, she suddenly turned into a small cat, nuzzling against him, continuously inhaling the spiritual energy. The Tang monk's flesh is top grade. He even knows I'm tired and is replenishing my spiritual energy. Spiritual energy. The spiritual energy smells so good. The person opposite her, seeing her enjoying it so much, also felt a warmth in his heart. She seems to particularly like my hugs. To be precise, she enjoys the moment of hugging me. This means I'm special to her. But in contrast, Chao Yushu, who was watching from the side, imagined a cat acting cute with a 1,000-year-old iceberg, covered his mouth, and shivered, seemingly not believing his eyes. Is this really a scene I'm allowed to see? Did Fourth Master Duan just smile? A moment later, Bai Chu-wei handed him the medicine, not forgetting to instruct, height is a genetic issue. Even with my intervention, the effect will be relatively slow. You will only see the results when you wake up early tomorrow morning. In addition, you must take the medicine according to this prescription, on time, and ensure you get 8 hours of sleep every day. Hearing this, the person behind him exclaimed in surprise, "I can see the effect when I wake up tomorrow morning. That fast?" Sensing his surprise, she asked back blankly, "Fast?" Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind, attracting Chao Yushu's attention. He quickly ran to the person's side and introduced enthusiastically, "Classmate Bai, this is my father. You said before that you had a big deal for my father." The burly man beside him looked at the two in front of him and greeted them enthusiastically. "Hello, everyone. He is Chao Jinhai, Chao Yushu's father, a professional chef, formerly an imperial chef." At this, she quickly approached and proposed, "Chef Chao, besides spiritual herbs, I also want you to make me a table of delicacies as payment for the treatment. What do you think?" Hearing this, he patted his chest and assured, "Just a table of food. As long as Yushu can really grow taller, you can ask Uncle Chao to make whatever you want." Hearing this, the person in front of her didn't hold back, but pulled out a menu of 4 dishes. Dragon and Phoenix's tender love, carp leaping over the dragon gate, golden spleen imperial bone, and pearl and snow, and continued with a smile, "Here, the food I want is all on this menu." After reading the menu she handed over, his face turned pale, and he said, "These dishes are all famous dishes that have been lost for hundreds of years. Among them, there's even a court dish from the Western Yu Kingdom, which was completely wiped out. Classmate Bai, you're making things difficult for me." Hearing these words, she just replied calmly, "I know you don't know how to make them." Hearing this, Chao Jinhai couldn't help but look at her suspiciously. She knows I can't make them, but still asks for them. Is she just toying with me? But her next words shocked him to his core. A booklet was presented, and she said lightly, "But I have the recipes." Chao Yushu also looked and exclaimed in surprise, The content of this recipe is almost identical to the one at home. This is definitely a famous recipe that has been lost for hundreds of years, but it never disappeared." The person next to him was just as bewildered. The records on it are extremely detailed, the ingredients and sequence required for each dish. It turns out that to make the Rui fermented soybeans and the Chao's Sui Xiang crystal pills, I missed a crucial step before. Bai Chu-wei then smiled and said, "Chef Chao, in 20 days, I hope you can make all of these dishes." At the same time, the person who had been silent until now also approached her and asked softly, "Why are you asking Mr. Chao to cook?" Bai Chu-wei then replied with a slight pout, "It's nothing. It's just that in more than 20 days, it will be the anniversary of someone's death. I want to make a table of delicious food to treat him. That guy died too tragically. He didn't get to eat the summer honey peaches, nor could he taste his favorite dishes before he had to disappear from this world. Hearing this, Duan Fein questioned with some anger. A man? Hearing the question, the person opposite him didn't hide it and nodded. Suddenly, she stepped forward, took his hand, and continued. That's right, don't you have a lot of peach trees planted in your manor? Can you let me pick a basket of petals to brew flour? Wine? But at this moment, he turned away in annoyance, a surge of jealousy rising in his heart. To commemorate a man, she's willing to bring out a rare recipe that has been lost for many years. He then coldly pulled his hand back and replied, the flowers haven't bloomed. At this moment, the door opened, followed by an angry voice, I'm back. As soon as Bai Chu Wei entered the room, she thought angrily, that bastard Duan Fein. This season, all the peach blossoms in Haicheng have bloomed, but he lied to me and said the flowers in Nancheng haven't bloomed. Does he think I'm an idiot? Saying that, she threw the innocent bag forcefully onto the ground, still cursing in her heart. Men use you and then toss you aside. If he doesn't want to give them to me, I'll still get them. At this time, Bai Guofu saw that she was about to go out again and asked worriedly, Old ancestor, you just got back. Where are you going now? Hearing the voice, she turned to look, then gave a mischievous smile and replied, to pick flowers. Hearing this, he was horrified and asked, holding his cane, pick flowers? Wait, old ancestor, Little Fu is hosting a family banquet at Juxian tomorrow night. I respectfully request that you grace us with your presence to meet my eldest grandson. But the person in front of him didn't look back, just waved her hand casually and replied, got it, you could just arrange it. In another part of the city, droplets of water fell continuously. A male figure was completely covered by water. Duan Fein slicked his hair back, then thought to himself, was it not good of me to lie to Vivi today and say the flowers hadn't bloomed? She seemed a little angry when she went home. She didn't even say goodbye to me. But thinking about how she went through so much trouble, all for another man, I just can't control myself. After showering, just as he stepped out, someone called. He quickly answered the phone. Hello. The person on the other end of the line reported in a panic, Mr. Duan, it's not good. It seems there's a thief in our southern manor. Hearing this, he was also startled, but the person on the other side hurriedly continued, all the best cared for peach blossoms in the manor have been stolen. Moreover, that thief was particularly arrogant and left a 100 yuan bill at the crime scene. The butler looked at the scene before him and kept complaining, is this a matter of money or not? This is clearly a blatant provocation. After hanging up, Duan Fein rubbed his temples helplessly and thought, no one in all of Haicheng has the guts to do this. It's probably only Chu Wei. Just as he thought this, a notification sound rang out. Bai Chu Wei had even posted on her Moments, with the caption, a basket of peach blossoms can brew a good jar of intoxicating peach blossom wine. At the same time, Duan Jingye also left a comment, so nice, even more beautiful than the peach blossoms at my fourth uncle's manor. Knowing who the culprit was, Duan Fein just smiled dotingly and thought, it really is her. She even rushed to remind me to check my Moments. Is she trying to show off? Then he called the person at the manor and instructed, Butler, please put away the flowers and the money carefully. I'll send my assistant to pick them up later. Then he went to her post and left a comment. When the wine is done brewing, can you share some with me? On this side, she looked at her phone and said smugly, Duan Fein knows what's good for him. I finally managed to get this peach blossom wine. Suddenly, a voice from outside caught her attention. You are Professor Zhao Guangming from Imperial Capital University. At this, she poked her head out and thought in a daze, what's the situation? Why is Bai Yimin so excited? Did she hit some major jackpot? She saw Bai Yimin on the phone with a very excited face. At the same time, she hung up the phone and began to provoke Bai Chu Wei. Bai Chu Wei, you must be curious about what happened. I don't mind telling you. Just now, Professor Zhao Guangming from the calligraphy department of Imperial Capital University called me, asking to meet me tomorrow. He specially came from the Imperial Capital to Haicheng to find me. Hearing these words, she pondered in her heart, International University. Could it be what Chi Mo mentioned before? Then she said something nonchalantly, enough to drive this arrogant person crazy. Bai Yimin, maybe Zhao Guangming specially came from the Imperial Capital to Haicheng to find me. At this, Bai Yimin became agitated and hurriedly tried to prove herself. Bai Chu Wei, Why do you want to take credit for everything? Did you start practicing calligraphy at 5 or 8 years old? Have you ever won second prize in the citywide calligraphy competition? Moreover, the most important thing, your handwriting is as ugly as a devil's talisman. How could Professor Zhao possibly come looking for you? Hearing this, the person opposite her became even more amused and added fuel to the fire. Bai Yining, have you never even seen a doctor's handwriting? Besides, if you think about it, if Zhao Guangming could be so moved by the second place winner in the city, then why didn't he just go directly to the first place winner? Hearing these words, she stammered in a panic. Anyway, he's definitely not here to find you. Bai Chuwei no longer had the interest to tease her and turned to leave. Whatever. Anyway, when the time comes and you lose face, don't blame me for not reminding you. The next day, students were gossiping about the strange things that had been happening. Too many things have happened at school recently. Someone was chased by birds, another was struck by lightning, and there's Bai Yining from class 11. I heard she was noticed by a professor at Imperial Capital University. She might even get an early admission. I'm so jealous. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Chao Yushu poked his head in, holding a letter in his hand, and said shyly, "Hello, I'm looking for classmate Bai." Sitting inside, she saw who it was and said nonchalantly, "What is it? Come in and talk." He was so nervous that he was trembling and stammered, "Classmate Bai, I really..." The people around them started whispering, "This posture, I'm afraid he's about to confess. Damn it. Chao Yushu, that coward, actually dares to give a love letter. He's got some nerve." Wow. Chao Yushu is really something else. Not many people in the entire grade would dare to give Bai Chuwei a love letter. While she was still stunned, Duan Xingye quickly sent a secret report. At this moment, in the car, Duan Fan received a message. "Fourth uncle, today a male classmate wants to give Vai a love letter to confess. If you really like Vai, you should act fast. I've decided to support you two as a couple now." His face was now darker than the boogeyman, and he screamed internally, "What on earth is this Xingye talking about?" But a male student is confessing to her. A few seconds later, Xingye quickly received a message. After reading it, he was stunned and thought in confusion. "Report to the teacher. I can report it to the teacher." "Fourth uncle. Oh, fourth uncle. Why is the gap between us so vast? Can this be solved by telling a teacher?" During the break, Duan Xingye couldn't help but be astonished after hearing Bai Chuwei's explanation. He exclaimed, "What? So Chao Yushu came to see you this morning, not to give you a love letter, but to deliver a thank you gift on behalf of his father?" Seeing his astonishment, she replied nonchalantly, "What else? I've only known him for a day. It's not that easy to fall in love." Realizing he had misspoken, he embarrassedly scratched his head and stammered, "Ahem. I was wrong. I'll explain it clearly to fourth uncle for you later." At that moment, a figure in a red dress walked over, hands on her hips. She shouted incessantly, "Bai Chuwei, I heard you haven't learned anything else at school, but you've learned how to flirt with boys, haven't you?" Bai Yining, smug as Sherlock Holmes, began her analysis. "First, you got Duan Xingye to be your deskmate. Then you got to know fourth Master Duan, and now you're receiving a love letter from Chao Yushu. Do you have any shame left?" Before she could speak, Xingye at her side immediately defended her. "Bai Yining, what do you mean? Chuwei cured my grandfather's illness. She's a benefactor of my Duan family. What's wrong with my fourth uncle and I being close to her? What right do you have to slander her? Besides, to be honest, the one who needs to reflect on herself is you. You don't study properly all day, you only know how to wear flashy makeup." But she became even more arrogant and said she wouldn't even have the chance to wear makeup if she wanted to. At this moment, the people standing outside were whispering, "This afternoon, Bai Yining is meeting Professor Zhao Guangming from the calligraphy department of Imperial Capital University. It's normal for her to wear a little makeup. If she can get on Professor Zhao's good side, she might have a chance to get into Imperial Capital University later." Their argument attracted attention in the hallway, but Bai Chuwei didn't bother to respond. She just gently reminded the person behind her, "Don't argue with this kind of foolish person anymore. Let's go." As she passed by Yining, she added another sentence, "I've already reminded you. The person Professor Zhao is looking for is not you." Hearing these words made by Yining even more furious, her heart filled with resentment. You're just not capable of meeting Professor Zhao yourself." Later, she did meet Zhao Guangming. Bowing respectfully to greet him, Professor Zhao, "Hello, sir. I'm Bai Yining." Hearing this, the other party also spoke. "Classmate Bai, hello. I hope our meeting today isn't bothering you. I wanted to see you to talk to you about matters related to the Lingbai style." As soon as he sat down, Bai Yining began to ramble on about knowledge that any ordinary person would know. The Lingbai style. "I know about this. The Lingbai style was a script commonly used by the royal family of the Hanyu Kingdom, and it was later mythologized by the common people as the script of the gods. It was pursued, studied, and researched, but because the Hanyu Kingdom was destroyed, this script was gradually lost. Only 2 poems written in the Lingbai style remain, now hanging and preserved in the National Museum. Then she pulled out a pile of certificates and continued. Professor Zhao, these are some of my usual works and also some certificates. You can take a look. Seeing what was laid out before him, the man was a bit taken aback and replied softly, "Oh." He wore an awkward smile on his face, but he was thinking the things this girl is saying are things that ordinary people all know. Moreover, her calligraphy has form but no spirit. It has no connection whatsoever to the elegant and free-spirited Lingbai style from the exam paper. I'm afraid I've found the wrong person. Thinking this, he reluctantly spoke up. Suddenly, her phone rang. The caller was her grandfather. Seeing this, Zhao Guangming felt a sense of relief. "Classmate Bai, you have something to do, right? How about we stop here for today?" But the person in front of him quickly hung up and replied, "It's all right, Professor Zhao. It's just that my family is holding a welcome party for our adopted daughter." But internally, she sneered, "Grandfather is definitely rushing me to attend Bai Chui's welcome party. As if I would go." Hearing this, the man opposite her immediately asked, "The Bai family's adopted daughter? Does she also study at Hung Hua No. 1? Hearing this, Bai Yining frowned and began to slander her. "That's right. My grandfather used his connections to get her into the best class 12 to 9. As a result, her grades are unbelievably low. Her literature exam was just filled with nonsensical answers." Hearing this, Zhao Guangming's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, she grabbed the man's hand and offered, "By the way, Professor Zhao, it's getting late. Let me treat you to a meal. My family also loves calligraphy." Hearing this, he didn't refuse. Of course, seeing that he had agreed, she thought smugly, "This is great. If I bring a famous person like Professor Zhao to Bai Chui's welcome party tonight, I'll definitely steal the spotlight. I'll show grandfather my capabilities. An adopted daughter who doesn't know her place. Today, I'll show her that she can only be my backdrop for the rest of her life." Meanwhile, Professor Zhao was overjoyed internally. Nonsensical answers on the literature exam. That's right, all the key points are correct. The Bai family's adopted daughter is the one I'm really looking for. After school, at Juxianlu, the door opened, and someone inside quickly spoke up. "This must be Chuwei, right? Come, sit down." Inside, many people were seated around a large table. The middle-aged man with glasses, who looked very scholarly, was Bai Huang Min, the father of Bai Zhe and Bai Shan. The beautiful woman sitting next to him was his wife, Yang Shuwei. An excited young man held up a few workbooks and said, "I'm your eldest cousin, Bai Zhe. Here, this is the welcome gift I prepared for you. I usually practice martial arts in the mountains, so I chose a few things a 12th grade student would need." The other one, leisurely sipping tea, was Bai Shang. He didn't hesitate to criticize, "Eldest brother, who gives someone exam papers as a gift? Are you trying to anger Chuwei to death?" That was exactly what Bai Chuwei was feeling right now. She thought angrily, "Well done. Only you, kid, know how to give gift. Now, how can this ancestor chop Bai Zhe to pieces?" Suddenly, a hand offered her a jade porcelain vase, and the person said slowly, "This jade porcelain vase is for you. It's an antique from 1,000 years ago. I had to spend a large sum of money to get my hands on it." Taking the item, she smiled and replied, "Thank you." But she thought to herself, the original's memories mentioned that Bai Shang's hobby is collecting antiques, but his eye for them still needs more training. Oh well, I'll find a chance to mention it to him later. The old ancestor has already appraised it as a fake. Seeing this, Bai Guofu was very proud. He then prompted, "Very good. The 2 children from the main branch are very thoughtful. Second branch, what gift have you 2 prepared for the old ancestor?" Being called out, the 2 became flustered, stammering incoherently. "Oh, these, But before they could finish, Bai Chuwei from the side pulled out a scroll and said, "Thank you, Uncle, Aunt, and my 2 cousins. I've also prepared welcome gifts for everyone." Seeing this, Lu Man's face darkened, and she couldn't help but sneer. Why did Vai prepare welcome gifts for the main branch, but not for us? But she was seething with jealousy. Although I don't care for some worthless junk, this bitch prepared gifts for the main branch, but didn't prepare a single thing for her nominal adoptive parents. She's clearly trying to embarrass our family. Hearing these words, Bai Chuwei just replied calmly, "Because I don't want to." After speaking, she added a sentence in her mind. "Even if these things turn to ash, I would not give them to the scum who sold their adopted daughter." Hearing this, the woman angrily shouted, "You!" But then she softened her tone and said, "Oh, I understand. Vai is acting like this because you're angry that Mom didn't let you meet Professor Zhao Guangming from Imperial Capital University, right? But it would have been useless even if you went. The real calligraphy genius is Yining, not you." Yining is probably having a very pleasant chat with Professor Zhao right now. If you really want to meet him, you could just have Yining recommend you later. Hearing her praise her daughter to the skies, thinking it would anger her, the girl in front of her just twirled her finger and replied nonchalantly. I don't know if the chat was pleasant, but it was certainly unsuccessful. Hearing this, Lu Man furiously shouted. Seeing the atmosphere growing tense, Baizé quickly ran over to change the subject. Ha ha ha. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's see what kind of treasure our cousin has gifted us. This quality and this painting style, why do I feel it's a bit like a work from the Hanyue Kingdom period? At this moment, a figure strode in, pushing the door open. Zhao Guangming walked over and questioned loudly. This painting, who gave it to you? This is a calligraphy and painting work in the Lingbai style. It might even be listed as one of the priceless treasures, a first-class cultural relic of China. The more he spoke, the more enthusiastic he became, ignoring Bai Yining, who was pale with fear behind him. After speaking, he looked over at the person who had been standing still all this time and asked in amazement, "You are the creator of this painting, aren't you? It really is you. You are the classmate Bai was looking for." Hearing this directly from Zhao Guangming, Bai Yining couldn't help but be disappointed. Her face pale, she stammered, "She's the one you were looking for, Professor Zhao? What do you mean by that? What about me?" Realizing he had misspoken, he coughed lightly a few times. "Ahem, classmate Yining, I'm so sorry. I was going to tell you at school that I might have found the wrong person. However, your calligraphy is also very good. You could be considered to have some talent." Hearing those somewhat forced compliments, her face darkened and her body trembled uncontrollably. She thought, I've practiced calligraphy since I was a child, yet in Professor Zhao's eyes, it's at most just a display of skill. Why did I come here to pick a fight with Bai Chu Wei? It's clear I was just humiliating myself. Bai Chu Wei, standing beside her, watched her swallow her bitterness and repeated her earlier words. I already reminded you, Professor Zhao was looking for me, not you. But by now, she had reached the peak of her anger. After cursing for a moment, she stormed off in a huff. I don't care. Why does this bitch get all the good things? It's not fair. Bai Chu Wei, you're a bully. Zhao Guangming then took the blame. Ahem, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I only asked the school for 3 days off, and I was afraid of running out of time, so I anxiously went to find classmate Yining. As soon as he finished, he added a sentence in his mind. Who knew your family would go through such a major event? After thinking, he couldn't help but curiously ask the person in front of him, classmate Bai. The main reason I came here is to ask where the Lingbai style came from, and also this precious landscape painting. Where did you get it? At this, she began to feel troubled. The reason I know the Lingbai style is because I invented this script. Would you believe that? But when he heard this, he didn't get angry. Instead, he puffed out his chest and said confidently, Classmate Bai, just tell me the truth. I won't make it public. Hearing these words, Bai Chu Wei sighed helplessly and thought, I knew no one would believe words like that, just like no one believes I've lived for over 5,000 years, but it's clearly the truth. Then she reluctantly replied, I just read books and imitated it. Is that all right? Hearing this, he became even more excited and asked, Classmate Bai, listening to you, does that mean you have many more cultural relics similar to this calligraphy painting? This is a major discovery in the history of Huaxia, in the world of calligraphy. Seeing him so excited and agitated, Bai Shang offered a hand over the painting to him. Professor Zhao, if it's really that precious, then let's hand this calligraphy painting over to the state. Don't make things difficult for Vai. Hearing this, Zhao Guangming's eyes lit up as he looked at him, but the person beside him was not on the same page. She frowned and looked at Bai Shang, saying, Second brother Shang, I gave you this painting to sell for money. Why are you giving it to Professor Zhao? I have plenty more of these. Being firmly opposed by Bai Chu Wei, he was startled into silence. At this time, Yang Shui asked about the other gifts she gave. Vai, so were the other things you gifted? Bai Guofu, at the side, his eyes shining, thought to himself, that's right, to give away a national treasure level piece of calligraphy. The other things can't be ordinary items either. Receiving the question, Bai Chu Wei enthusiastically introduced each gift. Annie, your gift is a beauty pill. It can remove blemishes, wrinkles, and brighten the skin. Uncle's is a heavenly spirit pill. used to strengthen the body. The not expensive things. Bai Zhe was stunned when he heard this, his eyes wide with astonishment. A heavenly spirit pill? Isn't that a precious spiritual medicine used for cultivation? Only a few masters in the Qingxian sect have them, and even they're reluctant to consume them. Hearing these words, she asked innocently, "Can't a heavenly spirit pill strengthen one's health?" At this, the mannergore of her could only hide his tears and think to himself, who would use this kind of immortal medicine to stay in shape? This is a waste of resources. Suddenly, Bai Guofu rushed over like a sprinter. Then he hurriedly knelt down with a pitiful expression. "Old ancestor, look at me. Look at little Fu. Little Fu needs this medicine the most." Hearing these words, she reluctantly said, all right. I'll give you one when we get back." On the side, Bai Zhe looked at the things she gave, his mind in a state of confusion. These gifts are all so precious. The book Vai gave me is... As soon as he opened the book, there was a huge introduction, a quick introduction to qi refining in 7 days. After reading it, he couldn't help but cry as he looked at the person in front of him and said, "No way, Vai, is this book of yours for real? I joined the Qingxian sect when I was 5, and to this day, I haven't even entered the qi refining stage. Am I too weak or?" Before he could finish, the person opposite him cut in, "Don't worry. This book is guaranteed to be accurate. If you don't make any progress practicing, come find me. I'll teach you myself." Then she lamented internally. The cultivation environment now is truly speechless. I remember 5,000 years ago, when spiritual energy was abundant, it only took an hour to succeed in cultivation. On the other side, Bai Huangguang touched his wife's shoulder, his face pale as he asked, an adopted daughter from the countryside, how could she have such precious things? "Honey, are they crazy?" Lu Man was just as shocked and said, "I don't know. Right now, I'm very suspicious of the person our daughter brought here. Is he really Professor Zhao Guangming? Could this whole thing be a conspiracy orchestrated by Chu Wei from the beginning? That professor is actually an actor." Bai Zhe, standing to one side, also heard those words and crossed his arms angrily, saying this whole family is foolish. This cousin's background is definitely not simple. At the same time, Bai Shang was also speculating silently. Moreover, grandfather definitely knows something. Just now he called Vai, "Old ancestor." The doors suddenly opened, and Bai Yining returned with a face full of happiness. She said excitedly, "Guess who I just met? Duan Xiuqi, the movie star, is also eating at this restaurant today. Not only did he give me his autograph, but he also asked me which room I was in. He'll be here right away." Bai Chu Wei, who had been in a good mood, immediately shot a murderous glare upon hearing these words, thinking, actively provoking an enemy again, this foolish ancestor-harming idiot. Then she spoke nonchalantly, "I'm not interested in old men." At the same time, Lu Man shouted from the side, Vai, "Don't talk nonsense. Xiuqi is a god." Then she started powdering her face. "Oh my, I finally have a chance to see Xiuqi in person. I have to touch up my makeup first." At this moment, a knock was heard from outside. "Hello, Miss Bai, I'm Duan Xiuqi. Is it convenient?" Hearing this, Bai Yining excitedly tugged at her. The person next to her also said excitedly, "Movie star Duan, wait a moment, I'll open the door for you." After saying that, the mother and daughter eagerly ran to open the door, but for some reason, the door wouldn't open. Bai Chu Wei, behind them, smiled sinisterly and thought, "Knock away. Even if you break the door, you won't get in." At the same time, the two behind her were confused. Why won't this door open? Is the door broken? Movie star Duan, it seems the door is broken. How about you go find a staff member and ask? Duan Xiuqi, standing outside, heard the bad news that the door was broken, and his expression immediately soured. He shouted angrily, "Why? Why is everything preventing me from seeing you?" Bai Chu Wei, "Come out here. Please tell me where your aunt is. I really want to see her." The people present were shocked by the scene and thought, "What are you going crazy for, ancestor? This is a public place, and people are watching." Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head. "You want to see her, but she doesn't want to see you. Ever since you revealed she had a heart condition to those demonic cultivators. From the moment you imprison her, wanting to force a marriage, you and Bai Chu are already enemies." Bai Chu Wei, inside, was using a sound transmission technique to send a message to the person outside. Seeing Duan Xiuqi so dejected, everyone there spoke up and asked, Xiuqi, why did you suddenly stop talking and leave on your own? What happened?" Suddenly, at this moment, a figure figure rushed out to see. Tong Yunru approached him and acted intimately. Xiuqi, what's wrong with you? I had something to talk to you about, so I came to find you. But the other party replied in a harsh tone. Bai Chuwei said, Bai Chu doesn't want to see me. It's because I revealed her heart condition to the demonic cultivators. But when did I ever reveal this to anyone else? There must be a misunderstanding here. Seeing Xiuqi so furious, the people around him tried to persuade him, Xiuqi, don't go crazy in a crowded place like the hallway. Do you know how many people online are laughing at the failure of your wedding to Miss Tong? Not only did he walk away coldly, but he also replied indifferently. If it failed, it failed. I don't like her anyway. Brother Yuan, once you've seen the ocean, it's hard to be impressed by a river. Tong Yunru would surely be terrified after hearing these words. After Duan Xiuqi left, Bai Chuwei finally breathed a sigh of relief. She thought to herself, he's finally gone, didn't ruin my good mood. But being constantly pined for Bai Filth is a bit nauseating. I need to think of a way to deal with Duan Xiuqi when I get back. Meanwhile, at the door, Lu Man and her daughter were wailing. Xiuqi, don't go, my Xiuqi. Boo-hoo-hoo movie star, don't go. At this moment, Bai Zhe spoke up in confusion. Ha, Yinin, Annie, even if we can't see the movie star tonight, we still have delicious food to accompany us. How about we order and eat first? With that, he handed her the menu. Seeing this, she couldn't help but shout, Nephew, your grandfather is still here. How can you let a junior order the food? Do you have any sense of rules? Bai Yinin also took the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. She chimed in, that's right. Besides, when I went to the door just now, I heard the waiter say that Chef Chow of Ju Xian Lu has already hung up the close sign. All the signature dishes have stopped being sold. So what's there to order? Let's just eat whatever and go home. Bai Guofu was furious upon hearing this and shouted, Lu Man, you don't understand that she's. But at this moment, a hand reached out to stop him, little Fu. Say no more. Bai Yinin, Mom, let me tell you too, if you want to eat the restaurant's signature dishes today, then you should really let me order. The mother and daughter duo heard this and whispered with a sneer. This country bumpkin is bragging again. Isn't it just because she got close to Chow Yushu? If Chef Chow knew that Bai Chuwei seduced his son before the college entrance exams, it would be a miracle if he didn't come settle the score with her. A moment later, the faces of the two turned pale, their mouths agape at the scene before them. How is this possible? On the dining table, the waiter laid out a feast of delicacies and began to introduce the dishes. Miss Bai, hello. Braised imperial shark fin with jade shrimp, beggar's chicken, roasted suckling pig. Your assorted chicken stew has arrived. The other dishes will be out shortly. Please start eating. Bai Yinin, still unable to believe her eyes, shouted, are these really all made by Chef Chow himself? Didn't they say he hung up the closed sign? The waiter heard this and explained, Chef Chow said that Miss Bai, holding this purple goldflower card, is the sole exception. Bai Chuwei then held up the powerful card in front of them and said, that's right. Tell Chef Chow for me to just continue researching his menu. There's no need to make a special trip to see me. These words left the person behind her bewildered, thinking, strange. How did this young lady know that Chef Chow had just left the kitchen and was about to wash his hands and run over to see her? Bai Shang, who had calmly witnessed this scene, was also curious. Vai, was that the purple goldflower card from Ju Xian Li you just took out? I remember this purple card is extremely rare. It seems to be given only to members of the Chow family. Unless, before he could finish, the person in front of him interrupted, this card is also given to benefactors. Second brother Shang, your intelligence needs an update. Immediately after, she sat down at the table and said warmly, everyone, let's dig in. Let's enjoy the craftsmanship of the imperial chef's descendant. Next, she didn't forget to add a sarcastic remark. Especially Mom and Yinin, you must eat a lot. Otherwise, you two might really not be able to eat dishes cooked by Chef Chow. After all, for the next 20 days, Chef Chow won't be accepting reservations from any guests. Hearing these words, the mother and daughter were so angry they were speechless, cursing silently in their hearts. This damn brat, she's even deliberately mocking us. Bai Guofu, as the elder of the family, still had to wait for Bai Chuwei to pick up her chopsticks before he started eating. Seeing this scene, Bai Shang became curious. Grandfather only picked up his chopsticks to eat after cousin Vai picked up hers and took the first bite. To be able to make grandfather so polite, to be able to casually take out a gift of no small value, to be able to make the famous Chef Chow of Haicheng feel indebted and make an exception. Who exactly is this mysterious cousin Vai? This is really getting more and more interesting. At the banquet table, Bai Guofu and Zhao Guangming were chatting very happily. Suddenly, the professor spoke first. I didn't expect to be able to eat such a delicious meal today. Thank you, classmate Yinin, for inviting me to your family dinner. Bai Guofu, at the side, quickly added, to meet is fate, Professor Zhao. After dinner, if you're free, why not come to our Bai residence for a visit? She heard these words and could only sigh. Their social pleasantries are so long. Immediately after, she politely spoke up, everyone, please chat for a bit. I'm going out for some fresh air. With that, she strode out, humming a tune as she walked. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her, Cousin Vai Vai. Bai Shang ran up from behind. Hearing this, she looked back and smiled. Second brother Shang, why are you following me? Hearing this, he recalled the moment Chu Wei drew on the table with her hand and guessed. Just now, Cousin Vai Vai gestured to you with her eyes and drew a circle on the table. Wasn't that telling you to come find me? She couldn't help but praise him. If I say it can be done, it can definitely be done. Second brother, I have high hopes for you. But in her heart, she secretly thought the 1-month deadline is just a few days away. But the Dong family shows no intention of paying me the 400 million. Then they can't blame me for taking action. Then she suddenly clapped her hands and said seriously, oh, right, there's one more thing. I'll be direct. The jade porcelain vase you gave is a fake. You've been scammed. Hearing this, the person opposite him clutched his head in frustration, wondering to himself, so I gave a fake antique? And just a while ago, I was laughing at Big Brother for not understanding female students at the dinner table. Turns out it's the pot calling the kettle black, huh? But before he could fully digest it, Bai Chu Wei revealed a shocking secret that shattered his heart. Then she quickly found a way to slip away. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Say hello for me when you get back. As for the pile of test papers that eldest cousin gave, just give them to Annie Chio, who collects scrap. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Zhe dashed towards her like the wind, exclaiming enthusiastically, Cousin Vai Vai, Grandpa, and the others are about to head back. Let me help you carry this scattered stuff. Seeing that scene, she was speechless with frustration in her heart. This Bai Zhe is burying his old ancestor alive. Damn it, what am I supposed to do with this pile of trash? The moon hung in the night sky. After returning home, Bai Chu Wei took out a box and called out to Snowball. Brought you a late-night snack. Eat up. Hearing this, it hurriedly ran over, chattering, while old ancestor, how come get a ride back from 4th Master Duan? I've seen it happen many times already. While interrogating the person in front of it, the moment the box lid was opened, it lost all its integrity, its eyes shining as bright as car headlights. It exclaimed in a high voice, wow. In its heart, it thought non-stop, and it's thanks to him that the old ancestor was able to get rid of that pile of homework. Hearing these words, she suddenly remembered the conversation between herself and Duan Fan. Henin, I have a small gift I want to give to Jingya. Can you come over and pick it up for me? And give me a ride home while you're at it. After reading it, he bluntly exposed her, all right. Next time, you don't need to find an excuse. I'll come pick you up directly. After reading what he sent, she dazedly sent back a question mark. At the same time, her expression was dazed, while Snowball was devouring the food like a small excavator. At the same time, at the Duan residence, Jingya looked at the mountain-high stack of documents in front of him and exclaimed in alarm, Fourth uncle, are you sure this pile of exam papers is a gift from Vai Vai for me? Is this an amount a human can even finish? Beside him, Duan Fan also became flustered and could only think in silence. I can't believe she really wanted to give a gift. I thought. Over here, Snowball said, while munching away, but I feel like he doesn't want to be the old ancestor's underling. Hearing this, Bai Chu Wei slowly replied, if not an underling, then what? Best friend? Lover? Then wait until he's 100 years old to see him off on his final journey? And then pay respects together every year? Better not. It's not like we're the most compatible. Being an underling is fine. Just then, a knock on the door was heard. Student Bai, are you home? I saw that the light in your room is on. That sound made her angry. Then she went to open the door and saw Zhao Guangming. When he saw her, he said enthusiastically, Student Bai, you really are home. I wanted to ask, you said you learned the Lingbai script by imitating it from a book? What book was it exactly? What's the story? Hearing this, she felt annoyed and thought of a way to deal with him. This Professor Zhao is really persistent. Oh well, it's a small matter anyway. I'll just randomly find a book from my space and toss it to him. After that, she handed a book to the person opposite her and said, you can learn by looking at this one, right? Here, catch. He looked at the book, Mountain Moon Chronicles, in his hand, then screamed in horror. Could this be the manuscript of Mountain Moon Chronicles? No. Judging from the traces on this book, it might even be the original. Meanwhile, the person in front of him secretly thought, whether I say it's the original or not, aren't you still going to take it for appraisal? Then she continued nonchalantly, whether you believe it or not is up to you, not me. At this moment, Zhao Guangming was extremely agitated and knelt down. Gloves. I need gloves. Right? Appraisal. I also need to find someone to verify the content. Seeing the person's reaction, Bai Chu-wei squatted down and said nonchalantly, really, Professor Zhao? You could just look at it directly. He, in a panic, enunciated every word if this is the real original manuscript. Student Bai, do you know how much this is worth? If I damage it even a little, I'll be a sinner to the whole world. Hearing that, the person in front of her just nonchalantly snapped her fingers and said, It's not that serious, is it? It's just an unfinished novel. Chu-wei replied indifferently. Suddenly, at this moment, he exclaimed, I have them. After speaking, he put on a pair of fried chicken gloves. His heart felt like it was about to jump out of his chest. As he began to turn the pages, the person witnessing this scene became worried and asked, Professor Zhao, please calm down a bit. Or should I give you some medicine? Your state isn't quite right. But the other person flipped through the pages and couldn't contain his excitement. Student Bai, it's the seal. It has the emperor's seal from that era and also the seals of the approving departments. In existing cultural relics, there are original seals of the emperor from that era. Just by comparing them, it's enough to verify its authenticity. This is actually due to overexcitement. He was so shocked he got a nosebleed, but his hands still clutched the book as he lay there and whispered, Oh, my ancestors, the story you're following has been updated. Seeing the man writhing on the floor, Bai Chu-wei said, confused, what in the world is this? This person is way too agitated. Snowball, call for an ambulance. Hearing the call, it immediately got into position and replied, Yes, sir. Under the sky sparkling with a myriad of stars, at Haicheng People's Hospital. Seeing the patient slowly opening his eyes, the person opposite him asked worriedly, Professor Zhao, are you awake? Your heart isn't good? You really can't get so agitated again. As soon as the words were out, Zhao Guangming shot up, back to his previous state. Let's talk. Quick, give me my phone. He started dialing, shouting excitedly, Hello, it's me. Quickly invite the cultural relic experts from Haicheng over here. I need an expert who can identify the seals of the Hanyu Kingdom. I may have found the original manuscript of Mountain Moon Chronicles. It even has the unpublished content of chapters 23 and 24. What did you say? The other end of the line exclaimed. Even while lying on a hospital bed, Professor Zhao was still obsessed with Mountain Moon Chronicles. Afterwards, sirens blared continuously on the road. Inside the car, panicked sounds could be heard. Go a little faster up front. Don't faint, hold on. It's real, the seal is real. Right after the news broke online, numerous articles related to this sensational incident appeared one after another. Ancestors, Mountain Moon Chronicles, the series you're following has been updated. Experts obtain original manuscript of Mountain Moon Chronicles. Experts gather at Haicheng People's Hospital to authenticate. According to reliable sources from our reporter, experts today have obtained the original manuscript of Mountain Moon Chronicles. The manuscript's content also includes the unpublished chapters 23 and 24. Those headlines caused another heated discussion among netizens. Some were eager to see the content inside the book, while others thought it was just fabricated news. Is the official media posting fake news now? They don't even have a single picture, and they're already making things up. Holy crap, please tell us it's real. I really want to know what happened to Yu Ji after she went to the banquet. If this news is real, headline, editor, don't you scare me. Bai Chu-wei, sitting outside after reading the developments on social media, couldn't help but chat with Snowball while brewing medicine. I never expected that a book I casually wrote to kill time will be so sought after by later generations. Smelling the aroma rising from the medicine in the pot, Snowball trembled in fear. Old ancestor, let's not talk about that first. What are you doing? Brewing poop. But at this moment, it was thrown aside while she held up the pot, her mouth twisting as she thought to herself, does it smell that bad? I just wanted to brew some Mengpei soup for Duan Xiuqi as a wedding gift, to completely sever the beautiful dreams in his heart. After sniffing the aroma in the pot, she also had to admit, alright, it really is a bit stinky. Next time, I'll just add some fragrance. Alright, I still have to prepare a big gift for the Dong family. For this, I'll need the help of my dear 8 great families. After saying that, Bai Chu-wei made a call. Emo, it's me. Before she could finish her sentence, the other end of the line hung up directly. She stood frozen for a moment, then angrily gritted her teeth and thought, this guy has some nerve, daring to hang up on the old ancestor. Are you tired of living, or have I been too lenient with you? After that, she texted the Chi family's little Moonlight, see what your brother is doing. The other side replied, Goddess, my brother is watching a live stream. Reading these lines, she couldn't help but curse inwardly in frustration. At this hour, what kind of live stream could that brat Chi Mo be watching? Overseas business news? It can't be that captivating, can it? With that, she sent a message to Chiyu, send me the link. Instantly, a seductive girl appeared on Shuei's screen, cooing sweetly. Welcome, big spender, hubby, to my live. Hubby, I want a little gift. Can you give it to me? Seeing the screen, she was stunned, speechless. After looking at the livestream screen, Bai Chuwei felt helpless, frowning as she thought, I'm so foolish. I just knew that watching this flirtatious female streamer's livestream late at night would be full of vulgar men. But I never expected that Chi Mo, whom I've watched grow up since he was a child, would also become so depraved one day. Just as she finished thinking, the woman on the screen spoke gently. Thank you for the yacht from hubby Mo, who's at the top of the leaderboard. Hearing these words, she immediately felt annoyed, angrily scolding, he's still gifting this brat Chi Mo. What on earth is going on? Wait, what is that? At this moment, the female streamer continued to speak coquettishly. Thank you, hubbies, for the donations. Hubbies, it's so late and you're still watching Mingming's live stream. Mingming is really happy. At this time, the female streamer's heart was full of smugness, calculating carefully. Ever since these mirrors were hung up, more and more big spenders have been supporting me. It wasn't a waste of money to find a master to help me set up this bewitching formation. As long as I keep live streaming, for this month's goddess list on the livestream app, I'll definitely secure the top spot. Just then, a few birds suddenly flew into the room of Mingming. Comments immediately appeared on the screen. Wifey Mingming, quick, look behind you. Did a little bird fly in? Didn't Mingming close the window for her live stream? Silly wifey. Then she said reluctantly, these birds aren't sleeping and came here to watch Mingming's live stream? Thanks, little birds. As soon as she finished speaking, the birds suddenly went crazy, and they quickly shattered the mirrors that Mingming was using to bewitch the audience. The woman screamed in horror upon seeing this scene. Holy crap, what are they doing? As the glass shards fell on Chi Mo's side, he suddenly jolted as if he had just regained consciousness. He supported his forehead with one hand, his heart full of fear. Strange, what the hell am I doing? Why am I gifting a female streamer? It just randomly scrolled past. Just then, a paper crane flew towards him. He curiously opened it to see what was written on it. Little Mo, think about how you want to die. Reading these lines made Chi Mo suddenly feel a little scared. Over here, Bai Chuwei was leisurely leaning on the railing, gazing at the mystical starry sky. She said softly, people with poor health have weaker willpower at night. Plus, Chi Mo was born prematurely and has had poor health since childhood, so he's easily attracted by evil spirits. This is the truth. Luckily, it's not a matter of character, otherwise I would have really wanted to kick that shameful brat to death immediately. Suddenly, at this moment, Snowball spoke up, Old ancestor, please calm down. Look, that Little Spring Ming's live stream room has been taken down by a salted fish video. It was taken down that quickly? Duan Fan's speed is quite fast, she exclaimed with wide, surprised eyes. Speaking of which, the salted fish video that Little Spring Ming is contracted with is a company under Duan Fan. Just now, Bai Chuwei used her real name to report this matter to Duan Fan. Real name report. Little Spring Ming, a streamer contracted with your salted fish live, has colluded with demonic cultivators and made a lot of illicit profits from magical charms. I have broken her formation. The rest is your company's internal affair. At this moment, the phone rang. As soon as he answered, the person on the other end said cheerfully, Henin, your work efficiency is quite high. He replied in a deep, nonchalant voice, had nothing to do, so I'm rereading Mountain Moon Chronicles. Hearing this, Bai Chuwei's heart grew excited. So Duan Fan is also a bookworm. Then she tentatively asked, Henin, what do you think of this book? Isn't it amazing? Hearing the question, the other person answered honestly, this book lives up to its reputation as the first famous masterpiece. Also, some details in it feel a bit familiar. Hearing that, she spoke out, dazed. Familiar? How the hell could you be familiar with that plot? Could it be that someone plagiarized it? She said, thinking in confusion. Some of this story is based on what happened when I first came to this world. 5,000 years ago, Duan Fan, a person who probably didn't even exist in his past life. What could he be familiar with? On his end, he heard this and rubbed his temples slightly, replying, because I can't quite put my finger on it. It's getting late. Why aren't you asleep yet? Don't you have school tomorrow? At this moment, she replied nonchalantly, I don't need to sleep, and I can't sleep. As she spoke, she recalled the days she had gone through. For the past 5,000 years, I haven't slept at all. At most, I'd be in a sea of consciousness, wandering through the dream sea of the mortal world. As soon as it gets late, especially late at night 100 years ago, I always remember being left behind. How lonely and boring this is. Finally, she said to the other end of the line, Henin, how about I enter your dreamscape today? Maybe I can see clearly who the female lead in your beautiful dream is. Hearing this, his heart suddenly fell into disarray. The female lead in a beautiful dream. It made him break out in a sweat unconsciously. He flusteredly changed the subject. If you can't sleep, maybe you should count sheep. Hearing this, Bai Chuwei quickly replied, Count sheep? Why don't I just count you instead? No, wait, counting you would probably make it even harder for me to sleep. These suggestive words made Fan blush beet red. At this moment, he couldn't stop asking himself, what is she implying with her words? Meanwhile, the person on this side was practically drooling with delight. Her mind was not very proper again. Just thinking about Tang Monk's flesh gets me this excited. How am I supposed to sleep? The next morning when she arrived at school, she kept yawning. She stretched wearily and sighed to herself. In the end, I really lost sleep thinking about Tang Monk's flesh all night. Just then, Chiyu ran over breathlessly to announce, Goddess, the 3 students who had an appointment for a checkup at noon are done. They can return to class now. The person next to her just replied nonchalantly, Wait a little longer, there's still one more person. Hearing this, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, There's still someone else? Suddenly, at this moment, the sound of footsteps approached. Chiyu looked at the person in front of her, then exclaimed in surprise, Brother, you finally listened to me. I've been telling you for a long time, you should come see my goddess for treatment. Hearing this, Mo turned his face away, a little embarrassed, and replied softly. When Bai Chuwei saw who had arrived, she immediately put on a distant expression and asked, Young Master Chi, what ailment are you preparing to be seen for? He pointed to his left chest, bowed his head, and said in a small voice, to be examined for a lack of discernment. Mo, at this moment, hesitated, looked at the person in front of him, and then spoke. Old ancestor, ye must have troubled you quite a bit during this time. Then he sighed to himself. According to the strict ancient rules of the 8 great families of China, the existence of the old ancestor is only to be announced to the legitimate heir of the family head. That information is only passed down discreetly by word of mouth, without leaving any written records. I never thought that this year, the old ancestor would suddenly have the interest to become a genuine high school student. In terms of time, Ye has actually spent more time with the old ancestor than I have. At this moment, Chiyu left first. Seeing that she was gone, Bai Chuwei spoke up with a voice full of sarcasm. You psycho with a lack of discernment. Don't you try to force a relationship too hard. What kind of descendant dares to hang up the phone on their old ancestor? Did you get the wrong person? Mo was not only handsome, but also understanding and considerate. He immediately tried to flatter the person in front of him with a precious key. Old ancestor, this is the safety key for a rare Ganoderma mushroom, carefully preserved in a safe room on the 3rd basement level of the Haiqing Bank. Hearing this, her attitude immediately changed 365 degrees. She didn't hesitate to pinch his cheek and said with a cheerful laugh, Hey, isn't this our good and adorable Mo? You're getting more charming and cute as you grow up. Such a rare, well-behaved child. At this moment, he sobbed and spoke with a choked voice. Sob, sob, sob. Old ancestor, please be a little gentler. After a long period of torment, he finally explained calmly, Old ancestor, what happened last night was really not Chimo's intention. I hope you can forgive me. Recently, for some reason, my mind has been bewitched and infatuated by that streamer. Hearing this, Bai Chuwei immediately transformed into a strict mama and lectured him sternly. That's because your physical health is too poor. Look at that Duan fan. He also went through the bewitching formation, but was not affected at all, unlike you who was still foolishly giving money to a competitor. Do you know that your old ancestor, me, managed to swindle 300 million from him right after coming down the mountain? He still doesn't dare to utter a single word of protest. The person opposite her was scolded to the point he couldn't lift his head. He decided to use his ultimate move to curb the venomous mouth of the person before him. An old ancestor, please don't say any more. I still have information about another rare spiritual herb. Of course, this move always had an immediate effect. After hearing this, she immediately praised him profusely. Good child. The words just now were just a joke. Where's that spiritual herb? After he heard her, he slowly opened his mouth to reply. Recently, there's a secret auction in Haicheng. As far as I know, there's a precious snow lotus in it. I wonder if the old ancestor is interested. The person opposite him heard this and suddenly remembered an auction. I'm familiar with this plot. From the original novel, Bai Chu-wei was targeted and embarrassed by Dong Yunru, losing all face in front of Haicheng's high society, precisely because she broke the final gift that Dong Qingyan had given to Dong Yunru at the auction, and then coincidentally bought a jade bracelet. So everything is still developing according to the original plot. What kind of game is this? It seems I have to go to this auction. Then she turned to Chi-Mo and said, all right, your physical health problem can't be completely cured just by relying on medicine. Among the auction items this time, there should be a piece of pure jade. Get it? I will make a specialized jade talisman for you to wear to slowly nurture your overall health. Hearing these instructions, he felt much more at ease and slowly said, okay, old ancestor, this junior boldly asks a question. Why did you call last night? Hearing this, the more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and she suddenly shouted her demand. Prepare to deal with the Dong family for me. That Dong family still owes me 400 million and refuses to pay. I have to teach them a proper lesson. The person in front of her immediately agreed without any hesitation. Okay, no problem. This junior will make the Dong family go bankrupt. She looked at the person in front of her and couldn't help but exclaim with emotion. TSK, TSK. With such a gentle face, you can say the most ruthless and cold words. You already have my fearless demeanor in the face of crisis. Truly a teachable child. Suddenly, he turned to Bai Chu-wei seriously and asked, also about that old ancestor, is there a need to inform the heads of the other 6 great families that you have come down the mountain? Hearing this, she asked naively, the 6 great families? Seeing that the other party was still confused, Chi-Mo continued, old ancestor, perhaps you were not aware when you were on the mountain. The current head of the Tang family is an illegitimate son who was only brought back to the family a few years ago. Regarding your matters, he knows nothing and cannot be trusted. After hearing this, she just replied casually with a light tone, it doesn't matter. If he doesn't listen to me, I could just kick him out and replace him with someone else. Then she thought to herself with a mischievous and happy expression, once I get Duan Fan, won't I have a potential candidate for the position of underling right away? Then she turned to the person beside her and said, as for me coming down the mountain, there's no need to make it public for now. My current identity is an ordinary high school student. It's better to be a little modest and not be ostentatious and attract attention. Hearing this, he quickly nodded and replied, yes. Then this junior will take his leave first. After Chi-Mo left, Bai Chu-wei stood there for a long time, lost in a chaotic stream of thoughts. The Chi family is very good, much more obedient than those foolish people from the Bai family. However, the Bai family isn't entirely foolish. I just don't know if my second brother, Bai Shang, has the ability to seize that astonishingly huge fortune. At Bai Shang's home, he was walking through the gate, lost in complex thoughts. How should this matter be handled properly? The Dong family is currently at the peak of its power. Is it really as unlucky as Vai Vai said? As soon as a servant saw him, she greeted him respectfully. Second young master is back. Madam is hosting a small tea party at home. Would you like to go over and have a look? Hearing this, he asked back, dazed, afternoon tea party? My mother never liked that sort of thing. But the female servant just smiled gently and suggested, if you go over and see for yourself, you'll understand. At this moment, a familiar voice came from the garden outside. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. Today I, Yang Shui, invited everyone over for afternoon tea just for a happy get-together and to socialize with absolutely no other intention. As Bai Shang approached, he heard surprised words from inside. What? Oh my God, Shui. Is it you, Shui? Hearing those alarmed words, he wondered to himself, dazed, what in the world is happening? Why are those ladies and young ladies reacting like that? Holy cow, this person looks like a woman in her 30s, but she's actually my mother? I was only out for work for half a day. What on earth happened? Upon seeing the appearance of his mother, Yang Shui, he couldn't help but be utterly shocked. The people attending the tea party surrounded her, praising her nonstop. Madam Bai, which cosmetic clinic did you go to for your face? You're too beautiful. Annie Yang, how did you become so beautiful? Let alone skincare products. Even a cosmetic clinic might not be able to achieve such beauty, right? Only Lu Man stood in a corner, frowning with jealousy. She said sarcastically, did you get fillers at a cosmetic clinic? Didn't we just have dinner together last night? How could there be such a big change in just one night? Upon hearing this, Yang Shui refused to back down, deliberately provoking the other person. This is thanks to our granddaughter. The whole Bai family had dinner together last night, and the little girl gave me a beauty pill. I only took half of it, and it already had this effect. Hearing this, the person opposite her frowned in surprised disbelief. An elixir from Bai Chuwei? Does that nonsense really work? The surrounding crowd heard this and began to whisper incessantly. The granddaughter is the adopted daughter of the Bai family's second branch. Is it Bai Chuwei? How strange. Isn't she Lu Man's adopted daughter? Why didn't she give one to Lu Man? Lu Man, are you being too harsh on your adopted daughter? But then, she put on a pitiful expression and started complaining. How could I possibly be harsh with my adopted daughter? At home, I save all the best food for her. Perhaps I've just raised an ungrateful child. An adopted mother as good as me, and still, she didn't give me anything. But the person opposite her didn't give her a chance to continue her act, bursting into a scornful laugh and exposing her. Sister-in-law, a person should have a conscience. Last night, didn't the three of you say that Vivi was a country bumpkin, giving out scam help products for the elderly? You wouldn't even take it if she paid you. Since you said that, what could she possibly give you? Should she have to beg you, ungrateful people? These words hit a sore spot for Lu Man. She was so angry she was speechless, only managing to let out an aggrieved cry. Sister. Just then, a strange rustling sound came from the rooftop. Immediately after, a figure leaped down gleefully, landing lightly. Bai Zhe exclaimed excitedly, Mom, I succeeded in my training. I've reached the Qi refining entry level. I went to Mount Qingxian to study martial arts for 20 years, and today I finally succeeded in reaching the Qi refining entry level. But Lu Man refused to stay silent and spoke with contempt. What kind of cultivation is this from the eldest nephew? As soon as she finished speaking, he quickly crushed the teacup in her hand. This caused the surrounding crowd who witnessed the scene to be stunned in amazement. The Bai family truly has so many outstandingly talented people. Even in his heart, Bai Shang had now secretly made a decision. Things have already come to this. What am I still hesitating for? I'm taking all of this stock. As dusk fell at Bai Chuwei's house, the surprised voice of a servant rang out. Young Master Bai Zhe, young Master Bai Shang, why are you two here? Bai Shang quickly cut her off. Where does Chuwei live? We're looking for her. Suddenly, a voice echoed down from above. I'm on the 3rd floor. You two come up. But when he turned around, he saw no one. At the same time, Bai Zhe heard this and couldn't help but be surprised. Vivi knew we were coming. Besides, isn't the 3rd floor the attic? Second uncle actually let that great Buddha live in the attic. In her room, she was busy playing with a small bird. Just then, Bai Zhe and Bai Shang opened the door and walked in. The person inside heard the noise and turned her head to look. What do my two older cousins have to say to me today? Bai Shang didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Cousin Vivi, I've decided to get involved in the Tong family's matter. After hearing these words, she just gave a satisfied smile, thinking to herself, very good, Bai Shang, very good. After Bai Shang follows me, he'll have a chance to get on the list of the richest people. If he had insisted on following the male and female leads from the original novel, he would have been doomed one way or another. Then she looked at Bai Zhe and thought, this kid must have reached the entry level based on the Qi refining book I gave him, right? Why isn't he focusing on his cultivation properly and running over here instead? Then she spoke aloud. So what about you, cousin Bai Zhe? At this, he clutched the talisman in his hand tightly, finally holding it out in front of her and saying shyly, Cousin Vivi, this is for you. This is a peace talisman that my master used all his life's power to condense to protect me. Now I'm giving it to you, cousin. But after seeing it, she just indifferently refused. No need. Hearing this, Baize hurriedly explained, "Cousin Vivi, this peace talisman really works. It's not one of those fakes. This is really for you. I normally wouldn't even bear to let anyone see it." Seeing how flustered he was, Bai Chuwei smiled and replied, "I know you're not lying to me. It's just that I already have a lot of these things. How about I draw a few for you? The effect is much stronger than the one in your hand." As she spoke, she pulled open a drawer filled with talisman drawing supplies. Ow. Then she took out paper and a brush to draw, skillfully introducing them. "This is a peace talisman. This is a home protection talisman. This is an evil exorcism talisman. And this one is a bad luck talisman." Witnessing this for the first time, Baize couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Vivi actually knows how to draw talismans? That's not right. My master cultivated his whole life, and it still takes him half a month to draw a single talisman. Vivi's drawing method is different. After she finished speaking, she slowly put down her brush and coldly replied, "You don't believe in these talismans? How about this? We'll test it and see." With that, the girl threw the talisman in her hand towards another direction. At the same time, Lu Man's harsh voice rang out from downstairs. "Bai Chuwei, you freeloader living off my Bai family. In the end, you have good things, but only give them to the first branch. Let me tell you, if you have anything good today, hand it all over to me." Bai Yining, walking beside her, heard this and looked confused. "Mom, what are you talking about? Isn't the stuff she gives out just garbage to scam people with?" After hearing that, she suddenly turned around angrily and glared. "That's not a scam. Yining, haven't you noticed your eldest aunt has become much more beautiful lately? If she went out and said she was your older sister, no one would doubt it." Just then, a stream of power from the talisman flew straight into Lu Man's head. It seemed the talisman was beginning to take effect. As she was walking, she suddenly tripped. While the two were still bewildered, a shocking scream echoed in the house. Bai Yining looked at the person sprawled on the floor and called out worriedly, "Mom, are you okay?" But at this moment, she could only scream, "My leg hurts so much, quick, call 112. The person standing next to her saw this and flew into a rage, cursing, "That jinx Bai Chuwei. Ever since you entered this house, it's been one strange thing after another. My mother's fall was definitely your fault." Of course, this scene left Bai Zhe and Bai Sheng so shocked they were speechless. At this moment, Bai Chuwei laughed and said, "So, my talisman is useful, isn't it?" But Bai Sheng, with a worried expression, looked at the person behind her and asked, "Vivi, is second aunt okay?" She crossed her arms and replied nonchalantly, "How could someone as kind as me let my adoptive mother get into trouble? She'll be fine after 3 or 4 days in the hospital." But in her heart, she thought, "I remember Bai Yining has exams, so I won't hold it against her for helping an outsider. I really am a good person." At the same time, Bai Zhe, standing to the side, couldn't help but be excited. His eyes sparkled as he looked at her. "Cousin Vivi, these talismans of yours are even more useful than the ones at the auction." Hearing this, she was like a proud cat, licking her paws and saying, "Interesting. The auction house in Haicheng sells talismans too? How much do they sell one for?" Chu Wei suddenly asked. The person in front of her heard this and quickly recounted. "They're graded. The lowest grade is 100,000. If it's first grade, it's about 2 million per piece. There's an auction tomorrow night. If Vivi is interested, we can go check it out together." Hearing this, she replied leisurely, "All right, it just so happens I have plans with a friend." Suddenly, her phone rang. Just then, Duan Fan sent a text message. "Are you free tomorrow night?" Looking at the message she just received, she thought blankly. "Tomorrow night? I want to go to the auction tomorrow night. No, that's not right. Duan Fan didn't like me going out at night before. This guy doesn't want to be my underling, yet he wants to control me. He even told me to study properly. If he finds out I'm going to the auction tomorrow night, I'll definitely be tired of his nagging." After a moment of internal struggle, on his end, Duan Fan received a message. "Not free. I have to study." After reading it, he didn't hesitate to send a message of praise. Good. Studying is the most important thing. But in his heart, he secretly made a decision. That's fine too. I'll get the Snow Lotus spiritual herb for her at tomorrow's auction then. As he thought, he looked at the invitation card placed on the table. The next evening, luxurious cars stopped in front of a magnificent, brightly lit villa. Bai Chuwei attended the auction with Chi Mo and Bai Zhe. At this moment, Chi Mo said respectfully, ancestor. Later, you can tell me whatever you like. She slowly sat down and casually picked up a pen, sighing, I know. You spendthrift, how thoughtful of you. Hearing these words, he couldn't help but cry out in his heart, old ancestor. I'm really not a spendthrift. The person behind him heard the conversation and thought to himself, it's strange, how does Chu Wei know Chi Mo, the head of one of the 8 great families? What's even more surprising is Chi Mo's extremely respectful attitude toward her. A moment later, in the brightly lit auction hall, the auctioneer spoke solemnly. Distinguished guests, welcome to today's auction. There are many rare products in this auction. I hope all of you can win your favorite items to take home. So, without further delay, I declare the auction officially open. The first item is a snow lotus brought back from the peak of a snowy plateau mountain. The starting price is $660,000. Immediately, a hand pressed the bell from table number 03. As she pressed the bell, she smiled and thought to herself, it's the real deal. I definitely need this snow lotus. The auctioneer quickly announced, guest number 03 bids $710,000. Does anyone want to raise the price? Immediately, a tense negotiation unfolded. .09. $760,000, 03. $810,000, 09. $910,000, 03. $2,210,000, 09. $2,310,000. The bidding war between number 03 and 09 grew increasingly fierce, with the sky-high prices leaving everyone astonished. At this moment, Bai Zhe, standing beside her, asked, Hey, why did Chu Wei stop bidding? Hearing this, Chi Mo stepped forward to explain. The market price for that snow lotus is only around $2 million. If the price is pushed any higher, it'll be too expensive. My old ancestor won't waste money, but she also doesn't want to miss out on the divine medicine. Then he quickly stepped outside to instruct his subordinate, go investigate who is in booth number 09. At the same time, Bai Chu Wei also chimed in, casually telling him, I can agree to one small request of his. Otherwise, I'll let him know what it feels like for a rain of knives to fall from the sky when he leaves the house. And at position number 09, Chi Mo's subordinate reported what had just happened to the powerful man, that the guest in seat number 03 had said that. After hearing this, the other party found it interesting. Any request is fine. In that case, I need... After hearing his request, the subordinate immediately returned, only to be met by Bai Zhe and Chi Mo, who were anxiously pressing him. What does he want? Spit it out. The man hesitated slightly, stuttering, that. Just then, the man from room number 03 slowly walked in and said, an explanation. She heard the familiar voice and turned her head too. Look, who would have thought that person was actually Duan Fan? He frowned, approached the person before him, and said slowly, what I need is an explanation. Didn't you say you were going to study hard today? Seeing that her lie had been exposed, she replied awkwardly, my bad, my lie was exposed. At the same time, outside, the auctioneer continued to shout, 2.5 million going once, 2.5 million going twice. 2.5 million sold. Congratulations to the guest in booth number 09 for winning this snow lotus. Hearing this, she couldn't help but look at the stage in surprise, then turned to question the man beside her. Wait a minute. The person in seat number 09 who was always competing with me for the snow lotus was you. When asked, he just gave a gentle smile and replied, I bought it for you. You don't need to spend money, Fei said in a doting tone. Hearing these words, she transformed into a proud cat, shedding the burden in her heart and saying casually, Duan Fei, if you want to be a big spender, why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have bothered competing. These words left him speechless, not knowing how to respond. Then he sat down right next to Bai Chu Wei and questioned her. Where's my explanation? You didn't study properly and even ran out to fool around with others. As he spoke, he glanced at the two male figures standing in the room. Feeling the knife-like gaze fixed on them, Chi Mo and Bai Zhe couldn't help but scream in their hearts. Isn't there another man in this room? Why are you only targeting me? Hearing this, she casually replied while drawing a talisman, Han, you're so naive. You can't believe a woman's words. But the person next to her couldn't help but think in surprise as he looked over. Is she drawing a talisman? How does she know this stuff too? Then Duan Fan replied, "You are a girl." Suddenly, another voice chimed in with a buffed, making the atmosphere between the two even more tense. At this, she turned to question him. "What do you mean? Am I not worthy of being a girl?" Chiemo, from behind, quickly spoke up to soothe the situation. No, you could be whatever you want." Seeing the intimate scene before him, he couldn't help but frown as if he had just drunk a vat of vinegar. He thought resentfully, I'd long heard rumors that her relationship with Chiemo was unusual. Seeing it with my own eyes today, it's really true. At this moment, the person next to him suddenly asked, "All right, Han, how much more money did you bring tonight? Can you take me to buy a piece of jade?" Hearing this, he just leaned over and asked nonchalantly, "What are you buying jade for? I've never seen you wear a jade necklace or bracelet before." Hearing his question, she answered honestly, "To carve a jade talisman for Chiemo to use. I just saw a piece of jade. It probably isn't too expensive." But in her heart, she was secretly scheming. More importantly, it can make others start to dislike the female lead, Tong Qingyan. Hearing that she wanted to use his money to buy things for another man, he said coldly, "I don't have enough money." Bai Chue heard this and couldn't help but frown and question him. "Are you poor now? You just spent 2.5 million, and now you don't even have a few tens of thousands." Hearing this, Duan Fan became annoyed. His hand clenched into a fist, and he screamed internally, "If I buy this jade stone, I'll be the one really throwing money away like trash." At the same time, at guest number 12's position, Tong Qingyan was trembling with anger after reading the note in her hand, cursing inwardly. What is this supposed to mean? The note said, "Save your money. Otherwise, in a few days, you won't have any money to manage the Tong Corporation's capital flow." Signed, an anonymous person. The more she looked, the angrier she got, thinking, our Tong Corporation is operating so stably. Why do we need to worry about managing our budget? Is this stranger cursing the Tong family's company to go bankrupt? What a huge joke. After reading the anonymous letter, Tong Qingyan couldn't help but be angry at the nonsensical absurdities written in it. Suddenly, Duan Shioqi appeared. Seeing that the aunt and niece seemed a bit strange, he asked what happened. This question startled them both. She quickly hid the letter, forcing a smile to hide her abnormality, and replied, "Uncle, it's nothing. I just thought I saw the fourth master, so I sent someone over to say hello." Before she could finish, the person in front of her interrupted with a frown, his tone mocking and derisive. "And then you got ignored, right? That Duan Fan has always been cold like that, heartless and unfeeling." Just then, the host announced the next auction item, a block of white jade with a starting price of 400,000. Tong Wenru's eyes lit up as she looked at the exquisite, shiny block of jade being brought out, praising it endlessly. "It's so beautiful. If the whole block was made into a bracelet, it would surely be gorgeous." Tong Qingyan, next to her, heard her aunt praising the jade and smiled happily, saying, "Aunt, it really is beautiful. If you like it, I'll bid on it and have it made into a bracelet. Consider it a special wedding gift for you and Uncle." When she heard the word wedding, her face flushed and her eyes sparkled with even more anticipation. But unlike Tong Wenru, Duan Shioqi's attitude was not very enthusiastic. His expression darkened noticeably as he said unpleasantly, "I'm not your uncle. Don't call me that." His words left the two of them frozen and awkward. Seeing this, she immediately smiled and said, "It'll be true soon enough, Uncle." She wanted to dispel the awkward atmosphere. In Bai Chue's private auction room, the auctioneer's voice continued to drone on, announcing the bid amounts 0.500,000. The guest in room number 12 really likes to bet. She sat listening intently, a little thoughtful. This is the stone that, according to the original story, everyone else was afraid to buy for fear it would be a worthless pile of trash. Only the original female lead with her protagonist halo would buy it and open it to find it full of jade, spending the least amount of money, but getting the most precious jade. But this plot point is arranged very unstably. The people who come to the auction are either rich or noble. Will they lack the money to buy a block of jade to test their luck? Could it be that only she has an eye for jade? The author really worked hard to elevate the female lead. Done. She looked at Chiemo and gave him a signal. Understanding, he reached out and pressed the bell, starting the bid. After Chiemo pressed the bell, the auctioneer continued to announce 03, 1.5 million. The guest in room 03 is very generous, directly raising the price to 1.5 million. Does anyone want to follow? Anyone else? Seeing no other bids, the auctioneer struck the gavel 3 times while saying, 1.5 million going once, 1.5 million going twice, 1.5 million sold. Congratulations to the guest in room number 03 for acquiring this block of jade. Over here, Tong Qingyan was furious that she couldn't compete and said in a low voice, "Spending so much money, it might just be trash when it's opened." But Duan Xiuqi, seeing her so angry, taunted, "If you're not willing to be outbid, you can just spend more money." This remark made her tremble with even more anger. She frowned, her face grim, and cursed endlessly in her heart. Damn it, the person in room 03 was the one who got that note earlier. They dared to curse my Tong family and even snatch the jade I had my eye on. I must spend some money at this auction today. Back to Bai Chu-wei. She sat on the chair, meditating with her eyes closed. By pinching her fingers, she knew someone wanted to go big at this auction. She felt a pang of regret for them in her heart. It's rare for me to be kind enough to pass a note to the female lead, but it ended up backfiring. But I hope she won't regret it in a few days. Right? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, catching her attention. Her eyes fixed on the door as she wondered, what is it? Could it be that the female lead has come looking for me? A young man entered, a member of some family attending the auction. He bowed politely and greeted her. "Miss, my master asked me to pass a message to you." He relayed his master's words. "The old master saw that when you were bidding for the spiritual herb just now, you seem to have hit a wall. If you really need it, there will be spirit talismans or something more useful than spiritual herbs for sale later. You can also save yourself from spending money needlessly." That's what my master said. She was a bit wary at first, but after hearing these well-intentioned words, she let down her guard a little, secretly pondering. So it was a kind-hearted person who came to remind me. Could it be they couldn't bear to watch my extravagant behavior of bidding a high price for the Snow Lotus and the J Block? At the same time, down in the audience, the auctioneer continued to introduce the final item of the day. "Everyone, we've finally reached the most exciting part of tonight. 5 spirit talismans drawn by the Hermit of Mount Hung. The talismans will be auctioned separately for home safety, for physical well-being, for a smooth career, for a smooth love life, and for protection against petty people. The starting price for each is 800,000. The people below were all excited upon hearing this, shouting, "We've finally been waiting for this. I came here just for these spirit talismans. That Hermit of Mount Hung is the real deal. My parents say he's a cultivator with real power." Back in room 03, the young man saw that the auction item was up and temporarily returned to his room. "Miss, excuse me, I must go back to serve my master." She watches retreating back, speculating a little. It seems this auction is important to that kind person. Did something happen? I'll find out in a bit. For now, she tossed her hair back, her posture beautiful, ready for this final auction battle. Suddenly, Bai Chu-wei turned her head and saw Bai Zhe about to press the bell to bid on those talismans. She immediately spoke up to stop him. "Big brother, what are you doing? Don't let the auction's atmosphere muddle your head. If you want spirit talismans, just take some of the ones I just drew. Don't be so quick to do something foolish." Being scolded by her, he didn't get angry, just laughed awkwardly in reply. Ha ha, then I'll have to trouble you, cousin." After the auction ended, people gradually dispersed. The auctioneer didn't forget to say goodbye. Today's auction has come to an end. Guests who have won their desired items, please settle your payments upon leaving the hall to take your items with you. As for the guests who did not win, please come again next time. Tong Qingyan had also won one of the 5 talismans. She said joyfully, "Aizwa, tonight wasn't a waste of time after all." The person walking beside her also chimed in happily. "That's right, third master spending 3 million to win a spirit talisman is worth it." But Duan Xiuqi, walking ahead, heard these words and looked back, his expression a bit displeased, secretly scornful. "What's spirit talisman? I think it's more like they've lost their minds. What's the use of cultivation? Can it make people stay young forever? Wait, stay young forever." Thinking of this, he was a little startled, remembering something. He recalled the appearance of Bai Chu-wei and his own Chu-chu. They were really very similar, and a thought quickly formed in his head. That Bai Chu-wei and Chu-chu look far too similar. Is it possible that she is Chu-chu? After all, Chu-chu once said she was a fairy. It was just a guess, but he touched his chin and shook his head, immediately denying it. What am I thinking? How could something like that be possible? Besides, if she really were Chu-chu, how could she say those things to me? Not far from him, 2 people were discussing room number 03. Room 03 was pressing the bell like crazy earlier. I thought it was some big shot. Turns out it was a girl who bid, but won't pay. So boring. The person opposite him also added, "The person behind the Hongming auction has a significant background. Pulling a stunt like that, Even if you don't die, you'll lose face, right? Seeing the other person say this, the guy spoke with disdain, just bluffing the world. He wasn't paying much attention to the conversation, but suddenly stopped in his tracks, because ahead of him was the person he had just been thinking about. Bai Chu Wei. He was stunned for a moment, and then fell into deep thought that it's Bai Chu Wei. How could she? Wait, could it be that the troublemaking girl from room 03 is Bai Chu Wei? Just as the auction ended, a staff member walked up to the auction room, greeted them politely, and then asked courteously, "Esteemed guests, hello everyone. May I ask if you would like to settle the payment for your auction items now?" Our auction house provides a service to safely transport auction products to your home. Chi Mo and Duan Feng glared at each other like rivals, both reaching into their pockets to compete to pay for Bai Chu Wei. At this moment, she managed to raise her hand to stop both of them. She gave a bright smile and replied casually, "Sorry, we don't intend to pay." Upon hearing this, the staff member's expression changed drastically, but she still tried to maintain a polite attitude and asked, "Is it because the young Mrs. Funds cannot be transferred at the moment? Our auction house can provide full support. If needed, we can help with mortgaging real estate. May I ask, Miss Bai, do you currently have any real estate under your name?" Hearing that, she placed her index finger on her chin, feigning thought. "Real estate, I have that, but I'm not willing to mortgage it to you people." The blunt words left the staff member stunned. Her face turned pale, and she stammered this. But the person opposite her didn't intend to make things more difficult. She immediately proposed another option. "How about I meet your boss? It's not yet certain who will be paying tonight." In the office of the auction house owner, the interior was decorated with countless valuable paintings. He was intently admiring a painting in front of him, a cigarette in his mouth, as he asked, "Young lady, instead of staying home and studying obediently, you come to my auction house to cause trouble, and even dare to seek me out. What do you want?" Bai Chu Wei didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point to discuss a business deal. Hearing her say she wanted to discuss business, he thought she was joking and clutched his forehead, laughing mockingly. "Business? Ha ha ha. Young lady, do you know who you're talking to? How old are you to be talking about doing business with me?" Then he frowned and said sternly, "Have your friends come and pay for you. As for business, let's talk about it in 8 to 10 years, and see if you're qualified to discuss it with me then." Seeing that he was looking down on her, she showed no anger, nor did she offer any explanation. She just calmly took out several talismans that she had drawn herself and threw them around the room. One talisman flew towards a glass display case, cracking the glass upon impact. The team of bodyguards heard the loud noise and immediately rushed in, shouting worriedly, "What happened, boss? Are you all right?" But their boss, seeing the shattered glass, his face turned ashen. He stammered in alarm, "A talisman, a spiritual talisman. How can a little girl like you have spiritual talismans? And a whole pile of them at that." At this moment, she still had several more spiritual talismans in her hand. She put her hands on her hips and looked at him with an arrogant gaze and said, "Boss Lee, do you think we could discuss this business deal now?" After speaking, she held up the talismans, the corners of her eyes lifted with confidence. Boss Lee looked at the talismans as if he were seeing gold and jewels, his eyes shining brighter than headlights. He couldn't stop drool from trickling down the corner of his mouth, as if he was about to lunge forward and snatch the talismans from her hand. In his mind, he was constantly calculating that spiritual talismans were valuable. This pile of spiritual talismans, if they were all real, would be no different from a pile of gold. Understanding his thoughts, Bai Chu Wei proactively handed him a few talismans and said slowly, "I'll give you the talismans, and I won't pay for the snow lotus and the jade stone." Anymore, holding the talismans, he was a little excited but still skeptical. Is this really not just some random scribbling? What if only the one she used just now is real? Suddenly, a bodyguard shouted, "What did you do?" Startling him back to his senses, he looked over. That bodyguard immediately pointed at the girl holding the jade stone. With a bewildered expression, he continued, "Boss, that jade stone was in the display case just now." Boss Lee was just as stunned. His face turned pale, and he couldn't help but wonder. The display case was locked. So how did this little girl get it out? Could I have encountered a ghost? As if she could read his thoughts, she gently turned her head and reminded him, "Li Sheng, stop being superstitious. There are no ghosts in this world. All right, do you have a knife?" She admired the jade stone in her hand, sighing in satisfaction. "I have to say, the quality of this jade stone is truly top grade. Buying it for only 1.5 million was not a loss at all." The man opposite her, still not recovered from the shock, asked her in return, "This young miss, what exactly do you want to do? Did you really buy this jade stone? Seeing that he was still bewildered, she smiled reassuringly. Boss Lee, don't be so tense. I only bought the jade stone to carve a jade talisman. It's fine. Suddenly, her gaze landed on a nearby money tree plant. She walked over and plucked a leaf under the suspicious gazes of the bodyguards. Seeing her strange action, they all thought, what is she going to do now? Without any superfluous movements, she took the leaf and cut the jade stone in her hand in half. The bodyguard behind her were once again stunned into silence. It's cut. Isn't this the legendary killing with a borrowed leaf? After performing this domineering move, she turned around and asked again, Li Shang. Boss Lee, now, do you think my spiritual talismans are real or fake? Meanwhile, in room 03, Duan Fan's group was still patiently waiting for Bai Chu Wei to return. Bai Zhe started to get anxious and spoke up. Why has Wei Wei been gone for so long and still hasn't come back? Could she have run into trouble? The other two also felt restless because she hadn't returned. Although they were worried about her, when he looked over at Qi Mian, who was also uneasy, Duan Fan felt annoyed and asked, what is your relationship with her? The man opposite him paid no mind to his attitude. He just gave a faint smile, adjusted his tie, and replied, Fourth Master Duan. Although I can't say what our relationship is, at least it's not the kind of relationship you're thinking of. Seeing this, he said flatly, if that's the case, then stay away from her. I'm going to find her. With that, he immediately turned and left. Qi Mian, behind him, found this interesting and looked ready for some drama. He thought to himself, this Duan Fan actually dares to have designs on the old ancestor. I never thought there'd be a day I could eat the old ancestor's leftovers. How exciting. Meanwhile, Bai Zhe, who was standing by and watching the conversation between the two, was utterly bewildered. He silently wondered what's going on. What are those two talking about? Why don't I understand anything? Back in Li Xing's office, he immediately lowered his voice and said fawningly, Miss Bai, you don't need to pay for the items you want at the auction. I was too abrupt just now. The business deal you mentioned before, could it be that? Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Chu Wei, while meticulously carving the jade, cut in and said littly, your mind works fast. I plan to consign spiritual talismans for sale at your place. How about it? Hearing this, his face immediately flushed red with excitement. He replied with an obvious desire to curry favor. Of course it's possible. Miss Bai, how much are these spiritual talismans? She picked up the jade she had just finished meticulously carving. She looked at the man before her with a confident expression and calmly made her proposal. From now on, I can sell you 5 spiritual talismans each month for 1 million each. But I have one condition. If you acquire any more types of spiritual herbs, you must prioritize bringing them to me first. As soon as he heard this, he immediately clasped his hands. Showing extreme joy, he nodded in agreement, and no problem. So, after deducting the 4 million from the auction, I still have to compensate you with 6 million. At the same time, he was constantly calculating the pros and cons in his mind. The spiritual talismans of Layman Hongshan can all be sold for 3 million. But Miss Bai's spiritual talismans are much more miraculous than his. They can definitely be sold for an even higher price. This deal is truly a huge profit. Thinking of this, he quickly left to get the money, then turned back to add one more sentence. Please wait a moment. I'll go prepare the money right away. As for her, she was leisurely admiring her newly completed sculpture. She thought to herself, the orchid-carved jade talisman only used half of the material. There's still some left. There's still one more person. I'll carve another one then. A moment later, Bai Chu Wei finished carving a new jade talisman. She gently placed it on the table, feeling happy inside. Finally finished the orchid jade talismans. Peace talismans. Just right, one for Mo and one for Bai Zhe. Just then, the door to the room was pushed wide open. Duan Fan's anxious voice rang out. Chu Wei, are you okay? Seeing that she was safe and sound, he immediately rushed over and took her hand. His worried eyes scanned her from head to toe to make sure she wasn't hurt anywhere. Seeing how overly worried he was, she gently reassured him. How could anything happen to me? It's all settled. Her eyes curved slightly. Her gentle face looking down at him from above was as beautiful as a fairy's, making him blush to the tips of his ears. He stared at her, mesmerized. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel entranced as well. This spiritual energy is truly too pure. In Journey to the West, how did the demons who captured Tang Sanzang manage to resist eating him and instead deal with Sun Wukong? As she thought, she slowly lowered her gaze to his Adam's apple. Just as the two were in a tender and intimate moment, they were suddenly interrupted by a voice from the doorway. Fourth Master Duan, I told you there was no need to worry. Chiemo leaned against the doorframe, a bright smile on his face as he watched the loving scene between the young couple. She immediately recognized the party pooper and said angrily, Chiemo, you're so heartless. And here I was, carving a jade talisman for you. He now looked helpless and apologetic, smiling wryly and sighing to himself. How am I heartless? I clearly have 100% faith in your strength, old ancestor. Even if the earth were destroyed, I'm sure nothing would happen to the old ancestor. At this moment, Bai Chuwei held the 2 jade stones she had just personally carved for Chiemo and Bai Zhe and instructed, all right, you two take these jade talismans. They will ensure that you both have a peaceful and smooth life. The two who received the jade talismans were overjoyed. Bai Zhe spoke first. There's one for me too? Thank you. Chiemo, standing beside him, quickly added, thank you, old ancestor. Suddenly, another hand quietly brushed past, lightly touching her hand before quickly retracting. This action surprised her slightly, so she turned to look at the person beside her. His face was already flushed red, with a mix of shyness and petulance. He said, they both have one, but I don't. Seeing Duan Fan's adorable state, she couldn't help but let out a helpless yet doting sigh and thought, what's he doing? All the protective talismans I made are already in his hands. Then she walked over and put her arm around his shoulder, cheerfully comforting him. Henin, don't be jealous. They need it. You don't. Besides, a jade stone this big can only be carved into 2 jade talismans. Henin, what do you think of me and Chiemo? Actually, you can too. Before she could finish speaking, the sound of several hurried footsteps suddenly came from a distance, once again breaking the ambiguous atmosphere between the young couple. The one who burst in was none other than Duan Xiuqi. Tong Wenru, behind him, hurriedly tried to pull him back, trying to stop him. Xiuqi, Bai Chuwei, is already married. She has nothing to do with you anymore. Why are you still protecting her relatives? But he didn't bother to listen and immediately shouted, loudly, stop talking nonsense. I'll help Bai Chuwei pay. As soon as they entered the room, they saw Duan Fan and Bai Chuwei leaning closely against each other intimately. Duan Xiuqi gritted his teeth, his face full of indignation as he asked, fourth brother, why are you here? But the person opposite him just blushed, held her hand tightly, and replied, that's none of third brother's concern. As for Tong Qingyan, her face immediately paled in shock when she saw the scene before her. She thought to herself, could it be that fourth master really likes Bai Chuwei? Then, feeling unwilling, she put on a White Lotus act to criticize Chuwei. Could it be that fourth master helped Bai Chuwei pay the debt? Classmate Bai, don't be so impulsive in the future. Otherwise, others will have to take responsibility for you. On this side, how could you let her take the initiative? She immediately retorted, are you not awake yet? Or have you still not read my advice from before? Blindsided by her, Tong Qingyan felt annoyed. Her face darkened. She thought resentfully, did I say something wrong? If Bai Chuwei hadn't foolishly participated in the auction and then couldn't pay, would everyone be here? Besides, what does she mean? How could the Tong family go bankrupt? At this moment, Li Sheng walked in with a bank card. Seeing that the situation didn't look right, he asked in surprise, why are there so many people here? Miss Bai, are they all your friends? She didn't answer, but just extended her hand towards Boss Li. He immediately understood. He handed the card to her and said, Miss Bai, this is a check for 6 million. Please accept it. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. The same thought popped into all their minds. What's going on? Didn't Bai Chuwei owe money from the auction and couldn't pay? Why is the auction house boss giving her money? This world is truly turned upside down. Taking the card, she tilted her head up and questioned, all right, little Li? Last time you sold my cousin a fake jadeite vase, which made me very unhappy. This attitude didn't anger him. On the contrary, he bowed slightly to admit his fault. Rest assured, I will exchange it for a new one for him tomorrow. Bai Zhe, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but be amazed. He thought, heavens, this is Li Sheng, the auction house boss whom both the underworld and high society respect. What? Why is he as obedient as a puppy in front of Chuwei? Then he let out a secret laugh, thinking further, so second brother bought a fake. He's always pretending to be so skilled in front of me. I'll definitely tease him about it when I get home tonight. Tong Wenru, standing to one side, saw that the situation wasn't right and felt extremely uncomfortable. Her heart was filled with jealousy. She thought to herself, first Bai Chu, and now Bai Chu Wei. Why do this aunt and niece pair always like to cause a stir? This won't do. Before the grand assembly, I must find a way to thoroughly humiliate Bai Chu Wei, to completely sever Xiuqi's lingering thoughts. As she thought this, her expression darkened, revealing a frightening look. Just then, Bai Chu Wei was preparing to leave. Seeing this, Li Sheng hurriedly escorted her to the gate. All right, it's getting late. We should be heading back. Little Li, don't see us out. Go back. Then she turned and walked away. Hearing this, he placed a hand on his chest and respectfully saw her off. It's no trouble, Miss Bai. No, Fairy Bai, you are an honored guest. I should still see you to the gate. Before they got far, someone hurriedly chased after them from behind, calling out to her, Chu Wei, Chu Wei. She turned her head to look at the person who had just rushed over and asked coolly, what is it? Tong Wenru smiled, as if they had been close friends for 8 lifetimes. She said in a soft voice, actually, it's like this. I'm about to marry Xiuqi. We're still short a bridesmaid. I was wondering if you'd like to be a bridesmaid at my wedding ceremony. Following behind her were Duan Xiuqi and Tong Qingyan, whose eyes looked like they could kill. Although she appeared friendly on the surface, her heart had long been thinking of malicious things. Bai Chu Wei looks like Bai Chu. Completing the wedding ceremony with this face as a witness will make me feel like I've won. It's the perfect opportunity to humiliate Bai Chu and sever Xiuqi's hopes. Just thinking about it makes me happy. But the person opposite her had no idea that she had already seen through her malicious scheme. She tucked her hair back and said mockingly, what? Why don't you just say you want to invite my aunt to witness it? If I'm the bridesmaid, aren't you afraid of shortening your lifespan? Then she wrapped a lock of hair around her finger, leaned against Duan Feiyan, and continued with a smile. Besides, Fourth Master told me to study hard. I don't have time to attend your wedding. That scene made Tong Wenru tremble with anger, and she yelled, oh. The person standing next to her was also equally annoyed by the situation. She thought with contempt, strange, she clearly doesn't study at school at all. She doesn't even do well on exams. And she has the nerve to use Fourth Master as a shield. Just then, there was the sound of an argument in the distance. Old Master Lu, you're not even looking for your son, and you have the leisure to attend an auction to buy spiritual talismans? It's a pity your luck is so bad. You didn't even get a single spiritual talisman. A wasted trip. That man relentlessly mocked the person next to him. The one called Old Master Lu, having been ridiculed by him for a while, was trembling with anger, stammering, and unable to speak properly. At this moment, Bai Zhe noticed the commotion over there, looked at them, and said in surprise, Wei Wei, that looks like the old master who had to be managed tonight to remind you not to waste money on spiritual talismans. Bai Chu Wei heard this, looked over, and replied in agreement. Let's go take a look. The man opposite was now smug, relentlessly taunting Old Master Lu. It's true that what goes around comes around. Old Master Lu, when I needed money the most, your son fired me. Now he's missing. Don't you think this is karma? Hearing these words made him even more furious. He shouted, Xiao Jian, you still have the nerve to talk. Back then, you embezzled over $1 million from our company. My son, considering your contributions and that you were a classmate, didn't report you to the police and just fired you. And now you bite the hand that fed you. But the man held up a talisman to his chest. With an arrogant face, he replied, thanks to your son for firing me back then. I'm doing very well at Tong Corporation now. I'm already a project director. Looking at you, it seems the rumors about your family being short on money are true. Mr. Lu, you can't even afford a single spiritual talisman now. She approached, and upon hearing the 2 words Tong Corporation, she sneered inwardly, oh, this is the kind of trash Tong Corporation hires now. They even dare to use someone who embezzles money. If Zhen Meihua knew this from her grave, I wonder if she'd be angry enough to come back to life. Over on this side, Duan Xiuqi couldn't stand this kind of trash from Tong Corporation either and added a comment. Your family's really something else. This made the aunt and niece, Tong Qingyan, so embarrassed their faces turned pale. Then he turned to leave, and as he passed the female lead, he didn't forget to add a word of advice. Bai Chu Wei, be careful on your way home. If you need anything, you can ask me for help. I'm leaving. After he left, Tong Wenru ran after him, saying, Big Brother is in charge of the corporation. Xiuqi, don't misunderstand. Behind them, Tong Qingyan hurriedly chased after them, calling out, Aunt, wait for me. Over there. Xiao Jian had finished his taunts and also left. Only old Master Lu remained, trembling with anger. The butler beside him advised, Old Master, if we couldn't buy the spiritual talisman, then let it be. It's more important that we go back and look for the young master. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, I have a spiritual talisman here. Does the old master need one? Hearing that, he immediately turned his head, saying joyfully, I do, of course I do. When he turned around, he saw it was by Chu Wei, the person who had kindly given him advice earlier. He was a bit surprised. Why is it this girl? She doesn't even know that spiritual talismans are the most important item at the auction. Does she really have a spiritual talisman in her hand? At the same time, Li Sheng from behind immediately spoke up. If that's the case, then let's all go back to the third floor to talk. This statement successfully stunned him, but he was also secretly happy that T.O. have a good relationship with the auction house owner, and also the Qi family from Haicheng and the Duan family. Could there really be a glimmer of hope? After thinking, he regained his composure and said seriously, All right, I'll go with you. A while later, everyone was on the third floor. She was the first to ask, Old Master is Lu Jingyuan, CEO Lu's father, right? What exactly happened? The man opposite her then took out a handkerchief to dab his tears and recounted his story sorrowfully. It's like this. My son Jingyuan went hiking in Huolong Ridge with his subordinates half a month ago, but he never came back. The rescue team searched for half a month but couldn't find him. I was at my wit's end. I heard that the auction in Haicheng would be selling spiritual talismans, so I wanted to come and buy one to protect my son's safety. But I didn't expect the competition to be so fierce. Seeing him grieving for his son, she felt sorry for him, but still had to say, Old Master, actually, the spiritual talisman I bought is useless. He had already expected this and replied slowly, I know, but I want to see him if he's alive, or his body if he's dead. Even if my son really fell off a mountain and died, I can't just leave him out there. Seeing his sorrowful expression made her feel sad as well, and she thought, the pitiable hearts of parents in this world. It's just a pity that in this life, I lack familial bonds. Before coming to this world, I was an orphan. After coming to this world, the adoptive brother who was good to me passed away long ago. Suddenly, a warm hand gently patted her head. Duan Fan spoke comfortingly, Don't think about unhappy things. The gentleness of the person beside her made her mood improve. She dodged away, a little helplessly, and said, Henin, aren't you afraid of shortening your lifespan by patting my head? At this moment, Old Master Lu asked again anxiously, So, Miss Bai, the talisman you mentioned, she, Bai Chu Wei, quickly looked at the person opposite her seriously and said, The spiritual talisman in my hand is just one I drew myself. However, little Lu, I have a way to help you find your son. Hearing this form of address made Lu Jingyuan and his butler freeze for a few seconds to process it. Little Lu? How can this girl talk like that? Moreover, why isn't anyone else reacting to this? Of course, they didn't react. The reason was Duan Fan, who was already used to this form of address. Mo, who knew the deep inside story, and Bai Zhe and Li Sheng, who didn't know the inside story but knew that Chu Wei was very cool. That's why none of them reacted. After a moment, the man in front of her came back to his senses. Ignoring the form of address, he asked happily, Little girl, are you telling the truth? She then gave him an affirmative answer. Yes. You can give me something of your son's, and I'll find his location. Hearing that, he immediately replied, Okay. The butler, seeing this, reached out to stop his master, Old Master. Don't be so quick to believe it. Let's go back and discuss it first. But he was too anxious to wait and wanted to find his son right now. So he pushed the butler's hand away and shouted, Stay out of this. Since there's no news anyway, we might as well give it a try. Then he took out a carefully stored pen and continued, This is the pen my son always used. It was found on the mountain. Little girl, do you think this will work? She took the pen from Old Master Lu's hand, twirled it a few times, and said confidently, Yes, this pen is enough. The butler was still a bit skeptical, cursing under his breath and thinking, Damn, finding a person based on a pen? Is this for real? Under the dim light, Bai Chu Wei gently placed Lu Jingyuan's son's pen on the table, surrounded by the shattered fragments of precious jade. Everyone in the room gathered around. Curiously, surrounding her to watch her demonstrate her ability to find people. Some were half believing, half doubting, unable to hide their skepticism and asking directly, "Is this for real?" She paid no mind to their doubtful gazes, focused her mind, and skillfully formed a hand seal. A strange golden light gradually appeared on her hand. Seeing this, the butler's expression immediately changed. He tried to suppress his shock and said softly, "It looks quite similar." Just then, she glanced over, her gaze turning gloomy and cold, which made him startle and tremble. Duan Fan silently moved towards the door from behind and gently locked it, his sharp eyes never leaving the butler. It seemed that he and she had noticed something unusual about the man. After a moment of concentration, she found the location of Lu Jingyuan's son and ordered in a deep voice, "Little Lu, call the search and rescue team immediately." 107 degrees, 42 minutes east longitude, 31 degrees, 33 minutes north latitude. Hearing this, he was momentarily stunned, repeating vaguely before saying, "Make a phone call." East longitude, north latitude, what's all this? Seeing that he was still not clear-headed enough to call for rescue, Fan reminded him clearly, "What are you spacing out for? Those are the coordinates." After hearing this, everyone in the room was so shocked their faces turned pale. They muttered a curse and then exclaimed in admiration, "Core coordinates. Oh damn, she can even point out the exact coordinates of east longitude and north latitude." She had now completed the hand seal, gently resting her chin on her hand, and said calmly, "That's right. Most people say that the Crouching Dragon Ridge is an undeveloped mountainous area. After the rescue team arrives at the coordinates I provided, remember to walk west along the small stream and then look north. You will see a cave. Go now." Old Master Lu heard this and immediately asked emotionally, "Does Miss Bai mean that my son is still alive?" "He's not dead." The person next to him heard this and said decisively, "In short, tell them to check carefully and, if necessary, have the police go with them." He was so overjoyed that he stuttered for a long time before managing to say, Okay, I'll definitely tell them." But the butler standing beside him, upon hearing the words, "Call the police," felt his heart pound as if it would leap out of his chest. He pretended to cough a few times to regain his composure and said, "Since there's news of the master, I'll go make a phone call to inform the madam, the young masters, and the young miss so they can rest assured." While old Master Lu was busy calling to report his son's location. "Hello, is that the captain?" Only Bai Chu-wei noticed his every unusual movement. As soon as the butler finished speaking, he turned to flee without waiting another second, but he froze as he reached the door. The door had been locked at some point. Behind him, she chatted leisurely with Duan Fan, but her eyes remained fixed on the butler, who was intent on escaping. Henin were truly telepathically connected. The doors were all locked beforehand. The butler trembled all over, unable to open the door no matter how hard he tried to turn the knob, while Fan tried to pretend to be calm. But he was still sulking inside because she hadn't given him a talisman, grumbling, "Why don't I feel like we're telepathically connected?" Seeing Duan Fan's childish sulking for the first time, Chi-Mo was a bit bewildered and blurted out, "Fourth Master Duan is really something." It was all but written on his face, "I want one too." And Bai Zhe, standing beside him, was no different, nodding blankly and adding, "That, or maybe we should take back the Jade Talisman." Over here, after calling the rescue team and the police, Lu Jingyuan turned back and saw the butler still standing there. So he asked, "The rescue team and the police are on their way." "Hey, Lucy, didn't you say you were going to call and inform the madam and the young masters? Why haven't you gone yet?" Asked so suddenly, the butler was clearly startled, stammering for a long time without forming a sentence. At this moment, Chu Wei asked softly, "Old Master Lu, do you know what the spirit talisman I intended to give you earlier is for?" He was bewildered and didn't understand, asking back, What is it?" Seeing that he still hadn't grasped it, she calmly explained, emphasizing each word, warding off villains. At this point, Lucy could no longer maintain his calm expression. His face had turned purple. He knew he was exposed and immediately dashed towards the window, intending to escape. Seeing this, Bai Zhe shouted loudly, "Where do you think you're going?" Then, quick as a flash, he lunged forward, grabbed his shirt, and pulled him back, holding him tight to prevent his escape. "Caught!" Lucy panicked and screamed, begging, "Ah, good sir, spare my life." The person next to him didn't let go, even turning his head to show off to Bai Chu-wei. "Cousin Wei, how did I become even more formidable? It's like this jade talisman is giving me extra strength." The butler's face was now ashen, lifted by him as easily as a doll. But in his moment of pride, he glanced over at Duan Fan. Seeing his murderous gaze, he quickly took back the jade talisman and secretly tucked it away. She could only shake her head and smile wryly at his intense obsession with the jade talisman, thinking to herself, Henin is still angry. Then she fell into deep thought. However, the effect of the jade talisman is indeed, as Bai Zhe said. It can protect him during retreat and enhance his combat ability. In the original story, Bai Zhe practiced martial arts for over 20 years, but was still beaten to death by 100 thugs. Absolutely not let this happen. A few minutes later, the butler Lu Si was tied up, kneeling on the ground. She sat high above, leisurely enjoying a cup of hot tea, looking down at him like a judge. Lu Jingyuan stood beside them, trembling with anger. He pointed at him and questioned, "What is really going on? Warding off villains. You are the villain of my Lu family." Knowing he could hide it no longer, he bowed his head in fear and begged for mercy. "Old master, spare my life. It was I who was bewitched by ghosts and accepted a favor from the Tang family. Perhaps the master is still alive, just tied up and locked in some cave on Wulong Ridge." The person in front of him, who was sipping tea, suddenly stopped. Her expression turned gloomy as she asked coldly, "Which Tang family?" Lu Si's face was now drained of all color, and he hurriedly explained, "What other Tang family could there be in the imperial capital? It's the Tang family from the 8 great families. Their new head has great ambitions and wants to become the leader of the 8 great families. The Lu family has long been a thorn in his side." The person standing by heard this and shouted angrily, "Is this a group of robbers?" Hearing this, Bai Chu-wei gritted her teeth in anger, suppressing both her internal energy and her frustration, thinking to herself, "Aren't the 8 great families my underlings? Turns out my own house is collapsing." Seeing her like this, Chi Mo speculated, "The 8 great families have always kept a low profile. Their heads are all virtuous and gentle old men. They've never been called robbers like this before." Then he spoke up to provide information. "The current head of the Tang family is Tang Ku, an illegitimate son." Hearing this, her expression turned cold, and she said concisely, "All right, it's getting late. Little Lu, I think it's best you go home, rest, and wait for news." A hint of killing intent flashed in her eyes as she secretly calculated in her heart. As for the Tang family's illegitimate son, the 8 great families are an interconnected network. I don't need to act personally. Chi Mo and the other family heads will help him understand how to behave. At this moment, the car stopped. Bai Chu-wei smiled and said, "Henin, I'm home." But Duan Fan didn't even bother to glance at her. She was about to push open the car door, tilting her head to look at him. "Henin, you haven't said a word the whole way. And just now at the casino, you deliberately didn't let Chi Mo see me off. Because I didn't give you a jade talisman. You want to settle the score? Henin, have you become so petty?" The person sitting next to her got a headache from listening. Then he held up the box and asked, "You don't want the Snow Lotus anymore?" Only then did she blankly realize, "That's right, I almost forgot the Snow Lotus is still in Duan Fan's hands." Thinking this, she immediately changed her attitude, grabbing his arm. "Henin, although you're a bit petty, it's okay. I'll give you the chance to be willful in front of me." As she said this, she silently told herself, "As a 5,000-year-old elder, I must be generous and tolerant with the little friend." Suddenly, the person next to her pushed the box in her lap. His face flushed as he reminded her, "Don't watch too many novels and TV dramas. You were too overbearing just now. It seems that in this world, only spirit medicine can get your attention, right?" As he finished, she suddenly threw an arm over his shoulder, brought her face close, and whispered, "Wrong. Aren't you also very attractive to me?" But deep down, she was screaming, "Spirit medicine that can be obtained anytime ranks first. Henin, who refuses to be my underling no matter what, ranks second. Spiritual energy is full. If one day Duan Fan agrees to be my underling, I might rank him first on the old ancestor's interest list." But at this moment, his face turned mournful as he looked over and asked, "Why am I the only one who doesn't have one?" Bai Chu-wei was now speechless, endlessly complaining in her heart. Why bring this up again? Does he care about the jade talisman that much? Is he really that obsessed? Afterward, she had to make a perfunctory excuse. "It's possible our relationship isn't that close yet. For example, if you become my underling." But before she could finish, Duan Fan interrupted irritably, "I'm not interested." Hearing this, not only was she not angry, but she even smiled slyly. "Do you believe that Li Sheng, the auction house owner, is planning to get closer to me? You're the only one who rejects me." The person next to her said nothing at this point, but his cheeks flushed red. Next, she grabbed his tie and boldly asked, "You don't have feelings for me, do you?" The other person immediately grabbed her hand and reminded her, "Study hard, prepare for the college entrance exams. Don't let your imagination run wild. Get out of the car and go home." She looked at the person in front of her in surprise for a moment, then thought, "Is he saying I'm overthinking things?" That's right. In the original story, Duan Fan was either building a business empire or avenging his nephew. Romance or a lover didn't exist. Then she got out of the car and walked to the gate. At this moment, inside the car, he watched her back as she entered the house and thought to himself, "For now, the college entrance exam is the most important thing for Chu Wei. I can't let her be distracted by other things. Those men are like that, and my love is the same." As soon as Bai Chu Wei entered the house, Xueqiu happily came to greet her. "Welcome home, old ancestor." She looked at the pitiful cranes around and frowned. "Picking it up? Thanks, but in the future, bully these paper cranes less. Be careful. One day you'll crush them." Hearing itself being body-shamed, it shrieked, "I'm fake fat, fake fat, fake fat." But she ignored it and opened a cabinet, searching for something. Standing to one side, it asked curiously, "Old ancestor, what are you looking for?" Seeing her take out a pile of things, it continued, "This magical artifact seems to be calligraphy and paintings. This place has swords of famous scholars from various eras. This one is..." She looked at each item one by one, then sighed, choosing one as a gift for Henin. Today, giving gifts to others made him unhappy. His face was written with "I want one too." "In that case, I, the old ancestor, will satisfy you." Then she rubbed her chin thoughtfully. "It's a pity I don't know what he likes." In the original story, Duan Fan was a tool for the villain character. Perhaps the author never even considered his views on love and choice of a partner, so his preferences weren't established either. Xueqiu stood aside observing, then crossed its arms and spoke up. "The old ancestor is giving a gift. How dare he not like it? If the child doesn't like it and is throwing a tantrum, just give him a beating and he'll have to like it." The moment it finished speaking, she threw it against the wall with a thud, but it still managed to say, "Ouch." In the past, the old ancestor never hesitated like this when giving gifts to others. Hearing these revealing words, Bai Chu Wei was stunned. Duan Fan is not like them. She recalled her earlier moment with him. "Luckily, I was just overthinking it. It wasn't a confession, just a reminder about something important, which is good. For 5,000 years, men have liked me, from the son of heaven above to the commoners below. But in the end, they all became a pile of yellow earth. Instead of liking me, it's better to be my underling." "Wait, the son of heaven?" Then she exclaimed happily, "Found it." At this moment, she picked up a block of wood and said, "This piece of soft-scented wood was a gift from the young heavenly emperor back when he invited me to be the imperial tutor. At that time, this was the only piece in existence. It was said that this block of soft-scented wood could buy 10 cities. It was called a renowned treasure of its time." Then she took out a small knife. Looking at the piece of wood in her hand, she murmured softly, "This should be sincere enough, right? I don't believe Duan Fan won't like this." Xueqiu, at the side, had tears in its eyes. "It's been a long time since I've seen the old ancestor care about someone so much. I feel like an old retainer saying, 'The young master hasn't smiled in a long time.'" Under the faint moonlight, in the middle of the night, a group of people was quietly climbing Wulong Ridge one by one. A young man turned his head back in frustration and complained, "Captain, I know old Master Lu is truly pitiful, but if we're going to conduct a rescue, we should do it during the day. Accidents can easily happen at night. Luckily, everyone is fully equipped." The captain heard this and could only sigh helplessly. "Isn't it because the girl old Master Lu found insisted to him that we must set out today, so he paid us extra to go at night. Followers of feudal superstition are really too harmful." Just as he finished speaking, the hunting dog in front suddenly barked loudly. "Woof." The police officer at the back immediately spoke up. "Lightning must have found something. This is the first time it has reacted so strongly in days." The young man was stunned and then stammered, "Oh my God. We just arrived at the exact location that girl provided. Could it really be that miraculous?" Immediately after, a panicked voice rang out. "Report, there really is a clue outside the forest. That girl said to follow the stream north and we'd see a cave, and there really is a cave. People in the cave, you have been completely surrounded by the police." Release the hostage immediately. Surrender your weapons is your only way out. That a few hours later, Lu Jingyuan, who looked his age, was now choked with emotion, his eyes welling up as he listened to the voice on the phone. Dad, the rescue team has brought me out of the mountain. I made you worry so much these past few days. Hearing this, he hurriedly said, "It's all right, as long as you're safe." After hanging up, he immediately knelt on the ground and said emotionally, "Fairy Maiden Chu Wei, thank you." The next morning, at the quiet villa of the Bai family, Bai Chu Wei came down from upstairs and stretched lazily, finally finished carving. She held the wooden animal she had just carved in her hand, seriously observing the finished product. At this moment, Shueqiu curiously peeked over and commented, "Old ancestor, you were busy all night just to carve this wooden monkey?" Hearing it criticize her work, which she had spent all night on, she retorted angrily, "What wooden monkey? I was clearly carving a pixiu." After speaking, she placed it in a cloth bag. She carefully arranged its appearance to be beautiful, then waved her hand arrogantly. "All right, I won't bother arguing with someone who has no artistic talent. I'm off to find Duan Fan. See you tonight." After saying that, she quickly walked downstairs and saw Bai Guofu, Bai Huangguang, and Bai Yining already sitting at the dining table. Chun Yi, who was just bringing out drinks, saw her and said timidly, "I'm sorry, Miss Chu Wei. I was sick this morning and woke up late. Breakfast will be ready in another 10 minutes. Before she could say anything, Bai Huangguang spoke up gently on her behalf. "Hey, everyone makes mistakes. It's no big deal to have breakfast a little late today." He didn't forget to give a meaningful wink. His father saw this and replied softly with a blush, "The master is right. Thank you for your generous forgiveness, master." Standing to the side and observing this scene, she couldn't help but laugh inwardly. These two are getting bolder and bolder, daring to exchange glances right in front of Bai Yining and Little Fu. But Chun Yi is no simple character either. I've practiced medicine for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen a sick person with such a rosy complexion. Only then did she let out a soft laugh and say cheerfully, "It's nothing. I just feel that the greenery in the house seems greener than usual today." She thought to herself, "Foster mother Lu Man, you'll definitely have to wear this green hat." Seeing the sarcastic smile on the other person's face, Bai Yining asked uncomfortably, "What's with that expression?" But then she happily tossed her hair and continued arrogantly, "That's right, Bai Chu Wei, let me tell you some good news." "Oh no, it's my good news." Hearing this, she cooperated with a smile and replied, "Your good news? Could it be that you're pregnant?" Hearing this, she became furious and shouted, "You!" But she quickly curled her lips into a cunning smile and said, "Do you know about Tong Wenru and Film Emperor Duan's wedding? I just received a call inviting me to be a bridesmaid." In her heart, she was endlessly scornful. This illegitimate daughter has no skills, only a sharp and venomous tongue. Truly a country bumpkin. Never a pleasant word comes out of her mouth. Then she moved closer to Bai Chu Wei, continuing to provoke. This time, they made it very clear, "Miss Bai Yining, not classmate Bai. Aren't you going to congratulate me?" After hearing these words, she remained silent. She secretly calculated on her fingers and pondered to herself. In the script, Tong Wenru's bridesmaid was originally the original owner. Yesterday, I refused her invitation, so this script fell onto Bai Yining's head. Does this script have to be continued by someone from the Bai family? Then she said faintly, "Congratulations. Last night, Tong Wenru angrily crumpled the paper in her hand, cursing non-stop. Damn Bai Chu Wei. I was kind enough to invite her, and she dared to refuse. Just like her aunt, no manners at all." Tong Qingyan, standing nearby, suddenly interjected, "Aunt, does her bridesmaid have to be Bai Chu Wei? There's someone in my class who is also from the Bai family. Her surname is Bai." She leaned close to Wenru's ear and whispered, "Her name is Bai Yining. She's always been jealous of Bai Chu Wei, and she's a huge fan of Uncle. If you invite her, she definitely won't refuse." Hearing this, Tong Wenru's eyes lit up, and then everything became as it is now. After finishing her calculations, she frowned. So this was the female lead's idea. This fool Bai Yining is walking into a trap someone dug for her and is still foolishly jumping in. Then she spoke up to remind the person next to her, "Duan Xiuji's wedding will definitely not be peaceful. Bai Yining, I advise you to think carefully about whether you should go." But she retorted angrily, "Bai Chu Wei, what do you mean? What could possibly happen at the Film Emperor's wedding? Are you just bitter because you didn't get to be a bridesmaid? Do you want to snatch the bridesmaid position from me?" Seeing the other party's stubbornness, she didn't want to get entangled further and turned to leave. "Believe it or not, it's up to you. No need to prepare my meal, and no need to wait for me to go to school together. I have other things to do this morning." Bai Yining then scowled at Bai Guofu and said loudly, "Grandpa, she's skipping school. Why don't you control her?" But Bai Guofu turned and scolded her back. "Ning, don't be rude. How can we juniors have a right to direct the old ancestor?" As she was leaving the house, Bai Chuwei took out her phone to look up directions. What is Duan Fan's company? At Duan Sure Entertainment. Duan Fan was leading a group of people when a female employee suddenly came to inform him, "President Duan, there's a Miss Bai waiting for you in the reception room." Hearing this, he couldn't help but show his surprise, his heart full of doubt. Miss Bai? Could it be her? Under the dim lights of Duan Sure Entertainment, several female employees were peeking from outside the door, whispering amongst themselves nonstop. "Look, that's the beautiful girl who came to find President Duan this morning. She's really beautiful. I wonder what kind of special relationship President Duan has with her." At the same time, Duan Fan walked over and said coldly, "A single sentence. Don't you have work to do?" Seeing him, they immediately scurried away. "Sorry, President Duan will leave right away." Bai Chuwei was sitting comfortably on the sofa. When she saw him, she flashed a sweet smile. Ha! She was still holding a piece of pastry she was about to put in her mouth. She added, "Henin, it seems your company's secretary welcomes me more than you do." He sighed at this, then sat down beside her and slowly questioned, "It's 9 in the morning. Shouldn't you be in class at school right now?" Hearing this, she propped her hands on the table and leaned forward. "Henin, what are you pretending for? It's obvious you're very happy that I came to see you." Hearing this, the other person feigned a few coughs to hide his embarrassment. How could she tell? Suddenly, she remembered his aloof on the outside, warm on the inside personality from when he was a child. He had once told her, "I don't want to hug you. It's because you kept insisting on hugging me that I let you hug me for a little bit." She couldn't help but think to herself, how could I not tell? After all, the kid Duan Fan has been pretending to be serious since he was little. Thinking this, she beamed and replied to him, "Because your heart is beating faster than usual right now." But Duan Fan was no pushover either. Hearing this, he immediately retorted, "It seems you pay a lot of attention to me on a daily basis, even noticing how fast my heart beats." The person opposite her was momentarily speechless, frowning and thinking to herself, "Is he trying to compete with me?" Then Bai Chuwei quickly regained her composure and said with a smile, "I want you to be my underling, so of course I have to pay attention to you." But the person in front of her suddenly became serious and asked, "Are you a cultivator?" Hearing these words, her heart screamed with joy. It wasn't easy. The villain Duan Fan finally knows what I am. Saving Duan Xingyao wasn't in vain. Taking action last night wasn't in vain. But on the surface, she maintained a calm and serious expression, replying, "That's right, so are you." Before she could finish, he cut her off, not forgetting to lecture her sternly. "Then you still have to study hard. Let's go. I'll take you to school." Hearing this, she wanted to explode. "I'm already a cultivator, and you're still telling me I have to study hard?" Her face darkened. She took out the beast she had carved herself and said, "What school? I came here specifically to find you. This is for you." Duan Fan took it and turned it over and over to observe. A Picio? These words made the person in front of him even more smug. "That's right, it's a Picio I carved myself. It's also condensed with wealth-attracting power. Putting it on your desk will definitely make money flow in like water." In her heart, she was constantly comparing him to the fat Shuecho at home. As expected, Duan Fan has good taste. That stinky Shuecho dared to call it a wooden lion? He's truly worthy. Then her eyes sparkled like a little cat waiting for praise as she asked, "Henin, do you see how good I am to you?" Yet the other person just replied faintly with 2 words, "Thank you." At this, she froze, her heart filled with grievance. "Thank you, is that all?" This wooden Picio is the most suitable item for the villain's business. You could say it was custom designed for Duan Fan, and that's his only reaction? Then, refusing to accept his indifference, she asked again, "Do you feel that because it's wood, it's not as good as jade? Actually, this piece of wood is..." But before she could finish, the person opposite her spoke for her. "It's soft-scented wood, known as the gold among woods. I like it very much." After speaking, he gave a faint, barely perceptible smile. Hearing the answer, a suspicion began to rise in her heart, so he knew. Then why did he still have that expression? Not at all as overjoyed as I had predicted. Before this, she had imagined a scene where Fan would hug her tightly and say, "Old ancestor is so good to me, carving for me all night. I will definitely treasure it. From now on, I'll follow you." But in reality, he just said faintly, "Thank you." I like it very much. The more she thought about it, the less happy she felt. Bai Chui's face fell as she fiddled with her hair, sulking inwardly. In the past 5,000 years, who has ever received a gift from me and not been overjoyed to the point of forgetting everything? I can't believe I can't make Duan Fan happy. Thinking this, she began to act, closing her eyes as if to summon something. Duan Fan saw this and asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" Immediately after, a bracelet appeared in her palm. She held it out in front of him and said slowly, "If you still don't like this, then I'll call you Old Ancestor. This is a strand of my hair. It's more powerful and precious than all the jade talismans in the world. It's rare for me to be this generous." The other person blushed as he watched her put it on his wrist, saying softly, "It is indeed very precious." Seeing this scene, she thought to herself, "It seems Duan Fan doesn't like jewelry. He doesn't even wear a watch, so the jewelry he wears is all given by me." Suddenly, her voice softened a little, and she said, "Duan Fan, if one day it breaks, it means I'm dead." Hearing this, he was stunned, his mind in turmoil. "She gave me such an important strand of her hair." Before he could think of anything romantic, she cut him off. "You probably won't see the day it breaks. This thing might even follow you to the end of your life, go to the grave with you as your burial object." The other person was now speechless and saw her tilt her head and ask, "Henin, are you happy now?" He, who rarely smiled, actually smiled back at her and replied, "Happy." Then Bai Chu picked up the Pichio, wanted to put it back in the bag, silently complaining in her heart, finally happy. "In 50 years, the only person who could make me, the Old Ancestor, rack my brains to figure out how to appease him is you, the blockhead Duan Fan. But he is Tang Sanzang's flesh, so it's to be expected." Suddenly, he pulled her hand back and asked in a questioning tone, "How can you take back a gift?" Hearing what the person in front of her just said, she couldn't help but laugh. "Han Han, you're too greedy." At this moment, he felt a bit shy, took her hand, and said softly, "I have an even greater ambition. Do you want to know?" Han Han lifted the hand of the person before him. Seeing this, Bai Chu was eagerly curious to know what was happening. "I want to know, tell me." Seeing this, he was speechless, thinking to himself, "I knew it. This girl never plays by the rules." Then he frowned and pulled her towards the door. "Let's go. I'll take you to school." She followed behind him, constantly asking with curiosity, "Han Han, why do you only care about studying all day? Let me tell you, even if I don't study hard, I can still get first place in the Gaokao for you. Speaking of which, where's your cute little fresh meat? Let me see." Hearing this, the expression of the person in front darkened. "My company doesn't have any little fresh meat. Besides, the Gaokao isn't just for you, nor is it for me or anyone else." Hearing this, she just indifferently turned her face away and said coldly, "Petty. Maybe it's like that for others. In short, besides you, no one else dares to control me like this." Suddenly, she overheard some female employees gossiping excitedly. "Have you seen the hot search? They say a CEO who went missing while mountain climbing for half a month was just found yesterday. What's even more terrifying is that he's still alive. I heard this matter seems to be related to the Tang family of the imperial capital. The business wars between the great families are truly treacherous." Hearing these words, she frowned, her cheeks puffed up with anger in her heart. Treacherous? Back then, when I established the 8 great families, the choices were clear. All were from a generation of gentle and honest character. That is, in an office, a person spoke anxiously into the phone. "Tang Ku, the Old Ancestor, already knows about the Liu family's matter. I advise you to pull back quickly. There's still a chance to turn back." Hearing his words on the phone, Tang Ku immediately sneered. "What Old Ancestor? Did young Master Qi have a nightmare?" Although the 8 great families support each other, the Tang family's business is not for others to meddle in, especially someone who's been dead for who knows how long. Disgusted by that attitude, Qi Mo hung up the phone, thinking to himself, he really is a bastard child, completely unaware of the true secret of the 8 great families. A damn stubborn fool. And at that moment, a knock on the door was heard. He said in a deep voice, "Come in." A male employee came in to report, "CEO Qi, the matter you instructed before has begun." His expression was indifferent as he propped up his chin and said, "I know. I want to see results within a week." Then he thought to himself, the old ancestor rarely wants the 8 great families to act together. This cannot be messed up. Meanwhile, at the Dong residence, Dong Yunru complained with a displeased face, "Big brother, tell me, is there any way in this world to make a person stay young forever?" The man beside her heard this and couldn't help but ask, puzzled, "Yunru, what are you up to again? There's no such good thing in this world." But she frowned and mumbled at that moment. "But I've had someone investigate. Bai Chu has a heart condition. Bai Chu Wei does too, and the two of them, aunt and niece, look so much alike." Hearing this, he burst out laughing. "Speaking of that, Bai Chu, the 1-month repayment period has passed. If she doesn't send the bill anymore, nothing serious will happen to our family. I think she's a real clown. Don't think about her matters anymore." Suddenly at this moment, the door was pushed open forcefully, and a male employee said breathlessly, "Oh, Dong, it's bad. Something big has happened to the company. Chi Enterprise, one of the 8 great families, is attacking our company. Not only have they snatched our major orders, but many partners are also unwilling to continue cooperating. If the company's products can't be sold, we will go bankrupt in less than a week." Bankrupt? Both of them were shocked. "What did you say?" Then the man clutched his head in a frantic panic. "How could this be? What grudge does our Dong family have with the Chi family? We normally don't even have the chance to speak with the Chi family." And Dong Yunru, beside him, also hurriedly took out her phone to check. "This is impossible. Last night, I even saw the head of Chi Enterprise, Chi Mo. He was extremely polite when he saw me, without a hint of hostility. Could it be that Chi Enterprise wanted to deal with someone else and accidentally targeted the wrong person? I'll call and ask." On the other end of the line, Chi Mo answered the phone as soon as he received it. "Hello, good day." She was trembling nonstop as she spoke. With a sinister and amused look in his eyes, Chi Mo laughed and said, "No mistake. And we didn't target the wrong person, Miss Dong. Chi Enterprise is just conducting legitimate business competition to expand our new business. If Miss Dong has the time, you might as well think about how to save your family's company. I still have a meeting. I can't entertain you any longer. Could it be that you think there's a problem with this?" Dong Yunru was horrified and wanted to call out to Chi Mo, but he had already hung up. Her brother was just as frantic. "Yunru, little sister, what do we do? Say something." She looked at the person behind her and snapped irritably, "You keep asking me. How would I know? Don't just stand there dazed. Use whatever connections you have. If this continues, the whole family is done for." Chi Enterprise was well prepared, continuously attacking, aiming straight for Dong Enterprise's weaknesses with an unyielding momentum. In just 3 days, the Dong family's corporate finances faced a massive crisis. Employees in the office came and went, either reporting bad news or submitting their resignations. A thick sense of fear enveloped Dong Enterprise. CEO Dong said frantically, "What do we do? In these past few days, I've begged everyone I could, but it's no use. That damn Chiemo, what did our Dong family do to you to deserve such a vicious move?" Dong Yunru quickly gestured for him to be quiet. "Shoo, big brother, keep your voice down." Then she spoke softly into the phone. "Hey, Shochi, the Dong family is really fine. Don't listen to the rumors outside." On the other end of the line, Duan Shochi replied with disgust, "Dong Yunryu, can you be a little more honest? Do you really think I wouldn't know about your family situation? Aren't you just worried I'll use this as an excuse to cancel the wedding? I'm a man of my word. I can tell you clearly, as long as it's not you who violates a principle, I will go through with this wedding." But he thought to himself, Chu Chu is already married. The 20 years I've waited have finally come to an end. It's time for me to end it. At this moment, she timidly asked softly, "What do you mean by a matter of principle?" But the person on the other end of the line replied coldly, "Deceit and framing are things I absolutely cannot accept. I'm not talking anymore. I have an event to attend." After hanging up, Dong Yunru buried her face in her hands and cried. Dong Qingyan, sitting beside her, quickly comforted her. "Aunt, what Uncle means is that no matter what, he won't leave you. Don't overthink it." But at this moment, her heart was filled with despair. Deceit? I absolutely cannot let Xiuqi know the truth about why Bai Chu left back then. Suddenly, at this moment, Xiao Jian pushed the door open joyfully. "CEO Dong, young CEO Dong, I figured it out. I've thought of a way to save the company. Do you all remember the triennial collaborative project with Heart of Heaven Company? As long as we can successfully secure this project this time, then even if the Chi family deals with us, we won't go bankrupt." Dong Yunru's eyes lit up. "Right, I almost forgot about the collaboration with Heart of Heaven Company. It's true that heaven never seals all exits. Director Dian, you're from the project department. Go negotiate and handle this matter quickly. He immediately accepted. Yes, leave this to me. You can rest assured. But his mind was secretly celebrating. If I can turn the tide this time, I'll be able to secure my position at Dong Enterprise. My luck is turning. The spirit talisman made by the Hermit of Mount Hung, bought at the auction, was truly a good purchase. At this moment, the head of the Dong family spoke with a smile. Yinru, Yinliang, you've worked hard these past few days. As long as we get the collaborative project with Heart of Heaven Company, we won't be too miserable. Don't forget to prepare for your wedding. Dong Yinru was very happy at this moment, her eyes crinkling with a smile. Dad, I'm also preparing to rest. The bridesmaid dresses for the bridesmaids arrived today. I'll have Qing Yin and Bai Yining come try them on. At the same time, Bai Chu Wei was observing them through a mirror. She thought to herself, Heart of Heaven, if I remember correctly, Big Brother Bai Chong is also taking on this project, right? And she called out to Bai Yining, who was excitedly getting ready behind her. You have a bloody disaster awaiting you today. I advise you not to go try on the bridesmaid dress. About to leave, she heard this, turned around angrily, and said, How do you know what I'm going to do? And what's this about a bloody disaster? What year is it that anyone still believes in this stuff? Besides, it's the movie Emperor's Wedding. Who knows how many high-quality guys I'll meet then? There's no way I'm passing up such a good opportunity. After speaking, she hurriedly left. The person behind her watched her go, speechless, rushing to her death. Even the old ancestor can't save her. At this moment, a voice rang out. Qing Yin, I'm done changing. She admired herself and exclaimed in amazement, as expected of the movie Emperor's Wedding. The bridesmaid's dress is truly beautiful. Dong Qing Yin, behind her, also smiled in praise. Yining is so beautiful. Asking you to be a bridesmaid was the most correct choice. But in the next second, she frowned slightly and had a different thought. It's a good thing you didn't ask Bai Chu Wei to be a bridesmaid. Otherwise, I'm afraid both you and I, and even the bride, would be completely outshone by her. At this moment, the person in front asked naively, By the way, Qing Yin's aunt is getting married soon. I wonder what gift you prepared. Hearing this, she smiled and replied, I originally planned to give my aunt a jade bracelet. But a few days ago, I was lucky enough to successfully bid for a talisman from Hermit of Mount Hung. I plan to give it to her and her husband. Hearing this, Bai Yining's face turned pale. She thought to herself, a spirit talisman from the Hermit of Mount Hung put up for auction would have a starting price of at least 2 million. To still dare to spend money like this at a time like this. It seems the previous rumors that the Dong family was in big trouble were completely fabricated. Suddenly, a breathless voice rang out. Miss Qing Yin, something's happened. The project between our company and Heart of Heaven Company has fallen through. Today, all of the company's assets have been frozen. It's likely that even the villa we're living in will have to be mortgaged. Both of them were stunned. Upon hearing the news, Dong Qing Yin ran out worriedly to question the butler. Why did the collaborative project between our family and Heart of Heaven Company fail? The butler also showed a look of apprehension and replied, I heard that this time, Heart of Heaven Company's project was snatched by Zhaoxi Enterprise. They have officially signed a cooperation contract. Bai Yining, who was behind them, covered her mouth in surprise and said, Isn't Zhaoxi Enterprise my cousin's company? The moment she finished speaking, she was unexpectedly hit with a painful slap from the person in front of her. The other person flared up and cursed loudly. Bai Yining, I was kind enough to invite you to be a bridesmaid, to fulfill your wish of meeting my aunt's husband. And how do you repay me? Do you know that the project your cousin snatched was the last hope of our Dong family? What your cousin did is no different from stabbing us in the back, dealing my family a fatal blow. Bai Yining, on the verge of tears, clutched her cheek and immediately lunged forward, grabbing the hair of the person in front of her. Dong Qing Yin, I'll fight you. What the hell does what my cousin did have to do with me? On what grounds do you dare to hit me? Your Dong family is about to go bankrupt. You think you're still a princess? The butler, witnessing the scene, tried to stop them in fear. Miss Qing Yin, don't cause any more trouble. You should go to the company right away. The old master is waiting for you to bring out all your savings for relief. Hearing these words, Dong Qing Yin was stunned and let go of Bai Yining. Seeing this, she left in a huff. Dong Qing Yin, you just wait. Tomorrow, the news of your Dong family's bankruptcy will spread throughout the entire school. I'm going home to post about it right now. However, Dong Qing Yin was only thinking about the butler's words. Savings, but I don't have any savings left. She looked at her posts online, full of anxiety. Although I've made study videos through the Salted Fish video app and attracted millions of fans, earning quite a bit of money, I used all that money to buy the Spirit Talisman a few days ago. Suddenly, she remembered something. Wait a minute, during the auction, Bai Chuwei deliberately sent a message saying that the Dong family was about to have trouble and advised me to save money, unless this matter is related to her or her aunt. Then she quickly got up and rushed out of the house. I must quickly tell Grandpa, Dad, and Aunt this news. Maybe Dong Enterprise still has a chance to turn things around. So she immediately went to the company and recounted the entire story. Dong Yunliang slammed the table and shouted, "What?" Dong Yunru, standing beside him, also asked with great suspicion. Wasn't it Chi Enterprise that suddenly attacked Dong Enterprise, putting us in this dire situation? Why is the Bai family suddenly appearing now? Then she kept muttering, Bai Chui's aunt, Mo, 400 million, I remember now. I once hired someone to investigate the reminder notice that Bai Chu sent under Mo's name. At that time, I thought the detective had made a mistake. I never expected it. Hearing this, Dong Yunliang said, Bai Chu, the one who gave us a 1-month extension on the reminder notice? But isn't she a poor student whose tuition was initially sponsored by our mother? I think Uncle Lee once said that mother used to give her 30 million every year. And she even insisted it wasn't financial aid, but to thank her. The more he thought, the more he broke out in a cold sweat. That's right? It seems that a student in need of aid wouldn't normally need that much money. Could it be that our mother had a business partnership with Bai Chu in the past, which is why she gave her such a large sum every year? But no matter what, she shouldn't treat our Dong family like this. What do we do now? Suddenly, a cane struck his head and a shout followed. What are you arguing about? Making a fuss over a small matter, just like your peasant father, who's never seen the world. If this matter is really Bai Chu's revenge, there's still a chance to save it. We'll pay back the 400 million we owe her to beg for her forgiveness. Hearing those words, the other three were frozen in place, their hearts filled with panic. Pay back 400 million? The company's assets are already frozen. Where are we going to get such a huge sum of money? Is the old master delusional? Then Dong Yunru asked worriedly, Wait, Dad, do you mean you want me to borrow money from the Duan family to pay Bai Chu first, in order to get Mo to stop the economic sanctions? At this moment, she also told herself, That's right, I can marry into the Duan family smoothly. Even if the Dong family goes bankrupt, I can still live a rich and noble life as before. Then she bit her lip and with a determined look in her eyes, turned to the person behind her and said, Qingyan, let's go. We're going to buy family now. At this moment, she was dazed, not understanding what was happening. The person in front of her had already continued hastily. You go apologize to Bai Yinin, and I have something I need to clarify. As Dong Yunru walked, she frowned and thought, I must ensure the wedding goes smoothly. I must completely resolve the matter of Bai Chu. Bai Chuwei and Bai Chu are too similar. Are they really just aunt and niece? Or is Bai Chuwei actually Bai Chu? I must investigate this clearly. On the other side, Bai Chuwei had already grasped the entire situation. She hugged Snowball and said nonchalantly, The behavior of these people is what you call suffering the consequences for not listening to your elders. Snowball, have you learned your lesson? It lay in her arms, nibbling on food, and spoke up. Isn't it more like you reap what you sow? You warned them for a month before making a move on the Dong family. They were the ones who treated the warning as a joke. When Bai Yinin wanted to go, you also stopped her. It's just that she refused to believe it. Suddenly, she heard a rustling sound, so she used an invisibility technique and peeked out the door. By chance, she caught Bai Huang Wang and Chun Yi secretly being affectionate. He hugged the mistress he was keeping and whispered, Who guy's in the hospital with a broken leg? Dad and Yinin are both out, and that adopted daughter is on the 3rd floor. She won't hear anything. Honey, we can finally hug and kiss passionately. She snuggled into his arms and said coquettishly, Don't be in such a hurry. We still have plenty of time. She watched from behind and let out a soft, silent laugh. An affair? It looks like there will be a good show to watch when Bai Yinin gets back. At the same time, Bai Yinin had just returned, clutching her face in anger. I can't believe that bitch Dong Qingyan would be so ruthless. Annie-chun, do you have any medicine? Where is the medicine in the house kept? But as soon as she pushed the door open, she found the house empty. Then she heard a noise coming from a nearby room. Hurrying to open the door, her face immediately turned pale, and she was speechless. After a moment, she screamed, Dad, what are you and Anichin doing? Mom just got admitted to the hospital, and you two are already like this. Are you worthy of her? The two who were caught in the act were terrified and quickly pulled the blanket to cover themselves. With that, she slapped Chun-Yi across the face. You hussy, how dare you steal my dad? You're truly biting the hand that feeds you. Bai Huangwang quickly rushed over to stop her, but she became even more furious, picking up her phone to threaten them. Fine, this young lady was already in a bad mood today, and coming home to you two has made me even more furious. You two just wait. I'm going to tell my mom right now. Hearing this, he hurriedly got dressed while trying to negotiate. Let's discuss this a bit more. Didn't you just say you liked that newly released piece of jewelry? That one seems to cost 60,000 yuan, right? Dad will buy it for you. Buy it for you as your bridesmaid jewelry. You'll definitely be the most outstanding one then. But at this moment, Bai Yining hesitated slightly. But when her mother was mentioned, seeing the man in front of her looking confident, he took the opportunity to continue. Your mom wouldn't dare to divorce me either. Telling her would just make her more upset, right? Just then, Bai Yining's phone chimed with a notification. 60,000 yuan has been credited to the account. She then pretended to be magnanimous, coughed a few times, and spoke up. All right, to keep Mom from getting more upset, I won't tell her about this infuriating matter. But you two remember, this absolutely cannot happen again. The two people behind her nodded their heads vigorously. As soon as she stepped out of the room, she joyfully skipped and cheered. Placing the order. I've really struck it rich this time. Snowball, watching from behind, sighed in admiration. The old ancestors' predictions are godlike. Bai Yining doesn't even care about her own mother for the sake of money. It's just a pity that the old ancestor is on her way back to the mountain to get something and won't be in time to see this fun show. At that moment, the doorbell system rang. Bai Yining looked at the display and saw who it was, then shouted angrily. Dong Qingyan, what are you doing here? Dong Qingyan's voice came through the screen. Yining, I was too emotional earlier. My aunt brought me here to apologize to you. Can we come in and talk? The person inside the house sneered inwardly. Dong Qingyan is the school goddess. I've never seen her bow her head and apologize to anyone. Not to mention Dong Yunru is the future movie emperor's wife. For someone of such status to personally come and apologize to me, it turns out Bai Yining's face is that important. As she coughed a few times and said with her chin up, Ahem, I'm not a petty person. You two can come in. Hearing this, Dong Yunru and Dong Qingyan glanced at each other and smiled secretly. As soon as they entered the house, Dong Yunru quickly spoke up. Yining, this is Qingyan's fault. I apologize to you on her behalf. Thank you for still being willing to forgive her. When I get married, you will still be the bridesmaid. Speaking of which, I've never seen Yining in a bridesmaid dress. Why don't you and Qingyan go try it on for a bit now? Bai Yining's face bloomed into a smile as she replied happily, Okay, I look extremely beautiful in this dress. Let's go. I'll take you two to the changing room. Suddenly, the person behind her asked probingly, By the way, where is your Bai Chu Wei? Is she around? But she just replied coldly, Her? A country bumpkin adopted daughter like her only deserves to live in the attic. But seems she's gone out. You can wait here. We'll be right back after we change. At this moment, she thought smugly to herself, the third-floor attic. If that's her room, there must be her homework and various daily necessities. In there, right? Thinking of this, she revealed a wicked smile. After a while, she and Dong Qingyan came out after changing. We're done changing. Before she could finish her sentence, she realized the person was gone. Hey, where's Miss Dong? In the room, only an empty chair remained. There. Just then, a loud scream was heard. I'll help. Hearing the scream, Dong Qingyan exclaimed in alarm. That's my aunt. Then she hurriedly ran towards the cry for help. Andy, we're coming. Bai Yining also ran behind her, completely bewildered. Why did Dong Yunru run up to the attic? A loud noise came from the attic. As soon as they opened the door, both Bai Yining and Dong Qingyan were struck dumb. What the hell is this? Dong Yunru was tied up tightly and hanging upside down from the ceiling. She screamed, What are you two standing there for? Hurry up and save me. The two of them immediately rushed to help. Dong Qingyan asked in confusion, What kind of mechanism is this? But I can't find a switch anywhere. Hearing this, she became even more panicked and screamed, You two, find some scissors, cut it off. Get me out of here. A kitchen knife will do. Meanwhile, Snowball was outside, getting a massage from a paper crane and chuckling to itself. You people are really underestimating the old ancestors' water cloud steel net. Even a Daluo gold golden immortal couldn't escape from it. This Dong Yunru is really bold, daring to risk stealing the old ancestor's homework to compare handwriting. Fortunately, the old ancestor is cunning and had already made arrangements in advance. Over here, despite using all sorts of scissors, knives, or anything that could cut, the net's ropes remained completely unscathed. Dong Yunru was screaming nonstop. "This is just a fishing net. How can it not be cut? Are you two really using all your strength?" Dong Qingyan wiped her sweat and replied, "Annie, how about I call the fire department?" Hearing this, she hurriedly yelled to stop her. "No, you can't. Absolutely do not call the fire department." She thought to herself, if I'm discovered in this situation, isn't it the same as a thief being caught in the act? Besides, this posture is really too humiliating. I can't lose any more face before the wedding. Suddenly, a mocking voice came from outside the door. "This fishing net of mine hasn't been used in a long time. I didn't expect it to catch a person instead of a fish this time." As soon as Dong Qingyan saw Bai Chu Wei, she immediately flared up, wanting to vent all her frustration. "Bai Chu Wei, have you had enough of watching the show? Hurry up and let my aunt down. Also, why would you install such a dangerous mechanism? Don't you know that doing so could cause a fatal accident?" At this, she just smirked, thinking coldly. The culprit creates chaos to distract, and in the end, shifts the blame onto others. Then she replied in a clear voice, "The thief is crying, 'Stop, thief.' Weren't you planning to steal something by breaking into my room?" Hearing this, she became flustered and hurriedly tried to defend herself. "Classmate Bai, what you're doing is very dangerous. I'm just trying to do what's best for you." But the person opposite her just gave a cold glance and said softly, "You're too noisy. Do you need me to help you shut up?" Bai Yin, standing beside them, heard this and covered her mouth in shock. An uneasy thought formed in her mind. How strange. Why does that sentence sound so familiar? It's as if I've heard Bai Chu Wei say it to me before. Moreover, a vague sense of fear stirred within her. Immediately after, she snapped her fingers, and the suspended tongue, Wenru, instantly plummeted straight down, her face hitting the ground with a painful thud. Tong Qingyan rushed over to help her up. "Annie, are you all right?" Seeing the welts all over her body, she cried out in anguish. "What's happened to me? With all these marks on my body, how can I wear a wedding dress? How can I have the face to marry him?" But she just calmly drew the curtains and replied slowly, "That's the clear evidence of breaking into someone else's room without permission. That's right. No matter how many times you get cosmetic surgery, you'll never be able to erase this mark." Hearing this, she was so angry she was speechless, unable to form a sentence. "You." Suddenly, Tong Wenru seemed to have a realization. "No, is she deliberately trying to provoke me? I came here today to clarify the relationship between her and Bai Chu, and also to resolve the internal affairs of the Tong Corporation. I can't let her lead me by the nose." Then she tried to remain calm, forcing a smile as she asked, "Classmate Bai Chu Wei, I'd like to speak with you privately about the 400 million yuan debt. Could Qingyan and classmate Yin step outside first?" At this, Bai Yin cried out in astonishment. 400 million yuan? Wait, so you two actually came to my house to find Bai Chu Wei? It turns out you were just pretending to apologize to me. Is that it? Then she covered her face, ran off sobbing. "It's happening again. Why is it always like this? Do you enjoy watching outsiders make a fool of me?" Leaving Tong Qingyan standing there, her face pale as a sheet. At this moment, Bai Chu Wei was still calmly looking up at the ceiling, twirling a lock of her hair, thinking to herself, "I clearly warned her already." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Bai Chu." Seeing her pause, Tong Wenru's eyes filled with killing intent as she immediately continued, "So you really are Bai Chu, aren't you? You want the 400 million yuan back. Our Tong family can give it to you." But she, with a stone-cold face, just replied indifferently, "It's too late." In her heart, she was filled with contempt. If you treated the old ancestors' warning from a month ago as a joke, then you should be prepared to bear the consequences. The ancients said, when the Son of Heaven is angered, corpses will pile up. Once the old ancestor gets angry, a life worse than death awaits. The person opposite her heard this and clenched her fists, trying to stay calm and salvage the situation. "I know you're worried that our Tong family can't repay the 400 million yuan immediately, but I hope you'll consider how my mother helped you back then. Didn't you two cooperate in business, and she gave you a share of the stocks? Please let go this time." Hearing this, she smirked and repeated, "Cooperate? Let go." Seeing her expression, Tong Wenru frowned, her mind in turmoil. Why is she reacting like this? Did I say something wrong again? Suddenly, Bai Chui's voice cut through her thoughts. A woman who pursued a career and achieved great success. You admire your mother very much, don't you? In that era, a woman in her 30s rising from the mountains, struggling in business to make a fortune. Truly a powerful woman of her time. Hearing this, she raised her head and replied with pride. Of course, my mother's journey will surely become a legend. Her resilience is the guiding light for me and the Tong Corporation to move forward. She slowly approached, asking in a louder voice, "Then do you want to know how Chun Meihua escaped the mountains back then, and how she got the capital to start her business?" She was now both furious and terrified. "You dare say my mother's full name?" Suddenly, she was pulled back into a memory. Wait, it's been 20 years, and Bai Chu's appearance hasn't changed at all. So what about 30 years, 40 years? Could it be? Just as she thought of this, the person opposite her placed a finger on her forehead. The action made Tong Wenru scream in terror. What is this? Who is that young girl? Could it be my mother when she was young? Fragments of memory flooded her mind like a torrent. A young girl was running for her life. Behind her were angry shouts. "You wench, I paid money to buy you." A group of men with hoes and shovels were chasing her, the leader roaring, "Try to run, you slut. You have another man, don't you? Just wait till I catch you, you're dead." She wanted to rush forward to stop them, shouting, "Get out of the way, stay away from my mother." But she was just an outsider, completely unable to interfere with this memory. Just then, Bai Chu Wei was returning from gathering herbs. As she was passing by, she heard a cry for help. "Help! Little fairy, save me!" She sighed. Her words were harsh, but her heart was soft. How troublesome. "Come here." The young girl ran towards her with all her might. The strange thing was, as soon as Chun Meihua ran behind Bai Chu Wei, she immediately vanished from the men's sight. Strange. Where did that wench go? She was just here a moment ago. Where did she disappear to? Tong Wenru finally understood. So the person who saved my mother 40 years ago was you, and the money to start her business was also... She was cut off indifferently. Yes, I lent her 10,000 yuan, with the agreement that if she became rich in the future, she would repay it 100 or 1,000 times over. While she was alive, she always kept her promise. Even when she was seriously ill and about to pass away, she didn't forget to instruct her descendants. But unfortunately, no one listened. This debt has been dragged on for 10 years. With that, she slowly released her hand. Turning to look out the window, she said, "Miss Tong, now that the debts and grudges in this matter are clear, you tell me. If Chun Meihua knew about this in the underworld, what would her reaction be when she meets her descendants again?" Hearing this, Tong Wenru trembled slightly, her heart filled with panic and fear. "My mother was always one to distinguish clearly between kindness and grudges, unable to tolerate any injustice. If she knew about this, she would surely regret giving birth to descendants like us." At this moment on television, the official news bulletin also reported that the Tong Corporation had officially gone bankrupt, with accumulated debts totaling over 10 billion. Xuechio, who was beside her, spoke up. "Yesterday, the Tong family's aunt and niece returned empty-handed, and today the Tong family went bankrupt. This time, the Tong family's vitality has been severely damaged. I'm afraid they won't be able to pull any more special tricks. Congratulations to the old ancestor for getting rid of another troublesome matter." Hearing this, Bai Chu Wei just smiled faintly and thought to herself, "It would be great if it were really that simple, but Duan Xiuzai's upcoming wedding is a key plot point in the story's principles. It's probably very difficult to stop the female lead from pulling some trick." It then tugged at her dress, its eyes sparkling brightly as it continued. "That's right. Old ancestor, didn't you just go back to Cloud Mist Mountain to get things? Is there a share for Xuechio? Xuechio really misses the fruits on the mountain." Hearing this, she helplessly reminded it. "Xuechio, I think you should be named Fatty Bao instead." As soon as she finished speaking, she snapped her fingers. A large bag suddenly fell down, and she then instructed, "This bag is for you and the Bai family. I have other uses for the rest." Xuechio immediately cheered and dove into the large bag, its excited voice replying, "Long live the old ancestor." Suddenly, it picked up a white porcelain bottle and curiously opened the lid, thinking in confusion, "What is this?" Xuechio then realized it was a stopper for the incense in the porcelain jar. The moment it was opened, it made it dizzy. It immediately screamed, "The old ancestor is killing a mouse. What is this? This is clearly mouse-killing incense." Seeing this, she calmly replied, "This is the blood of a fox I once raised. I'm preparing to take it to change Meng Po's soup for Duan Xiuzai." "Who told you to open it casually?" After hearing the answer, It could only fall silent, gritting its teeth and enduring it. Before it could complain any further, Bai Chuwei had already picked up her bag and left. All right, I'm going to Ju Xianga to find Master Chow to see if he has studied the menu I gave him. In a few days, it will be the death anniversary of my sworn brother, so there can be no mistakes with the arrangements. Outside, she had only walked a short distance when her phone rang. She answered the call and blankly said, Han Han. On the other end, Duan Fan asked, "Where are you?" Receiving the question, she immediately thought, no matter the reason, saying she was studying was the safest option. After all, he always hoped she would study hard. Thinking this, she quickly replied, "I'm studying." Hearing her lie, the person on the other end just chuckled softly. Suddenly, a car abruptly stopped right beside her, making her panic inwardly. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? The car window slowly rolled down. His familiar face gradually came into view, his voice slowly questioning, "You came to a restaurant to study?" The person opposite him now tapped her own forehead, silently lamenting. "I give up. How could something like this happen? Why is it that every time I lie about studying, I get caught by Duan Fan?" Then she sighed and confessed, "I'm going to Ju Xianga to find Chow Jinhai. I have some business to discuss." Hearing this, the man in the car's expression softened, and he replied, "What a coincidence. I have a dinner party at Ju Xianga. Do you want to come with me?" Hearing the offer, she smiled and asked back, Han Han, "Your meal with an important client. Why are you asking me to go?" At this, he seemed a bit unwilling, coldly saying, "The other party is a woman. She likes me." Hearing this, Bai Chuwei wasn't nervous at all. "What's the use if she likes you? It's not like you like her." Duan Fan then calmly replied, "It's true, I don't like her." At this point, he fell silent, thinking to himself, "She knows?" At this moment, as if she could read his mind, she continued, "You only like work, right? Don't worry. The old ancestor knows very well that you love work more than anything." The man in the car was rendered speechless, having been hit right on the mark. After a long while, he forced out a few words. "Aren't you afraid I might like her too and won't be your little brother anymore?" Hearing these unreasonable words, she was like a cat with its fur on end, glaring at the man in the car and cursing inwardly. Duan Fan wouldn't say something so unreasonable. Could it be that this client really has the potential to compete with me? She then changed her attitude and replied, "All right, I'll go with you." As soon as they arrived, someone eagerly came to greet them. CEO Duan, "Hello, and this is?" The woman in front of them couldn't help but be wary when she saw her by his side. Duan Fan introduced her. "My friend," but the person beside him said, "Duan Fan is my little brother." The female client now seemed unhappy. Her heart was filled with sorrow. "My friend," those two words don't set clear boundaries. CEO Duan brought such a beautiful girl along. Isn't he trying to reject me? Forget it. If he doesn't have that intention, I don't need to be stubborn. Making money is what's important. Then she extended her hand in greeting. "Miss Bai, hello. I've heard so much about you." CEO Duan, "Let's get down to business then." After the two sat down, she continued, "CEO Duan, I believe that piece of land in East Haicheng has great development value, as long as it's developed properly. Securing that piece of land, whether it's renovated into a residential area or a commercial district, will bring great economic benefits." Bai Chuwei sat to the side, silently assessing. This Zhou Ying is in real estate, which means Duan Fan has started to lay out his strategy in the Chinese real estate market. As expected of the villain, all day long, he only thinks about how to make money. But thinking of this, she spoke up. "Our Han Han is not bidding for that piece of land. Little Zhou, someone has died on that land before. I advise you not to bid." The person opposite her became angry upon hearing this. "Young lady, you must be a high school student, right? It's best not to meddle in these matters. That piece of land is being fought over by many large businesses. And besides, which piece of land hasn't had someone die on it? Many schools are currently built on cemeteries." CEO Duan, "I've sent you the documents. Please take a look." At the same time, Duan Fan raised his hand. His slow voice rang out. "No need. I will no longer participate in the bidding for this land. I suggest CEO Zhou doesn't bid either." After hearing this, she couldn't help but panic and say, "CEO Duan, if I may be so bold as to ask, did you suddenly change your mind because of what Miss Bai said?" The man opposite her coldly nodded, "Yes." And she, at this moment, affectionately patted his head in praise. "Han Han is so well behaved. He blushed shyly and looked at her, and at that very moment, the woman opposite them was fuming. Just because of a high school girl's words. CEO Duan gave up such a lucrative business deal, handing it over to a competitor for free. And he even answered as if it were a matter of course. In ancient times, he would be a fatuous ruler. In the kitchen, Chao Jinhai had just finished preparing and arranging all the dishes on the table. The fragrant aroma spread, causing the two apprentices standing behind him to exclaim, "It smells so good." They both gave a thumbs up in unison to show their admiration. "Master, with just these dishes, you could be crowned a god of cooking." These words didn't make him feel proud. Instead, he just rubbed his chin and spoke slowly in a worried tone. "Now, what do you guys know? These dishes are still a little off compared to the intended menu. The appointment with Miss Bai is getting closer and closer. What should I do?" Suddenly, a clear female voice rang out. "Master Chow, I came to see how you're learning the menu I gave you. Do you need any help?" It turned out to be Bai Chu Wei, who had come to check in. The moment he saw her, he was a little flustered and handed her a spoonful of soup, stammering in reply, Miss Bai, I've been staying up all night practicing, but for some reason, I still feel like something is missing." Then he rubbed his head shyly and continued, "I'm sorry, Miss Bai. It's possible that I won't be able to complete the banquet you asked me to prepare for next week." She said nothing and just slowly tasted it, then gave her frank assessment. The taste is fine, but there's still a gap. It's probably due to a problem with the ingredients you're using." One of the two apprentices standing behind her panicked and quickly retorted, "That's impossible. We get fresh vegetables delivered every day." After hearing that reaction, the person opposite her just smiled to herself and thought, "Fool, fresh vegetables can't compare to vegetables with the spiritual energy of the ancient heavenly emperor era." Then she took out a bag of sparkling vegetables, handed it to Master Chow, and said, "For the Sunday banquet, I want everything to be made using the vegetables and meat in this bag." Chao Jinhai took the bag of vegetables, a somewhat dazed look on his face, and asked hesitantly, "Is it just one bag? Will that be enough to cook the 28 dishes you ordered?" Bai Chu Wei heard the worry in his voice, squinted her eyes, and offered a gentle, reassuring smile. "Little Chow, don't worry. There are enough vegetables here." Then she left, but not without stopping to remind him one more time, Sunday, on time. When she left, leaving only a single bag of vegetables to make 28 dishes, all of them were left stunned and bewildered. One apprentice spoke up, "Master, what do we do now?" As he poured out the bag of vegetables, another apprentice spoke sarcastically, "We'd be lucky to make 5 dishes with this one bag." Suddenly, a fish appeared on the table, then a second fish, followed by a chicken, one after another emerging from the bag, causing the 3 of them to turn pale with fright and exclaim, "Oh, what's happening? This isn't a bag. It's clearly a bottomless pit. Master, have we encountered a demon?" One was catching fish, another was chasing a chicken in a state of constant panic. Then he landed a thunderous punch on the boy and shouted, "You're the demon. You're the one seeing ghosts. If she were a demon, she would have eaten you already." Then he rolled up his sleeves, regained his composure, and ordered loudly, "You two, clean this place up quickly. I'm going to cook a simple dish to see. The ingredients Miss Bai brought are clearly different from ours in some way." A moment later, 2 plates of food using 2 different types of ingredients, one with regular cabbage and one with Bai Chu Wei's ingredients, were laid out. It made the 2 apprentices' eyes shine like stars in the sky, their mouths watering uncontrollably. Looking at the plate with her ingredients, they couldn't stop praising it. "What is this? Why does it smell so fragrant? I've never seen a cabbage dish smell so good." Then they each took a bite with their chopsticks and praised it continuously. "Ah, delicious soup. Oh my God, it's so good. I can't describe why it's so delicious, but it's just really delicious." They ate while sobbing and praising it endlessly. "Master, has your skill improved by leaps and bounds?" Hearing this, Chao Jinhai just replied thoughtfully, "Go on, don't flatter me. I know my own skill level." As Miss Bai said, the clear difference in taste is due to the ingredients. Hearing this, one of them quickly added, "In that case, I feel that the vegetables Miss Bai gave are very fresh." The person next to him was equally astonished. Could this be a spiritual herb like in the novels? Although it looks ordinary on the outside, it has such high quality because it has absorbed spiritual energy. At the same time, he thought in silence. But if that's really the case, what kind of person is Miss Bai to be able to provide so much meat and vegetables? And that bottomless bag, could it be a celestial artifact? Suddenly, a hand unexpectedly snatched the plate of food, startling him into turning around and asking, "Who?" The person replied, while eating, "Dad, has your obsession with cooking driven you mad? I'm your son, Chao Yushu." Chao Jinhai was shocked and shouted, "My son isn't that tall." The young man smiled sheepishly and continued to answer, "Dad, did you forget that I asked classmate Bai to check my condition? I've grown taller. I'm still your son. I'm 1.8 meters tall now." Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but be amazed in his heart. At first, I thought Miss Bai saying she would help Yushu grow taller was just an excuse. In reality, she wanted to meet me to pass on the menu. But it turns out both things she said were true. He must have grown by 20 centimeters by now. Suddenly, a figure flashed by like the wind, cutting off the conversation between the father and son. He rushed forward with a joyful and happy expression, holding a cucumber and muttering incessantly, "It's a spiritual vegetable." Seeing this, Chao Jinhai immediately rushed over to snatch the cucumber back and questioned, "Excuse me, who are you?" "This is the kitchen. Guests are not allowed to enter without permission." Immediately, a waiter ran over and, seeing his angry face, hurriedly explained, "Master Chao, please don't offend this master. He is a layman from the mountains. His talismans are very powerful, and he is very famous in high society." But he didn't care and replied with an annoyed tone, "Layman of Mount Hung? Even so, he can't just barge into my kitchen." The old man still held onto the cucumber tightly and adjusted his tone. "I'm sorry, I just smelled a faint spiritual aura and lost my composure for a moment. How about this? I'll buy all these vegetables. Just name your price, and we can consider it making a friend." However, the two of them continued to wrestle over the cucumber until both their faces turned purple. Seeing that the other party wouldn't give in, the old man said, "Master Chao, if you don't want to sell, I don't need that many. Just one cucumber. Is that okay?" Chao Jinhai frowned, silently calculating. Normally, making friends with such a famous person would be a good thing, but these vegetables are the key to my breakthrough, and moreover, these are ingredients brought by Miss Bai. Next Sunday is waiting. What's the right thing to do? Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. "I've got it." He broke the cucumber into 2 pieces and gave 1/2 to the master. The old man took the half cucumber, feeling satisfied, but not forgetting to silently mock. "I've never seen anyone so stingy in my life. I asked for 1 cucumber, and he only gave me half. However, this is indeed a genuine spiritual medicine. I've really found a treasure this time. Hey, hey, hey." He was now chirping with joy, causing the people around to whisper among themselves, "Is this person crazy? Treating half a cucumber like a treasure." Another said, "What do you know, there must be a hidden story here. These old men are playing a new game now, and they're even playing with cucumbers." At this moment, Duan Fan and Bai Chu Wei were seeing Zhou ing off to her car when she sidled up to the person beside her. Putting on a lazy demeanor, she whispered with a smug tone, "I originally thought that with the quality projects Zhou Ying has, she'd be able to compete with you for the top spot. But the result is a bit disappointing." Then she pointed at him with a slightly pouting tone, "Han Han, did you already know this? Were you deliberately trying to provoke me just now?" The person she asked just crossed his arms and replied faintly, "It was just an excuse to invite you to eat with me." He suddenly remembered something, causing his face to flush red, and he shyly avoided looking her in the eye, then asked softly, "This weekend is my 3rd brother's wedding with Tong Wenru. They'll probably send an invitation to the Bai family too. Are you going?" The person opposite him heard this and bluntly refused. "No, at most I'll just go to deliver a gift." But in her heart, she was secretly calculating, "If the progress of brewing Meng Po's soup goes smoothly, and if I really go, Tong Wenru might be scared to death. Right now, what she's most worried about is Bai Chu suddenly appearing and ruining things, right?" And after hearing her answer, he turned to look at her with an expression of silent agreement. "Exactly. It's best if she doesn't attend my 3rd brother's wedding." But he still somewhat didn't want his 3rd brother to meet her like that. Then he coughed lightly and pretended to ask, "Do you have other plans that day?" Hearing the question, she slowly said, "That's right. That day is a death anniversary. Every year I go with her to pay respects." suddenly recalling old memories. She leaned against him and snapped her fingers, saying, "That's right, the peach blossom drunk I'm brewing. Is Han Han interested in trying some?" Mentioning this, his face darkened, and he stared at her like a resentful wife. He thought angrily, "Peach blossom drunk, you stripped my peach tree bare just to brew wine as an offering for another man?" Then Duan Fan replied sulkily with a disdainful tone, "I'm not interested." That action confused the person opposite him. Why not? The taste of peach blossom drunk is actually very good, and the peach tree in a manor is very well cared for, so the flavor of the brewed petals is even more fragrant. But he just said flatly, "There's no why. I'm taking you home." Back at the Tong residence, Tong Wenru was talking with Tong Wenliang. He was constantly worried. Tears streamed down his face as he asked anxiously, "Wenru, are you sure nothing will go wrong with the wedding? Right now, our whole family is counting on you and the Duan family." On the other side, the head of the Tong family was also full of anxiety. That's right, the Duan family values its reputation. They definitely won't let the Tong family fall so far. As long as you can successfully marry into the Duan family, our Tong family still has a chance to recover. Hearing these words, she made up her mind and spoke to reassure everyone, "Don't worry, I will definitely succeed with this wedding. Whether it's for the Tong family or for myself, the current difficulties are only temporary." Hearing her reassurance, Old Master Tong felt more at ease and said, "Everyone, don't be so down. Think about your mother before. She came from the mountains under such harsh conditions and was still able to make a fortune. We should at least be better off than she was back." Then, Tong Qingyan, standing to the side, agreed and smiled sheepishly. "Yes, Grandpa, you're right. Besides, I'm a video creator with tens of thousands of fans. If I make a few more videos and go live, we won't be too badly off." Then her face showed a hint of shyness as she thought to herself. Moreover, the Fish Video app offered a support plan, and it was personally approved by the fourth master. Maybe after I signed the contract, he thought of this, and that's why. When Qingyan said this, everyone paid attention to her, praising her endlessly. Meanwhile, Dong Van Nu saw this, raised her eyebrows, and made an excuse, saying, I'm stepping out to take a call." But inwardly, she was seething with resentment. Damn it, her mother was able to make money not because of luck, but because of Bai Chu, and our family has fallen to this state today, also because of Bai Chu. Just then, the other end of the line picked up. A voice rang out. Sister-in-law, Tu Te just asked if the wedding invitation sent to the Haitan house was also sent to the Bai family. Hearing this, her resentment surged to its peak. Bai Chu, even in Tu Te's heart, it's Bai Chu. Why can't that demoness over 60 years old just let me go? Her anger made her unable to control herself. She was about to slam her phone down, but suddenly stopped. She kept telling herself to calm down. "No, I can't let my emotions take over. The most important thing right now is the wedding." At this moment, the person on the other end of the line continued. "The bridesmaid for the wedding is Miss Bai Yin, so you forgot to send one to the Bai family. I'll tell Tu Te, and you can send a supplementary one right away." Hearing this, Dong Van Nu seemed to have an epiphany. Bai Chu Vai, without an invitation, she won't be able to appear at the wedding to meet Tu Te. The fact that she is Bai Chu is something he will never be able to know. While Dong Van Nu was still panicking, a week quickly passed. Xueqiu cheerfully ran over, holding a jar. "Old ancestor, the non-stinky Granny Meng's soup has finally been successfully developed. Do you want to go pay respect to your old friend first, or send this to Duan Tu Te first?" Bai Chu Vai chuckled, her eyes pensive, then said, "I remember that Granny Meng's soup is only effective for the first 3 days after it's made. I'll be the one to give them their wedding gift first. The peach blossom wine is strong. Every year during the rites, I get dead drunk by myself. It wouldn't be good to be late." With that, she skipped out humming and immediately received a call from Chao Kim Hai. He enthusiastically announced, "Miss Bai, I've already made more than half of the 28 dishes you ordered. When should I send them over to you?" Hearing this, she just calmly replied, "You can continue making them. I'll come get them myself later after I'm done with my business." Hearing this, he didn't forget to add a reminder. "Then be careful on your way. Remember to bring an umbrella. It's raining heavily today." Only after he finished speaking did she raise her head to look at the sky, thinking blankly, heavy rain? It seems that on the anniversary of his death every year, there's always a torrential, world-shaking storm, just like the day that person passed away. Then she curled her lips slightly and said confidently, "It won't rain. It's about to be sunny." This day, every year, is a day of scorching sun. Hearing these words, the person on the other end of the line exclaimed in confusion, Huh. After hanging up, she immediately performed a spell with her hands. Her body emitted a sparkling light, and she was enveloped by mystical purple rays. She shot her magic straight into the sky, piercing through layers of dark clouds. The sun slowly emerged. The brilliant sunlight drove away the gloomy clouds, causing the rain to gradually disappear. People on the street saw the rain stop and cheered excitedly. The rain has stopped. The sky has cleared. Meanwhile, Chow Kim Hai looked out the window and exclaimed in surprise, "No way, the sun really came out." Miss Bai is truly a divine being. On Dong Kanan's side, she was no less astonished the moment ago. The sky was so gloomy it looked like it was about to storm, and now it's a blazing sun, turning into a day of brilliant, scorching sunlight. Seeing that scene, she specifically said, "Perhaps even heaven wants you to have a perfect wedding." But in her heart, a scheming expression appeared, and she instructed, "That's right, Kanan, you must remember to tell the guards outside to be sharp. Absolutely do not let Bai Chu Vai enter." Over here, Bai Chu Vai's figure under the sunlight was elegant, gentle, and graceful. At this moment, she thought to herself, "I don't like rain on this day. If heaven insists on raining, then I will make it so it cannot rain. It has been like this for 5,000 years. I wonder if you will blame me for this whim caused by a lonely person, sworn brother. If you want to settle scores, then wait until I finish today's business before you come to me in a dream." In front of a luxurious restaurant, Duan Tinda and Duan Phai Han stopped after walking a short distance. Both were looking up at the sky, unable to help but wonder. The weather forecast said there would be storms for the next 3 days, but now it was suddenly sunny and dry. The young man stood to one side with a happy smile. The rain has stopped. Finally, no need for an umbrella anymore. But the other man felt something familiar. He secretly guessed, I don't know why, but this unusual situation seems to be definitely related to Chu Vai. Suddenly, Tinda's face paled as he looked in another direction. He witnessed his father introducing Hua Tin into each distinguished guest. Tin Nan, this is CEO Tu, this is CEO Tran. They are all influential figures in the Haitan business world. Come over and greet them. The young man then humbly bowed and greeted them. Hello, CEO Tuesday, hello, CEO Tran. Seeing that, the young man sadly lowered his head, his heart heavy with disappointment. No wonder Dad told me to diligently learn from others as a groomsman. It turns out he had long decided to let Tin then come here to develop connections in his place. Even though Grandpa had ordered against it, he still hadn't given up on the plan to bring Tin then into the Duan family. At this moment, the person beside him placed a hand on his shoulder and advised, don't overthink it. Let's go inside and see. The young man reluctantly replied, if I'm calculating the time right, third uncle should be picking up the bride now. I remember there's supposed to be a game, right? It should be very interesting. In room 520, excited questions echoed from within. Does the groom want to take our most beautiful bride away? Then let's play a little game to test the understanding between the bride and groom. The room's decorations are arranged based on the bride's boudoir before her marriage. We invite the groom to find the glass slipper the bride has hidden in the room. Bai Yin exclaimed excitedly. But Duan Tute just raised a hand to touch his head, feeling utterly insipid inside. He never expected his own wedding would end up like this. He pouted and thought to himself, from beginning to end, the only person I ever wanted to marry was Bai Chu. But Bai Yin didn't notice the awkward situation and continued to tease the groom. I asked the groom, stunned by the bride's beauty. How could a high heel be in a drawer? However, she had other thoughts in her heart. She forced a smile and thought, is Film Emperor Duan really here to get married today? Why does it feel like the people in this room are more excited than he, the person concerned, is? At this moment, as he was searching for the shoe, he suddenly froze. A guest asked curiously, why has the Film Emperor's movement stopped? Could the high heel really be in the desk drawer? But what Duan Tute saw made his face fall, his eyes filled with shock and fury. The people around him saw him standing still and began to buzz with curiosity, asking one after another, what's going on? Is the game still on? I give up. Let's just watch first. Dong Van Nu, sitting on the bed, asked, trembling with anxiety, Tute, what's wrong with you? He was now holding a notebook, his eyes filled with killing intent, as he turned to look at the person behind him. She panicked, her face turning pale when she saw the notebook, thinking, I'm doomed. Just then, the man in front of her angrily threw the notebook, and the pages flew everywhere. A page appeared with the content. March 14th, White Valentine's Day. As expected, I was rejected by that girl by Chu again. The phrase water off a duck's back was made for her, and she said something about how, if I just stopped pursuing her, she might consider letting me be her backup little brother. Backup number 1021. What's the point of being a little brother? I want to be her boyfriend. She clearly has a heart condition, yet she still insists on hugging that kid Duan Fai Han. Isn't she afraid of dying? I wonder if it will trigger her heart condition. Another page continued. March 25th. It seems Su's heart condition has relapsed again. I heard that some time ago. Someone saw Bai Chu get surrounded and attacked by several men in black, and she even won. As expected of the girl I like. It's just, at this moment his body trembled uncontrollably. His voice was full of gritted teeth and resentment. I was wondering why I could never find my diary. I was wondering why Bai Chu Vai said Su left, because I revealed to the demonic cultivators that she had a heart condition. Dong Van Nu, you're really something, tricking me for 20 years. It's all your fault that Su has misunderstood me for 20 years. Damn it. He stormed off in a rage. Dong Van Nu hurriedly ran after him in a panic, stammering and begging. Tute, listen to my explanation. I didn't do it on purpose. I just happened to pick up your diary. Before she could finish, the man in front of her violently flung her hand away. His eyes were so ferocious, he looked like he wanted to eat her alive. He gritted his teeth and said, Dong Van Nu, you should consider yourself lucky that I'm no longer the Duan Tute of 20 years ago. Otherwise, I really would have laid a hand on you. The woman collapsed to the ground, still unrepentant of her mistake, muttering continuously, it's over. Does this mean I can't get married? Then what about my Dong family? Is my Dong family really going to go bankrupt just like that? Dong Van Luong could only hold his head and sob miserably, causing Dong Con, then beside him, to speak up. Dad, stop crying. You're about to lose all our face. The scene erupted into a commotion with rampant discussion. Dong Van Nu marrying into the Duan family was to save the Dong family, which is on the brink of bankruptcy. So, Dong Van Nu doesn't love Film Emperor Duan as much as people thought. Hearing what Film Emperor Duan said, it seems he was deceived by Dong Van Nu for 20 years. And now he was about to marry Dong Van Nu to save the Dong family. Another guest heard this and chimed in. I don't know what bad karma Film Emperor Duan has to be used as a tool like this. From a distance, Duan Fai Han and Duan Tinda were entering the hall. Before they were seen, they heard Duan Tute's harsh shout that you've crossed my line. I absolutely cannot marry you. You better not cling to me anymore. Right now, I'm afraid that just one look at you will make me unable to resist breaking your neck. But Dong Van Nu still clung to his arm, pleading, Tute, don't be like this. Today is my wedding. Where are you going now? He replied coldly, I'm going to find Bai Chu Vai. The woman thought to herself, right now, she's the only one who can contact Su. I must clarify what happened back then. Suddenly, her urgent voice came from behind. When did you know that Bai Chu Vai is Bai Chu? As soon as the words left her mouth, she clapped her hand over it in horror, having accidentally revealed the secret. At this, the man in front of her became even angrier, questioning through gritted teeth, Bai Chu Vai is Bai Chu. Only then did Dong Van Nu realized that Tute actually didn't know anything at all. Were his words, just now, all a test for her? Meanwhile, Duan Fai Han and Duan Tinda, watching the scene, were speechless, not knowing what to say, and whispered it's over. It's completely over. Dong Van Nu still held out her hand, pleading earnestly, Tute, don't go. Please marry me. But he didn't even turn his head back. Seeing this, Duan Fai Han immediately instructed someone to make a call while telling the person beside him, Tinda, contact my assistant. Tell her to inform the PR department to immediately suppress all news about Third Master's wedding. Also, go negotiate with the hotel right now. Lock down the entire wedding venue. Today's bad news must absolutely not get out. The young man quickly replied, oh, but then asked in a panic, wait, fourth uncle, you're giving all that to me, so what are you going to do? But he didn't care anymore and hurried away, talking on the phone while thinking to himself, third brother once locked her up. Now that he knows the truth, there's no telling what he'll do. I have to find her quickly. I absolutely cannot let third brother have another chance to hurt her. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Su. The sound made him freeze in his tracks. Bai Chu Vai had appeared at the party in a graceful long dress, looking very elegant. At this moment, both Duan Tu Te and Dong Van Nu saw Bai Chu. His face was pale as he called out worriedly, "Su Su." But the woman beside him frowned, pointed at her, and screamed, wanting to vent her anger. "Bai Chu, I knew you would come and cause trouble. Are you satisfied now? Are you happy now that Duan Tu Te and I can't get married?" The woman opposite her looked at the gift in her hand and said slowly, obviously, "I can't be happy that you two can't get married." When the guests in the hall saw her, they began to whisper among themselves, "Bai Chu, could she be the woman film Emperor Duan has been waiting for 20 years? This is the woman film Emperor Duan waited 20 years for? This face is at most 18 years old. Is there some mistake? At Old Master Duan's recovery celebration banquet before, wasn't she said to be Bai Chu's niece? What the hell is going on? I don't want to know about the other stuff. I just want to ask how this beauty maintains her looks." Faced with the surrounding gossip, Dong Van Nu grew even angrier and blamed her. "You should have died at the hands of those demonic cultivators 20 years ago. Don't you have a heart condition? Why aren't you dead? Why are you still alive?" The secrets that Van Nu had painstakingly hidden for 20 years were gradually revealed by her emotional outburst. Hearing these words, the woman opposite her frowned, her expression darkening as she spoke. "From the sound of it, the demonic cultivators 20 years ago were your doing. Very good. Miss Dong, I will remember you." She then glared fiercely, her eyes wide. She shot a terrifying look at the person opposite her. Seeing this face, the woman trembled in fear, thinking, I'm doomed. I almost forgot that this Bai Chu Vai is a monster who can't age and can't die. If she has me in her sights, can I still be lucky? At the same time, the head of the Dong family pointed at her and shouted, "Guards, seize this woman who ruined the wedding for me." Quickly, a group of guards rushed forward, intending to grab her. But suddenly, a sturdy shoulder shielded her, and a commanding voice roared, "Who dares?" Seeing this, the guards' faces paled, and they retreated. Duan Fai Han, with a grave expression, ordered the guards, "Stand down." Seeing this scene, she felt a little happy inside, thinking, TSK, as an old ancestor for several thousand years, I've always been the one protecting others. It's rare for someone to protect me. Old Master Dong frowned and stepped forward to question Fourth Master Duan. "Do you know what a venomous woman her aunt is?" "Bai Chu's aunt did business with my wife, Chen Mei Hua, back then. Mei Hua helped her a lot, but what about now?" The Bai family took advantage of the Dong family's crisis to snatch the most important order from our Dong family. Seeing the person beside him blabbering on, Dong Van Nu, who knew the whole story, hurriedly stopped him. "Dad, don't say any more. It's not like that." Bai Chu Vai heard the man's words about her and sneered contemptuously. "Helped a lot, you say? Everyone, let's see how Chen Mei Hua helped Bai Chu." With that, she snapped her fingers, and countless pieces of paper fell from the ceiling, causing everyone to panic. Old Master Dong caught a letter and opened it. The letter read, "Dear Miss Bai Chu, thank you for saving my life. I have kept the 10,000 yuan of capital you gave me safe. Moreover, I have already figured out how to earn my first sum of money. Dear Miss Bai Chu, although I know you don't care about this amount of money, I really want to share my joy with you. I, Chen Mei Hua, have earned the first sum of money in my life. Although it's only a little over 2,000 yuan, according to our agreement, I am sending all of it to you. Thank you for your help." Reading his wife's letters, the man realized his mistake and collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. The guests began to gossip, and oh wonder Chen Mei Hua was able to build such a large family business back then. It turns out she had a benefactor helping her. This strange Dong family, knowing such a powerful figure, they didn't hurry to worship her, but dared to owe her money and not pay it back. The people of the Dong family, one is more outrageous than the next. Dong Van Nu tricked film Emperor Duan for 20 years. The others slandered their benefactor, and they were punished for not paying back their debt. The more he heard, the paler Old Master Dong's face became. He couldn't stop thinking, this really is Mei Hua's handwriting. So, the person who saved Chen Mei Hua from the poor mountainous region was Bai Chu. The person who gave Chen Mei Hua capital was also Bai Chu. From beginning to end, Bai Chu Vai and Chen Mei Hua were never on an equal footing. That strong woman of the last century, Chen Mei Hua, had always been looking up at her from the lowest point, while Bai Chu Vai had always been sitting high above, standing at the highest point looking down. Bai Chu Vai smiled as she looked at the people before her and spoke, "If you don't pay your debts, you'll go bankrupt to repay them. As for Miss Dong Van Nu, I have business today. We'll have a chat another day." At this moment, she silently told herself, today is still the anniversary of that important person's death. Any major matter will have to wait for another day. Dong Van Nu dazedly thought about the rest of her life. My life is completely ruined. Not only can I not marry Tu Te to save the Dong family, I've probably brought a huge trouble upon myself. A huge trouble that even my mother always treated with reverence. At this time, she and Duan Phai Han left, leaving the Dong father and daughter pair dazed from the many mistakes they had made. As she was walking, she whispered, well then, next. But before she could finish, she suddenly stopped. She turned her head and asked, how long are you going to keep following me? Film Emperor Duan, who had learned the truth, called out urgently from behind, Su Su, Su Su. Seeing him about to rush forward, the man beside her quickly stepped forward to protect her, but she just said softly, Han Han. It's okay. Then she walked up to Duan Tu Te, held out the gift she had prepared, and continued, a wedding gift for you. The man in front of her took the gift, his eyes sad as he spoke. So was always you. You're exactly the same as you were 20 years ago. What did you give me? Hearing the question, the other person just smiled ambiguously and replied, it's something good. You'll know once you drink it within 3 days. After speaking, she waved her hand. All right, I'm leaving now. Duan Phai Han, behind her, saw this and asked, where are you going? I'll see you off. Hearing that, she winked and couldn't help but tease. Han Han, don't you have things to do today? You don't need to follow me. I can go by myself. Hearing this from behind, he immediately knew the answer in his heart. Today, she wants to go visit that person. A person who has been dead for many years, but whom Bai Chu Vai always remembers. The person for whom she specially brews peach blossom wine and even asked Chow Kim Hai to prepare a table of food for the rites. He watched her retreating back and thought to himself, the living can never compare to the dead. Amidst the charming scenery, filled with magnificent and mystical beauty, distant hills intertwined and overlapped like a living ink wash painting. She sat at a stone table laden with exquisite dishes, poured wine into a cup, offered it up, and said, sworn brother, you said you died a tragic death. Not just dead, but your soul scattered, without even a tombstone. For over 5,000 years, if I didn't know the anniversary of your death, who would know that today is the day you died? At this moment, she recalled 5,000 years ago when the War of God suddenly broke out. Her sworn brother had unreasonably and forcefully stuffed her into the clouds, saying it was the only way to preserve the last of their kind, to leave a path of survival for himself. Logically, I knew he was doing it for my own good. He wasn't wrong. But emotionally, I was always yearning to escape this confinement, wanting to live and die together with my closest kin. I flew towards you like an arrow. But by then, everything had disintegrated. The world had changed. At this moment, she was so drunk that she collapsed on the table, remembering her sworn brother. With tears in her eyes, she asked, sworn brother, who said I wanted to be an immortal demon. I've lived for over 5,000 years. Am I not tired? Everyone else is dead. Only I am not. Everyone else has wives and children, has relatives and friends. Only I am all alone. Her voice was now full of resentment, carrying the loneliness of the long, bitter time she had endured. Being alone is really unbearable. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept through, shaking the entire mountain forest. A man appeared. She looked up at the man who appeared in the thick mist, unable to clearly identify who it was. She rubbed her eyes, wondering, what's wrong with me? Am I hallucinating? She thought to herself, it seems I'm seeing an illusion of my sworn brother. Suddenly, the person opposite her spoke, that you're drunk. Hearing that, her eyes widened and she immediately became alert that IT can talk. It's not an illusion. Then she waved her hand towards the man, dispelling the thick mist. The man's figure gradually became clear. She was surprised, her mouth agape as she said, Duan Phai Han, why are you here? He seemed a little uncomfortable and replied slowly, I came to find you. But inwardly, he was constantly worried. Her state today is not right. It's unsettling. Before Bai Chu Vai could ask further, she saw the bracelet on his hand. It seemed she already had an answer in her heart, which made her think, no wonder Duan Phai Han could find me. So the hair bracelet works. Suddenly, the person opposite her asked, who did you think you saw just now? Hearing the question, she didn't hide it and replied, I thought I saw a dead person. Hearing this answer made Duan Duan Fai Han's stomach churned with anger as, oh, she mistook me for the person she's making offerings to. Then he sighed helplessly and said, Chu Vai, you should look forward. That sentence seemed to strike a chord in her heart. But then she looked at the person opposite her and teased gently, so I should look towards you. Those words made his entire face turn red. Seeing this, Bai Chu Vai burst out laughing. Han Han, I said that because you just happened to be in front of me. Although she laughed and teased him, deep down, her heart was filled with sorrow and heavy thoughts. Other people can look forward. Only I can't, because I can't see a future. I have lived for over 5,000 years. In the future, I will neither age nor die. At this moment, she was about to continue pouring wine when the person opposite her stopped her. Their eyes met. He spoke gently. If you want to look towards me, that's fine too. After hearing that ambiguous confession, Bai Chu Vai stared blankly at Duan Fai Han for a moment, her face turning red, whether from embarrassment or from drinking too much wine. Then she held her head, asking dazedly, What did you just say? The man in front of her saw her dazed appearance and didn't know what to say, only asking himself in his heart, just how much did she drink? Is she pretending to be dumb, or is she really drunk? He quickly snatched the wine jug from her hand and said, That's enough. Don't drink anymore. You're drunk. The wine jug was suddenly taken away. She was not happy and shouted, Give it back. Then she lunged forward to snatch it back. How could he let her get so easily? He took a step back, moving the wine jug away. He carefully comforted her, Be good. Listen to me. Don't drink anymore. Because she missed and was already drunk, her steps were a bit wobbly and unsteady. It looked like she was about to fall. Seeing the person in front of him stumbling and about to fall, he panicked and rushed to catch her. His pupils instantly constricted as he shouted in fear, Be careful. Luckily, he caught her arm, pulling her into his arms, holding her tightly as if afraid she would fall again if he wasn't careful. The sound of loose stones falling and hitting each other, echoing from the bottom of the abyss, was enough to tell how deep it was. He looked down into the deep, dark abyss, his whole body trembling, his face turning purple with extreme fear. At this moment, the drunk Bai Chu Vai called out in a daze, Han Han. Then her hand lightly touched the back of his neck, causing him to say in a panic, What is it? But at this moment, she held Duan Fai Han's cheeks, smiled brightly, and asked in return, Han Han, are you willing to be my little brother? No. His face was about to turn darker than the bottom of a pot. He thought to himself, If I don't agree, will you push me off? A pang of pain shot through his heart. He thought, as expected, she just likes to say these kind of things. Suddenly, she forcefully placed her hand on his neck, pulling him closer. She answered slowly, If I push you off, I'll just have to save you. Forget it. I won't do it anymore. She thought to herself, for the past 5,000 years, the spiritual energy has been constantly weakening. It was so hard for me to find a reservoir of spiritual energy. After she spoke, the two fell into a comfortable silence, gazing at the quiet night sky together. She leaned against his chest, looking into the distance. The corners of her eyes curved up as she said happily, It's already dark. Then she raised her hand high, pointing towards the sky. A brilliant, sparkling golden light emanated from her fingertip. A gentle, warm light immediately radiated around the two of them. Gentle warmth. He looked up to where she was pointing, his eyes showing surprise and fascination. Dazzlingly bright stars appeared one after another, forming constellations across the vast night sky. Vast. Then he caught that light in his palm, muttering in a daze, With a lift of your hand, you can change the weather, pluck the moon, and scatter the stars. Are you really the Bai Chu of 20 years ago? Hearing the question, the person opposite him smiled and quickly replied, That's right, little Henin. It's me, it's really me. I'm your fairy sister. Duan Fan saw the bright, pure smile of the beautiful girl before him, and couldn't help but feel his face flush, waves of joy rising in his heart. The older sister who saved me 20 years ago. The older sister who pulled me from the despair of my mother's death. The older sister I've been searching for all this time. It turns out it was her all along. Memories of the two of them from the past flooded back. At this moment, Bai Chu Wei smiled cheerfully, her eyes crinkling, and said, Henin, hurry up and call me older sister. Let me hear it. As soon as she said it, her inner self exploded, screaming, No, it seems my seniority has dropped. I'm the old ancestor of billions of people. What's this older sister business? But at this moment, taking advantage of the fact that the person in front of her wasn't paying attention, she transformed into a greedy cat. She quickly reached out and snatched back the wine bottle. Grabbing the bottle, she said excitedly, "Got it. All right, you should come and have some food too." Chef Chow's skills are pretty good, and they're even more amazing with this peach blossom wine of mine. Amazing. Seeing this scene, his mood suddenly sank. He thought to himself incessantly, it seems she's still very sad. Even though that person has been gone for so many years, she's still in so much pain. He couldn't bear to see the person who made his heart flutter remain sad. So he pulled her hand and suggested, "If you're sad, I'll take you somewhere." Being pulled, the person behind him followed somewhat reluctantly, crying out, "Where are we going?" "I'm not going. I can't walk anymore." Hearing this, the person in front stopped. Then, with eyes full of adoration, he asked in a soft voice, "Are you tired? I'll carry you on my back." Hearing these sweet words made by Chu Wei blush and look away, saying, "Humph, I don't need a little brother to carry me." But in her heart, she shyly thought, "I'm the old ancestor. I've always been the one protecting my little underlings." But when Duan Fan saw this, his mind melted as he thought, this innocent look of hers after getting drunk is actually quite cute. Then he urged her, "Come on. At this rate, you won't even make it down the mountain by tomorrow morning." Hearing this, she frowned unhappily, snapped her fingers, and continued, "I already said I don't need a little brother to carry me." Suddenly, a light shone around the two of them. His body swayed a few times as if something was lifting him up. He looked down at his feet in a panic, while the person beside him calmly looked at the scenery below the flying carpet. Then she spoke up to explain, "This flying carpet is considered a low to mid-grade flying spiritual artifact. With it, we can go wherever we want. So, Henin, where do you want to go?" Henin. At this moment, he just remained silent, unable to answer. Looking at the scene before him, he couldn't help but feel bewildered and think, this is a flying carpet. It's really flying up into the sky. She can always so easily overturn my worldview. At this moment, he was like a child seeing another side of the world, looking around excitedly. But this action made the person opposite him frown in confusion. She worried internally for him. Strange, why isn't Duan Fan saying anything? Unless the altitude is too high and the temperature drops suddenly. So he's short of air and can't speak. His dazed and frightened look really seems to be the case. But it wasn't because of a lack of oxygen. Bai Chu Wei then stood up and staggered towards him, continuing to think in a daze. A normal person in this situation would probably die, right? It's all my fault for being so reckless. Drinking really messes things up. As soon as she walked over, she got close to Duan Fan and then planted a kiss on his forehead, leaving him stunned. After giving the person in front of her a kiss, she felt like teasing him and then calmly said, "All right, no need to be afraid of the lack of air or the low temperature anymore." As she spoke, she leaned against his chest, constantly comforting him. This action made the person opposite her blush beet red, as if he were the drunk one. Only after a while did he come back to his senses, his eyes shining with indescribable joy. He touched his own forehead where she had just kissed. He smiled dotingly at the person sleeping in his arms. He thought helplessly, actually, it's not the lack of air or the low temperature, but my mother's death made me a little afraid of heights. Under the starry sky at this moment, an airplane suddenly flew by. Inside the plane's cabin, someone was live streaming with great excitement. "Everyone, I'm about to arrive at Haicheng Airport for our Haicheng trip." He quickly panned the camera towards the window and accidentally caught the image of a flying carpet carrying two figures gliding through the night. Because it was nighttime, the young man could only see their blurry silhouettes. He immediately panicked and shouted, "Wait, what was that just now? Brothers, did you all see that? What was that?" Even though the plane had flown far away, his terrified scream still echoed. Were there two people flying by? Was that real? Was it? Below, in a ravine, at the gate of a certain sect, several figures were arguing fiercely. A young girl holding a wooden sword was trying her best to persuade her relatives. "Dad, Mom, I'm not going back. My senior brother, Baizé, has already entered the Qi refinement stage. With one palm strike, he can turn a stone statue into fine powder. He can." But the middle-aged man in front of her didn't care at all and shouted, "Didn't you say you learned flying sword magic from Master Qing Xian? Come on, perform for your own father. As long as you can find one person today who can fly in the sky without being in an airplane. I'll let you stay and study." Just as he finished speaking, a large dark shadow suddenly appeared above their heads, enveloping them. It was Bai Chui's flying carpet. The whole group looked up, utterly terrified, stunned, and bewildered. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed in shock, "Holy crap, it's real. Great and brilliant master, I entrust my daughter to your care. I'll wait for the day she can ride a sword and fly across the heavens." Meanwhile, on the flying carpet, the girl had already fallen asleep drunk. Duan Fan, sitting next to her, didn't know how to stop the flying carpet. He could only sit quietly and watch her sleep soundly, silently pondering in his heart. If Chui doesn't give it a command, it will probably just keep flying. Thinking of this, his expression darkened. He sighed and lamented internally. That's probably why this carpet has been flying randomly all over Haiqing for half the day. It seems like someone even saw us just now. The thought of it made him unable to bear it any longer. He gently lifted her face and called softly, "Bai Chu Wei, Wei Wei, wake up for a bit." But the other person just let out a soft moan, then nuzzled into his chest like a small cat and continued to sleep soundly. Seeing her sleeping obediently like a curled-up kitten made him feel helpless and awkward. But at the same time, there was an indescribable lingering feeling. His heart was heavy, his thoughts in turmoil. What should I do? Even though I know her true identity, I still can't stop myself from liking her. Although I don't completely agree with my third brother's methods, there's one thing he said that wasn't wrong at all. If you meet a woman like this, I'm afraid it would be hard to love anyone else in this lifetime. As for her, in her drowsy dream, she suddenly heard someone calling her name, "Bai Chu Wei, Bai Chu Wei." Seeing a figure constantly nagging in her ear made her feel annoyed and think to herself, so noisy. This Duan Fan has no sense of propriety or seniority. Then she shot up, opened her eyes wide, and shouted, "Henin, little brother, call me big brother." This sudden action startled the person opposite her into a fluster. Then she lay back down and went back to sleep as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Duan Fan gave up on the idea of waking her up to stop the carpet. He thought to himself, it seems there's no hope of her sobering up. There's only one other way. So he placed his hand on the carpet's surface, focused his mind, and tried to talk to it. "You're a flying carpet, right? Can you understand me? Can we go home?" As he spoke, he gently stroked the carpet's surface, but he felt no response. Dejectedly, he wondered, did I connect successfully? I don't know if this flying spiritual artifact can understand human speech. But just then, the previously motionless carpet suddenly shot off. Like an arrow, he was a bit surprised and startled. After a moment, he looked down and found that his own familiar house was right before his eyes. He looked at the scenery below with a dubious expression. Could this carpet be pretending to be drunk too? It's Bai Chu Wei's spiritual artifact. When ordered to go home, it should have gone to the Bai residence. Why did it come to my place? Seeing that the carpet had landed, he didn't know what else to do and sighed in resignation. Forget it. Then he carried her in his arms. Seeing her sleeping so soundly, he thought gently, this is fine too. For now, I'll just let her rest. In the sky, the bright moonlight shone everywhere. It was already late at night. At the Duan residence, Duan Jingye was arguing fiercely with Duan Xiaohao. His expression was extremely unsightly as he shouted, "Dad, the wedding is over, so why did you bring him home? Do you think today wasn't chaotic enough?" Hearing this, the man angrily shouted back, "You are Jingxin's biological brother. Seeing your own brother come home, why are you making that face? Have you forgotten everything I taught you before? You?" Just as he finished speaking, a thick policy book was thrown straight at his face, followed by the boy's loud shout, "In the past, only Grandpa, my mom, and fourth uncle ever taught me anything. As a father, you've never taught me a single thing." Then he turned and ran away, crying with grievance in his heart. What on earth is Dad thinking? Mom was already unhappy about the illegitimate child, yet he still brought that person home. Who was he trying to disgust? But as he ran out of the house, he unconsciously headed towards a familiar room. He saw that the light was still on. Wiping his tears, Jingye thought to himself, fourth uncle's room light is still on? Is he back? But why don't I see his car? Could it be a burglar? I should check to be sure. No sooner said than done, he went into the house to check. Inside, a pot of sobering tea was bubbling away. Duan Fan was brewing tea with a flushed face. Seeing that the tea was boiling, he picked up the pot and thought to himself, drink some sobering tea. You'll feel more comfortable in a bit. But as soon as he entered the room, he saw a figure appear inside and immediately questioned him in a cold tone. What are you doing here? The gloomy voice as if echoing from the 18th level of hell, startled the boy into a loud scream. After composing himself, he quickly looked behind him and questioned, "Fourth uncle, is it you? I thought someone else broke into your room. If you're home, then who is the woman on the bed?" At this moment, another female voice rang out, full of annoyance. "Duan Jingye, what are you shouting about? Believe it or not, I can make you mute." Bai Chuwei was now awake. She swept her hair back behind her ear, a slight smile playing on her lips as she looked at the person before her. Jingye was so surprised he nearly fell over. He pointed at her, his mouth agape, and shouted, "Wei Wei, why is it you?" The image of the two of them in his mind was that of a high school student and a CEO. Now, he let his imagination run wild for a bit. Middle of the night, Chu Wei, fourth uncle, on the bed, in pajamas at home. It's unknown what scene his mind had conjured, but his face suddenly turned deathly pale and unsightly. All he could do was scream internally. Scandalous. Seeing the cup of tea that Duan Fan handed over, Bai Chu Wei said flatly, "Actually, ordinary, sobering remedies have no effect on me." She silently thought, the concentration of the peach blossom wine can't be neutralized by ordinary sobering tea. After hearing this, he just explained coolly, "I know, but if I can do these things for you, I want to do them all." These words left her stunned for a few seconds. Then, her mood seemed to brighten considerably because of that sentence. She smiled gently. She pulled out a small jade bottle from who knows where, saying cheerfully, "Coincidentally, I also don't want to waste the sobering tea that Hanin specially prepared for me." Then, she took out a pill and dropped it into the teacup, while the two of them were affectionately passing the tea to each other. Jingye, in the background, couldn't help but get a headache from speculating. Oh, Wei Wei is so good to fourth uncle. She could have just taken the pill directly to sober up, but she had to put it in the sobering tea that fourth uncle went to the trouble of brewing. Could it be that there's really something going on between them? After a moment, he gathered all the courage he had accumulated in his 10+ years of life and directly criticized Duan Fan. "Fourth uncle, you're too cunning. Don't tell me you brought Wei Wei here only after she got drunk. Why didn't you take her back to the Bai residence, but instead brought her to your own bed? Wei Wei and I are about to take the college entrance exams. I hope you'll show some mercy." Being lectured by his own nephew made his face darken with anger. "Jingye, clear out those thoughts in your head. I'm not a beast. I wouldn't do such things." Then he turned to explain everything to the person sitting on the bed. "I really didn't do it on purpose. That carpet misunderstood my intentions. I wanted it to take you back to your home. As a result, but when the other person saw the awkward look on his face, she smiled with amusement. Then she put on an innocent look and said, 'No way. How can my flying carpet obey your command?' At the same time, Bai Chuwei's heart was also in turmoil. This carpet is considered a mid to high grade flying spiritual artifact. Since it has already acknowledged a master, why would it listen to Duan Fan? Finding the thought illogical, she shook her head a few times. This action made the person opposite her think she had a headache and ask with concern, "Do you have a headache? Drink this first, you'll feel better," he said as he handed her the teacup. Suddenly, she looked at the white spiritual energy ring on his wrist, her mind constantly speculating. Could it be because Duan Fan has my aura on him, so the flying carpet obeyed him? Although it's a bit of stretch, it seems like it could be considered a reasonable explanation. After all, he is the first person to have the Qingdi ring. A squeak caught Jingye's attention. He looked towards the source of the sound, and his face turned pale with horror. He cried out in a terrified voice, "Oh my God, are mice all this fat now? How much did this one secretly eat to get this fat?" Snowball was stuck in the window, unable to get out, trembling as it tried to escape. Hearing someone call it fat, it squeaked as if embarrassed. Squeak, squeak, squeak. "Kid, this old master is only pretending to be fat." She watched it struggling to get out and helplessly used her magic to rescue it. Suddenly, the window flew wide open. Caught off guard, it fell out, squeaking in fear, squeak, 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 and then fell. It rolled a few times, hitting the leg of the bed hard before it could stop. As soon as it stood up, ignoring the lump on its head, it immediately started crying and wailing. "Old ancestor, you scare me to death. I was in the Bai family's attic and saw you flying in the sky with a strange man, and you didn't even fly home. I thought you got drunk and ran into a bad guy." At this moment, she used 2 fingers to lift Snowball up. It could only struggle uncomfortably as she held it. Her other hand pointed to the struggling paper crane outside the window, questioning it. Is this the reason you ruined 5 of my paper cranes in a row? You're too fat. At this time, Jingye, standing not far away, was astonished to see this scene as he looked at Bai Chu-wei. He asked in a panicked voice, "Is this hamster your pet, Wei-wei? Can it understand what we're saying?" Hearing the question, the person opposite him slowly placed it in her palm and said, "Hamster, it's older than you." As soon as the words were out, his face turned pale with fear. He grabbed Duan Fan's arm and said, "Fourth uncle, I heard that hamsters live for 2 to 3 years at most and then die. But not this hamster. Has it become a spirit? Fourth uncle, why are you so quiet? Is it because you've seen this a lot? That's my uncle for you." The person beside him calmly listened to his rambling, his heart not stirred in the slightest. He thought flatly, "What's a spirit? Your uncle has personally tried sitting on a flying carpet in the sky. What else is there that I can't accept?" At this moment, Snowball, in her hand, pulled out a bottle of perfume from who knows where and sprayed it on her. But she didn't pay it much mind, got off the bed, and said, "Duan Jingye, I gave you so many review materials. Shouldn't you be in your room, studying hard right now? What are you doing running to your fourth uncle's room? Are you here to catch an affair?" But the person beside her just looked at her dotingly as she joked, thinking to himself, "Joking around again. Don't even mention it." The moment you brought it up, he let out a long sigh and continued, "How would I dare? I can't afford to provoke either you or my fourth uncle. It's all my dad's fault for bringing Su Jingshan home after the wedding. My mom got angry and went back to her parents' house. I have nowhere to go, so I can only hide here." After learning that Su Jingshan was fine, she fell into deep thought. Su Jingshan went out looking for trouble again? He really is the original male protagonist, a child of fortune. Even lightning can't strike him down. Meanwhile, in the main Duan residence, the Duan family head's scolding voice echoed throughout the house. "Why did you bring this illegitimate child back? Do you think today wasn't chaotic enough? Hasn't my Duan family lost enough face?" Duan Xiaohao sat opposite his father, but he was also flustered by his father's anger. He hurriedly tried to explain, "Dad, don't say that. Jingshan is truly outstanding, much more promising than Jingye. You'll know once you spend some time with him. I know what you said at the recovery banquet were just words spoken in anger." The Duan family head didn't want to hear any of this, immediately shouting and cursing. "Who told you those were words spoken in anger? Besides, I don't see anything outstanding about this bastard. I only see that he will definitely bring shame to the entire family. Humiliation." But the person opposite him, as if he had struck gold, beamed with joy and twisted his words. "Dad, does what you're saying mean that if my Jingshan brings honor to the Duan family, you'll let him return to the Duan family?" The family head was so angry at his words being twisted that he was speechless. "When did I say that?" But the father and son in front of him were already happy, one playing along with the other. "Why don't you thank your grandpa quickly? He's giving you a chance. You have to do well in the college entrance exams this time for me and win the top spot in the country. Oh no, the top spot in the entire city to bring honor to our Duan family." Su Jingshan, at the side, also hurriedly replied like an obedient son, "Thank you, Grandpa. I will definitely do my best in the college entrance exams to make you proud." Suddenly, a mocking voice came from the doorway. Anyone who didn't know better would think Mr. Duan only has one son, Su Jingshan. That sound startled the father and son. Su Jingshan was stunned, thinking in a panic, "That voice is Bai Chu-wei. Why is she here again?" At this moment, Bai Chu-wei appeared suddenly, with Duan Fan and Jingye following behind her. As soon as Duan Xiaohao saw who it was, he raised his voice and scolded her. "What kind of way is that to talk? Of course I have Jingye in my heart, but right now Jingshan is in more difficulty than Jingye, so of course I have to look after him more." But the man sitting next to him, seeing who had arrived, was scared out of his wits and hurriedly tried to stop him. "Dad, don't look for me." She didn't pay much attention to the scolding and sat down nonchalantly next to the Duan family head, saying flatly, "Is that so? But if you really have Duan Jingye in your heart, then why was there no reaction from you, his father, after I saved Duan Jingye from being lured by Su Jingshan's mother to jump off a building? I collect a fee for saving people. Mr. Duan, I saved your son's life. You owe me a favor. so how will you repay it? As soon as Bai Chu-wei finished speaking, the Duan family head, Duan Fan, and Duan Jingye's faces all turned serious. Their stern gazes simultaneously turned towards Su Jingshan. But those gazes made him struggle to suppress the anger welling up inside him as he cursed and swore silently. Damn it, why does this woman have to keep ruining my plans? If Grandpa and the others remember what my mother did, they will definitely be even less willing to accept my return to the Duan family. Duan Xiaohao's expression was just as ugly as the person next to him. He stammered, "Well, thank you, Miss Bai, for saving my son, Duan Jingye, back then. I'll give you a house as a thank you gift." But in his heart, he was already extremely bitter, cursing silently. People who do good deeds usually don't leave their names, but she has to come in person to demand payment. What bad luck! Hearing those words, she replied politely, but the cold, dangerous look in her eyes was well hidden. "Then thank you, Mr. Duan. I'll accept this gift." The corners of her lips curved into a strange smile as she calculated in her heart. Whether there's a gift or not doesn't matter, but the fact that the male and female protagonists of the original story see me like a mouse seeing a cat really puts one in a good mood. Could it be that I've been with this villain boss, Duan Fan, for too long and have been assimilated? He didn't see that the situation had clearly changed since she appeared, and hurriedly pulled Jingshan to his feet, bowing to the Duan family head. "Dad, that's all for today. I'll take Jingshan back to his place first." The man also knew his place, bowing his head politely, not forgetting to promise. "Grandpa, I will do my best in the college entrance exams. I wish you a good night." The Duan family head didn't even bother with the two of them, just closing his eyes and letting out a dissatisfied grunt. Bai Chu-wei continued to tease. "Henin, it seems you really have inherited all the outstanding genes of the Duan family. Your brother, on the other hand," she deliberately left the sentence hanging, causing the veins on old Master Duan's hand, hidden in his sleeve, to pop out. He was too angry to speak and could only suppress it and think. Only the fourth son inherited the outstanding genes? Then what does that make the rest of my Duan family? This woman is clearly insulting my Duan family. How hateful. But she's also my lifesaver. And if she really is Bai Chu, then the Duan family is at fault for the 10 years of childhood friendship. I must endure this anger. No matter how resentful he was, the Duan family head still had to force a polite tone to ask her, "I wonder if Miss Bai has any other business for visiting our Duan family this time?" Being asked so suddenly, Bai Chu-wei hadn't had time to think of how to answer, and sighed internally. "This is unfair. It's not that I wanted to come to the Duan residence, but Duan Fan brought me here." Her eyes darted around, and the person standing next to her, as if he could read her thoughts, silently retorted, "Go talk to your own carpet." As for that flying carpet, it was already sound asleep on the sofa. Suddenly, Snowball popped out from her sleeve and said, "That's right, old ancestor. Duan Xiuqi came to the Bai residence looking for you today. The people at the Bai residence said you weren't home, so he just stood at the door waiting the whole time." Hearing this information, she just slowly turned to look at the man beside her and said, "Originally, there was nothing, but now there is. I'm preparing to wait for your son to come home." The Duan family head scratched his head, a little puzzled. Isn't his son, the fourth son, standing right here? A moment later, outside the Duan family gate, a supercar drove in. Duan Xiuqi got out of the car, his face grim, grinding his teeth, his mind also in turmoil as he thought to himself, "I've been busy all day, having to cancel the wedding and hold a press conference to appease the fans. I finally had some time to go to the Bai residence to find Chu Chu, but she wasn't home all day. Could it be that Chu Chu doesn't want to see me, so she doesn't even want to go home anymore?" Angrily walking through the main door, he was stunned in utter amazement. Inside, Bai Chu-wei, the person he wanted to see, was already sitting in his house. The moment Xueqiu saw him, it flew into a rage, scolding Duan Xiuqi. "Squeak, squeak, squeak. You bastard. How dare you show your face before the ancestor?" But how could the other person understand its mouse language? He cautiously asked Chu-wei, "Did you come specially to see me?" Her reply was like a slap to his face. "Not specially. I guess you could say it was on the way. In any case, I don't want to come a second time." Hearing this, he deflated, continuing heartbrokenly, "As expected, you still don't want to see me. You clearly know I didn't tell others about your matter. It was Tong Wenru who stole my diary, and she was the one who told those demonic cultivators. I only found out the truth today. Before he could elaborate, her face turned gloomy, and she spoke in a somber tone. Anyone can make excuses, but it's undeniable that I was indeed deceived by the two of you. So, all of your protection, wasn't every bit of it just another form of harm? If you hadn't forcibly imprisoned me, preventing me from returning to the mountain in time, how would I have missed the best window for treatment, leading to disaster? Your family is very worried about you. Don't worry. As long as you obediently drink the wedding gift I'm giving you, I won't do anything to you. Hearing these words, the head of the Duan family's face immediately turned pale. The person beside him slowly continued. As for Tong Wenru, I will handle her myself. She won't be able to escape. At this, she gave a mysterious and amused smile, delighting in scheming against others. And Xueqiu by her side was no less impressive than its master. Duan Xiuqi held the vial of liquid in his hand, his expression not very good, and stammered. Wedding gift? Are you talking about this? He looked at the vial and asked again, what is this? If it were before, whatever you gave me, I would have accepted it without hesitation. But now, my intuition is telling me not to touch it at all, because once I do, our past 20 years will become a joke. Seeing the person opposite her hesitate, unsure whether to drink it or not, Bai Chu Wei just found it amusing, thinking to herself, this is a bit awkward. It really is a bit awkward. Meng Po soup is clearly the best way to suffer once and be at ease for a lifetime. Suddenly, Xueqiu jumped down and ran to the fruit plate. Perhaps crawling from the Bai residence to the Duan residence had consumed its energy, so it was hungry. It gnawed on the fruit while muttering, Ancestor, he's looking down on you. Teach him a lesson so he knows how formidable you are, Ancestor. Hearing this, she calmly stopped its violent thoughts, saying, Snow Mouse, this is a society of law. Suddenly, her pupils contracted, and she let out a groan. Her body lost its strength and collapsed, but luckily her hands caught the table in time, so she didn't fall. Her body in agony, she tried to sit steadily, enduring the pain and lamenting inwardly. It hurts so much. A pain from her heart was spreading wildly through her blood vessels all over her body. Seeing her curl up in pain, Duan Xiuqi and Duan Fan worriedly asked in unison, what's wrong with you? Then both of them ran over to check on her. Condition. Xueqiu, thinking he had done something to Chu Wei again, jumped onto his head and started scratching wildly. Squeak, 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 Ancestor, I'll avenge you. Meanwhile, Duan Fan, looking at her trembling body, couldn't help but ask in alarm, Chu Wei, are you all right? Where's your medicine? I'll find it for you. From the moment the person next to her came close, she smelled a scent that made her feel comfortable, thinking to herself, it smells so good. It's spiritual energy, pure spiritual energy that can soothe my illness. Then, she immediately hugged him and inhaled the fragrance to treat herself. As for him, he was petrified, stunned, his face and ears turning beet red from her sudden action. Looking down at her fair neck, he thought to himself with emotion, her clothes are so thin. Her body heat and breath are being transmitted so clearly to my skin. After a moment, he finally grabbed her hand, his voice strained as he suppressed the heat inside him, saying, stop messing around, I'll find your medicine for you. She looked up at him. The corners of her eyes flushed red, her gaze bewitching. Medicine. The Tang monk's flesh is clearly right in front of me. Why would I still need to take medicine? No sooner said than done. She put her free hand inside his shirt, groping. Her soft and seductive voice rang out. Han Han, I want to sleep with you tonight. The whole group stared in astonishment as the two of them intimately clung to each other, as if no one else was around. Jingyu was so panicked his eyes rolled back. He screamed internally, flirting with fourth uncle right in front of Grandpa. Vivi really plays it thrilling. He then said, why does fourth uncle's face seem even redder? Did something unusual happen? Meanwhile, Duan Fan was embarrassed, silently repeating her words in his mind and wondering, sleep with me? What on earth is she talking about? Then he turned his head to look at the astonished crowd, continuing to ponder, but the others didn't have any extreme reactions. Could it be that only I can hear Chui's words? Little did he know, they were too shocked to know how to react appropriately. He kept telling himself, she's specially telling me this kind of private matter. That's even more wrong. Thinking this, he immediately pushed her off him. But unexpectedly, she licked her lips provocatively, her expression becoming even more charming and seductive. Grabbing his hand, she praised inwardly. Just for a moment like that, and the pain has already subsided significantly. Indeed, inhaling Duan Fan is much more effective than taking medicine. The head of the Duan family cleared his throat, a bit awkwardly interrupting the affectionate pair, and inquired, "Miss Bai, are you all right?" Hearing the question, she looked over while still hugging the person in front of her tightly, not letting go, and replied cheerfully, "All right, I'm much better now." Seeing her still clinging to his son, the other party cried out in despair internally. Then get off of Honor. The matter with the third son isn't even clear yet. How did the fourth son get dragged into this too? At this moment, the two men opposite each other had completely different expressions. Duan Xiuqi's face was ashen as he thought. When Chuchu looks at fourth brother, her eyes are filled with affection, like 1,000 stars. She has never looked at me with such eyes before. As for Duan Fan, he held his forehead helplessly and mused to himself. This look, I don't even need to ask to know. She definitely wants to make me her underling again. Suddenly, Xueqiu, who had not yet calmed down, flipped over the head of the Duan family's entire tea set. It shrieked, squeak, squeak, squeak. Ancestor, Xueqiu is avenging you." Seeing this, the head of the Duan family was heartbroken, shouting, "My 10 million yuan tea set." Bai Chuwei raised her hand to catch Xueqiu, calm, with no questioning or anger, as if she wasn't the victim, and said softly, "See, because of your foolishness and arrogance, I have endured this kind of heart condition for 20 years. The person opposite her now felt extremely guilty and self-reproachful. He lowered his head, not daring to look at her, and called softly, "Chu-Chu." But the person before him just continued indifferently. "You just need to drink Meng Po's soup, and I won't pursue any of your crimes. This is a good deal." Such good treatment, the culprit Tong Wenru couldn't get it even if she wanted to. Meanwhile, at the Tong residence, a crowd of reporters had completely surrounded the main gate of the Tong family home, buzzing with discussion. "Oh my, I can't believe the marriage alliance between Tong Wenru and the Duan family really failed. This time, I'm afraid the Tong family is completely done for, right? I guess there's an 80% chance they won't be able to get back up. The feeling of falling from the clouds isn't pleasant at all, is it? Today, I must block someone from the Tong family, especially that Miss Tong Wenru. Any news about her now will instantly hit the hot search." Behind the crowd, a taxi quietly passed by them. Inside, in the back seat, a person whose face was completely covered by a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a mask urged coldly, "Driver, please hurry up a bit. My ship is about to depart. I have to get to the port immediately." The driver looked at the person in the back with a dazed expression. The person was Tong Wenru. She pulled down her mask, lightly biting her finger, her expression panicked and worried. She thought to herself, "Bai Chuwei already knows I was the one who harmed her 20 years ago. With her vengeful personality, she definitely won't let me go. The Tong Corporation has fallen, and Xiuqi won't help me. The only way to save my life now is to go abroad to ride out the storm." Then she took out her phone to check her ship ticket, calming her turbulent heart. "The ship I chose has over 800 passengers. Even if Bai Chuwei knows demonic arts, she probably wouldn't dare do anything to me on such a large transport vessel in front of hundreds of watchful eyes. As long as I get on the ship, freedom will be right in front of me. Neither the Tong family scandal nor Bai Chuwei will be able to do anything to me anymore." Tong Wenru leaned forward to look through the car window, straight at the ship offshore. Her eyes widened with joy that she was about to escape, and she quickly opened the door to get out of the car. Unexpectedly, just as she set foot on the ground, space shattered into pieces. Her expression fell accordingly, both bewildered and terrified. A moment ago, she was at the port, but now she was in front of the Duan family's gate. She thought in terror, what did the port turn into the Duan family's home? Suddenly, a voice echoed from inside the house. "Miss Tong has arrived. Then hurry up and get out of the car to receive your box meal." Tong Wenru seemed to recognize whose voice it was, her already terrible complexion turning even paler. That voice is Bai Chuwei. From inside, she looked at her appearance and smiled lightly. Then she raised her hand in a very friendly greeting, like old friends meeting again after a long time. "Hi." Seeing that Bai Chuwei was also at the Duan residence, she immediately grabbed Duan Xiuqi's arm. panically saying, "Shochi, help me. She definitely wants to harm me." But he was currently annoyed by this touch. He snapped irritably, shouting, "Let go." Meanwhile, the one causing the terror took out a mirror to look at herself, thinking with some doubt. Is it because my smile is very scary? Why does Tong Wenru have an expression like I want to kill her? Afterward, she folded the mirror, her expression cheerful and friendly, as she continued. "Although I really do want to let you meet Shin Meihua, to let Shin Meihua teach an unfilial daughter like you a lesson, I've always been quite kind. At most, I'll just let you taste what a heart condition feels like every day." Although she said that on the surface, she thought insidiously, dying only hurts once. What a pity. The person opposite her became even more frightened upon hearing this, but still stubbornly threatened back. "Bai Chu Wei, public opinion is focused on me right now. If anything happens to me, they won't let you off." Then she looked at Duan Shochi, wailing pitifully for help. "Shochi, do you see? The woman you've longed for 20 years, she wants to kill me. She wants to be a murderer. Can you save me?" At this point, she was getting a little impatient with the person opposite her and cut in, "You're overacting." Just then, police sirens blared outside. The officers immediately rushed in, shouting, "Police, stop your harmful actions immediately." Before he could finish the sentence, he looked at the situation inside and asked, stunned, "What's going on here?" On one side was a young woman leisurely enjoying a cup of tea, while on the other side, the person was dressed like a fugitive, crying her eyes out. The police officer who entered the scene saw this, and his face darkened. He pointed at the two of them and asked sternly, wailing so miserably, "Turns out nothing is happening at all." At this moment, Tong Wenru pretended to wipe her tears, hiding her smug smile, and thought to herself, "Good thing I was smart enough to ask Qin Yan to call the police for me as soon as I got out of the car. Clinging to Shochi just now was just a stall for time. Didn't Bai Chu Wei want me to receive my box meal? I, on the contrary, want to see what Bai Chu Wei dares to do to me under the protection of the police." Seeing the police come to help her, she just said indifferently, "You've come at just the right time. This Miss Tong's house seems to be surrounded by a lot of people. She probably wants to ask you to escort her home." Then she walked over and patted the other's shoulder, seeing her off in a friendly manner. "Miss Tong, be careful on your way." Although Tong Wenru was still scowling at this friendliness, she was secretly pleased. As expected, "You don't dare to make a move anymore. I'm still the winner this time." Watching her leave, and then looking at Bai Chu Wei, who was still smiling happily and waving, Jing Yi couldn't hold back anymore and asked anxiously, "Vivi, is that it? Is this a failure?" Hearing these words, the person beside him just said indifferently, "Just now, I already gave Tong Wenru her boxed meal. I have to get ready to go home now, too. You should hurry up and do your practice questions." Outside in the police car, Tong Wenru's shrill scream rang out. "Ah!" She clutched her heart, her body trembling nonstop, crying, "My heart hurts so much, it hurts so much, it's never hurt like this in my entire life." Her actions startled the police officer sitting next to her. At the same time, she recalled what Shu Wei had said just before the police arrived. "Although I really do want to let you meet Shin Meihua, to let Shin Meihua teach an unfilial daughter like you a lesson. I've always been quite kind. At most, I'll just let you taste what a heart condition feels like every day." She immediately cursed inwardly. That's right. Just now, Bai Chu Wei said she wanted me to taste what a heart attack feels like every day. Could this be her coughing fit? Then she was startled again. She thought, wait, every day. The thought of having to endure this near-death pain every day made her let out a miserable, unwilling cry. No! A phone rang in the middle of the night. Tong Qinyan worriedly asked old Master Tong next to her, "Grandpa, whose phone is that?" The person who was asked replied with an ashen face, "It's the police. They said they found your aunt." Hearing this, she breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. She didn't run away. But she couldn't stop thinking, she didn't run away. She can still earn money to support the family. I can probably continue to be a student taking the college entrance exams. I still have a bright future. But the expression of the person opposite her showed no joy at all. He said helplessly, "But your aunt seems to have suddenly developed a serious heart condition. The police have already taken her to the hospital." Qing Yin, being an internet celebrity, is the easiest way to make money now. From now on, our family will have to rely on you. How about you take a few days off from school and stay home to film some videos? Hearing this, she was stunned on the spot, unwilling to believe it in her heart. How can this be? Meanwhile, Bai Chu Wei just snapped her fingers and immediately grasped all the developments. She coughed a few times and thought to herself, cough, 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 this is interesting. The female lead Tong Qingyan might have to switch from being the female lead of a sweet story to the female lead of a struggling to work in a tragic story. No, the female lead in the original novel relied on her status to post videos, gaining millions of fans, and embarking on an acting career, becoming famous in the entertainment industry. According to this world's tendencies, the script will probably still develop. Tong Qingyan will definitely rely on her millions of fans to make money. Suddenly, Duan Fan appeared behind her, reminding her caringly, "Don't frown. What are you thinking about?" All of a sudden, she thought of a fun idea, and looking at the person behind her, she asked, Han Han, do you think this face of mine could film videos, start a live stream, and steal Tong Qingyan's livelihood? Seeing her beautiful appearance, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Then he flusteredly turned away and replied, "Don't show your face." Hearing this, the person beside him asked in alarm, "What, am I very ugly?" Hearing that, he looked at her and seriously advised, "There are many bad people on the internet. It's not suitable to show your face." After hearing that, she was stunned and replied indifferently, "Oh." Jing Yi, who was behind them, was dumbfounded when he saw the scene and couldn't help but frown in suspicion. Is fourth uncle not fully awake? Based on the goddess Vivi's methods, the unlucky ones would be those bad people on the internet. Suddenly, he remembered something and hurriedly asked her, "Right, Vivi, last time you asked me if fourth uncle could be your underling. Does that offer still stand?" After hearing that, Bai Chu Wei glanced at the person opposite her. She replied teasingly, "It's always valid." After hearing that, his eyes sparkled as he looked at his uncle and called out, "Fourth uncle, you..." But before he could finish, he was met with his murderous gaze, accompanied by a cold voice, "Scram back and do your exam papers." At this, he frowned and questioned the person before him. "Fourth uncle, you truly don't know how to appreciate a good thing." Hearing that, Duan Fan asked in return, "This good fortune is for you. Do you want it?" Hearing this, those sparkling eyes shifted their target to her, and he asked excitedly, "I want it." "Vivi, my fourth uncle doesn't want it. You can look at me." Hearing that, she indifferently refused. "Forget about you. I'm quite picky about who I take as an underling." Jing Yi gritted his teeth and looked at him, his heart full of resentment. "Damn it, fourth uncle. This is called favoritism." But the person opposite him didn't even look at him, nor was he interested in saying anything. After a while, she was seen to the door by the uncle and nephew. As she walked, she waved goodbye. "My car is here. I'm leaving first." Just as she opened the car door, suddenly Duan Xiuqi ran over in a panic, stammering, "You." At this moment, she turned her head back and instructed coldly, "The gift I gave you, remember to drink it within 3 days. It's the best choice for both you and me." As soon as she finished speaking, she closed the car door and left. He looked bitterly at the vial in his hand. These 20 years in exchange for this one vial. "Fourth brother, be careful, lest you end up with the same fate as me." After hearing these words, Jing Yi was a little worried. "Fourth uncle, actually, being bossed by Chu Wei's underling isn't a bad thing. Your guts are small, but I'm not stupid. I don't want to see you like third uncle suffering from unrequited love." "Third uncle, I was wrong. I'm going back to do my homework. Good night." After speaking, he also ran off, leaving only a forlorn Duan Fan behind. After everyone had left, he stood there motionlessly, muttering softly, "Bai Chu Wei, Bai Chu Wei." His heart was in constant turmoil. "Everyone is advising me to stay away from you. Everyone says it's impossible for us." Suddenly, his bracelet unexpectedly lit up. Something suddenly appeared and attacked, catching him off guard. Back at the Bai residence, the atmosphere was extremely quiet. As Bai Chu Wei walked in, she let out a sigh of relief. Finally back. Out of nowhere, a strange object appeared and broke through her room's window. After a moment, she was startled to see him rolled up into a sushi roll by a flying carpet flying towards her. At this moment, she cried out in surprise, Han, why are you here?" His face was so dark he looked like he wanted to tear apart the carpet wrapped around him. He thought incessantly, "There's something wrong with this flying spiritual tool. It's not drunk." I called Bai Chu Wei's name, but not to come find her. At this moment, a high-pitched voice echoed in the Bai family villa. "What? You're saying there's a problem with my flying carpet? It forcibly brought you here." Then Bai Chu Wei picked up the carpet to examine it. This is impossible. Although the flying carpet isn't smart, it's very obedient. If you didn't tell it to take you away, how could it possibly take you away on its own? Shueqiu, who was clinging to her shoulder, leaned out and offered its judgment. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Ancestor, he must have called your name late at night, and that tattered carpet hurt him. Don't ask me. Shueqiu is a tumbleweed. Although Duan Fein couldn't understand anything, he still felt that the mouse wasn't saying anything good. Then he sighed, knowing he couldn't avoid it, so he explained shyly, I forgot. I didn't say goodnight to you, so I called your name. Shueqiu on her shoulder heard this, and its jaw dropped at the cheesiness of the person in front of it, thinking to itself, such a cheesy man. After a while, she remained silent, not saying a word. Her action made the person opposite her feel uneasy, and he thought worriedly, her silence. Does it mean she's figured something out? Then he stammered, I'll head back first, then. Good night. Suddenly, she gave a sweet smile. Then I wish you a good night's sleep too. Go through the window. I'll have my flying spiritual tool wait to take you back. Hearing these words, the other person felt a bit helpless and mused to himself. Although I feel like calling a car would be fine, but since she has already offered. Bai Chu Wei's eyes followed the departing figures of one person and one carpet, telling herself, he is the Duan Fein from the original novel, a person dedicated to his work, devoid of passion and desire. I must be overthinking things. Suddenly, Shueqiu spoke up. Ancestor, what are you thinking about? Oh, right. Did you see Lu Man when you came in just now? It seems she's been discharged from the hospital. Hearing this, she replied cheerfully. If she didn't come back, a whole green prairie would have grown on her head. That nominal adoptive father of mine is also an idiot. If he hadn't done something pointless, insisting on persuading Lu Man to stay in the hospital for a few more days, I'm afraid she wouldn't have asked for leave so quickly. I just don't know. When Lu Man finds out that Bai Yining helped her cheating father for money and they deceived her together, will she be angered to death? At this moment, the phone suddenly rang, and she answered it without hesitation. The voice on the other end said, Hello, Chuwei. This is your eldest aunt. Are you free tomorrow after school? She smiled and replied, I probably am. Is something the matter, eldest aunt? Yang Shuhui on the other end continued happily. It's like this. I have a friend who opened a beauty salon and is very interested in your beauty medicine. So she asked me to see if it's possible to cooperate. See, if you're interested, we can go there tomorrow to take a look, and you can talk to her directly. Hearing this, Bai Chu Wei readily agreed. Okay, of course, that's not a problem. She rejoiced inwardly. Another way to get spiritual herbs. The next day, in the car, she looked at the person beside her and praised softly. Eldest aunt, the location where this friend of yours opened her beauty salon is not bad, right in the city center. Yang Shui also introduced a few things. This shop was opened by a good friend of mine. Her name is Zhang Ling. Her husband passed away early, and now she's a rich woman. You don't need to be formal with her later. At this time, a figure was already waiting inside. As soon as she saw the arrivals, she said joyfully, Xiao Hui, you're here. Come, sit down. But when she looked at her, Zhang Ling couldn't help but exclaim, Is this the niece you mentioned who gave you the beauty medicine? What a beautiful girl. Bai Chu Wei also replied politely, Thank you for the compliment. Suddenly, a man walked in with water. He gently stroked her head and asked caringly, Is this your friend? Seeing that scene, her eyes darkened, and a suspicion suddenly arose in her heart. Aren't the gestures of these two a bit too intimate? And besides, at the same time, Yang Shui coughed awkwardly, interrupting her train of thought. Ahem. Vivi, I forgot to tell you, this is your Annie Zhang's young boyfriend. ZC, he used to go to the same school as Annie Zhang's son. I didn't expect him to be in the shop today, too. The other person smiled and said, You all talk, I'll step out first. And she watched his retreating back, wondering to herself, Is this the low-key life of the rich? As long as you have money and maintain yourself well, your boyfriend might not even have been born yet. This saying applies to all rich people, whether male or female. Zhang Ling spoke up shyly. Sorry, Xiao Si is young, and our love is quite passionate. Don't mind us. Vivi, don't think of me as an old cow grazing on young grass. I was widowed early, and in my middle age, my son went to study abroad. If it weren't for Xiao Si being by my side taking care of me during this time, I probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Hearing this, she also said indifferently, Annie Zhang, what's the big deal about this? As long as the man is unmarried and the woman is single, even if there's a bit of an age gap, it's not a problem at all. Then she mused to herself, in front of an ancestor who has lived for 5,000 years, any age gap is fleeting. Hearing this, she continued, thank you for your understanding. Then let's get back to business. Vivi, is it really because of you that Xiao Hui has become so young and beautiful? The effect is so good and so fast. But I hope it's not a case of being as beautiful as a flower today and an old lady a few days later. Hearing this, the person opposite her replied curtly, if Annie Zhang doesn't believe me, then we don't need you either. I'm not short on patience, nor am I short on business partners. Hearing these words, Zhang Ling began to feel flustered. What's with this girl? I just had a little doubt in my heart and asked a question. This attitude is just too terrible. She then hurriedly said, so, Vivi, how do you plan to cooperate? Not yet. Bai Chu Wei then frankly stated her conditions. Each month, I'll give you 5 beauty pills. Outside buyers must pay in cash. It must also be exchanged for spiritual herbs valued at 2 million or more on the market. The spiritual herbs belong to me. Other income will be split 3 to 7. I get 7, you get 3. After hearing this, the person opposite her shot up and yelled, absurd. Miss Bai, I know you want to make money, but this pricing and profit-sharing ratio of yours is a bit too much. I put in all the work and effort and only get 3. Hearing these questioning words, she just said calmly, Annie Zhang, I know the business at your Silent Thought Salon isn't doing well. You sought me out because you urgently need my beauty pills to help revive your business. But have you ever thought about why your Silent Thought Salon is located in the city center, yet business is so poor? Hearing this, she frowned angrily and said, what do you mean? Yang Shui, frightened, thought of spiritual matters. Could it be a ghost? At this moment, her voice became serious. When a person dies, it's like a lamp going out. There are no ghosts in this world. It's just that no matter how clean a basin of water is, if you pour half a cup of dirty water into it, the whole basin will become dirty. People are the same. Hearing this, Zhang Ling's face turned pale as she stammered, you mean there's someone unclean in my Silent Thought Salon? Bai Chu Wei neither confirmed nor denied it, speaking lightly. Annie Zhang, I'm just giving you a reminder. Be careful of the person beside you. Don't travel abroad anytime soon. Elsewhere, Zhang Ling's young lover was on his phone when suddenly blood started flowing from his hands. Outside, night had fallen. Bai Chu Wei looked up at the twinkling stars in the high sky, thinking to herself, I've already given the reminders I should. This friend of my eldest uncle isn't a bad person at heart. Whether she can avoid this misfortune or not depends on whether she has enough faith in me. But even if an old cow wants to graze on young grass, she should at least choose some good quality grass. For example, suddenly, the sound of a car horn drew her attention. Turning to look, she saw that the person in the car was none other than Duan Fan. Lost in thought, she blurted out young grass. These words left him momentarily stunned, but the person outside silently nodded in agreement. Right? If you're going to look for young grass, you should choose someone like Duan Fan. Handsome appearance, outstanding aura, and even a special spiritual energy and good fortune. Why find someone who has committed murder? At this moment, the other person had already gotten out of the car. He looked at the person beside him with suspicion. I'm young grass. Then what are you? She playfully poked his cheek with her finger and replied, of course I can't be the old cow. I'm the old ancestor. Han, why are you here? Did Duan Xingjia tell you I was here? Hearing the question, he slowly nodded in confirmation. What are you doing at the Silent Thought Salon? Did you have an allergic reaction on your face? Hearing this, the person opposite him said with a sly glint in her eye, Han, I think I understand now. What was his reaction? To the beauty salon? He didn't have one. He said the goddess Vivi has natural beauty and doesn't need to go to a beauty salon at all. For a domineering CEO like him, after hearing the sincere flattery from his high school-aged nephew, his face suddenly became awkward. In his heart, he unconsciously grasped a new truth. It seems those books on communication skills and the art of conversation I bought can be thrown away. The important thing is to know how to use words to show concern at the right time and in the right way, so the other person can perceive the sincerity and genuineness in your concern for her. Just then, Zhou suddenly appeared. Miss Bai, actually, I had something I wanted to find you for, but I didn't know how to contact you, so I asked CEO Duan for help. CEO Duan also happened to want to see you, so he gave me a ride. I hope you don't misunderstand. Seeing the other person speak so innocently, she just smiled faintly and replied, I understand. It's still about that piece of land in East City, right? Let's go to the drink shop next door to talk. After hearing this, she hastily agreed. Okay. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yang Shuwei and Zhang Ling were talking. Zhang Ling spoke with confusion. All the staff at my Silent Thought salon were carefully selected. How could there be anyone unclean? The person beside her also said slowly, my family's Baizhe said that the girl, Chu Wei, understands metaphysics. You'd best pay more attention. If there's no problem with the staff, what about other people? After hearing this, she fell in a deep thought. Besides me, there's only little Z. Who else is there? He's so young. Could there be a problem with him? At this moment, the two of them suddenly noticed some activity outside the door. Hey, is Vivi meeting acquaintances? Zhang Ling, standing beside her, asked back awkwardly, acquaintances? If I'm not mistaken, that person seems to be CEO Duan from Ruishi Entertainment. And the woman with him looks like CEO Zhou Ying from Real Estate. That girl from your family knows them? Yang Shuwei replied lightly, perhaps. In short, that girl's identity is definitely not just a simple high school student. If you want to go through with this collaboration, you must act quickly. If you miss this opportunity, it will be very difficult to get another one. Hearing those words, she just replied softly, oh. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared. Xiaoling, it's getting late. Let's go home. Seeing her young lover arrive, she was a little startled. She looked over and replied, okay. Those words made the person beside her ask in surprise, are you two living together already? Hearing that, she admitted, both embarrassed and shy, yes. Last week I moved in with Zhao Zi. At this, the other person said no more, only reminding her gently, an unmarried man and an unmarried woman. Living together is normal. It's just, Zhang Ling, you must not forget Chui's words. Then she turned and left. The person left behind waved goodbye to her friend while thinking in a daze, don't forget that girl's words. Does she mean the collaboration? Shuwei is being too concerned. Didn't she just remind me a moment ago? Wait, if it's not just about the collaboration, what did Shuwei mean? Is there really someone unclean among my staff? At this moment, Zhao Zi suddenly turned and asked, Xiaoling, I heard that piece of land in East City is about to be bid on by major construction companies to build houses, right? June is coming up. Zhang Liang is also preparing to return to the country, right? At this, she replied a bit unnaturally, yes. Why do you suddenly ask about that? Hearing the question, he tried to keep his expression calm, but his eyes held a hint of deceit. Nothing. I'm just happy for you. Soon, you two can be reunited. At the drink shop, Zhou Ying hurriedly spoke first. Miss Bai, tomorrow is the auction day for the East City land. I want to ask again what you really meant by what you said before. Hearing this, Bai Chu Wei just spoke lightly. Miss Zhou, do you know under what circumstances the East City land would be put up for auction, but your company wouldn't be able to touch it? Hearing this, she tried hard to recall. You once said that dead people were buried there. But even if a murder occurred, after the fuss dies down, there shouldn't be a problem with construction. After listening, she couldn't help but ask with interest, but what if this person was very famous and died a very long time ago? Hearing this, the other person's face turned pale, unable to hide her shock. Could it be an ancient tomb? As soon as the words were out, everyone in the drink shop turned to look at them. Then she leaned in close and asked, Miss Bai, you mean there's an ancient tomb in East City, but is it possible it's just a small cemetery? We could build around that area. But before the other person could finish, she calmly uttered 3 words. Emperor's Tomb. Hearing those 3 words, Zhou Ying was so shocked she spat out her mouth full of water. Her heart was filled with anxiety. If this is true, then whichever company wins the bid for the East City land will be in for a chilling surprise. If the land can't be excavated, how can they build a residential and commercial area? Even with compensation, it wouldn't be enough to cover the losses. Then, with a pale face, she looked at Bai Chu Wei in alarm. Miss Bai, may I be so bold as to ask how you know these things? It may sound strange to say, but I get the feeling from your attitude that you've seen that ancient tomb with your own eyes. Hearing the question, she just gave a meaningful smile. She silently praised in her heart, this Zhou Ying isn't wrong. Back then, I served as the imperial preceptor in a certain dynasty. The moment the emperor ascended the throne was when the construction of the imperial mausoleum began. The land in East City was the royal site I personally selected. Then she calmly took a sip of her milk tea and instructed, Miss Zhou Ying, you don't need to feel awkward about reporting this to your company. Very soon, someone will verify for you whether my words are true or false. At the same time, at Zhang Ling's house, she was busy cooking. Suddenly hearing the phone ring, she called out loudly, Little Z, your phone is ringing. Little Z, seeing no response, she thought to herself, he must be in the shower and didn't hear. I'll just see who it is for him. Then she picked up the phone. The moment she looked at the screen, Zhang Ling's expression changed instantly. A message from someone named Jade. Sister arrived. Brother Liang, you're studying abroad in Country M now, right? I have a favor to ask you. Could you please help me buy a newly released bag? It's only sold in Country M right now. After reading the message, she was utterly stunned, her heart filled with suspicion. Brother Liang, Jade's sister. Zhang Liang has a cousin named Huang Yu. They used to call each other that way. But the key issue now is, why is Zhang Liang's WeChat logged in on Zhao Zi's phone? Who on earth would use her son's WeChat to contact her? At this point, Zhang Ling guessed fearfully. So, right after Liang and the others went abroad, they said they were participating in a special secret project. Since then, we mother and son completely lost contact. Miss Bai even specifically told me today to be careful of the person beside me and not to take a plane. She was clearly implying that there was a problem with Zhao Zi. Damn it, why didn't I believe her then? Suddenly, the sound of a door opening made her jump. Oh no! Zhao Zi slowly walked out of the bathroom. He was still completely unaware that his true identity had been exposed. Zhang Ling tried to remain calm, pretending to be natural as she said, "You're done with your shower? Your phone was ringing nonstop just now. I was wondering if I should bring it to you. Hurry and dry your hair. Dinner's almost ready." Hearing this, he happily agreed. Okay. The moment he turned away, she quickly thought of a countermeasure. It seems he's not suspicious. I have to buy time to call for help. If Miss Bai could predict this, she can definitely save me. At this critical moment, as she was trembling and reaching for her phone, a sharp blade was suddenly held against her face. Zhang Ling looked at his bizarrely smiling face. The person opposite her trembled in fear and dodged. Little Z, what are you doing with a knife? Do you want to eat some fruit? Dinner's almost ready. You shouldn't eat too much. At this point, he no longer wanted to hide and revealed his true nature. Xiaoling, stop pretending. Your acting skills are too poor. Body language doesn't lie. Every move you make clearly says you're very scared of me. You really did find something out. It seems I'll have to let you reunite with your son first. With that, he raised the knife. Seeing this, Zhang Ling quickly ran, not forgetting to scream, "Help!" While Zhao Zi was aggressively chasing her with the knife, a strange magical force, like an invisible rope, suddenly bound his legs, causing him to trip and fall. Ah, ghost! What's wrapped around me? By now, she had reached the door. As soon as she opened it, she saw the police already lying in wait. Don't move. We just received a report that there's a murder suspect here. Please cooperate with our investigation. Thanks to the timely arrival of the police, Zhang Ling was safe. At the same time, a message was sent to her. 10 minutes ago, I called the police, so now if you want to cooperate, the split is 2-8. No need to thank me, your old ancestor. She trembled with fear. Although she didn't want to believe it, she had to accept the truth. This time, I've really met a deity. As for the vicious Zhao Zi, he had been subdued by the police. Over here, Bai Chu Wei was nibbling on a ripe, juicy red apple while listening to Xueqiu's gossip. It asked in a curious voice, "Old ancestor, after going through so many heartbreaking things, will that Zhang Ling still be in the mood to cooperate with you to open a silent thought salon? Her husband is dead. Her son is also dead. If I were her, I'd be crying my eyes out to the heavens." Hearing this, she looked over at it and replied with a gentle smile, "The dead cannot be brought back to life, but the living must go on. Her relatives are gone, and her career and future are still uncertain. As long as Zhang Ling doesn't give up in a daze, she will understand what urgent problem she needs to solve right now." After interrogation, the matter became clear. After their breakup, Zhao Zi's ex-girlfriend and Zhang Ling's son, Zhang Liang, started dating. The two planned to go to Country M to study abroad together. Feeling that he had been cheated on, Zhao Zi went into a mad rage and murdered them both on the day they were set to leave. Zhang Ling knew nothing at the time, still texting to ask, "Son, have you landed? Remember to call Mom after you finish the enrollment procedures." After disposing of the bodies, Zhao Zi used their phones to continue contacting close friends, creating the false impression that they were participating in some secret project. Then, with a twisted desire for revenge, he sought out Zhang Ling. "Zhang Liang dared to sleep with my woman, so I'll make his mother live with her son's murderer." For a few months, knowing this truth, Zhang Ling completely broke down, crying in the police station. When Yang Shui heard about it, she was afraid she would do something rash and immediately rushed to the police station. She sat beside her, constantly comforting her. "Ling Ling, don't be too sad. I'll wait for you to go home and rest first." During this time, You should recuperate well. As for the collaboration with my niece to open the Silent Thought Salon, let's just forget it. I'll tell her another day. Suddenly, Zhang Ling replied decisively, No, I must cooperate. I have no family left. I absolutely cannot lose my career as well. Xueqiu was now full of admiration for the person before it. Old ancestor, you are truly divinely clever. Zhang Ling actually chose to cooperate. The person opposite it just replied lightly, If she can't even figure out the situation, then I don't need to cooperate with her either. The place where Zhao Zi buried the bodies is on the East City ancient tomb site. The police will go dig tomorrow. The Chinese cultural relics world is about to be shaken again. As she spoke, she played with her phone. Suddenly, something caught her attention. She saw Tong Qinyan with a headline, prominently displayed, Today is for math problems. Let's all work hard. Then she said in surprise, Isn't this Tong Qinyan? She's live streaming herself doing homework. At the same time, someone sent a gift. She quickly looked up with a sweet expression and said, Thank you, Yinan Nan Nan, for the rocket. Let's study together today, too. After the chaotic wedding ended, Tong Qinyan was not living well. At school, because the Tong family had fallen, the female students who were jealous of Tong Qinyan's status as the school goddess came out one by one like demons and snakes to mock her. And things at home were also miserable. Her father couldn't find a new job, and her grandfather had reached retirement age. Her heart condition showed no signs of improvement. A series of blows hit the Tong family continuously. In just 2 short days, the Tong family fell into a serious financial crisis. Even if she didn't want to, Tong Qinyan had to shoulder the responsibility of supporting a family of 4. Just then, a comment appeared. I heard the Tong family of Haicheng went bankrupt. Is that Nan Nan's family? She pursed her lips, then lowered her head and admitted, Yes, but the decline is only temporary. I believe that as long as my family and I work hard enough, we will definitely revive the Tong family. My grandmother, Chen Meihua, also started from scratch. We can't be worse than her. After hearing these words, countless positive comments were sent. Nan Nan has so much willpower. Is this a fallen rich beauty script? A beautiful, strong, but tragic character. My heart aches. Daughter, come let mommy hug you. Tong Qinyan happily waved at the screen. Thank you everyone for being willing to help me at this time. And thank you for always supporting and encouraging me. I will definitely not let you down. Well, everyone, see you tomorrow at this time. As soon as she ended the live broadcast, she let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a message from a Mr. Zhang arrived. Miss Tong, are you sure you want to sign the gambling agreement? The gambling agreement can provide you with 5 million yuan, but it requires your total broadcast volume to exceed 500 million within 1 year. Are you sure? Tong Qinyan then smiled slyly and thought to herself, I don't want to live another day of these miserable days. Besides, I'm the top blogger in the study zone. By selling my tragic story, today's live stream ratio and gifts both surpass the apps. Peak. The college entrance exams are coming up soon, and viewers of study broadcasts are increasing rapidly. This contract shouldn't be a big problem for me. Then she sent a message. I agree to sign. The next day, Haicheng was rocked by a series of major news stories that shocked the entire nation. At first, it was just the solving of a murder case. The police, based on the murderer's confession and testimony, went to the outskirts of East City to excavate the victim's body. Suddenly, someone discovered something. This is an ancient coin. Could it be that the deceased had a special hobby of collecting antiques? And he called out loudly, Officer, we've dug up something else. I think it would be good to have people from the archaeological team and the Cultural Relics Bureau come here for a look. At the same time, at the East City Convention and Exhibition Center, a fat, bald-headed man was picking his nose with a look of disdain. Ha ha ha, CEO Zhou, you've taken the initiative to withdraw from the bid for this East City land? That's good too. Women should know their own limits. After all, you would have definitely lost to me in the end. Withdrawing on your own can be considered saving some face. The person in front of her shot him a resentful glance. Look at this fatso's gloating, petty expression. What era is this to still be discriminating against genders? However, whether winning the East City land is a blessing or a curse is not yet certain. At this moment, people suddenly started rushing about. Quick, quick, go inform the people from the Cultural Relics Bureau. It seems an ancient tomb has been discovered in East City. It's that piece of land up ahead. An ancient tomb has been discovered. These words were like a bolt from the blue to the man behind. He clutched his chest and wailed, "How can this be? An ancient tomb? Why is it an ancient tomb?" Zhou now laughed with satisfaction. "CEO Li, I forgot to congratulate you on your successful bid just now. Let me congratulate you now." But in her heart, she was gloating. "Ha ha ha. Go eat dirt with your unexcavable ancient tomb. It's a good thing Miss Bai told me the truth, so I could avoid this risk. I have to prepare a big gift for her and CEO Duan when I get back, as a sincere thank you." At this time, announcements were constantly popping up on phones and news stations. Today's news hot. Precious cultural relics discovered on the East City Royal Land in Haiqing. The archaeological team announces it may be the tomb of the founding emperor of the Great Chu Kingdom. After reading, Xingjia held his head and groaned. "Oh, actually found an ancient tomb. Bodhisattva bless me. Bodhisattva bless me. Please don't let them discover any more famous literary works. I can't take it. I really can't take it. No, wait. The graduation exam is next month. The exam questions should have been set already. Phew, my life is saved." Meanwhile, Duan Fan sat on his bed, his eyes hazy from just waking up. He thought to himself, an ancient tomb. Chu Wei must have been right again. Suddenly, a warm voice said, "Good morning." It made him open his eyes wide, as if in disbelief. Opposite him, Bai Chu Wei was sitting leisurely on the bed, greeting him. "Chu Wei, am I dreaming?" Hearing these words, she was unsparing, poking his cheek as she questioned him. Han, did you dream about me last night? Could it be that you often dream about me? That wet dream last time, could it also be Duan Fan? What on earth are you dreaming about?" At this, the other person froze in place, thinking to himself, it's a real person. Then he spoke lightly, "You're overthinking it. I dreamed that you weren't studying properly." Hearing this, the person beside him's face turned ashen. She said in a panic, "Duan Fan, are you sure you're not sick? You dream of a fairy like me, and in your dream, you make me study. Don't you have any other nice thoughts? Are you looking down on me?" The person opposite him fell silent, analyzing internally. "Nice thoughts. I do have them, but it's not a good time to say them now." Then he got out of bed and looked at the person in front of him, asking, "Why did you come looking for me so early in the morning?" She was still angry, her hands on her hips as she said, "I came to find Duan Xiodi. Seeing you was just on the way." But in her heart, she was pondering, Granny Meng's soup is only effective for 3 days. Today is the 3rd day. But Duan Xiodi keeps procrastinating and won't drink it. I came to the Duan residence to urge him to drink the medicine, but I never thought he would say he's returning. Back to a few minutes ago, Duan Xiodi gritted his teeth and looked at her, questioning, "You want me to forget you that badly?" Hearing this, the person opposite him just said lightly, "I'm doing this for your own good." Hearing that, he frowned and said, "I threw away the medicine you gave me long ago. Whether I'm willing to forget you or not is my business. You don't need to meddle. At 3 in the afternoon, I will hold a press conference to announce my withdrawal from the entertainment industry. Don't worry, I won't pester you anymore." After speaking, the other person turned and walked away. At this, she let out a soft sigh and thought, so be it. This is good too. This matter can be considered to have a resolution. Suddenly, Chu Wei held out her phone and said, "All right, Han, do you have a salted fish account?" Hearing the question, Duan Fan replied awkwardly, "How could I not? Salted Fish is a platform under my company." At this, she held up her phone, her eyes glinting playfully as she continued, "My account. Let's follow each other." At this, the person opposite him couldn't help but wonder, everyone is as great as God. I remember you don't like studying. Why did you suddenly decide to make tutorial videos for others for the graduation exam? The person opposite him replied lightly, "Just consider it a whim. I want to give that hard-working kid, Duan Xingjia, some benefits." Just then, Xingjia opened his door and rushed in excitedly. "Fourth uncle, time for breakfast. I think I just heard you say..." But when he saw she was there, he cried out in alarm, "Why is Vivi in your room so early in the morning?" "Fourth uncle, you're worse than a beast." Seeing that he was being misunderstood, he held his head and shouted angrily, "Shut your mouth." Bai Chu Wei then walked over, patted his shoulder, and asked excitedly, "I just got here this morning. The Duan family wouldn't mind treating me to breakfast, right?" "All right, I recommend a study account. Remember to watch it." Hearing this, the boy said in a daze, "Huh? Everyone is as great as God. It only has one video titled Functions Graduation Exam Cram Center. Even an idiot can understand after watching my video. VC, where did this newcomer come from? Who gave you the courage to talk like that? Are you not going to get kicked out? The more he watched, the more frantic he became. Wait, his teaching method seems to be really easier to understand than what they teach in school. So that's how you do this problem. I think I get it. What kind of divine teacher is this? VV, I suddenly feel like my math is saved. At this, she, on the side, thought to herself, silly child. My video title isn't arrogance. It's the confidence from having been an emperor's teacher and a promise to you all. At the same time, a notification popped up on the computer screen. Your video has been reported by multiple users. After verification of the content, we have temporarily taken the video down. Please click here to see the details of the report. This notification immediately caught her attention. She frowned, a sense of doubt rising in her heart. What's going on? The old ancestor, simply went to school. I just got back and opened up the teaching video I worked so hard to make, only to find it's been reported and taken down. This is clearly a teaching video. Shueisha stood beside her, arms crossed, and reported seriously. Ahem. The person who filed the report stated that your video title contains elements that insult the student's character. Hearing this, the person opposite her glared back, asking in astonishment, Are students these days all as fragile as snow? Then she made a suggestion. How about we change the title and try again? But the person beside her quickly objected. No, I'm sure the problem isn't the title. We're going the wrong direction. Look at this. She then brought up a series of highlighted comments from viewers. The account, Bravely Conquer the World, tried to encourage her. Divine Teacher, why did you delete the video? Was it because you have too few followers? Every video creator starts out like this. Don't be discouraged, the tale of Chia suggested. Divine Teacher, if you don't mind, you could open a live stream. I'll send you gifts. I hope you'll definitely continue making videos. There was also lovely Tang Tang, who expressed concern. You've scared this little one to tears. Teacher, please don't delete the video. After reading those comments, she silently summarized them and drew a conclusion. Most students are still very diligent. As long as they seriously watch the entire video, they will understand the value of the lesson. Reporting my video like this doesn't help them at all. On the contrary, it causes them harm. Hearing this, Shueisha seemed to have discovered something and thought of a new direction. If it's not the viewers, could it be someone in the same industry? Let me secretly go into their back end and investigate. Hearing that, the person beside her nodded in agreement. Fine, you investigate. I happen to need a place to start a live stream. However, at this moment, it turned to look at by Chu Wei standing behind. It asked seriously, Old Ancestor, do you really want to live stream for them? These students are truly blessed. It's their great fortune to have a teacher like you. In the old days, such treatment was reserved exclusively for the emperor. After some preparation, her first broadcast went live with the title, The Streamer, Everyone is as Great as God. You're especially interested in has started. Broadcasting, come and watch now. Upon seeing that notification, a man frowned, gritting his teeth in anger and said, TSK, the video gets taken down and you immediately start a live stream? It's exactly you high-achieving students. You have too much free time and love sharing knowledge for free, making it impossible for small-time bloggers like us to sell our classes. Just you wait. If I could report you once, I can do it a second time. That person was Chiji, with the nickname Senior Chiji, an educational channel owner. At the same time, under the bright moonlight in the quiet night sky, a steady voice echoed in the live stream room. For the next step, do we need to assume A equals 1, B equals 2, then substitute them into the formula to calculate the values of X and Y, correct? Soon, the correct answer was found, and at the same time, a series of positive comments continuously appeared, such as, my thought process is exactly the same as the Divine Teacher's. Divine Teacher, you saved my life. I finally solved this problem. Wow, the number of people in a live stream room is growing. The Divine Teacher just created a new account and already has so much traffic. Locked. This streamer definitely bought a water army. Just solving one problem makes you a Divine Teacher. How ridiculous. At the same time, Shueisha beside her hastily reported the results of its investigation. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Old Ancestor, I found out the person who reported you is a blogger in the education section named Senior Chiji. Moreover, he's currently in your live stream room to continue reporting you. That locked account in the comments is his sock puppet account. Hearing this, she frowned displeased. Trying to cause trouble again? I haven't even settled the score with you for getting the video the old ancestor, worked so hard on deleted. Then she turned around, writing on the board while slowly warning during the broadcast. Senior Chiji, I'm warning you one last time. If you keep making false reports, I'll let you know what the consequences of jealousy are. At the same time, at Chiji's house, he cried out in alarm. Aren't reports supposed to be anonymous? How does this newcomer know it was me? His heart was in a frantic panic. This is bad. If my fans find out that the warm and generous senior Chiji secretly uses a sock puppet account to report others in the same industry, they will definitely unfollow me in droves. I'll be finished then. I have to quickly shift public opinion to calm the situation. It's time to show my true typing speed. Immediately after, comments from his sock puppet account appeared continuously to justify himself. Locked. I asked the video creator not to drag innocent people into this. If there's a problem with your own words and actions, being reported is normal. If you're spreading baseless rumors, hurry up and apologize to Senior Chiji. Locked. May I ask which school's math teacher the streamer is, or which 985 university student, or like Tunghua Yinyin, how many international math Olympiad medals have you won? Locked. If you have none of the above, are you qualified to host a teaching livestream? Can you guarantee you won't hinder the student's progress? Can anyone just teach nowadays? Reading such comments, she still asked back with an air of innocent nonchalance. So you want me to prove my mathematical ability? Fine. Very well. Then I'll show you. Shueqiu, standing beside her, also cheered excitedly. The old ancestor is about to show her power. Let these foolish mortals have their minds blown. Tremble, you humans. At this moment, she wrote a math problem on the board. Seeing the problem made Chiji startle and then scoff. Were you writing all of a sudden? You clearly have no real ability, just a little provocation and you've exposed your level. But suddenly, an extremely prominent comment appeared. My God, this streamer is proving Mr. Chen's conjecture. After reading the comment, he shouted in shock. Mr. Chen's conjecture, isn't this the famous problem proposed by the Huan nation mathematician Chen Jingtian 800 years ago? For 800 years, no one has been able to prove it, and she dares to try. A person who just teaches high school math wants to challenge a world-class problem that generations have failed to solve? At that moment, Chu Wei calmly confirmed. It is indeed Mr. Chen's conjecture. Immediately, she received a barrage of opposing comments like, Divine teacher, have you been provoked into madness? Stop, Azu. No one has solved this thing in 800 years. Teacher, please do our functions problems. Seeing those reactions, she asked curiously, why is everyone reacting so strongly? Is proving this very difficult? Then she silently recalled the past. No one has solved it in 800 years. Are people that foolish? Back then, I just casually threw out this conjecture to make things difficult for Chen Jingtian. Then she picked up the chalk and continued writing. On the other side, Chiji yawned with boredom. What? You've been writing for 5 minutes already? You're putting on a good show. But just a minute later, he was clutching his device and screaming. Wait a minute. This account is newly created. According to Salted Fish's rules, a streamer with less than 3,000 followers can't receive gifts. Yet after receiving 10 rockets, it showed a line of golden text, Siet Jinin, this streamer. Can you prove it a little slower? I'm having a bit of trouble keeping up. Reading this line of text, he was even more horrified. What? Over 3,000 followers already. And Siet Jinin is sending gifts. Could it be the famous dean of the math department at Imperial Capital University? Little did Chiji know, a few minutes earlier, all the students and teachers of the math department at Imperial Capital University had received a mandatory task to immediately go on the Salted Fish app and follow the account named Everyone is as Great as God. An elderly man clutched his phone, tears welling in his eyes as he thought, I was just trying to find a streamer to help my granddaughter with her studies in my place. I never expected to see a new method of solving it like this. I hope the streamer hears the GIF sound and can slow down a bit. There are a few parts one still don't quite understand. Over here, her phone chimed with a notification. Ding! User Siet Jinin has gifted the streamer 10 rockets with the message. This streamer, can you prove it a little slower? I'm having a bit of trouble keeping up with your pace. After hearing this, Chu Wei turned around blankly and asked, Am I proving it too fast? Isn't it something you can understand just by looking? There's no need to stop and think at all. Hearing those carefree words, Shueqiu standing beside her couldn't help but laugh endlessly. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Old ancestor, do you think everyone is like you? Having lived for over 5,000 years, with such a brilliant mind, the person beside her couldn't help but sigh. The younger generation nowadays is indeed a bit slow. Immediately after, a series of subsequent notifications left the streamer herself stunned. Ding! User Han Han has gifted the streamer 10 spaceships. Ding! User Han Han has gifted the streamer 10 spaceships. Ding! User Han Han has gifted the streamer 10 spaceships. After hearing that series of notifications, Shueqiu exclaimed in shock. Holy crap, a spaceship is 100,000 yuan each, and he sent them with one click. That's 300,000 yuan. As for her, she was stunned by the sender's name. Han Han.8 the same time. Pei Han was watching the live stream while hastily making a call. Contact the media department immediately. Tell them that Mr. Chen's conjecture, which has puzzled the entire world for 800 years, is about to be proven in a live stream room on our platform. Also, remember to deal with the malicious reporter Senior Qiji for me. At this moment, the live stream image clearly showed the number of viewers had reached over 200,000 people, accompanied by countless comments of awe and admiration. Damn, the live stream is clearly proving that Mr. Chen's conjecture is correct. I even call my old teacher to watch. Although I can't be sure if the conjecture has been completely successfully proven yet, I have to admit it's truly top tier. Newbie reporting for duty. I don't understand what's going on. After a period of concentrating on solving the problem, Bai Chuwei gently turned around, casually playing with the chalk in her hand, and said, similarly proven with numbers, the conjecture is established. Senior Qiji, may I ask if I am now qualified to make math teaching videos? Immediately, excited comments appeared one after another. I can't believe it's real. It's really successful. Did I just witness the entire process of proving a world-class, difficult math problem with my own eyes? Imperial Capital University and the official management of the Salted Fish platform immediately posted a statement overnight, saying that they have reported this globally sensational Qiji to the International Mathematical Union. I used to think she was just an ordinary newcomer. Only later did I discover she's a super grandmaster. I'm moved to tears. Over here, Qiji gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes still glued to the screen full of comments. I'm about to die laughing. Does anyone remember that the divine teacher started proving Mr. Chen's conjecture because his ability was questioned? Senior Qiji, I myself almost forgot about this. Although I don't know who the original troublemaker was, why did you have to provoke the divine teacher? Oh my god, why would a grandmaster of mathematical research disguise himself as a newcomer to live stream? Anyway, the more he read, the angrier he got. This is bad. After being called out by the grandmaster, my main account started losing fans in droves, and my private messages are full of people cursing me. I have to quickly think of a way to sever all ties. Otherwise, the account I've worked so hard to build will completely collapse. He then immediately pretended to know nothing and left a comment as a evasive maneuver. Just got on Salted Fish. I'm still very confused. Everyone is as great as God. Hello, Grandmaster. Is there some misunderstanding? I'm not the one who reported you. But he was quickly attacked by the online community in unison. You devil. Still pretending to be a passerby. Hey, Senior Qiji, look at the announcement from the official management, ha 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 ha. Immediately after, he also received a notification message. Handling of the account Senior Qiji for multiple instances of intentional malicious reporting of teaching videos, along with similar accounts as follows. Video recommendations suspended for half a year as a warning to others. At this moment, Qiji was like a soulless person, only able to lament mournfully. I'm done for. I'm really done for. My account is completely finished. And over on this side, Shueqiu stood with its hands on its hips, saying angrily, so this Senior Qiji is a repeat offender. It even made the platform's official management step in to handle it. The person standing beside it spoke, half joking, half serious. Actually, he should feel lucky that the official management dealt with him first, because if I had made a move, I'm afraid he wouldn't even dare to cry. No one felt the slightest bit of pity for Senior Qiji. Tonight in Hua Nation, and even the whole world, was still buzzing. Her livestream quickly became the hottest trending topic, with sensational and viral headlines. Hua Nation streamer proves Mr. Chen's conjecture. Nearly 100 mathematicians immediately formed a team overnight to analyze the accuracy of the proof. The country where the sun never sets. A renowned mathematician declared that Hua Nation's mathematics has risen to lead the world. At this moment, a prominent comment suddenly appeared. Xie Jinan, Let me clarify. The person who sent gifts in this streamer's room was indeed me. My initial assessment of this streamer's mathematical level is that it is absolutely not inferior to mine. Immediately, someone recognized him. Oh my god, Professor Siajinan was once the head of the T-21 rocket launch calculation team, one of the top 10 strongest in Hua Nation's mathematics circle. If he says the streamer's level is even higher than his, isn't she a real divine being? Truly a divine grandmaster. Although it can't be confirmed that the proof is completely successful yet, that streamer is one of our own Hua Nation people. At the same time, Dong Yunru sat on a chair and threw her phone onto the table, asking in an indifferent tone, "Do we really have to buy a house and a car?" Then she frowned and said loudly, "I read the news tonight. It said some divine teacher appeared in the education section of the Salted Fish app. What if Qingyin's fans run over to that Grandmaster's side? Will we still be able to win the bet then? We might have to pay up." After hearing this, Dong Yunliang's face also darkened, and he said decisively, "We must change houses. This dilapidated old house is too small. We have to move to a bigger one. In the end, it's all because you're useless, refusing to marry Duan Xiuji." Hearing that, she was speechless and said no more. Amidst their argument, Dong Qingyan spoke calmly. "Dad, second aunt, stop arguing. Let's just buy the house. I've also heard about that Grandmaster, the one who proved some Mr. Chen's conjecture, gaining several 100,000 fans in one night, right? But that's just a math Grandmaster live streaming for fun. How can that help students with their graduation exams? As long as that Grandmaster doesn't get the whim to make high school teaching videos, she won't steal my fans. Therefore, the house must be bought, and the car must be bought too. I want those people at school who used to mock the Dong family's decline to see clearly how I will revive the Dong family." The two people opposite her couldn't help but be moved. While busy packing, Qingyan had no idea that, just as she said these words, in the live stream room of that divine teacher, another small incident was taking place. Over here, Bai Chu Wei received a series of comments. "Bravely conquer the world," gently left a message, preparing to say goodbye to the divine one at the tail of Chiu. A divine teacher must be a grandmaster in the math world, right? "Thank you for being willing to make videos to save us students who are about to take our graduation exams. Lovely Tang Tang." "Hi, why would a grandmaster keep teaching high school content? We just found the divine teacher, and now he's about to be gone." Sigh. After reading those comments, she thought to herself, why do these kids love to overthink things so much? Then she slowly said, "An announcement for all students. Tomorrow I will be teaching one of the math graduation exam topics, quadratic functions. I'll say the same old thing. If you don't understand, go back and rewatch it." As soon as she finished speaking, the comments jumped up continuously. You're still teaching graduation exam content tomorrow? Divine teacher, I love you. I even love your sharp tongue. I'll definitely be there on time tomorrow." After reading, she just smiled, thinking to herself, proving a math conjecture was just something I did on the side. What I, the old ancestor, really want to do is still live stream to teach for the graduation exam. Otherwise, how could I steal Dong Qingyan's fans? Then the live stream ended. Bai Chuwei slowly packed up her things, and then a message arrived. "Ling, is the live stream over?" Receiving the message, she smiled lightly, then replied excitedly. As expected, Han Han was watching my stream. Thanks for Han Han's spaceships. On the other side, Pei Han couldn't help but laugh, then immediately questioned her. "You changed my username, didn't you? When?" "I'm absolutely certain my name was still the normal Pei Han when I followed you." Hearing the question, the person on the other side replied playfully, "This? You guess." At this moment, he thought to himself, it must have been when I told the people at Salted Fish to fix the system. Suddenly, his phone rang. He quickly answered. "Hello." The other side quickly reported, "CEO Duan, it's not good. The news of Third Master's withdrawal from the circle has caused a huge stir. A few people who attended the wedding that day have leaked some minor details." Hearing this, his eyes darkened, his expression filled with displeasure. And over here, Bai Chu Wei stared at her phone, thinking blankly, that's strange. Why did Pei Han disappear halfway through the conversation? It was so hard to get into a good mood. I was even planning to tease him a bit more. Suddenly a message appeared that made her excited. "It's here." But when she opened it, the sender was Xiao Mo, old ancestor, which disappointed her. Why is it Xiao Mo? Over here, Chi Mo excitedly announced, "Old ancestor, I just saw CEO Duan share a live stream link on his moments. It seems he's also watching a female streamer's live. He even gifted hundreds of thousands. At that moment, he couldn't help but think smugly. Last time, the old ancestor scolded me endlessly about the female streamer giving money to Pei Han. Now Pei Han has made a similar mistake. The old ancestor probably won't use this to blame me anymore, right? At this time, she slowly sent a message back. Oh, he watched my live stream and gifted me. Does Xiao Mo have an opinion? Reading this made him freeze. Then he replied dejectedly, I wouldn't dare have an opinion, old ancestor. Are you live streaming again tomorrow? I'll send you gifts too. But his heart was still in turmoil. What the hell? Who would have thought that the old ancestor who has lived for hundreds of years would be so trendy, even knowing how to start a live stream? Over here, she laughed with amusement. Seems like Xiao Mo is still holding a grudge about that female streamer incident. Shueqiu beside her didn't hold back and criticized him directly, making accusations without investigating the background. Truly an idiot. At the same time, the sound of a message made her pause slightly. Shi Tongxing sent a message with instructions. Take tomorrow off. Don't go to school. Something has come up. I will handle it. After reading it, she frowned slightly, thinking to herself, oh, it seems like something big is about to happen. Again, although Pei Han had given a warning, Bai Chuwei not only continued to go to school, but also frequently skipped class to sneak out. If Han knew I treated his sincere concern like wind passing by my ear, he probably wouldn't be very happy, right? But it was also something that really couldn't be helped. Who asked for so many people to want to see me now? She was now leisurely sipping tea while silently pondering. Last night after the live stream ended, first Zhongling called, saying that Zhao Zi's arrest had seriously affected the business of the Shengyi Institute. He begged Bai Chuwei to find a way to help. Money was not an issue. After that, Bai Zai also called with teary eyes, saying his master sent him crying messages every day, wanting to meet to discuss how to help him succeed in the world of artifact refinement. The two of them at this time pleaded in unison. Grandmaster, save us. Hearing this, she sighed helplessly and reluctantly agreed. All right then. We'll meet at the Shengyi Institute tomorrow. I'll handle both matters at once. Hearing this, the two of them cheered with immense joy. Chuwei, Grandmaster, long may you live. After hanging up, she was lost in thought. The matter at the Shengyi Institute is quite easy to handle. I just need to set up a spirit gathering array to drive away the evil spirits for Zhongling. But the matter related to Bai Zai's sect is a bit more complicated. They didn't even state their purpose clearly. What on earth do they want to discuss? After meeting, she was annoyed and took the initiative to speak. You two are Bai Zai's junior sister and master, right? Are you too sure you're going to continue to refuse to open your mouths and state your purpose, and just sit there dazed and staring at me? Hearing these words, the two people in front of her were immediately startled, stunned. Then Bai Zai's master couldn't help but be bewildered. She can say Bai Zai's name. Could it be that she is his beloved? The Grandmaster is actually a little girl? He then began to plead. I begged the Grandmaster to pass on the secrets of the Qi refining introductory period. The person beside him also hurriedly added, I begged the Grandmaster to guide me in sword flight. Seeing them so eager, Bai Chuwei also asked directly, generous assistance is not my usual style. May I ask what tangible benefits the Qingxian sect can offer me? Hearing this, the other party quickly replied, our Qingxian sect has many rare spiritual herbs. This junior can also add you to the cultivation group chat. Hearing these words, she was temporarily satisfied in her heart. He knows to offer spiritual pills. This old man is quite good at pleasing people. The cultivation group chat might also have useful information about spiritual herbs from all over, and that might not be bad either. After thinking for a moment, she nodded in agreement. All right, I'll go back and have Bai Zai transfer the cultivation technique to you. As for you, little girl, you haven't even entered the Qi refining stage. I'm afraid you'll suffer from lack of oxygen and feel unwell high up while flying on a sword. It's still safer to take a plane. That junior sister panicked and quickly spoke up. Grandmaster, do you mean that once I enter the Qi refining stage, you will guide me? Then I will come find you again at that time. The person beside her saw his disciple like this and couldn't help but feel a swell of pride, thinking to himself, I always say, the most important thing in cultivation is to be thick-skinned. When you meet a great figure, no matter how big, you must cling to them to ride their coattails. My seventh has truly grasped my teachings. Then the two of them spoke up to take their leave. Senior, If that's the case, this junior dares not disturb you any further. But before he could finish, Zhang Ling entered and said, Wei Wei, I've prepared the materials for the spirit array. Hearing this, Bai Zai's master excitedly suggested, this junior dares not disturb senior from setting up the spirit array. This junior and my disciple will stay by your side to guard you. But he had no idea that the person beside him had long been scorning him in her heart. Master's face is way too thick. Isn't it just that he wants to stay and see what kind of spirit array the Grand Master can set up? At this time, Bai Chu Wei also spoke up. I know, I'll go over now. As for you guys, if you want to watch, then watch, just don't get in the way. Hearing this, he couldn't contain his excitement and shouted, The Grand Master is amazing, but the junior sister shyly stopped him. Master, can you tone it down a bit? I can't stand it anymore. After a while, they arrive at the place. Zhang Ling spoke first. It's right here. Hearing this, she waved her hand, not forgetting to instruct, everyone back up 2 meters, spirit gathering array. Open. The people behind were astonished to see that scene. Zhang Ling cupped her face and exclaimed excitedly, It seems there really is some kind of aura. I feel like both my body and mind have been relaxed and relieved. Bai Zai's master was just as surprised. This array is so powerful. Cultivating in this spirit gathering array for 1 day is equivalent to cultivating on Qingxian Mountain for a whole month. After a while, she also finished. Looking at the person behind her, she instructed, I have set up a small spirit gathering array. Then, the guests who frequent the Xingyi Institute will also be surrounded by spiritual energy, which has a very good effect of brightening and rejuvenating. From today, start renovating the Xingyi Institute and, at the same time, promote it widely to the upper class. The person opposite heard this and hurriedly replied, Understood. Xu Hui has become more youthful. She is the best living advertisement. Suddenly, a figure rushed over. His eyes sparkled as he looked at her and said, Hey, Madam Boss, is your Xingyi Institute hiring security guards? His actions horrified the person opposite, who tried her best to refuse. No, we don't hire someone as old as you to be a security guard. But the man refused to give up. Madam Boss, please reconsider. I am the head of the Qingxian sect. I'm very powerful. His actions made his disciple behind him feel ashamed. Master is so embarrassing. I really want to throw him away and get a new one. As for Bai Chu Wei, who was behind, she couldn't help but sigh and think to herself upon seeing the scene. For a small spirit gathering array, he doesn't even want to be the sect head anymore. Is it that serious? Thousands of years ago, I used 7 high mountains as guides to set up the 7 Stars Dragon Vein array spanning thousands of kilometers, protecting a dynasty for nearly 1,000 years from destruction. This spirit gathering array in front of me is nothing. 2. In this world, is there anyone else who could be by my side? Who has such a broad vision as I do? While she was lost in thought, she suddenly heard a call. Baby, come with me. At this moment, Duan Fan appeared. He took her hand and gently pulled her away. As she followed him, she teased him relentlessly. Han Han, you keep saying I'm not serious about my studies. But you're not being serious either. It's your work time now, isn't it? After hearing these words, he looked at her shyly and replied, I feel that you are more important than work. This made her stop and ponder. I can't believe Han Han's conversational skills have improved so much in just 2 short days. Then she asked innocently, So what on earth happened? Is the sky about to fall? Don't worry, Han Han. Even if the sky really falls, this old ancestor will hold it up for you. Seeing that scene, he suddenly chuckled and said softly, Sophie has really read too many overbearing CEO novels. Besides, wouldn't these words be more appropriate if I said them? On the way, the person next to him kept updating. The situation, the news that third brother will retire from the industry tomorrow, is getting hotter. Some fans heard the news from the mouths of those who attended the wedding. Since you appeared, third brother's mood has changed drastically. Moreover, the day you want to give a gift was also seen by quite a few people. These crazy fans are blaming everything on you in Tong Wenru and want to take revenge. Hearing this, she exclaimed in surprise, Is it just for this small matter? But Duan Fan beside her didn't think so. Those crazy fans are all female students. They have a strong tendency to bully. I'm afraid you'll be blocked on the road. At this moment, a group of female students suddenly appeared in front of his car, forcing him to brake quickly. After stopping the car, his face darkened as he cursed unhappily. They're really crazy, willing to risk their lives just to block a car. But the person next to him quickly reassured him. It's okay. Don't drive anymore. I, on the other hand, want to see what these crazy fans want to do to me. Then she unbuckled her seatbelt, lowered the car window with a provocative attitude. Not coming over? At the same time, this action caused the shirt at her waist to be pulled up, which was very revealing, making the person in the driver's seat shyly turn away. At this moment, she raised her voice and asked, "Are you guys looking for me to teach me a lesson?" But when the female student in front saw her, her face flushed. She couldn't stop thinking, this person is so beautiful, and her voice is so nice. How could a goddess like this do anything wrong? The one at fault must be me. The opponent is attacking with beauty. The effect is outstanding. Then, one of them tried to resist the daze and stepped forward to question, "Do you know that Duan Xiaoqi has retired from the entertainment industry?" At the wedding, Yu and Tong Wen, while speaking, she kept reminding herself, "No, I can't be mesmerized by this beauty. Think of Xiaoqi. Think of our purpose." At this, the person opposite just smiled and asked in return, "Isn't Duan Xiaoqi an adult? Why do you feel his decision is because of me?" Hearing this, the female student opposite panicked and stammered, that is, but the fans in the group said, but before she could finish, Chu Wei interrupted, "Don't be led by the nose and instigated by others. Instead of spending time tracking my movements and blocking my way like this, you might as well go home and study hard." Then she raised the window. The car then slowly rolled away, leaving the 3 female students behind. At this point, she looked at the person next to her and said smugly, "Just a group of young female students, so easy to deal with. And you even gave me a warning last night and came to find me specifically today for this." Hearing that, Duan Fein blandly provided more information. "These kids were just to make you let your guard down. However, I just received news. The fan club's special assistant has been arrested while conspiring with others. You don't need to worry anymore." Hearing this, she became even more interested in teasing him. So to speak, poor Han Han's attempt to save the damsel in distress has failed. Does the old ancestor need to step in and comfort you a little? At this moment, his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He reminded her coldly, "By Chu Wei, I'm driving now. Don't disturb me." The person next to him then mocked, "What are you afraid of? I'm here. I absolutely won't let you get into a car accident." That's right. Han, was it beautiful just now? As she spoke, she lifted a small part of her shirt. That action and those words made him blush like a thief caught in the act. At this moment, Shueqiu held the phone and hurriedly announced, "Old ancestor, someone named Qing Xian just added you to a cultivation group." Hearing that, Bai Chuwei also picked up her phone to check for a moment, then couldn't help but exclaim, "This Qing Xian really acts fast." At this time, the group chat was very lively. "Your old ancestor has officially joined the group chat." Immediately, the account with the nickname Heavenly Sun True Man messaged, "Newbie, show your profile picture. Send a red envelope." Ci Loose Immortal also sent an identical message. "Newbie, show your profile picture. Send a red envelope." In Seclusion, Do Not Disturb also sent another message. The one above, +1. Also, the newbie should change their name to the group nickname. At this time, Bai Zai's master, Qing Xian, read those messages and his expression became very ugly. He couldn't stop cursing inwardly. What are these people doing? Didn't I clearly tell them? This is a top-tier big shot, someone who can even set up a spirit gathering array. Speaking so casually like that, the big shot won't get angry and leave the group, right? But unexpectedly, she generously sent a message to the whole group. "Everyone, the red envelope isn't much. I'm only sending out 20. It's up to fate if you get one." These words made him extremely excited, showing his fierce determination. Oh, the big shot is giving out red envelopes. Even mosquito leg is still meat. I must grab one. Then the red envelope was sent. He shouted in astonishment, "Foundation Establishment Pill. Is it the Foundation Establishment Pill I've been dreaming of for so long?" Then he quickly messaged the group to ask, "Son, Senior, I got a Foundation Establishment Pill. Is this Foundation Establishment Pill the kind of Foundation Establishment Pill I'm thinking of?" After reading those lines, she was slightly stunned for a moment, but quickly typed a message. "Is there another kind of Foundation Establishment Pill? Isn't it a spirit pill that allows you to immediately establish your foundation upon eating it?" You guys wait there. I'm folding a paper crane. I'll send it over to you guys in a bit. Immediately, everyone in the group chat sent a series of dots. Over here, a loud thud was suddenly heard, attracting the attention of passers-by. They couldn't help but look over curiously. Qing Xian was now kneeling at his disciples' feet. This made the surrounding people even more stunned. What's going on? They're not bullying an old man, are they? The other person was scared and hurriedly urged him. Master, please get up quickly. Don't embarrass yourself further. For better or worse, you are the head of the Qing Xian sect. But at this moment, his expression was even worse. He grabbed her shoulders and yelled, Disciple, you don't understand. Your master here is so excited my legs have gone soft. I'm only in the late stage of qi refining. I've lived for so many years, but still haven't found the secret to breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Now the opportunity is right in front of me. How can I not be excited? A precious spirit pill like the foundation establishment pill, that big shot is just giving it away. This is truly a golden thigh to hug. There's real hope for revitalizing the sect. At this moment, another message arrived. His hand trembled as he opened his phone. Old Ancestor, among the groups of people, is the one with the highest cultivation and nascent soul stage cultivator. After reading it, he couldn't help but admire her. Truly a big shot. Her standards are so high. She asked about the nascent soul stage as soon as she joined. Then he quickly sent her a private message. Senior, please allow me to say these words to you privately. Right now, it's not even certain if we can find a single nascent soul stage grand cultivator in all of Huaxia. How could this small group have one? The most powerful person in the group is the Hengshan Hermit, but he is currently in seclusion drawing talismans. He said he wants to earn a large sum of money before graduating from high school. But senior, please don't be disappointed. The cultivation of the Taoist friend named Wu Ming in the group is probably the highest. He can point out the existing obstacles of the Taoist friends in the group. It's just that he's only online a few times a month. After reading these lines, Bai Chuwei couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, no way. There isn't even a nascent soul stage cultivator? So this group is really full of trash? Am I a full-level big shot in the wrong newbie group? Then she noticed the person named Wu Ming. She pondered inwardly, but this Wu Ming's avatar looks a bit familiar. Could it be an enemy? While she was dazed, Xueqio's voice rang out as if it would pierce her eardrums. Old Ancestor looked quickly. Seeing it pointing at the screen in a panic, she quickly reassured it. Xueqio, don't be afraid. Oh my god. Inside is her account information on the Salted Fish app. It turned out that the screen was displaying countless humorous comments from netizens. A panoramic view of the world's top mathematicians. A new creature on Salted Fish, Sha. I'm a PhD researcher in the mathematics department. My tears fell last night. I only understood up to the second page of that proof. I feel like I won't be able to graduate with my PhD this year. Brother upstairs, don't cry anymore. My professor told me that being able to understand 2 pages of the proof already makes you a rare talent in Huaxia's mathematics circle. I only understood half a page, so what can I say? Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. I want to tell my mom that I'm separated from the world's #1 mathematician by a phone screen, but it's close contact. Please, big shot, reply me once. I will die with no regrets. After reading, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, isn't it just a minor Chen's conjecture? Is it necessary to be so excited? The behavior of netizens today is really hard to understand. But since everyone is so enthusiastic, then let's open a live stream today. Xueqio, get ready. It heard this and replied excitedly, yes, ma'am. After half an hour of live streaming, the number of online viewers had reached 10,000. Bai Chuwei's faint voice continued the lecture. All right, if everyone understands this part, then do some exercises to consolidate your knowledge first. If you understand, type 1. If you don't understand, type 1. I suggest those who type 2 go back to elementary school directly. At most, you'll get into a vocational school after graduation. At this moment, Xueqio was looking at the live stream, feeling that something was not right. Squeak, squeak. This data really doesn't match our popularity. Squeak, squeak. Actually, when the live first started, many people came to watch, but they only watched for a few minutes and then left. Hearing this, she used sound transmission on it. Maybe they came to watch for entertainment at first. If there's nothing fun, it's normal for them to leave. Among the people who stayed, some are really here to learn, and some are curious, wanting to see how the person who solved the math conjecture teaches high school math. At this time, it crossed its arms with a dark face and continued. Also, just now, the announcement said Yin Yin also started a live stream. The number of online viewers over there is continuing to skyrocket, almost rivaling you. But at this moment, she seemed unconcerned. Turning back to the board, she raised her voice. All right, let's continue with the next part. But in her heart, she thought calmly. It's fine. Once you've tasted delicacies, you won't like boiled cabbage. Those fans of Tong Xinyan will sooner or later understand who the truly useful academic streamer is. Then, some comments appear that annoyed by Chu Wei. This is a waste of talent, a real waste of talent. Streamer, how can you teach high school math? I can't accept it. Streamer, you should be the hope of Huaxia's mathematics circle. You should go to university, to a research institute. How can you be here neglecting your proper duties? At this point, she frowned, but still tried to remain calm and replied, First, I don't think teaching students who are eager to learn is neglecting my proper duties. Second, I'm just a very ordinary new video creator in the learning zone. Is the livestream room manager here? Please return the gift to the friend who was just gifting. Our 3 views don't align. I can't accept his gift. As soon as she finished speaking, a ding sound was heard. System reminder. The livestream room manager Han Han is online. System reminder. The user, I just can't see talent being wasted, has been muted. After hearing the announcement, she looked at the phone in surprise, feeling bewildered. Shouldn't Duan Fan be busy dealing with the news of his third brother's retirement right now? This future villain boss has too much free time. At this moment, next to a hot cup of coffee, Duan Fan was still intently watching her live stream. Duan Jingye, helpless but kind, offered a reminder. Gifting and being the live stream room manager, 4th uncle, you really care a lot about Wei Wei. But from what I see with your current methods, the chance of successfully pursuing Wei Wei is still close to 0. But when he saw the murderous look on the other person's face, he cowardly and hurriedly explained. 4th uncle, what I mean is that Wei Wei accepted the house my dad gave her without even blinking. This shows that she doesn't value material gifts. If you want to give a gift, you have to pay attention to the small things in daily life. He thought it made sense after hearing it. So he reined in his murderous aura, lowered his head, and asked in return, Be more specific. As if he had been waiting for this moment, Jingye quickly took out his phone and replied excitedly, 4th uncle, didn't you see that Wei Wei has been talking for so long? Isn't she thirsty? If I were you, I would immediately take out my phone to order milk tea, send snacks, and send delicious food over to check on her. Don't feel that this action is insignificant. Girls are moved by these small things. After hearing this, the person opposite thought with a gloomy expression, but Chu Wei doesn't seem to have anything she particularly likes. While hesitating, he suddenly recalled by Chu Wei's humble request at the Duan family's party. That's right, she likes that. I know what to order for her. Night gradually fell. At the Bai family villa, Bai Chu Wei's indifferent voice was heard. All right, that's all for tonight. While she was packing up her live streaming equipment, her phone suddenly buzzed with a notification. As soon as she opened it, she saw a message from Duan Fan. You've worked hard. I've ordered some of your favorite dishes for you. They should be arriving soon. Such small, thoughtful actions couldn't help but move her. She thought to herself, I never expected Duan Fan to be so considerate and thoughtful. Although I have long since achieved Bigu and no longer need to eat or drink, the feeling of being cared for and remembered by others is still very pleasant. Soon, the delivery person arrived. Seeing Annie Chun come out to receive the items, the person asked blankly, It's food for Miss Bai. Are you accepting it on her behalf? She heard this and nodded in response. Yes, just give it to me. But after smelling the food, her face suddenly turned pale, and she covered her mouth and immediately dropped the bag. Seeing this from behind, she shouted in alarm. Be careful. Shueqiu, who was nearby, also quickly rushed over to catch the bag of food. Squeak, squeak, my fried chicken. After catching the bag, it ran off at the speed of a rocket, leaving her standing behind, thinking helplessly this round hamster. Auntie Chun, standing beside her, was no better. She stared blankly for a while, then quietly observed the person next to her, her heart filled with suspicion. But just smelling fried food makes her nauseous? Looking at Annie Chen's symptoms, could it be that she's pregnant? It seems the second branch of the Bai family is about to have another storm. As soon as she returned to her room, she saw Shueqiu with a round belly rolling around excitedly, constantly muttering in admiration. So delicious, so delicious. Her expression was extremely ugly at this moment. She frowned and her voice was cold. You're quite something, daring to eat the food Duan Fan sent. For me, seeing that Bai Chu Wei seemed angry, it immediately sat up and explained. The old ancestor doesn't like to eat fried food anyway. Xueqiu is just preventing food waste. But hearing this, she was still not appeased, crossing her arms and thinking to herself, it's true that people in the cultivation world prefer light food and dislike greasy things. But this fried chicken was specially prepared for me by Duan Fan. Why do I care about that? Really, forget it. Then she left using a wall-passing technique. Xueqiu saw this and asked blankly, Old ancestor, it's so late. Where are you going? Outside. She used a flying spell, then turned her head and smiled in reply. I'm going to find Duan Fan to ask for food. At this moment in the bathroom, Duan Fan, with his hair still wet and his body fresh from a shower, stepped out. Suddenly, a voice was heard that startled him. Han Han, why is it that every time I sneak over, it's always when you're taking a shower? Then he saw a figure sitting comfortably on the bed. The other person was stunned for a moment, then blushed and asked hurriedly, Why are you here? She didn't answer right away, but moved closer. She poked his firm chest muscle with one hand and teased, Taking a hot shower? It seems Han Han isn't having any strange dreams. Huh? But after saying that, he turned his face away, drying his hair while pretending to be sulky. Did you come to find your third brother again? And just drop by to see me? Sensing the jealousy in his words, the person behind him deliberately teased him even more. Han Han, are you angry because I came specifically to find Duan Shochi last time? Then she snatched the towel from his hand and placed her hands on his shoulders, pushing him gently. This time I clearly came specifically to find you, Han Han. How about it? Are you a little happier now? Although the other person was shy, just a second later, he was helpless as he saw the person next to him trying to stand on tiptoe to pat his head. After a moment, he tilted his head to let her pat it, then smiled gently and asked, Did you get the food? Do you like it? Hearing the question, Bai Chu Wei could only sigh helplessly. Han Han, do you have some misunderstanding about my taste? I don't like to eat fried food. Everything you bought was eaten by my pet. After hearing the answer, Duan Fan's heart was filled with confusion. It turns out all the fried food before was prepared by Chu Wei for her pet. All this time, I have completely misunderstood her preferences. At this moment, the other person's hand moved gently from his head to his neck, her voice slow and enchanting. My taste is exactly the same as yours, Han Han. Hearing these words made him flustered. He thought in confusion, my taste, she knows it. It turns out she knows me better than I know myself. Meanwhile, she was also secretly pleased, thinking, as someone who has read the novel, I understand the future villain's settings better than anyone. Small details like eating habits absolutely cannot be wrong. However, at this moment, he suddenly turned his back, his voice calm. You don't need to come tomorrow morning. Hearing these words made the person behind him dissatisfied, thinking to herself with incomprehension. Why did he suddenly say this? His mood changes so erratically. He's truly worthy of being the future villain. But Bai Chu Wei had no idea that a sense of unease was rising in his heart. Tonight, I will definitely lose control and dream of her again. If she suddenly appears again, she will definitely catch me unable to sleep at 5 in the morning, having to take a cold shower to wake up. Then, as he was changing, he tilted his head and asked, So what did you come to find me for now? Your previous live stream explaining Chen's conjecture got a very high viewership, and you also receive a lot of gifts. If you came to discuss the income sharing percentage. But before he could finish his sentence, the person behind him blushed and quickly cut him off. Stop right there. Who came to negotiate business with you? The fast food you gave me was eaten. Of course, I have to come and ask you to order a replacement. But in her heart, she was secretly fuming. This guy thinks I'm a client. He's truly living up to his setting as a ruthless person dedicated to his work, always thinking about making money. It's a pity that such a dedicated person is not my younger brother. 2. At the same time, his mind was in turmoil from her words. Came to ask for food. If she really doesn't like to eat it, why would she care so much? Could it be that I can understand it as because of me? Then he slowly spoke. Let me make you some sweet rice balls. Hearing this, she ran after him like a happy little squirrel and asked, Han Han, you really know how to make that? Duan Fan replied gently at this time. Yes, my parents used to make it for me when I was little. It's just that they don't anymore. At this moment, the person behind him spoke softly. Death was never the end. Only being forgotten is the true end. Duan Fan heard this and held her back. Then he turned his head to look at her and asked, So you always remember that person and don't want to forget? Unexpectedly, she nodded in confirmation without any hesitation. That's right. I don't want to forget either. Hearing these words, he couldn't help but think with a sour heart, it's Bai Yue Guang again. At this moment, a bowl of hot and fragrant sweet rice balls was ready. Bai Chuwei ate the whole bowl without restraint and praised it endlessly. The taste is really not bad, Han Han. In the future, if your company is taken over by someone else and you're kicked out of your house, then go to the dessert street to make a living. I will come to support your business every day. Hearing these words, the person next to him thought helplessly. Even if I were more miserable and pathetic, I wouldn't end up on the streets selling desserts to survive. However, at this moment, Duan Fan's gaze rested on the person next to him. His deep and warm voice rang out. Okay, if you like it, come here every night. I'll leave the window open for you. Looking at that handsome face, her heart suddenly stirred. Since when did this future villain know how to please others like this? I was just joking for fun. Besides, coming to climb through a man's window every night feels too much like a secret affair. No, what am I thinking? Is Duan Fan trying to make an offering? Could it be that he has thought it through? Is he really preparing to be my younger brother? Then she put down the dessert bowl, stood up excitedly, looked at the person next to her, and said, Well, Han Han, see you tonight. The person behind could only watch her retreating back, his heart in turmoil. She actually agreed. Then her footsteps slowly walked out onto the balcony, then gently flew towards Bai Chuwei. At the same time, the person behind her quietly watched her figure leave. Smiling dotingly, he thought to himself, Xingjiao was right. To deal with Chuwei, you have to be thick-skinned. As long as you're not embarrassed, the one who gets embarrassed will be someone else. Suddenly, Duan Xingjia's WeChat received a 200 yuan transfer notification from his dear fourth uncle. Seeing what had just happened, the boy was bewildered, not understanding what was going on. The next morning at No. 1 High School, the students were chattering non-stop. Have you seen the video from the TikToker Han E that I sent you? The person opposite heard the question and immediately replied, You mean the master who specializes in explaining Chen's conjectures, right? Of course I've seen it. I feel like her videos have a special charm. Before, there were a lot of solutions I didn't quite get, but after listening to her, I remember them all clearly. The person next to them quickly chimed in. Maybe this is the magic of an outstanding teacher. Hearing the chatter, Bai Chuwei smiled and thought to herself, It's just as I predicted. Today, many students at school are discussing my live stream. Students are a group that loves to share the most. As long as I consistently stream and use the community to spread the word, my live room will sooner or later become a hit among the student community. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice came from behind. What fairy teacher are you all discussing? Isn't that a bit too much hype? Those words all reached her ears. She turned her head towards the source of the voice. Just then, Su Xingshan continued in a loud voice. I already watched his video early this morning, but it's not very effective. Hearing this, the other person replied with unconcealed disdain. Is there a difference? Do you have to watch the live stream live for it to be effective? Is there some big secret or something amazing about it? At this moment, she had just returned to her seat. She spoke slowly. The difference is, class president, you've committed a violation. Hearing who had just spoken, he immediately frowned, his face darkening. He gritted his teeth and said, What violation? What do you mean, classmate Bai? She leisurely rested her chin on her hand, looked at him, and replied, Because that fairy teacher doesn't allow recording, clipping, or distributing videos. What you watched was a pirated copy. Be careful, or you might receive a court summons. Although Su Xingshan felt a little panicked inside, he still retorted stubbornly, Classmate Bai, don't try to scare me. The internet is full of pirated recordings. But she continued, Who knows? You might just be the first one to get caught. Hearing this, he was shaken internally. If the Duan family found out he was sued for copyright infringement, Grandpa would probably be even less likely to let him return to the family. As expected, nothing good ever happens when I run into Bai Chuwei. He then frantically took out his phone and started doing something. Someone not far away watched his actions intently and thought to themselves, to think he hid it for so long. It seems the class president has saved quite a few videos. Then he turned to the person next to him and asked, Duan Xingjia, are your illusions shattered? Hearing this, the boy just sighed helplessly and replied, No, I'm just a little disappointed. We clearly used to attack those who pirated videos together, but it turns out he was secretly doing it himself. I'll just consider it as me misjudging him before. As for Su Xingshan, he frowned upon hearing those words, feeling a surge of jealousy. What? Duan Xingjia, on what grounds do you look at me with that kind of gaze? Dad already said it. You're not as good as me in any way. What right do you have to be disappointed in me? Then he gave a sinister smile and spoke provocatively. Xingjia, has Dad taken you to the mountain to offer incense yet? Dad said that the lay Buddhist on Mount Hengshan recently drew some blessing talismans for passing the Gaokao smoothly. He's planning to buy 2 for you and me. At this, his face turned pale. He thought to himself, offer incense. Ever since Dad gave Chuwei a house last time, he hasn't come home even once. He never mentioned any of this. As expected, he has never truly cared about me, his son. The more he thought, the tighter he gripped his pen. Meanwhile, although Su Xingshan wore a gentle smile on his face, he was gloating inwardly. That's right. Sad, sorrowful pain, right? Even if you watch that fairy teacher's videos and study hard, the son that Dad dotes on is still only me. At this moment, the sound of a blackboard being tapped was heard. She then coldly threw a bucket of cold water on him. Classmate Su, you keep mentioning Dad. Those who don't know might think that an illegitimate son like you has already taken the Duan surname and officially returned to the Duan family. His face paled, but he quickly tried to cover it up. Grandpa already agreed with me and Dad. If my Gaokao results are good, at least better than Xingjia's, he will let me return to the Duan family. He can't go back on his word. My return is just a matter of time. Hearing this, her eyes suddenly darkened, a cold glint flashing within as she thought to herself. Agreed? Does he really think I don't know anything? Back then, the father and son pair, Su Xingshan and Duan Teheo, didn't even give old Master Duan a chance to speak. Then she said lightly in a loud voice, Classmate Su, you're a bit too arrogant. The Gaokao hasn't even happened yet. Are you so sure your score will be higher than Duan Xingjia's? Hearing this, he quickly regained his composure and replied, Classmate Bai, it's not that I'm arrogant. In the last mock exam, Xingjia scored a whole 10 points lower than me. But Bai Chuwei didn't back down and spoke up. As long as I perform consistently, I can't say I'll be the top scorer, but I'll definitely be in the top 50 of the entire county. Then, ignoring Su Xingshan, she walked out, then turned to pat Xingjia's head comfortingly. Duan Xingjia, focus on the teacher's lecture. I have high hopes for you. Suddenly, he looked at her and asked worriedly, Wei, what did you mean by that just now? You're not planning to pull a trick on Su Xingshan, are you? Even though I don't like him, the college entrance exam is very important for a student. Hearing his worries, she quickly reassured him. Don't worry, I'm very lenient with exam candidates. Otherwise, would he and Bai Yinin have been able to prance around in front of me for so long? But just because I don't do anything doesn't mean nothing will happen to him. After all, the dark color between his eyebrows is a sign of great misfortune. At this moment, Duan Teheo was sitting in his room, his face weary, letting out a helpless sigh. He then kept asking himself, Sai, how did things turn out like this? A few hours earlier, he had bowed earnestly, painstakingly pleading, Lay Buddhist Hengshan, I've come this time to ask for 2 peace talismans for passing the Gaokao smoothly. Hearing this, the person opposite him just casually glanced back and said, 2? Unfortunate. I only have 1 jade talisman left. Then, he couldn't hide his frustration. It's all because of those mortals in the kitchen. They absolutely refuse to provide more explanations about the fruits. That little bit of cucumber juice is simply not enough to meet the demand. Hearing these words, the man beside him panicked and hurriedly said, There's only 1 left? But I have 2 sons. He still had a bit of conscience left, thinking, although this child Xingjia is unlikable, he is my biological son after all. If he does well on the exam, I'll also gain some face. The person opposite him was losing patience and urged Mr. Duan, are you going to buy it or not? This jade talisman of mine costs 500,000. It's a reasonable price. If you don't buy it, there are still many people waiting behind you. Hearing this, he anxiously replied, Bye. I'll take the 1. Back in the present, he looked at the jade talisman in his hand and muttered with a sigh. This spirit talisman is indeed made of real jade. It's white jade on the outside, but interspersed with green veins on the inside. Although the exterior isn't very exquisite, polished into a teardrop shape. Sigh, why is there only 1 of such a good thing left? He thought wearily, what should I do now? Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. This jade talisman for passing the Gaokao smoothly. Who on earth should I give it to? Just then, someone was heard entering. The lights were also turned on. Su Xingshan, having just returned, saw him and exclaimed excitedly, Dad, you're back? Startled by the sound, Duan Teheo looked over. Xingshan, why are you back so late? Why didn't you come home earlier to prepare for your exams? Hearing the question, his expression darkened slightly as he replied in a low voice, I went to the detention center to visit Mom. I told her that I'll be taking the Gaokao in a few days and told her not to worry about me. Hearing these words, a trace of compassion arose in his heart. That's right, Xingxin's mother is in prison. The boy now only has me, his father, by his side. Moreover, if Xingxin's Gaokao results don't meet the requirements this time, I'll have no reason to persuade the old master to let the boy return to the Duan family. After some deliberation, he finally decided to hand over the precious item. Xingxin, this is a protective jade talisman that Dad specially went to pray for you. Remember to wear it to the exam. You'll definitely get a good score. Seeing the jade talisman, he said joyfully, "Thank you, Dad. But why is there only one? What about Xingjia's?" These words, though angelic, carried a hidden agenda. After hearing the question, Duan Teheo waved his hand dismissively and said coldly, with his grades, "This thing would be useless anyway. It's enough that you have one. In a few days, I'll give him something else." Hearing this, he smiled like an obedient son. "Then thank you, Dad." Afterward, his mind was filled with deep thoughts. In other words, Duan Xingjia isn't getting this jade talisman, right? Well then, with that thought, Su Xingxin immediately posted on his social media to show off. He didn't forget to tag Xingjia, a protective jade talisman that Dad prayed for from Lei Buddhist Tangshan. Hope that both I and Duan Xingjia can pass the Gaokao smoothly. Then, he smiled smugly to himself. Although doing this is a bit much, if Duan Xingjia's pre-exam state of mind collapses, the situation will be advantageous for me. Every man for himself, and the devil take the hindmost. As for the brotherly bond between us, I'll nurture it later after I've successfully returned to the Duan family. Half an hour later at the Duan residence, Bai Chu Wei was leisurely eating sweet soup in the kitchen, thinking to herself as she looked at her phone. This original male lead, if his methods were a bit more refined, I might think a little more highly of him. Unfortunately, you reap what you sow. The reason for the darkness between his eyebrows has now been found. As for Duan Xingjia's state, with Fain keeping an eye on him, there probably won't be any major issues. Regarding that jade talisman daring to meddle with the Gaokao, is that Lei Buddhist Tangshan insane? Since we're in the same group, I guess I'll have to give him a little warning. At the same time, a message from Hangshan appeared in the cultivation group chat. I'm out of seclusion. Fellow Taoists, please help me out a bit. Help me promote the Gaokao jade talismans. Times have been tough lately. Just then, she sent a reminder message. Late Buddhist Hangshan, protective talismans are not allowed in the Gaokao. Seeing this, he was puzzled. Fellow Taoist, why do you sound just like the nameless Taoist? Don't worry, with my jade talisman, you can wear it like jewelry into the Gaokao. Seeing his stubbornness, she just replied indifferently. Be careful of getting noticed by the Natural Resources Management Bureau. Let's not discuss it further. That's all I can say. Then she calmly thought to herself, in the group, only the nameless Taoist is a true practitioner. As for that Lei Buddhist Tangshan, all he thinks about all day is making money through dishonest tricks. He can just wait for the day he reaps the consequences. At the same time, Duan Fan walked over and asked softly, "Have you finished your late-night snack?" Seeing him, Bai Chu Wei replied excitedly like a good child, "I'm done." Henan's late-night snack-making skills are really not bad. Today's sweet dumplings were delicious. Hearing these words, he thought in surprise, the promise to come for a late-night snack every day. Chu Wei is actually keeping it. Then he said in a low, warm voice, "I'm glad you like it." At this, she also stood up, looking at her phone as she spoke. I've rested for half an hour. I should go back and continue tutoring the students for the Gaokao. Suddenly, he remembered something he needed to tell her. By the way, Chu Wei, the word of mouth for your live room is getting better and better. Many netizens are leaving comments on Hanyu's official Weibo page praising your videos, calling for the official page to increase your traffic recommendations. He then opened his phone. An account named Can't Learn posted, "Gossip about the drama. The vote count is so low, but for the fairy teacher to make it onto the charts after just a short time streaming is already amazing." It was accompanied by a picture. "Fairy teacher saved my dog life." Fairy teacher has no recommendations, no PL, and she still made it into the top 10. Hanyu official, get to work. Hanyu, quickly arrange recommendations for the fairy teacher. Other educational streamers have promotion teams every day, only the fairy teacher has nothing. Truly, a talented person doesn't need to worry about not being popular. Fairy teacher, I love you the most. I hope more underachieving students can see the fairy teacher. She explains problems so clearly. I understood it after just one listen and could solve it right away. Gaokao retreat. Official channel. Quickly arrange recommendations for the fairy teacher. The exam is soon. For every one more person who sees the fairy teacher's video, one less family will be broken by the Gaokao. Then Duan Feiyun continued. The official team and I have read and compiled the hot comments. In the next few days, I will help you arrange an app opening recommendation once. Hearing this, Bai Chu Wei clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at him. Then I'll have to thank my little fans and you, Henin. This news truly made her heart flutter with joy. Just in time, the female lead has also signed the high-stakes agreement with Hanyu. It's time to make a move. The next morning, a piercing scream rang out. Why is it like this? Why has my livestream viewership dropped so much? Afterward, Tong Qingyan posted a query. Fairy Tale Yin. Why have so many of you stopped coming to Yin's live streams recently? Yin is so sad. She quickly received many apologetic comments. Yin fan group number 30. Sorry, Yin. I feel like watching the fairy teacher's live stream and listening to her lectures is much more effective for my studies. Yin fan group number 50. Me too. Besides, the fairy teacher's live streams always clash with Yin's, so I can only choose one. Yin fan group number 2. I truly love Yin. How could you fake fans treat Yin like this? After the Gaokao, you'll be sorry. Sorry, but there's no other way. The Gaokao is almost here. Grades are more important. Understanding the root of the problem made her feel flustered, unable to find a solution. It's related to that fairy teacher again? What should I do? If I still can't find a way to solve this and fail to complete the bed agreement, I'll definitely be sued to death. At the same time, at the Bai residence, Bai Chu Wei also quickly grasped the situation. Holding flowers in her arms, she couldn't stop feeling joyful. Smells so good. Now that the pressure is on the female lead, Tong Qingyan, what will you do? I'm really looking forward to it. Inside the Duan residence, the phone suddenly rang. Ring. The other party quickly picked up. Hello, may I ask who this is? Tong Qingyan on the other end of the line stammered in a panic. Fourth master, it's me, Qingyan. Tong Qingyan. Hearing that name, he frowned slightly. He couldn't help but wonder. I thought that after third brother rejected the marriage with the Tong family, the connection between our two families was severed. Why is this? After a moment of silence, he asked coldly, what do you want? Hearing that indifferent tone made her feel a little guilty. Why does Fourth Master's voice sound so cold? Can't he hear the sorrow and helplessness in my voice? After a moment of hesitation, she gathered her courage and spoke. Fourth Master, can you help me? You probably know that I have a bet with Hanyu Video. Before Tong Qingyan could finish her sentence, the person on the other end immediately cut her off. I didn't know about the bet. I also know that Hanyu Video has provided you with business support and a lot of resources, but the results were not as expected. Hearing these words, she was so shocked that her face turned pale. He then continued indifferently. As a businessman, I only care about benefits. Miss Tong, instead of crying and begging me for help here, you might as well think of a way to complete that agreement. Hearing this, she no longer maintained her school belle facade and screamed in protest. Does Fourth Master mean you don't want to help? Fourth Master, what if the person in trouble today was Bai Chu Wei? Would you also be so cold and tell her that a businessman only cares about benefits? But the reply was only certainty and firmness in the voice from the other side. That won't happen. And Duan Feiyun was silently affirming something in his heart. She will never face such difficulties. Bai Chu Wei's words echoed in his ears. Henin, this is a dream. Wake up quickly. Henin, don't worry. Even if there were 100 more of these demonic cultivators, I could crush them all instantly. Henin, how about I enter your dream? Henin, are you happy now? As he thought of this, he suddenly smiled unconsciously, his mind not shying away from admitting one thing. Chu Wei, she is even stronger than me. Then he coldly reminded her, Miss Tong, don't call me again. He then quickly hung up. At this moment, Tong Qingyan completely broke down. She held her head, thinking non-stop. Duan Feiyun, when I needed your help the most, you ruthlessly pushed me into the abyss, trampling my sincerity under your feet. I've liked you for so many years. Why would you treat me like this? Then she screamed. After a moment, she anxiously gritted her teeth and schemed. It seems I can only rely on myself. My traffic plummeted because of that fairy teacher. If I want to solve this problem, I can only start with her. While Bai Chu Wei was enjoying some leisure time, relaxing next to Snowball, she was interrupted by a sudden phone call. It gnawed on an apple and hurriedly exclaimed, Ancestor, Tong Qingyan is calling again. Including this one, this is the third time. Ancestor's phone has been too busy these past few days. First, it was the major educational and training institutions calling to recruit you. Now, there's this persistent Tong Qingyan. I really can't figure out why she can keep calling someone like this. Hearing this, she flicked her finger indifferently before explaining. Duan Fan is a ruthless money-making machine without a shred of human feeling. It definitely won't help Tong Qingyan with the activities in the bed agreement. Her only way now is to find the master who stole her traffic. After hearing this, Snowball's eyes suddenly sparkled as it offered a rebuttal. How is Duan Fan ruthless and unfeeling? He even specially gave me fast food a few days ago. I'm actually starting to suspect that I'm the main character, not the dream lover of Duan Fan. These words made her pause for a moment. Then she gently admitted, "You're not wrong." Henin is indeed very loyal and kind to this ancestor. While the two were chatting, the phone rang again, startling both master and servant. It held its head in fear and asked, "Ancestor, what about that Tong Qingyan? Should we block her?" But the person beside it replied calmly, "No need. Just ignore her for a little longer. I'm still very much looking forward to seeing what beneficial project the female lead can propose to persuade me." Meanwhile, on the other side, Tong Qingyan was burning with anxiety. Why hasn't she picked up yet? It's been over half an hour. Could the phone number the Hanyu director gave me be wrong? While she was panicking, a voice came through. "Hello." The sound startled her, and she couldn't stop thinking. She picked up. The voice is so young. I just can't tell if it's male or female. But her curiosity was quickly pushed aside. She hurriedly said, "Excuse me, are you the fairy teacher? I'm the top educational streamer, Fairy Tale Yin Yin. I'd like to invite you to do a joint live stream for mutual benefit. Would that be possible?" Hearing this, the person on the other end of the line asked in a high voice, "Oh, but why should I agree to stream with you?" At this point, she didn't hide it anymore. It's like this. Because the Tong family went bankrupt, I had no choice but to sign an agreement with the platform. But recently, the popularity of my live room has dropped severely. It's even affecting my ability to complete the agreement, and all of this is because of your live room. Right now, I'm not only about to take the Gaokao, but I also have to support my whole family. I'm begging you, can you help me? Just consider it as taking pity on me and doing an activity together to give the traffic back to me. After hearing these shameless words, Bai Chu Wei felt even more disgusted, blaming her own faults on others. Is this female lead's brain not working right? She then immediately replied coldly, "But what does your miserable life have to do with me?" But as soon as she finished speaking, she felt a little guilty. No, it seems it really is related. After all, I was the one who made the Tong Corporation go bankrupt. At this moment, Tong Qingyan's face turned pale. She couldn't use morality to bind the other party. Panic began to set in. What's going on? I've already explained how difficult my situation is. As a teacher, shouldn't she be compassionate and offer a helping hand when she meets a student in such a pitiful situation? Why isn't she moved at all? At the same time, her voice slowly rang out. Are there any other reasons? Hearing this, Tong Qingyan hurriedly said, as if afraid of being hung up on, Yes. Teacher, it's possible that I understand Gaokao answering techniques better than you. I know you're a math expert. After all, a person's time is limited. It's impossible to have enough time and energy to research and master all subjects. But I'm a student, and I have to study other subjects. Perhaps I can share the burden of the other subjects for you. Hearing these words, she couldn't help but scoff internally. Time? The one thing this ancestor doesn't lack is time. Based on this, she immediately refuted. It seems the great streamer Tong hasn't had time to learn about the background of the person she wants to partner with, has she? The person on the other end heard this and asked in a high voice, What do you mean? But without making her wait long, Bai Chu Wei replied indifferently, You can go look at my bulletin. After looking through the scientifically arranged schedule, full of live stream times for all subjects, even Tong Qingyan had to feel a sense of admiration. This is a true time management master. I really want to know the specific age of this fairy teacher. To have mastered so many subjects so well, I couldn't learn it all in 100 years. Did everyone notice? There's no language arts. That's right, no language arts. What the hell? This fairy teacher is practically an all-rounder. Does this mean that in the future, I can only stream about the useless and least watched subject, language arts? This way, I definitely won't be able to complete the task of the bed agreement. Over here, after reading Tong Qingyin's thoughts, she was speechless. The imagination of these descendants is too much. You want me to go against my conscience and teach these students how to appreciate poetry and decipher famous essays they don't like? This ancestor truly cannot do that. Day after day passed with diligent live stream reviews, both in terms of traffic and substance. Every evening, the live stream viewership was almost entirely concentrated on the fairy teacher. Tong Qingyin was furious when she saw this, but there was nothing she could do. She could only try to analyze more difficult Gaokao language arts questions in her videos to create a competitive edge and highlight her uniqueness, but the result was like a drop in the ocean. These things made Bai Chuwei feel extremely pleased. She had disrupted Tong Qingyin's plan to make money through live streaming, and on the contrary, even caused her to shoulder a huge debt. This was equivalent to cutting off the first step on her path to becoming a star. But even so, there was no reaction at all from her mission, her interface, and the system. Was it because she wasn't strong enough yet? She'd just have to wait until after the male and female leads finished their college entrance exams to look into it further. After all, they were still students who needed to be treated. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "Chu Wei, can you help me get my pajamas? I forgot them." Hearing this, she turned and went into the room. But when she found the bed empty, a sudden thought flashed through her mind. Not on the bed. Then they must still be hanging in the closet. But as soon as she pushed the door open, she couldn't help but be surprised. This guy really has strange tastes. There wasn't a single other color. Is this some kind of persistence of an overbearing CEO? Meanwhile, inside the bathroom, steam was billowing. Duan Fan was soaking in the water when he heard a knock on the door. Knock, knock. But as the other person's hand passed through the crack in the door, her eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Then, her heart was in turmoil. Strange, the spiritual energy on Fan seemed to have become exceptionally dense. I get it now. Duan Fan must have taken off the prayer beads I gave him. This is the true power of Tang Monk's flesh. The spiritual power was gushing out endlessly. It really made one want to be submerged in it. Then, she touched the just-closed door and casually suggested, Han, do you want me to help you put them on? The person inside, having just put on his robe, froze. His face flushed red, but he thought angrily to himself, she's trying to tease me again. At this moment, Bai Chuwei, without any hesitation, pressed close to the door, tried to inhale every single whiff of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy, spiritual energy. It's overflowing like a tide. At that same moment, he flung the door open. Caught off guard, she accidentally fell into the other person's arms. The other person quickly caught her, not forgetting to remind her, be careful. But the person in his arms felt a little disappointed and whispered. He put it back on again. Then she couldn't stop worrying. There are quite a few demonic cultivators in Hua country. If Duan Fan takes these prayer beads off, his widespread spiritual energy will definitely be targeted. Although the ancestor can handle it, he can't always be by his side to protect him. Seeing the person in his arms in a daze, he couldn't help but tease, "You're very disappointed. Next time, remember to pick pajamas with buttons. They take a little longer to put on." Hearing these words, she was stunned. Did you misunderstand something? But then she reminded him in a loud voice, "That's right, I just went to your closet, and I discovered that you're really not like a normal person." The other person's half-finished sentence made Duan Fan feel a bit guilty. Did she see my underwear or something? Why would she suddenly come to such a strange conclusion? Seeing this, Bai Chuwei immediately explained, not wanting the person in front of her to get the wrong idea. I discovered that among all your clothes, there are only 3 colors, white, black, and gray. There are no other colors at all. I'm like a normal person. His face was now as red as a teapot. Realizing he had been thinking nonsense, he coughed a few times to ease the awkwardness that I think those colors are fine. They're convenient for attending all sorts of conferences. So, what colors do you think look good? Hearing this, she knew her chance had come. Her eyes suddenly sparkled as she made a suggestion. Red. I really want to see you wear crimson once. I like bright red the most. That color really makes it impossible for one to stop. Besides, I've seen the person who looks best in red. Hearing this, his face darkened. His eyebrows knitted together tightly. A thought arose in his mind. Is it the Cinnabar mole? By now, it was quite late. She had no choice but to say goodbye. Well then, I'll go back to continue my live stream. At the same time, as he walked into Xingye's room, he saw that the boy was not in a good state. He was holding scissors and cutting something, so he asked blankly, "Xingye, what are you doing?" The other person replied resentfully, I'm cutting the clothes my father gave me. How ridiculous. My father already took the protective talisman he had to pray for and gave it to his illegitimate son, while giving me a set of clothes casually bought at the mall, and even the size is wrong. Su Xingxin probably knew Dad would do this, so he specially posted on his social media feed to attack me. But his plan is wrong. So what if I don't have those unlucky clothes and that fake protective jade? My fourth uncle gave me a limited edition fountain pen, along with a caring note. Wishing you success in the college entrance exam, Duan Fan. It's enough to have someone else who cares about me and helps me. Then he recalled what Bai Chuwei had said, that's right, the TikToker account I recommended to you. Remember to watch it. After a moment, Xingye suddenly regained his spirits and declared heroically, Fourth uncle, don't worry. I understand that studying isn't just for others' approval, but for myself. I will definitely do my best. Hearing these words from him made his heart fill with both joy and a poignant feeling. This child has finally grown up. For real. Just like that, the day of the college entrance exam finally arrived. Outside, it was packed solid with parents' cars, and there were also thousands of students crowded outside the school gate. The atmosphere was extremely lively. A female student pulled her friend's hand to comfort her. Honey, it's okay. Just treat it like a normal test. At the same time, a security guard came out to maintain order, reminding them loudly, it's not time for the exam yet. Candidates and parents, please stay behind the barricades for now. Just then, a familiar figure approached. Bai Chuwei glanced around and thought to herself, I've seen scenes like this many times, from the imperial examinations 1,000 years ago to the modern college entrance exam today. In previous years, I was an examiner, but this time, I have to become a candidate taking the test myself. Suddenly, in that moment, her eyes lit up. Her heart filled with surprise as she thought, it's Duan Fan. He came here too? She then hurriedly grabbed the other person's hand and called out softly, Han Han. But before she could finish her sentence, she was stunned by the other person's appearance. Duan Fan today was wearing an incredibly youthful and striking outfit, and it was even the bright red color she had requested before. His top-tier looks and cold aura made her blush slightly as she stammered, Han Han, aren't you excessively handsome today? But inside, her heart was surging with emotion. He actually wore red for me. Just then, an excited Xingye ran over and announced, Vivi, the outfit my fourth uncle is wearing this morning shocked me so much I almost fainted. I was so scared this morning my legs went weak. In my entire life, I've never seen my fourth uncle wear red. Being exposed like that, his face darkened and he shouted, shut your mouth. Then he turned away, blushing with embarrassment. The person opposite him, however, couldn't stop exclaiming, I told you. I really wanted to see you in red. You really know how to please me. It's very beautiful. At the same time, Su Xingxin and Duan Xiuhao, who were talking in the distance, suddenly noticed the commotion over here. Other female students were also excitedly gossiping. Isn't that Duan Xingye and Su Xingxin's fourth uncle? He's the CEO of Ruishi Entertainment. That's him. So many famous stars in the entertainment industry are under him. The person next to her immediately added, wow, the boss is basically no less handsome than a star, right? I'm in love. I've fallen in love. He's so outstandingly handsome. And he's wearing red today. It must be special because he's here to see his nephew off for the exam, right? Duan Xingye and Su Xingxin are so lucky to have an uncle like that. Suddenly, a cold voice interjected, who is Su Xingxin? He is not a child of our Duan family. At the same time, the father and son duo, Duan Xiuhao, stood on the other side and heard it. At this moment, a woman in a brilliant red Chong Sam walked over. Her expression was extremely unpleasant. She was Yang Jingya, Duan Xingye's biological mother. When Duan Xiuhao saw her, he immediately frowned, his face darkening as he questioned, Yang Jingya, what nonsense did you just say? What do you mean Xingxin is not a child of the Duan family? The woman opposite him replied with casual contempt. Duan Xiuhao, this illegitimate son's surname is Su, not Duan. Fourth uncle and I are here today to see Duan Xingye off for his exam, not some random cats and dogs. Su Xingxin, standing beside him, was just as humiliated, but he still tried to maintain a well-behaved appearance and replied, Hello, Auntie Yang. Dad, let it go. Don't argue with her. The college entrance exam is the most important thing today. At the same time, Bai Chu-wei stood not far away, witnessing everything. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. TSK, TSK, what a dramatic showdown. Don't be fooled by Su Xingshan's polite appearance towards Duan, Xingye's mother. In the original novel, he was the one who forced that stubborn woman into a mental hospital for wanting to investigate the truth behind her son's death. As for the person opposite him, after being placated by him, he immediately turned to question the other side. I can't be bothered to argue with a shrew like you. Hey, Xingye, the outfit your dad specially bought for you. Why aren't you wearing it? Hearing this, the boy didn't hold back and replied bluntly, even the size is wrong. How can you call that specially bought for me? I hope you won't discuss me anymore. Hearing these words, the man angrily shouted you, but he couldn't form a full sentence and could only think resentfully to himself. Have that mother and son pair taken the wrong medicine or something? Even if the size was wrong, there was no need to say in front of so many people, right? Meanwhile, the person next to him thought smugly to himself, yesterday, I wore this jade talisman while doing the final practice problems, and I found my score could be 10 points higher than usual. It's truly a divine blessing. It's a good thing Dad didn't give this jade talisman to Duan Xingye. Standing to one side, she saw his gleeful expression and thought to herself, no wonder Duan Xingye reacted so strongly. Su Xingshan even deliberately revealed the protective talisman, clearly to provoke him. He won't even let go of an opportunity during the important college entrance exam. This Su Xingshan is really just like his character in the original novel, only thinking of himself. Then she slowly spoke up to remind him, Duan Xingye, every cloud has a silver lining. Some things you can't wear might just help you avoid another disaster. Hearing these words, Su Xingshan's hand, which was holding the jade talisman, tightened. His face twisted in anger as he thought to himself, what does she mean? Another disaster? Could be lightning like last time? It's better to stay a little farther away from her. This Bai Chu-wei is just too strange. Thinking this, he quickly pulled the person next to him to another spot. Dad, let's hurry over there to wait. Hearing this, Duan Xingye and his mother simultaneously waved them away, dismissively, thinking to themselves, hurry up and go shoo, shoo, shoo. Reading their thoughts, Bai Chu-wei chuckled, thinking, TSK, TSK, I didn't expect the lightning strike from that day to have such a long-lasting effect. The male lead from the original novel still knows fear, huh? Suddenly, a timid voice called out by classmate Bai. Hearing the call, she turned her head. It's you. Why haven't you gone in yet? Su Ruan asked shyly. Classmate Bai, I want to give you a hug before going into the exam. Hearing this, she slowly reached out her arms towards the other person, giving her a gentle hug and encouraging her, little girl, you can do it, getting a hug from her idol. Su Ruan's face flushed red as she replied, I'll definitely do my best. Just then, a playful Xingye ran over with his arms outstretched. Vivi, I'm so nervous too. I want a hug from you too. I want to borrow some of the top students' luck. Ugh. But before he could reach her, he was grabbed by the collar from behind. Duan Fan, his face as cold as a god of death, looked at the person before him and interrogated, why are you hugging her? If you want a hug, fourth uncle can hug you. Do you want another one? Seeing that look, the boy was terrified and immediately shook his head frantically. No need. Then he ran over to hug Yang Jingya and cried, Mom, look at fourth uncle. Seeing this, she laughed, a happy smile on her face, and gently comforted him. There. At the same time, she also spoke up to remind them, well then, we should also get ready to go into the exam hall. We'll take our leave first. But before she could take a few steps, a voice called out from behind, Chu-wei, wait a minute. As soon as she turned around, her body was pulled into a warm embrace. Duan Fan looked at her with a gentle, doting gaze and whispered, my little ancestor, do well on your exam. Then, an announcement came from the speakers inside. We request the proctors to quickly organize the candidates into the examination rooms. At this moment, on the rooftop, two men in black suits were silently observing the scene outside. Suddenly, one of them spoke up, if the police are allowed to stand guard inside the exam rooms to maintain security and order, then why are managers like us here? As a phenomenon contrary to common sense. The person next to him, upon hearing the question, slowly replied, "What other reason could there be? It's to prevent people from using metaphysics to cheat. There are many factors that can affect the results of the college entrance exam, and sometimes just a simple mind-clearing chant is enough to change the outcome." That being said, every year, those rich people who spend a great deal of money still can't manage to find a real master. "Hey, my detection compass hasn't spun in years." Just as he finished speaking, the needle on the compass began to move. The sudden scene startled him, and he cried out in alarm. "Holy crap, we've run into a real one. Let's go. Time to get to work." At the same time, in exam room 302, Su Xingshan held the jade talisman in his hand and sighed with emotion. Everything is going smoothly. As expected, this jade talisman can be brought into the exam room. Next, I have to do my best on the exam to return to the Duan family. Success or failure all depends on this time. Suddenly, he noticed the people in black who had just entered with the proctor, and he wondered blankly, who are these people? Then, a hand pointed straight at him, urging you, "Come out with us for a moment." Immediately, a sense of fear rose in Su Xingshan's heart. What's happening? Who are these people? Why are they looking for me? At the same time, the other candidates began to whisper amongst themselves, "He's being taken out. Don't tell me he was caught cheating. This is the top student of Hung Hua No. 1 High School. How could he cheat? Then why was he called out? Moreover, the proctor has already taken his ID card and exam admission ticket." These whispers made his mind even more chaotic and confused. What is going on? Outside in the hallway, the person from the management bureau brought the compass close to Xingshan and questioned him seriously. "I'm asking you, is this jade pendant yours?" Hearing this, he began to panic, his heart filled with doubt. Jade pendant. Could it be they're here because of the protective talisman? This can't be. Although this jade talisman can indeed provide a buff, making the test takers' thinking clearer and more coherent, this is just a subjective assessment. How could an outsider possibly detect it? After a moment of quick thinking, he stammered in reply, It's mine, but I've looked into it carefully. It's permissible to bring jade pendants into the exam room. Besides, I'm not the only one wearing a jade pendant today. On what grounds are you targeting only me?" The more Su Xingshan spoke, the more he felt he had the upper hand. At this point, the person from the management bureau began to get angry and shouted, "But your jade pendant isn't the same as theirs, is it?" These words caused the wall of confidence he had just painstakingly built to collapse instantly, his heart filled with fear. They actually know. But even so what? Is he going to tell everyone that my jade pendant has magical enhancements and therefore cannot be worn in the exam room? Who would believe such a seemingly fabricated statement? Thinking of this, he suddenly became extremely confident and retorted, "What's not the same about it? Why don't you explain it clearly for everyone to hear? All I know is that I'm just wearing a normal jade pendant, which doesn't violate any rules of the college entrance exam." Hearing these words, the person opposite him seemed to realize something. This candidate probably understands the true effect of this jade pendant very well, but he also knows that metaphysics cannot be used as valid evidence to accuse him of cheating, which is why he is so fearless. Then he slowly adjusted his glasses and said calmly, "I've really underestimated the candidates taking the college entrance exam these days. But you're right, you haven't violated the rules of the college entrance exam room. However, according to relevant regulations, we must confiscate your jade pendant for inspection. If necessary, we will call you in for questioning." Again, hearing this, he was stunned, thinking to himself, what does this mean? Are they planning to deal with this at a more opportune time? Is it possible that I could still be arrested? How could this be? After a while, the command came from the speaker, "Time is up. Candidates are required to stop writing immediately. If any candidate continues to write, the proctors should promptly stop them." The school grounds immediately became lively and bustling with laughter and excited discussions. Only Su Xingshan was dragging his. Heavy steps. In the distance, the figure of Duan Xiaohao was excitedly waving and calling out loudly, "Xingshan, over here, son." After running closer, he kept shaking the other's shoulders and asking insistently, "Xingshan, how was the exam? I just heard from Xingye that the difficulty wasn't high, so it must have been simple for you, right? Huh? Xingshan, where's the jade necklace I gave you?" His insistent questioning inadvertently crossed the other's breaking point. Unable to control himself, he spoke with frustration, "Dad, the jade necklace you gave me was confiscated. The proctor took it, and they even said they would call me in for investigation later. How could I possibly be in a mood to take the exam when something like that happened. I was still one paragraph short of finishing the essay. What should I do? What do I do now? The more he spoke, the more panicked he became, clutching his head and muttering incessantly. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Duan Xiaohao was shocked, then hurriedly comforted him. It's okay, son. It's just the language exam. It won't pull your score down much. There are still many other subjects left. Just try your best. At the same time, their conversation reached Yang Jingya's ears. She couldn't help but say contemptuously, the weak always like to find all sorts of excuses. Meanwhile, an innocent Xingya looked at the person next to him and asked quietly, Vivi, why was his jade pendant confiscated? There were people in our exam room wearing jade pendants, but they weren't taken. Hearing the question, Bai Chu-wei glanced towards the main character, then replied in a sarcastic tone, a jade pendant with no effect can be worn. A jade pendant with an effect, of course, cannot be worn. Su Xingshan heard these words very clearly. He widened his eyes in surprise and thought to himself, Bai Chu-wei she knows. How can a girl be so despicable? How could she use such a vicious method to ruin a candidate's future? Then, a figure strode forward. She looked straight at him and asked without reservation, Class Monitor Su, were you just cursing me in your head? Just now, Su Xingshan, if you have a problem with your head, go get it treated. Your jade talisman was given to you by your father, not me. Hearing this, he still tried to defend himself. But you clearly just mentioned. Not letting him finish, she retorted, did I not remind you? You should ask yourself, can the words I've said to you not be considered? A reminder, classmate Su, you're truly disgustingly hypocritical. If you really knew nothing about the necklace, I could still sympathize with you for being deceived by your own father. But you clearly knew that jade pendant had a buff, which would be unfair to other students, yet you still deliberately wore it into the exam room. In reality, you already had the intention to cheat in your heart. Hearing all his inner thoughts being seen through, Su Xingshan was too shocked to speak. At that moment, a hand grabbed hers and pulled her away. Duan Fan, holding an umbrella, looked at the other person with a warning gaze. Then a cold voice tinged with jealousy rang out. In a place like this, with people like that, stay a little farther away from male classmates. Meanwhile, Xingye and his mother, who were baking in the sun, looked at the two of them, one bewildered, one contemptuous. At this moment, Xingye frowned pitifully and thought to himself, so fourth uncle went to buy an umbrella. I was wondering where he went. Fourth uncle, did it ever occur to you that your dear family members also need an umbrella? Yang Jingya, beside him, seemed to realize that her brother-in-law's spring had arrived. She covered her mouth in surprise and thought, this classmate has fought with the illegitimate son several times to protect Xingye. Could she really be my future sister-in-law? It seems it's not impossible. Before leaving, Bai Chu-wei didn't forget to take the opportunity to throw in one more jab. Han Han is back. It seems there's no more time to continue enjoying Class Monitor Su's interesting, trembling, and defensive appearance. Hearing this, Su Xingshan was furious, but on the surface, he still tried to appear calm and composed, retorting, classmate by his joking. However, I didn't want to cheat. I was just utilizing everything I could. Don't just open your mouth and tarnish the innocence and honor of others. Then he turned to leave, not forgetting to say to the person beside him, Dad, let's go first. Hearing this, Duan Xiaohao quickly agreed. Okay, let's go home and eat first, son. If you want to drive, don't let the words of some people affect your mood. Hearing this, Yang Jingya quickly interjected to comfort her own son. This man's mind is out at sea. Xingye, ignore him. Mom will take you and Vivi out for a good meal. The boy replied happily, MHM. It's good that Dad doesn't care about me. Vivi said it. Every cloud has a silver lining. Seeing her son's cheerful and positive state, she couldn't help but joyfully pat the person next to her on the back. How long have you known each other? And you're already listening to Vivi so well? Why don't you hurry up and hold the umbrella for Vivi? Her natural action made Xingye's face turn pale as he shrieked, Ah, fourth uncle is here. Why should I go? Besides, if I go, will I even be alive to take the afternoon exam? The two people behind them heard this and could only look on, bewildered and clueless. At this moment, Duan Fan quickly walked over, pushing the person as he urged, Sister-in-law, watch what you say, to a secluded corner. He didn't hesitate any longer and asked seriously, Sister-in-law, are you misunderstanding something? Hearing these words, the other person just smiled and replied nonchalantly, Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Can't you tell? Our Xingye is pursuing Wei Wei. This silly boy Xingye may be simple, but his taste in people isn't bad. Hearing this, he suddenly became serious and asked, "Sister-in-law, is it possible that the one pursuing Chu Wei is me?" Hearing this, Yang Jingya cried out in astonishment, "Old Fourth, is this how you pursue someone? I thought your actions were just an elder caring for a junior, sending blessings to a junior. Xingye is many times more enthusiastic than you." As she spoke, she took a step back as if to avoid an erupting volcano. These words made him involuntarily imagine himself as a cold and arrogant police dog, while Duan Xingye was like a clingy little puppy that Bai Chu Wei adored. A little bewildered in his heart, he thought, is it not obvious? It seems secretly protecting her isn't enough. I should be more proactive. The exam lasted for 2 days. On the afternoon of the second day, the final bell rang, and the students poured out like a bursting dam. Walking alongside her, Xingye said excitedly, "Wei Wei, I think I did pretty well this time. Your live stream was a huge help." The person walking beside him accepted the thanks with a slight nod, replying, "Hom." Both of them suddenly stopped for a moment when they unexpectedly received 2 bouquets of vibrant, fresh flowers. It turned out Yang Jingya had prepared flowers for both of them in advance. She greeted them happily. "Congratulations on finishing your exams and officially entering a new stage." Seeing this, she smiled brightly and said, "Thank you, Auntie Yang." But inwardly, she felt a bit weary. "Although I'm very grateful for the well wishes, I don't know how many exams I've taken. I really can't get my spirits up." Suddenly, her attention was drawn elsewhere. Seeing Duan Fan arrive, she excitedly ran over, raising her hand to remind him, "Little Han, aren't you going to show some appreciation? Auntie Yang already gave us flowers." But in her mind, she couldn't help but think excitedly, "I should give this passionless, work-obsessed guy a little shake-up." But he gently took her hand, then placed a soft kiss on the back of it and said softly, "Little ancestor, congratulations on finishing your exam." The action startled Bai Chu Wei, leaving her unable to react, while Xingye and his mother behind them were just as surprised. Yang Jingya's jaw dropped as she thought to herself, "Was Old Fourth provoked by what I said yesterday?" While the person next to her inwardly exclaimed in excitement, "Oh my God!" As for her, she was extremely pleased by the unexpected romantic gesture. Looking at her hand, now covered in spiritual medicine, she sighed inwardly. The future villain has changed his ways again. But as long as there's spiritual energy, it's fine. This old ancestor has only ever loved spiritual energy. But then she suddenly realized something was off. Wait, something doesn't seem right. Then she grabbed his hand and reminded him unhappily, Han, I've been meaning to tell you that you're addressing me incorrectly. It's not little ancestor, it's old ancestor." However, he leaned in closer, looking extremely provocative, and asked in return, "But what if I want to call you that? Can I?" These words made her freeze, her mind racing. Dada, is Duan Fan asking for special privileges? Why is his image becoming more and more different from the cold villain in my memory? While she was lost in thought, Xingye interrupted them. The boy suggested excitedly, "All right, Fourth Uncle and Wei Wei, stop talking. My mom said she's booked a table to celebrate. Let's get going." Seeing this, she didn't indulge him and reminded him bluntly, "Duan Xingye, your fourth uncle and I are discussing important business. Don't interrupt." But he stubbornly refused. No, I'm starving to death." Meanwhile, the future villain was currently thinking of ways to one-up his own nephew, imagining Xingye's shameless behavior. "I'll probably have to keep trying for a long time." That evening, the excited voice of a reporter at the college entrance exam site echoed through the room. The National College entrance exam has officially concluded. The station's reporter was interviewing some students at the exam site. A male student answered shyly, "This year's exam wasn't easy, but because of the fairy teacher's live stream, I feel I did a little better than other students this year. The scores this year will probably be a bit higher." As soon as this was heard, the channel was immediately turned off. Beside him, Duan Xiaohao couldn't help but ask, "Those experts clearly said this year's exam would be harder than previous years. How could everyone do well? I know about that fairy teacher. Isn't she just an internet celebrity? Xingxin, you're overthinking it. Based on your usual performance, there should be no problem." Beside him, Su Xingxin's face had turned pale. He replied softly, but inside his heart was in a Category 12 typhoon. Dad, you don't understand at all. Because of the jade pendant incident, my mind hasn't been at ease for the past 2 days. In this state, there's no way I could have gotten a good score. If everyone else did well, then I'm doomed. At this moment, in another place, the doorbell rang. A voice from outside said slowly, "Open up delivery." Hearing it, Duan Xiaohao went to the door. As he opened it, he asked, "Xingxin, did you buy something recently?" But before he could finish, a group of men in black suits rushed in. He panicked and shouted, Who are you people?" As soon as he saw them, Su Xingxin's face turned pale, and he thought worriedly, "Those are the men in black who told me to come out at the exam site. Could it be that my exam results are really being nullified for cheating, and I'm going to be arrested?" At this moment, one of them restrained Duan Xiaohao. He looked at the person opposite him in a panic and said, Xingxin, what's wrong? Don't scare your dad. What do you people want? Don't you know this is a society ruled by law?" Hearing this, the man restraining him said angrily, "You know this is a society ruled by law? I thought you didn't." As soon as he finished speaking, the person opposite him fainted and fell to the ground. At this moment, a man pulled out an ID card and said authoritatively, "I am a member of the Bureau of Unnatural Affairs, responsible for monitoring unusual events in China. According to current law, we indeed cannot punish ordinary people like you who want to exploit loopholes. But daring to interfere with the college entrance exam and obstruct fairness in testing is something we can manage. Tell me immediately where he got this jade necklace." Only then did he understand the whole situation. He gritted his teeth and thought maliciously, "This was a jade I obtained to protect Xingxin. If I had known this would happen, I would have given it to Xingye. Instead, over here," the phone rang. As soon as Xingye answered, he had to quickly say, "You're a good person. I'm sorry, but I'm not thinking about romance right now. Thank you for your sincere affection. We can still be good friends in the future." After hanging up, the boy became narcissistic. "The graduation exam just ended, and someone's already calling to confess to me. I'm so loved by my classmates. There's nothing to be done about it." Hearing this from behind, Yang Jingya quickly played along with her son to liven things up. That's right. Our Xingye is so amazing. Old Fourth, if you were like him, I wouldn't have to worry about you in the future." Hearing himself suddenly being called out, Duan Fan became unhappy but didn't say anything. Bai Chu Wei, sitting next to him, heard this and wondered, what are they talking about? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, accompanied by an urgent call. Classmate Bai, are you there?" Hearing someone call for her, she pushed the door open and went out. Chao Yushu was extremely panicked at this moment. He said hastily, "Classmate Bai." Just now, a group of strange men in black came to arrest people. They came directly to my parents, saying they were looking for you. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind him, causing his face to instantly turn pale. "Want to leave?" Unfortunately, it's too late. The people from the Bureau quickly closed in. A representative stepped forward and said, "Bureau of Unnatural Affairs. Xiao Yi." Hengshan Jusher said that the main ingredient he used to make the protective jade talismans was the spiritual cucumber juice from the cultivation pavilion. And you were the one who brought those spiritual vegetables to the cultivation pavilion. Is that right? After hearing these words, Chao Yushu seemed to realize something. His face pale, he said, I remember now. Last time, there was an old man with the air of an immortal sage who insisted on going into the kitchen. In the end, he unexpectedly took half a cucumber. She was just sitting at home when trouble fell from the sky, annoying her. She suddenly recalled his message, graduation jade talismans. Good price, good quality. By now, she cursed inwardly. What is this? So the protective jade talismans from that old fellow in the group are related to my spiritual vegetables. At this moment, Xiao Yi approached her and stated affirmatively, "It really is you. Come with us to the Bureau of Unnatural Affairs for a trip." Hearing this, Bai Chu Wei crossed her arms and said nonchalantly, "A trip is fine, but you'd better not act tough in front of me, kid. You'll be exposed." At the same time, Duan Fan came out and asked softly, "Do you need me to go with you?" Hearing this, she glanced at him indifferently and replied, not forgetting to tease, "No need. It's just a small matter. If Fan is so kind, you can come pick me up later." Then she left with the people from the bureau. At this point, Chao Yushu was so anxious he asked the person next to him, Fourth Master Duan, "Why did you really let classmate Bai go with him? Even though she's very capable, she's still a girl. Aren't you worried? Aren't you anxious?" Hearing this, he was silent for a moment. Then he sparingly uttered 3 words, "I am worried." But the person next to him saw his calm expression and couldn't help but scream internally that you're worried but you didn't stop her? Are all great masters like this? Unflustered, even if Mount Tai were to collapse before them. But a few seconds later, he received an even more shocking answer. I'm worried she'll play with him too much. I won't be able to clean up the mess. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel bewildered. At the Bureau of Unnatural Affairs, Haiching office, Xiao Yi walked in front, warning smugly, "You may be very talented at growing spiritual fruits and vegetables. This is your condition for being arrogant. But today, a golden core stage master is presiding here. You'd better be honest later." These words made the person behind him chuckle inwardly, thinking, just a golden core stage, and he dares to call himself a master. Inside, a man was scolding Hongshan Jusher relentlessly. There are some things that even outsiders like us cannot interfere with. Today, I must teach you a lesson. That's why I researched these spiritual talismans. I won't dare to do it again in the future. Suddenly, a voice from outside reminded him, "Little Zhao, I advise you to cut the pointless lectures. Be careful the snake venom doesn't spread through your body and cause you to explode." These words made the man's face turn pale with shock. He was utterly bewildered. Who is it that knows I've been poisoned by a snake? This is clearly a top secret of the Bureau of Unnatural Affairs. At the same time, Chu Wei walked in. She tossed all of Xiao Yi's warnings out of the universe and waved to the person inside. "Little Zhao, long time no see. Did you send people to check the information about the demon domain I gave you last time?" "I wasn't lying to you, was I?" The moment he saw her enter, he exclaimed in surprise, "You are?" "The mysterious little girl who used magic to save the high school student who jumped off the building last time. Why are you here? Also, how do you know about the snake venom?" In response to the question, the person opposite him replied nonchalantly, "I saw it with my eyes, of course. Many doctors in the imperial capital couldn't diagnose it. This little girl isn't even close to me, and she can see my illness without even taking my pulse. It seems she has some skill." Driven by curiosity, he had to press urgently, "Little girl, are you a doctor?" Realizing his intention, she spoke slowly, "You want the antidote? Beg me for it." These words made Xiao Yi, standing beside her, think indignantly, this girl really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. That's a golden core stage master, and she's telling a master to beg her. Then he reminded her in a stern voice, "By Chu Wei, don't be insolent." Hearing that, she shrugged and replied casually, "It's fine if I treat him." This old ancestor has never been short of patience. It's just a pity, given the current spiritual energy environment, it's not easy for Huagua to produce a nascent golden core stage cultivator. Hearing these words, the person opposite her silently assessed, "This attitude is a bit too arrogant. Forget it. I should still go see the National Medicine Master Lu Jun as originally planned. I heard he knows 100 spiritual paths. He's surely more reliable than a little girl." Then he began to speak hesitantly, "Miss Bai," but before he could finish, he was interrupted by the person in front of him. "What is it? Could it be, Master, that you're about to open your mouth and beg me?" Hearing that, old Zhao retorted, "No. I was going to talk to you about the graduation spiritual talismans. From the confession we obtained, you were the one who supplied the spiritual vegetables. Did you know the mastermind, Hongshan Jusher, before? Did you know he used your vegetables to make spiritual talismans?" Hearing the question, she fiddled with her phone and replied coolly, "Never met him, but I've heard of him. As for him selling spiritual talismans, I did know about it." Hearing this, the person opposite her frowned and shouted, "So you two are indeed accomplices." Hearing his misunderstanding, she reluctantly pointed to her phone and continued, "I warned him not to sell them, but I didn't expect this thing was made using my spiritual vegetables. Luckily, I only let him buy half a cucumber, so it didn't interfere with me preparing offerings for my sworn brother." These words shocked the two people in front of her. Xiao Yi couldn't help but shout, "Spiritual vegetables are so precious, and you use them as offerings for the dead?" Hearing this, she suddenly remembered her cloud mist mountain and continued naively, "What's so precious about this? My vegetable garden covers an entire mountain." Hearing this made everyone in the interrogation room think in shock. An entire mountain? After some investigation, Xiao Yi quickly reported, "Old Zhao, the chat logs and restaurant cameras, as well as the chef's testimony, have all been checked. This Bai Chu Wei isn't lying. She's not an accomplice of Hongshan Jusher." Receiving the result, he replied calmly, "I know." Then he coughed a few times to establish his authority and said, although you had no intention of interfering with the exam, it was ultimately your failure to manage your spiritual vegetables that led to this disaster. You are fined to attend 1 month of cultivator initiation education at the Bureau of Unnatural Affairs, and an additional fine of $500,000. At this, she coolly refused to back down, saying, I did nothing wrong. I did not accept this punishment. Little Zhao, if you wanted to detoxify you, begging is useless. This rebirth pill is for you. If you're about to die, take it. It can help you delay meeting King Yama for a day. I'll wait for you to come find me again. With that, she turned to leave. Old Zhao, seeing this, angrily shouted, Who said you could leave? Zhao Yi, stop her. But the person beside him replied in confusion, Chief Zhao, it's not that I don't want to, but I can't move. At this, he looked down at the person's feet. He was shocked that S.O. by Chu Wei cast a leg-binding spell, and even I was bound by it. Could it be that I've really offended a master I can't afford to offend? At this moment, Chu Wei walked out of the Bureau of Unnatural Affairs. Duan Feiyan was already waiting there. As soon as she saw him approach, she still had some energy to joke. Tang Sanzang, you really came to pick me up? Have you been waiting long? You weren't robbed or harassed by any demons on the way, were you? Hearing these words, not only was he not angry, but he was rather smug at, It seems you highly acknowledge my financial power and looks. Thank you. These words made her frown involuntarily, her mind filled with doubt. Did I ask at the important point? Duan Feiyan, your concern is really off topic. Then she quickly got into the car. The person standing outside, while helping her open the door, casually asked, Is the matter resolved? Do you need any help? Hearing that, she just replied faintly, It's not resolved. Those kids even fined me a whole $500,000. But when she saw a bouquet of bright red roses already placed in the car, her heart wavered for a moment as she thought, Does this look like someone who was just fined? She's clearly a little fox who has already dug a pit for others to jump into. You have to pet a fox with the fur. Suddenly, her train of thought was interrupted by a grand declaration from the person outside. It's only $500,000. It's fine. I'll pay it for you. Hearing that, her eyes sparkled, but she couldn't help but praise him inwardly. Duan Feiyan is so sensible, starting to flatter the ancestor again. Then she began to coax him, Han, you be. But before she could finish, he cut her off coolly. I won't be your underling. You don't need to ask. Hearing that, she huffed angrily. After he got in the car, he saw that the person next to him was already unhappy. At this moment, he couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Little ancestor, why are you so happy even though you were fined? I'm really curious. Hearing this, she became smug and replied, Since Han asked, the ancestor will satisfy your curiosity. Today, someone named Zhao Tianfeng came from the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs in the Imperial Capital. I just noticed he was carrying a spatial magical artifact. It must contain a lot of spiritual medicine. I'm waiting for him to beg me, bringing all the spiritual medicine with him. Hearing this, the person next to her also realized her calculating scheme, thinking to himself, no wonder she's happy despite being fined. It turns out she ran into a fool. Suddenly, Duan Feiyan spoke up and asked, Are you still very short on spiritual medicine? Hearing the question, the person next to him turned to him and couldn't help but joke again that to be precise, I'm short on you. Those ambiguous words made him grip the steering wheel tightly. At this moment, Chu Wei looked at his blushing face and asked faintly, What's so bad about being my underling, Han? I will give you all the best things, protect you for a lifetime and your descendants for generations. Whatever you ask for, I will grant. I will face any danger first. As soon as she finished, the car suddenly braked hard. He looked at the person in the passenger seat and questioned, Can you change the way you let me stay by your side? Then he took her hand, placed a light kiss on it, and continued softly, I want you to be with me. But at this moment, she pulled her hand back, her voice still calm, as she ignored his face that had turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Being my underling is also being with the ancestor. Duan Feiyan, I will live for a very long time, much longer than you can imagine. I am, in fact, the last remaining god. At this, she suddenly fell silent, her mind deep in thought. After the War of the Gods, the gods fell, and the world's spiritual energy was depleted. No one will ascend anymore. No matter how much a cultivator practices, they will eventually die. Those who once passionately pursued me, from kings to commoners, are all just a handful of yellow earth now. No matter how special Duan Fein is, even if he's the villain in this book, it's no different. In this world, no one can stay by my side until the very end. Therefore, no one is worthy of me. I will forever be the loneliest one. I know when I was born, but I can't know when I will die. After a moment, she leaned over and flicked his forehead, saying softly, Han Han, if you become my underling, I will remember you for a lifetime. So please reconsider. Suddenly, at this moment, peach blossom petals appeared, fluttering in the wind. After getting out of the car, Bai Chuwei immediately made a phone call to make arrangements. CMO contact the other families. Through various channels, cooperate with World Entertainment. Make Duan Fein busy. The person on the other end of the line yawned and asked, Ancestor, what did Mr. Duan do to offend you? Hearing the question, her expression darkened as she replied, Anyway, this matter is even more serious. Use all channels and the Swiss consortium to cooperate to keep him busy so he can't think about random things. Then she recalled grabbing Duan Fein by the collar and shouting, You're a workaholic. What are you thinking about romance for? In the original story, even when you were dealt with by the male and female leads, you had never been in love, right? Then she didn't forget to remind herself, I really shouldn't have coveted the spiritual energy on Fein. Now, even bitter spiritual medicine doesn't taste bitter. This is bad. At the same time, over here, he rested his head on the steering wheel, thinking dejectedly. As expected, I failed again. So many people pursue a god. How could she notice an ordinary person like me? At this moment, he vaguely recalled past events, muttering to himself that I'm very special. It was just a delusion. In his hazy recollection, he was startled by the incessant ringing of his phone. As soon as he answered, the person on the other side immediately reported, Mr. Duan, many top companies led by the Chi family have sent cooperation invitations late at night. Last time, Mo Yun's phone canceled Duan Tuki's endorsement contract, but now they are very eager to cooperate with the outstanding artists under World Entertainment. The other cooperation projects are also from large listed companies. My subordinate has checked. It seems they are all related to the 8 great families. Furthermore, all partners are requesting to meet with you in person to discuss the next project. After hearing his subordinate's report, a suspicion arose in his heart and, maybe it's not a delusion. Third brother waited for her for 20 years, but she always ignored him, even planning to erase third brother's memories. But she didn't choose to do the same to me. To Chuwei, I really am special. I will not give up. Thinking of this, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. After that, Duan Fein quickly entered a serious work mode, then called Chi Mo to discuss the details. Yes. CEO Chi, I will have someone handle the contract immediately. Here's to a smooth cooperation. At the same time, over here, Bai Chuwei heard every single word clearly. The upcoming meeting time in half an hour is fine. Thank you for your support and cooperation. At this moment, she spoke up happily. This is great. The future villain is indeed not like those people who, after a breakup, make a scene and can't distinguish right from wrong. This time, I, the old ancestor, can also watch with peace of mind. At the same time, Snowball stood beside her and asked blankly, Old ancestor, when you rejected others before, I've never seen you care about anyone's outcome. After all, your style with pursuers has always been. Then it recalled her cold and heartless appearance in the past, both cold and harsh. If you want to die, go somewhere else. It has nothing to do with me. Seeing its confusion, the person opposite it frowned and snapped. What do you understand? Duan Fein is different. He's the villain boss, a rare, mobile spiritual energy warehouse. Suddenly, a piercing scream came from outside. Rumble. Bai Nin, you sold your mother out for 66,000. Then a slap landed. Lu Man was so angry she could barely breathe as she shouted, I gave you my heart and soul. For 66,000, you helped your father and his mistress hide it from me. Now, the mistress is pregnant. Good daughter. You really are my good daughter. At this moment, she quickly hid behind Bai Huangguan, holding her head while crying and begging for help. Mom, how did you know? It hurts. Dad, save me. At the same time, she and Snowball went out to watch the drama. Seeing the scene, it sarcastically remarked without restraint, "Cough, cough, cough. The cuckolding incident has finally been discovered. Luman's people are incompetent to have waited this long." The moment Bai Yinyin saw her come out, she thought venomously, "Damn it, why am I getting hit while Chu Wei has nothing to do with it?" And Mom suddenly found out about Dad and Annie Chun. Someone must have told her. Unless, thinking of this, she confirmed that she was the culprit, then gritted her teeth and rushed forward. "Bai Chu Wei, did you tell Mom? You jinx, you only know how to bully me." But just as the slap was about to hit her face, Bai Chu Wei frowned. She immediately slapped her first. At this moment, the killing intent surrounding her body made Bai Guofu and Lu Man turned pale with shock. Then, he quickly ran over and scolded his granddaughter. "Bai Wenwen, what are you doing? Old ancestor." But before he could finish, she had already walked past him. She spoke in a cold voice. "Xiao Fu, out of respect for you, I have spared Bai Wenwen many times before. Bai Wenwen, do you want to know the fate of those who dare to slap me?" At this moment, she was too scared to speak. Suddenly, Lu Man ran out to shield her daughter. She looked at the person in front of her with hostile eyes and cursed. "Bai Chu Wei, you are just an adopted daughter, not listed in the Bai family's genealogy. On what grounds do you hit my daughter? Only I have the right to discipline my daughter." Seeing someone stand up for her, she immediately sobbed and called out, "Mom." Hearing this, she no longer held back. She snapped her fingers and called the person beside her. "Who said I'm not in the family tree? Xiao Fu, go and gather all the juniors. Today, I, the old ancestor, want to settle the score with the unfilial children of the second branch." Hearing this, he quickly bowed and replied, "Yes." After a while, everyone from the Bai family had gathered. She sat there. On the table was a thick pile of ledgers. Bai Huangguang, on the side, discontentedly covered his mouth and whispered, "Wenwen, what's happening again? Why bring out the family tree for no reason? And on what grounds does an adopted daughter get to sit properly, while we, the main Bai family, are punished to stand here?" The person next to him was just as furious. Replied, "How would I know? I already said it. Grandpa has become too muddled." Just as she finished speaking, a cold voice called her name. Bai Wenwen. The ice-cold sound made the other person's face turn pale. At this moment, she slowly continued, "Didn't you say I'm not in the Bai family tree? Now I'll give you a chance to confirm it yourself." Bai Wenwen was extremely smug at this moment. She hurriedly opened the family tree and spoke confidently. Even if you didn't say it, I would have confirmed it." Inside, it was clearly written, "Second branch by Huangguang, wife Lu Man, eldest daughter by Wenwen." Then she raised her voice smugly. "Hey, see? In this generation of the Bai family, the youngest is me, Bai Wenwen. Your name, Bai Chu Wei, is not on it." At this moment, a frightened Bai Guofu hurriedly shouted, "Wenwen, use your brain a little. How could the old ancestor's name be on the same page as yours?" But the other party stubbornly retorted, "Grandpa, you're starting again. Old ancestor, which old one? Could Bai Chu Wei be the founding ancestor, with her name recorded on the first page of our Bai family tree?" As soon as she finished speaking, the family tree book quickly lit up. Under astonished eyes, it flipped through the pages as fast as the wind. The first page clearly stated, "Founder by Chu Wei." Founder by June. Looking at the content, Bai Wenwen was speechless. Her mind was constantly processing data. This must be ancient script. I clearly don't know it. But why is my mind telling me so clearly? These three characters are Bai Chu Wei's name. This is too surreal. Then she looked over at Bai Zhe and Bai Tsang for help, but they were only focused on their phones. This made her even more panicked. This means Bai Chu Wei has lived for at least 2,000 years. Is this something a normal human can do? Is she a transformed demon? Wait, a demon. At this moment, she screamed in fear. Her mind also recalled past events. I remember now. That day when I went to the attic, I saw Bai Chu Wei using demonic arts. It's just that she made me forget. Grandpa wasn't lying, nor was he intimidated by Bai Chu Wei. Bai Chu Wei really is the old ancestor. Regardless of whether she is a deity or a demon, she is not an ordinary person. Seeing her daughter holding her head in fear, Lu Man hurriedly ran over. "Wenwen, what's wrong with you?" At this moment, the sound of clapping drew the attention of everyone. A faint seal seemed to radiate from behind her. Her voice rang out, heavy as 1,000 pounds. "Very good. It seems you've remembered the memory I sealed. Then let's start settling the accounts. For the number of times you've been disrespectful and insubordinate, what crime do you think you deserve?" The person in front of her was now in a state of panic. She begged incessantly, No, I know I was wrong. Mom, save me. I don't want to die. Bai Chuwei knows demonic arts. She's a demon. She's going to kill me. The person beside her, hearing these words, also spoke in confusion. Woman, what are you talking about? What's going on with this family tree? Seeing this, Bai Chuwei spoke lightly. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, I once promised your Bai family ancestors. As long as a name is in the Bai family tree, they will be protected by me, the old ancestor. It's just that you've committed a great offense. I, the old ancestor, am not a person with a forgiving heart. It's impossible for you to want my protection. Besides, I don't think you, when one, would want protection from an old demon like me. What a pity. You have no idea how many people outside are begging to get close to me. As she spoke, spiritual energy appeared in her hand. It immediately wrapped around the family tree book. Bai Wenwen, now trembling with fear, grabbed the family tree and mumbled, "No, I don't. You. What on earth do you want to do? Mom, Dad, Grandpa, save me." Then, the sparkling spiritual energy gradually touched the characters on the paper. The people around, seeing this, cried out in surprise. It's gone. Bai Wenwen's name has disappeared. After finishing everything, she took the book. She looked at the person in front of her and said slowly, "Wenwen, congratulations on becoming the first person in many years to be personally removed from the family tree by me. Now, pack your bags and leave the Bai family villa immediately. We don't let strangers stay overnight. Also, remember this in the future. I will not be lenient with you." At this moment, Bai Guofu brought a table full of food. He lowered his voice and said with great remorse, "Old ancestor, please eat this. Xiao Fu specially went to the hotel this morning to buy it. There's also cake. And also. But before he could finish, the person beside him spoke lightly. "Xiao Fu, it's a blessing in disguise. Besides, you've already done everything for those grandchildren. It's their fault for not believing you." Even after hearing her say that, he was still determined to express his remorse. "But old ancestor, Xiao Fu still feels that I have wronged you. If you had gone to the eldest house in the beginning, then things wouldn't have been so bad." Seeing his persistence, she didn't want to drag it on. She patted his head and teased, "It seems I'll have to punish you. That's right. Don't you really like the stir-fried vegetables I make? So how about I punish you by having you go to Yunwu Mountain to harvest vegetables for the old ancestor?" Hearing these words, which both eased his remorse and involved his favorite dish, Bai Guofu's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly replied, "Yes, old ancestor, Xiao Fu will go right away." After he left, she leisurely enjoyed the cake he had brought. The cake Xiao Fu bought is really delicious. At the same time, Bai Huangguang and Chun Yi were sneaking around behind. He whispered, "The ancestor's mood isn't bad right now. Little Mayumiyu, hurry and follow me over there to talk." Then he secretly calculated in his heart, "Wenwen has been struck from the family tree, but I still have an illegitimate child." At that time, having Bai Chuwei personally write his name in the family tree will be a unique honor. In the future, father will rely on son. Who would dare to look down on me then? Then he quickly stepped out and spoke in a fawning tone. "Chuwei, huh?" But before he could finish, the person in front of him cut him off coldly. "Stop. Take back your crooked thoughts. I will not name your illegitimate child, much less add him to the family tree. Furthermore, you have an ectopic pregnancy. If you don't want to die, go get an abortion." Hearing these words, Chun Yi's face turned pale as she mumbled, "How can that be?" Bai Chuwei didn't want to look at that scummy couple anymore, so she ordered them away in a cold voice. "If you don't believe me, then get lost. The old ancestor has important matters to attend to today. I don't have time to argue with you two." Just as she finished speaking, another servant from the house rushed over. With a panicked face, she announced, "Miss Chuwei, outside. There's a convoy of cars outside. The driver said they're here to seek medical treatment." At the same time, the car was parked in front of the Bai Villa's gate. The person sitting inside was getting increasingly impatient. It's been over half an hour. Is the Bai family still showing no signs of opening the gate to welcome guests? The person beside him immediately reported back to Zhao Tianfang. "Yes, the servant just reported that their young miss has forbidden them from opening the gate." Hearing this, he couldn't hide the anxiety in his heart. "If we keep getting rejected like this, Senior Bai still hasn't cooled down. It seems that Zhao Tianfang, can only..." But before he could finish, the people from the management bureau rushed over in a panic, shouting, "Old Zhao, don't do anything rash. Even though you've been refused treatment by old Lu these past few days, you said a girl named Bai wanted to treat you, but you refused her." Then he recalled the scene of the other person being kicked by old Lu, accompanied by a scolding. Daring to insult the ancestor, men throw him out. The other person heard this and immediately chimed in. Then the snake venom acted up and you almost lost your life. The opportunity is right in front of you. As long as you can appease her, there's still hope. Don't try to atone with your death. Hearing this nonsensical speculation, he angrily shouted, "Who said I want to die to atone for my sins? I intend to use the traditional method to plead for forgiveness. To ask the senior for forgiveness. Come on, you guys help me tie myself up." His decisive action astonished the two people behind him. "No way, Senior Zhao. How are you so proficient at this?" Just as he finished speaking, the main gate of the Bai family opened. The people from the management bureau saw this and cheered joyfully. "The gate is open, so there's no need to be tied up to atone for sins. We can go in." At the same time, a calm voice came from inside. "Little Zhao has arrived. Are you here today to demand the 50 million fine, or do you want me to hold a lecture?" As soon as Zhao Tianfang stepped inside and heard this, he immediately bowed and explained, "Who would dare to fine Miss Bai? Miss Bai, please don't joke. Little Zhao is here today to receive your teachings." At this moment, Bai Chui's face showed a cunning look as she continued to ask the other party, "Was the rebirth pill delicious?" The person opposite was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, as expected, this great master started setting up her plan from the moment she cooperated with the investigation. That rebirth pill was the bait to make me willingly come and beg. Thinking of this, he quickly bowed and said loudly, "I beg Senior Bai to be magnanimous and merciful and save this old man's life." At this moment, the person opposite made a hand gesture. He understood the meaning and quickly continued, "If Senior can cure this illness for me, I am willing to offer you 10 million. How about it?" Hearing this, she just nonchalantly refused. "Little Zhao, 10 million is not worth me lifting a finger. I want that ring," and pointed directly at the ring on his hand. Hearing this, Zhao Tianfang panicked and clutched the ring, his face pale. "No, this spatial artifact was passed down to me by my master back then. Even if I die, I cannot hand it over. I know that spiritual energy is scarce now, and creating treasures is extremely difficult, but you can't make such an excessive demand." Seeing that he had misunderstood, she frowned and asked back, "Who wants your artifact? What's so special about a mediocre mid-grade artifact?" At this moment, he was even more confused. She doesn't want the artifact, but the material of the ring isn't worth much. As if reading his thoughts, she didn't mind speaking frankly, "I want the 123 portions of spiritual energy inside." The face of the person opposite immediately turned pale. She hit the nail on the head. This artifact indeed contains the spiritual herbs I painstakingly collected for over 10 years. No more, no less, exactly 123 portions. How does she know so clearly? It seems I've been targeted for a long time. Forget it, although spiritual herbs are rare, as long as I can keep my life, I can still find more with effort. Then he gritted his teeth and replied, "Deal." It seemed she was just waiting for that sentence, as she took out an acupuncture needle. Her eyes were both happy and dangerous as she said, "All right, let's begin. 3 inches below the navel, pierce 3 inches deep, into the Qi-Hai acupoint." Immediately after, Zhao Tianfang's blood-curdling scream rang out. "It hurts so much. Ah, this is revenge. This is definitely revenge." After a period of struggle, Bai Chuwei announced excitedly, "All right, wait a moment and go to Lu Zhan's place to get some qi and blood replenishing medicine. Quickly give me the spiritual herbs." Although the other party was still scared, he quickly replied, "Yes. It's just that these spiritual herbs are very precious. It's best if you choose a private place for me to take them out for you." Hearing this reminder, she replied casually, "No need for such trouble." Then she clapped her hands, and immediately a strange sound was heard from outside. The door quickly opened, and something that looked like a black hole in space appeared, causing him to scream in terror. "What is that sound? Oh my God, Senior Bai, it's dangerous. I'm afraid a monster has been attracted by the spiritual herbs and has come for them." Then he hurriedly rushed to her side. At the same time, Shueqiu jumped out, holding a bracelet and excitedly reporting, "Old ancestor. This bracelet is full of spiritual herbs, and it has space too. If it's not enough, I'll go get another one. We still have many spatial artifacts anyway." While taking the bracelet, she turned to the dazed person not far away and said with a frown, "This is my spirit beast, not a monster." The younger generation nowadays really has no class. After hearing this shocking information, the other party was shocked into paralysis, his mind constantly processing data. A spirit beast? Even my master at his peak couldn't do this. Moreover, she not only has spatial artifacts, but she has many of them. Who on earth is this Bai Chuwei? At this time, Shueqiu, who was nibbling on a watermelon on the side, announced, "Old ancestor Zhao Tianfang has fully recovered and is preparing to leave Haicheng." Lu Zhan said that when he went to get the measuring tape, that guy was still trembling. He's really so useless. But the person next to it just replied, faintly, but her eyes were still glued to the phone screen. Bai Chui's action made it curious, and it leaned over to take a look. Old ancestor, you're not eating watermelon. What are you busy with? Inside the phone was an image of Duan Fan, brooding silently in his study. Seeing this, Shueqiu couldn't help but complain in dissatisfaction. Why is it Duan Fan again? Earlier in Duan Fan's office, while he was sitting and looking at documents, Xingjia on the other side was playing games and wondering, fourth uncle, after you were rejected by Wei Wei, you've just been busy working in your office, not taking any initiative to contact her or find a way to see her. Hearing this, the other person replied faintly, I sent her a message 3 days ago. She said she was busy making spiritual medicine, so I didn't bother her any further. After hearing these words, the young boy helplessly rubbed his temples and said, fourth uncle, you think you can pursue Chu Wei like this? I'm not going to call you uncle anymore. I should call you dad. Are you being considerate or just clueless? When wooing a girl, you have to be a bit thick-skinned. Her saying she's very busy means she's currently facing difficulties. This is when you should step up and offer to help. Hearing this armchair strategist's advice, he sternly and faintly spoke. You think she needs my help? At this moment, an image of her as a proud queen sitting on a throne appeared in Xingjia's mind. While his uncle was like a small butler bowing beside her, he stammered, it seems you're right. That's the goddess Bai Chu Wei. A person so strangely powerful she could defeat the whole world. How could she possibly need someone's help? But a few seconds later, he pulled himself together and laid out the next strategy. Ahem, if Wei Wei is already too strong, then fourth uncle, you have to change your strategy. If you're not as strong as Boss Wei Wei, then you have to pretend to be weak and pitiful. In short, you must create a distinct sense of presence in front of Wei Wei. What you can't do, don't force yourself to do. Hearing these words, his face darkened and he became wary. You used to advise me to give up on pursuing Chu Wei. Why the sudden change of heart? Starting to scheme and plot to help me? At this moment, Xingjia was already in position, running while saying, of course, it's to make Chu Wei reject you outright sooner, so you can stop having such fanciful thoughts. I'm going home now, by uncle. Knowing his nephew's scheme, Duan Fan threw the pen on his desk forward and said through gritted teeth, what did you say, you little brat? Then he helplessly rubbed his temples. But soon he thought about what he had just said, showing weakness. Then a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Back to the present. A post clearly showing his tired photo with a worried caption. President Duan has been working overtime for 3 consecutive days. Is he really okay? At this moment, she replied faintly. I just happened to scroll past a few posts on moments that Duan Fan's secretary posted. But in her heart, she was constantly praising, my little brothers are truly amazing. Duan Fan, you just keep up your workaholic persona. Below, comments from the team of secretaries appeared. Duan Fan's secretary team. How could he be okay? I heard from a security guard that President Duan hasn't gone home at all these past few days, busy until 3 or 4 in the morning every day. Besides, has anyone seen him order food? Another person with a nickname Duan Fan's secretary team, Sissy, also quickly left a comment. Yesterday I saw a news report. A young employee had a stroke after pulling an all-nighter working overtime at the company. It couldn't be that our boss is having a stroke, could it? After reading these messages, a sense of unease rose in her heart. Staying up late working until 3 or 4 in the morning, no matter how busy, you can't torture your health like that. Maybe I should call and advise Duan Fan a little. But would I be playing hard to get? While she was still hesitating, unable to find a reasonable excuse, a call came in. Seeing that Tang Monk's flesh was calling her, she answered in surprise. Henin, you're so busy, yet you still call. Me? Hearing these words of concern, Duan Fan transformed into the weak and handsome man, just as Xingjia had planned. That's right, I've been working overtime for 4 or 5 days straight. My head hurts, and I'm also very hungry. It looks like I'll be busy until midnight again today. Hearing these complaints, Bai Chu Wei said worriedly, then I'll order food for you. But her mind was very excited, thinking it's rare for Henin to proactively talk about his health. Could there really be a problem? Seeing that the plan was going quite smoothly, he quickly delivered a critical blow, No, I don't eat takeout. I still have work to finish. I'll continue working first. As he rambled on, he looked at the documents in his hand. Shueqiu, sitting on the side, had an angry face and kept grumbling. He failed to woo the old ancestor, and now he dares to call the old ancestor? This Duan Fan has some nerve. I think he'll be the one to die from a sudden stroke later. Before it could finish, she used a spell to shut its mouth. Then she teleported away, leaving it behind. It thought mournfully in its heart, the old ancestor suddenly cast a silence spell on me, and now she's gone. 2. Half an hour later, a knock was heard on his office door. "Henin, it's me. May I come in?" Hearing the familiar voice, he looked over and saw that beautiful face appear. She was also holding late-night snacks. The moment he saw who it was, his heart rejoiced. The weak act was effective. Duan Xingjia is somewhat useful after all. The person in front of him, seeing his state, couldn't help but sigh internally. He really is a workaholic. How can he still smile when working overtime has become a habit? Then she placed the bag in her hand on the table and slowly said, "Dinner? If you get a stomach problem, it's fine even if you stay up late and get a stomach ulcer. The old ancestor will heal you." Looking at the items in the bag, Duan Fan asked in a daze, "It's not takeout, did you make it?" Hearing the question, the person in front of him explained, "The chef at the cultivation pavilion made it. The ancestor has long since achieved anedia and hasn't personally cooked in many years." But the other party put on a pouting face, scooping up spoonfuls of rice. Seeing this scene, Bai Chuwei questioned, "Henin, the old ancestor personally brought you food. In the whole world, only you have this kind of treatment. What are you still unhappy about?" But before she could finish, he grabbed her hand, pressed it against his cheek, and used his handsome man trick. "But I want more than that. Or rather, all of you." The flirting was all over the place, causing her to freeze for a moment with the thought. Again, after the college entrance exam, has Duan Fan completely let himself go without any restraint? Then she turned her head to hide the blush on her face. She replied coldly, "Don't even think about it." Hearing this, his expression darkened, and he continued to sulk. "I'll just keep thinking about it." This action made the person opposite speechless, frowning as her brain pondered. Still not giving up? It really is better to avoid Duan Fan. Suddenly, another voice interrupted her line of regret. "The results for the college entrance exam can be checked today." The person opposite, while drinking soup, slowly continued, "The internet at my company is quite good. I can help you check later." That expression reminded her of a memory from 20 years ago, when Duan Fan was still an arrogant little boy. "I don't want to hug you at all. It's because you want to hug me that I'm reluctantly letting you." Right. She felt a little happy inside, thinking, he clearly wants me to stay with him, but he's using the excuse of helping me check my scores. Why is Henin still the same as when he was little? Still not saying it. The old ancestor will indulge you today. In a good mood, the person opposite probed, "Henin, what if my college entrance exam results are not ideal later?" Without much thought, he immediately replied, "Then I'll support you." Hearing this, her expression suddenly changed. These words reminded Bai Chuwei of a promise from an old acquaintance. "Call me Big Brother. You have no home to return to? Then I'll support you." That person back then had said the exact same thing. Duan Fan looked at the person beside him, who was still in a daze, and felt a little unhappy. A vague sense of discomfort quickly invaded his entire mind. TSK. It was clearly my heartfelt confession, yet it unexpectedly made the white moonlight appear in Chuwei's mind. In the silent atmosphere, Bai Chuwei's phone suddenly rang, making her jump. She then quickly answered the phone. On the other end, a familiar, excited voice echoed. "Chuwei, the exam results are out. I got 672 points. My mom found out that my academic performance improved so much thanks to your video. She said she wants to give you a house as a thank you gift. We'll talk about the specifics when we meet. Bye." The joyful and excited voice of Xingjia also quickly caught his attention. After hanging up, she reluctantly looked at the person behind her and said, "Why do your older brother and sister-in-law both like to give away houses so much? I already have a lot of houses, so the scores can be checked already? In that case, Henin, let me use your computer for a bit." With that, she moved to his side, bent over, and skillfully used the computer. Suddenly, she felt a warm breath touch her ear. Before the other person could react, he had pulled her into his lap. This sudden action made Bai Chuwei blush, and she hurriedly looked at the person who had just pulled her onto his lap and questioned, "Duan Fan, what are you doing?" In her heart, she couldn't stop the aggrieved thought. The old ancestor let her guard down around you, and you took the opportunity to ambush an old woman of several thousand years like me. Having the person he loved in his arms, he shamelessly said, "I saw you standing. It looked tiring. Besides, don't you always like to hug me? It's rare for me to take the initiative, and you can't get used to it." Hearing this, she suddenly remembered the bold words she had said before. "Besides, you spending a little time obediently letting me hug you is better than any spiritual medicine." In her mind, she was constantly scolding herself. "All right, I set myself up. Fain probably knows very well what about him attracts me the most to deliberately use this trick. However, the scent of Tang Monk's flesh isn't bad at all. An old ancestor like me is magnanimous. I won't hold it against him." Soon, the exam results were out. She had achieved perfect scores in 3 subjects: mathematics, English, and a natural sciences combination. Her literature score was also very high at 132, bringing her total score up to 732 points. Seeing that number, Duan Fan exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, the exam scores are out. A total of 732, that's truly astonishing." But the person in question didn't seem happy, clutching her head and wailing, "Literature 132, my literature score is only 132? Hearing her ask that, the person beside her confirmed, "That's right, what's wrong?" At that moment, she was relentlessly interrogating herself in her mind, thinking about how she had entered the examination hall countless times before, writing poetry, quoting classic texts, composing literature, and participating in imperial court examinations. This was hardly the first time, was it? Now I've been defeated by 12th grade literature. Good heavens, this result is so embarrassing. That night, the students checking their college entrance exam scores were very surprised to find that their scores were generally higher than usual. But very quickly, that bit of surprise was replaced by fear. Negative comments quickly appeared on social media sites with some prominent content, such as, "Most students' scores have improved. The cutoff scores will definitely be raised too. I got 550 points and my face is covered in tears. All my effort in listening so seriously to the immortal teacher was for nothing." So what if the immortal teacher is amazing? The original cutoff scores are being raised. I won't be able to get into university. This person is the one bad apple that spoils the bunch. I studied in seclusion and never watched her live stream. The cutoff scores are raised. I'm definitely not getting into university now. What a mortal teacher. I hate her to death. I'll hate her for a lifetime. Because the fear of the rising cutoff scores completely overwhelmed everything. A portion of people began to attack the immortal teacher online. Until the next day, when the national cutoff scores were announced. After reading prominent information such as, the cutoff score for the liberal arts stream is 550. The cutoff score for the natural sciences stream is 545. The university admission cutoff scores were not raised at all, causing the teachers to be startled. How is this possible? This year's cutoff scores are actually about the same as last year's? This is truly unreasonable. Zhou Feng walked in and saw Teacher Li looking so flustered and said confidently, "Why would it be impossible?" Many colleges and universities, after an emergency discussion last night, decided to expand their enrollment quotas. With more spots, the cutoff scores will naturally stabilize. The core essence of the Gaokao is to select talented individuals. If this year's students are all talented, why would the colleges and universities turn them away? She then looked at the hot topics on social media and muttered softly, "In that case, isn't that immortal teacher using her own ability to create opportunities for many students who originally couldn't get into university? Or what?" Suddenly, a colleague ran over with a radiant face and said, "Teacher Li, congratulations. The top score for the natural sciences stream in this year's Gaokao is from your class, A9. She couldn't hide her delight as she thought to herself, "It must be Su Jingxin, as expected of the student I value." Even so, Teacher Li deliberately said sarcastically, "What's there to congratulate? Director, don't you forget that Class A9 has a student who got in through the back door by Chu Wei. That girl's results are worthless, and she hasn't even reported her exam score to the group yet. If the school deducts my bonus because of that girl, you have to speak up for me, Director." But she was quickly doused with cold water by the colleague in front of her. "Teacher Li, what are you talking about? The top score I'm talking about is by Chu Wei." These words made the other party, upon hearing them, hastily seek confirmation. "What did you say? How could it be that idiot?" Director Huang frowned at this moment. He looked at her with a displeased expression and questioned, "Teacher Li, it seems that as a representative of the homeroom and literature teachers, you hold a very deep prejudice against Bai Chu Wei, don't you? If you treat the top scorer like this, I find it hard to imagine what your attitude towards ordinary students is like. I will report this matter truthfully to the principal and arrange for an investigation. The warning from the person in front of her terrified teacher Lee, and she thought in a panic, I'm done for. If the higher-ups want to investigate this, then the fact that I usually secretly give extra tutoring and let the sharp-tongued Su Jingshan curse at underachieving students won't all be exposed. At that point, forget about the bonus. Whether I can even continue to stay at Hanghua No. 1 High School will become a problem. Elsewhere, a party popper was pulled. Shueqiu, on her shoulder, spoke excitedly. Congratulations, old ancestor, on becoming the top scorer again. Bai Chu Wei, at this moment, accepted the congratulations with a graceful gesture. Thank you. But then she couldn't hide her surprise and continued. I can't believe I could still become the top scorer with such a poor literature score. Duan Fan, who was opposite her, heard this and reminded her with a smile, it's a good thing you're saying this at home. Otherwise, you'd get beaten up. As soon as it saw him appear, Shueqiu shrieked, as if its tail had been stepped on. Squeak, squeak, squeak. This isn't right. Fan, how can he be here? Old ancestor, didn't you already reject him? Why has the enemy infiltrated our headquarters instead? Hearing those questions, the person beside it felt a little guilty and stammered about that. That expression was quickly noticed by the other party. Suddenly, she recalled the offer from the person opposite her. How about having afternoon tea together? I brought some sweet soup I made myself. I can take off the prayer beads later. That amazing offer made her freeze. Realizing he had made an offer, she couldn't refuse. At the same time, the person opposite her asked, which university are you planning to apply to, and for what? Major. Over here, while covering Shueqiu's mouth, she replied shyly, Capital University. As for the major, I'll just randomly pick one then. After all, I've already studied everything. The person in front of her seriously calculated, Capital University? That a good 5 or 6 hour drive from Haiqing. His worried look made her ask curiously, that's right, what's wrong? Seeing that she had sat down, Duan Fan immediately used his irresistible pretty boy trick, loosening his tie as he said, then, what if you want to hug me? Those suggestive words made her beautiful face flush red. She was puzzled. Why has Fan been saying such cheesy things so often after the Gaokao? Where's the villain boss who used to blush after just a little teasing and always told me to study properly? But she quickly regained her indifferent demeanor and replied, what I'll do is my business. What are you doing? Seeing the person beside her engrossed in his phone made her wonder. But not long after, the other person replied, I'm checking on my phone, getting one of my houses in the capital cleaned up first to make it convenient for me to visit you there often in the future. It's a bit inconvenient to trouble you with traveling back and forth. I should take the initiative to deliver myself. Although she felt truly helpless, Bai Chu Wei didn't forget to tease, to thank you for your thoughtfulness. Should I give you a spiritual energy flying carpet to help you save time and travel expenses? Duan Fan heard this and played along. That's not a bad idea. After all, 5 hours is still too long. Hearing this, a flying carpet immediately hit that handsome face, accompanied by a loud shout, Duan Fan, don't you push your luck. Then she stormed off angrily. As for him, he looked at the thing in his arms. His expression suddenly turned joyful as he said softly, it's a flying magic artifact. I will come to see you often from now on. After turning and leaving, she silently blamed herself. What on earth am I doing? A few hours later, at the Duan residence, Duan Fan leisurely walked in with a radiant and happy face. As soon as the house staff saw him, they hurriedly bowed, Fourth Master. Welcome home. The other party just casually replied with a single, Seeing his unusually cheerful expression, the maid couldn't help but wonder to herself, Fourth Master's mood is really good today. I wonder what good thing happened to make him so happy. So much. Before he could even step fully into the house, the sound of scolding rang out. Duan Taheo, is this the good son you've been hoping for all this time? Hearing this, the person standing beside him immediately reported, it's the eldest master. He's brought his son from outside back again. At this moment, the face of the person next to him darkened. His exam score is only 597, a full 75 points lower than Jingye's. And he dares to return to the Duan family with such a poor result? Duan Taheo heard this and hurriedly explained, Yang Jingya, don't talk nonsense. Jingshan's performance is usually very stable. It's just that he was too stressed this time, and it affected him a little. Meanwhile, after learning of Jingye's score, Su Jingshan felt indignant. Impossible. How could Jingye perform so well on this exam? It makes sense, though. He wasn't affected by the jade talisman Dad gave me, and he also had by Chu Wei, who is proficient in demonic arts, protecting him completely different from me. He then looked towards the head of the Duan family and tried to persuade him, Dad, everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Jingshan is your biological grandson after all. He still has the blood of our Duan family flowing in him. I hope you could be magnanimous and forgive the boy. As soon as he finished, another cold voice interjected, Eldest brother, why don't you tell Dad clearly why Su Jingshan had a mental breakdown in the exam room, leading to such a low score? As soon as the sentence was finished, Duan Fan quickly spoke up, not giving the father and son a chance to react. He cheated by wearing a jade talisman containing evil arts, and was discovered and investigated by others. Our Duan family dares not accept such a grandson. Hearing this, old Master Duan flew into a rage, swinging his cane to hit the person in front of him. Evil arts for cheating? How audacious, Duan Taheo. Did you bring this kind of person back to the Duan family to disgrace us? At this moment, he no longer pretended to be submissive, gritting his teeth and shouting angrily, Enough, I, Su Jingshan, have remembered all the humiliation I've received at the Duan residence today. Then, with a twisted and furious face, he continued, A gentleman's revenge is not too late, even after 10 years. Don't bully a poor young man. Seeing him turn and leave in anger, Duan Taheo quickly ran after him. The person opposite them became even more enraged and shouted loudly, You're still not convinced? Committing the mistake of cheating in the Gaokao, getting a beating from this old man, is letting you off lightly. Duan Taheo, if you still insist on acknowledging this illegitimate son, then get lost as well. Don't ever come back in this lifetime. Outside, under the faint light of dusk, he continuously comforted the person walking beside him. Jingshan, don't be too sad. How about you study for another year, retake the exam next year, and get a really high score? But Su Jingshan was now full of despair. Oh, so much has happened. I really don't have the mood to continue with exams anymore. The look of despair was clear on his face, making the man feel even more guilty. It's all my fault for giving you that necklace. Jingshan, rest assured, I will definitely treat you better in the future. Better than Duan Jingye. I will make up for everything you've lacked for the past 18 years. After speaking, he grabbed his shoulder, but he had no idea that the person in front of him, after hearing those words, was secretly gloating. It's precisely because of his guilt over the jade pendant that Dad has become a weakness for me to exploit. I'll use that to extract all the resources and assets under his name. This immediate benefit is much more valuable than being acknowledged by the Duan family. The Gaokao was a hot topic, and the top scorer was always the focus of media attention. At the Bai family villa, a servant quickly ran in to announce, Old Ancestor, there's a group of reporters outside who want to interview you. Should we let them in? Bai Chuwei immediately nodded in agreement. Ah, of course. In her mind, she was silently organizing things. An interview with the Gaokao top scorer. It seems to be a special program after the exam, right? Since I've earned this title, I should satisfy everyone's curiosity. A little. Immediately after, the reporters were present. A female reporter stepped forward to ask a question. Hello, student Bai. I'm a reporter from Haicheng television station. Right now, everyone watching a live broadcast is very curious. Which university and major are you planning to apply for? May I ask if you have decided yet? Hearing this, she replied innocently, I've already chosen the university. As for the major, I'm preparing to draw lots to decide. The female reporter was stunned after hearing this and asked again, Draw lots? Young lady, you must be joking. Choosing a major is a matter of a lifetime. Bai Chuwei calmly replied, It's fine. For me, studying any major is the same. The audience watching the live stream immediately started buzzing with discussion. It's great to be rich. You can study whatever you want. Isn't it because her score is high that she dares to say that? Poster above, this is the Gaokao. Money can't buy you a score. Immediately after, she drew a slip of paper. Holding it up to the camera, she said, The result is here. I will apply for the archaeology major. Immediately, many sarcastic comments appeared. There's a new hot search. Beautiful Science Stream top student draws lots to choose her major on air. This comedic effect isn't bad. Capital University has so many attractive majors. How did her hand pick the one with the least interest? Everyone knows that graduating from the archaeology department means unemployment. You'll just just end up tan from exploring ruins. Young lady, draw again. It's rare to have such a good score. The negative comments made her expression darken. The female reporter hurriedly tried to soothe the situation. It seems the netizens aren't very fond of the archaeology department. Young lady, do you want to draw again? I promise I won't laugh. Bai Chuwei remained firm in her stance. Although I'm very grateful for the netizens' concern, I will not change my major. The archaeology department is also a very interesting field of study. Seeing her so resolute, a new wave of negative comments erupted. She won't even listen to the kind advice from social media. Is there something wrong with this girl's head? Idiot. Don't come crying when the sun turns you dark. TSK. It's good that she's not applying for a hot major. One less competitor for my future job. Studying archaeology is choosing a path to poverty. Hearing this, she gritted her teeth in anger. I have always believed that no matter the major, as long as one has the ability to be at the top, the future will be bright. Therefore, you netizens who speak vulgarly all day, stop minding other people's business. Your ancestor is me. No matter what major I apply for, I will still be better than you. Immediately, two factions began arguing in the live stream. Is this a live stream for arguing? Where is this student's sense? She's right. Since she got into university, the right to choose her major is hers. Netizens shouldn't impose their thoughts like this. The top student big sister is so strong. I'm moved to tears. These words of defense made the person opposite her think helplessly. I never expected Bai Chuwei's program to have such a good effect. Without hiring any paid commenters, the topics and views just kept soaring. Suddenly, someone in the comments exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, everyone look at the hot search. My God, what's happening?" The female reporter was also stunned. Huh? What happened? At this moment, two posts from the same account, named Zhongzhou, He family exploded online. He Salon, the Gaokao top scorer in Haicheng, has applied to the archaeology department of Capital University, stunning the online community. The benefactor of the He family once said, "No matter the major, if one has the ability to be at the top, the future is bright." Thank you for your appearance. The Zhongzhou He family has donated 100 million to support the academic research of the archaeology department at Capital University. The online community immediately left countless comments full of doubt and amazement. Are you telling me Bai Chuwei just happened to say the same thing as the He family's benefactor and got the attention of a big shot? Not just attention, but a donation. This is a public endorsement for her. If I had known, I would have applied for the archaeology department. Could this be a PR stunt? The female reporter was also stunned. The Zhongzhou He family, one of the 8 great families that got rich from antiques. In a flash, Bai Chuwei went from a pitiful girl forced to go tomb rating to a lucky person with powerful backing. The reporter turned to her with a bright smile and congratulated her. Student Bai, congratulations on receiving the He family's favor. Don't forget us when you're rich in the future. Hearing the congratulations, she replied decisively, "Wrong. It has always been the He family that received my favor." In her heart, she was silently calculating. It seems another one of the 8 great families knows that I have come out of seclusion. Moreover, they know how to act with restraint. Not bad. That statement made the female reporter's face pale. She hurriedly found an excuse to retreat. Student Bai, is there anything else you want to say? We've troubled you for so long. We'll take our leave now. But her heart was in turmoil. Does she mean that the He family has always had to rely on her? What's she talking about? It's better to end the interview quickly. Hearing that, she gave a gentle smile, waving goodbye. But she didn't forget to take the opportunity to advertise. The Shensi Yaju Club on Xiangnan Road, in the center of Haicheng, will officially reopen for business on the 1st. We cordially invite all ladies, madams, and wealthy socialites to come and experience it. The unexpected advertisement made the person's brain feel like it was about to explode. I asked her to say goodbye to the netizens, and she took the opportunity to promote her brand. This year's Gaokao top scorer really knows how to surprise people. Thanks to the live broadcast and Bai Chuwei's connections, the reopening of the Shensi Yaju Club was an incredible success. The reception rooms were all packed with ladies, madams, and wealthy businesswomen who had flocked to Haicheng because of its fame. While waiting to be served, they chatted animatedly. I came because I saw it on CEO Duan's social media feed. I saw it on CEO Cheese. Zhong Ling, at this moment, couldn't hide her joy and reported, "We've only been open for one morning, and the revenue is already nearly half of what it was in the previous year. Miss by the Immortal, you're truly my goddess of wealth. But there's something, everyone's feedback on our VIP cards is a bit strange. Miss Immortal, do we need to make any adjustments? The text on the VIP card clearly stated, the holder of this card can enter the shop at any time without an appointment. Note, VIP card users still need to pay additional fees to use other items in the shop. This had led some customers to leave blunt comments, spending $180,000 just for the right to enter the shop. Sounds a bit like a scam. A gentle refusal from me. Bai Chuwei saw the other person's worry and reassured her. Don't worry, they will soon understand the true value of this VIP card. Just as she finished speaking, a person walked in. Taking off his glasses, he said loudly, "Hello, please make me a VIP card." At this moment, at the reception desk, a man stood bewildered and confused, looking at Lu Jingyuan and asking softly, "Dad, did my wife swipe the wrong card? Are you sure it was a girl named Bai Chuwei who saved me?" Hearing this, he frowned and chided his son. Of course, if Miss by the Immortal hadn't accurately calculated your position, you would have died at Wulong Peak long ago. The favor of saving a life is greater than the heavens. Getting a card today, even getting 10 would be worth it. Just as he finished, a voice suddenly sounded from behind, startling them both. No need for 10. One for your whole family is enough. You're the first to get a premium card. I'll give you one opportunity for a medical consultation without an appointment. One person with high blood pressure, one with chronic gastritis, one with asthma. There's one more person, first come, first served. After hearing what Bai Chuwei had just said, the entire Lu family was astonished and thought in shock. She can accurately state our medical conditions without even taking our pulses. Not a single mistake. How is that possible? At this time, Lu Jingyuan was flustered and confused, stammering out, Miss by the Immortal, do you mean you can cure my granddaughter's blindness of 10 years? At the same time, the people queuing at the reception desk began to buzz with discussion. It really is Bai Chuwei. I remember that she used severe myopia, was also cured by her. No surgery at all, and now her vision is 5.3. Old Master Duan's terminal stomach cancer was also saved by her. National Sacred Hand Lu Jun said, she is his grandmaster. At this point, the same thought flashed through all their minds simultaneously. Wait, by the Divine Doctor is a shareholder of Shenxi. If we get a premium card, isn't that like buying a precious favor from her? 180,000 in exchange for a favor from a Divine Doctor. This deal is too good. Moreover, coming here for beauty treatments gives us a chance to meet the Divine Doctor. Who knows? One day the card might become a life-saving card. As soon as they thought of this, they rushed to sign up. I'll get one premium card. Your flower tea is delicious. That's right. I think the atmosphere here is also very good. I'll get one too. Hey, what about me? Me too. I'll get one too. At this moment, Lu Jingyuan's daughter-in-law looked at the person opposite her, sobbing with emotion, as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. Divine Dr. Bai, Miss Immortal, if you can really cure Yuan's eye disease. Oh, you could take my eyes. The person beside her was equally frantic. That's right. It's fine if this old man becomes blind. The little granddaughter was also scared and sobbed, calling out, Sobi. Daddy. At this moment, she pointed towards the back and said, no need for such trouble. Follow me to the treatment room in the back. After entering, she took out a few acupuncture needles, infused them with spiritual energy, and gave clear instructions. Lie down here. A few needles from me will do the trick. Then, the needles were quickly inserted into the acupoints on the eyes. The scene made the Lu family members' faces turn pale with fear. They were constantly worried and anxious in their hearts. This scene looks a bit scary, but Yuan's state doesn't seem painful at all. At this moment, the spiritual energy from the needles glowed, leaving Lu Jingyuan endlessly amazed. What's happening? I think I see Yuan's eyelids glowing. After finishing the treatment, she calmly gave instructions. All right, let her sleep for an hour. She'll be fine when she wakes up. But I have another question for you. Your daughter is blind, but you didn't prepare a guide cane for her, and you still dare to take her everywhere. Hearing this, the woman sobbed and said slowly, it's true we were not thoughtful enough, but there's a reason. But the person beside her couldn't control himself. The other party shouted angrily, isn't it because of the Tang family? Yuan's guide dog was killed by the Tang family. Half a month ago, the Lu family and the Tang family had another conflict. They knew Yuan was blind and deliberately sent someone to ram their car into ours. The result, that scene was like a slow-motion film. The people who ran over the dog even threw money with an arrogant tone. Just a dead dog. Here, money. Pick it up and spend it yourself. Xiao Guai was with us for several years. In our hearts, he was already a member of the family. His death made Yuan Yuan even consider suicide. The two of them were lucky to discover it in time and rushed to stop the girl from doing something foolish. Yuan Yuan, don't cry. We only found out about this yesterday. In our urgency, we brought Yuan Yuan to Haicheng, so that's why. The Tang family, relying on being one of the 8 great families in the capital, acts unscrupulously. The person behind them also tacitly allows them to behave like that. It's truly hateful. But as soon as they finished speaking, the two people in front of them were startled. Her face darkened, her heart filled with anger as she thought, "Isn't the person behind the Tang family my ancestor? Very good, Tang Ke. That thing dares to tarnish the ancestor's reputation." Old Master Lu was startled and alarmed when he saw her current appearance. What's going on? Why did Miss by the Immortal suddenly become so angry? After a moment of thought, Bai Chuwei spoke up, giving the Lu family an affirmation. Please wait a moment. I will find an opportunity to have Tang Ke personally apologize. To you. The woman at this point no longer held any resentment and spoke up. Miss by the Immortal, that is a matter for the Lu family. Please don't concern yourself with it. I'm already very content that you helped cure my daughter's eyes. But the person opposite her insisted, no, now it is no longer just a matter for the Lu family. The conversation was suddenly interrupted by a tender voice. Grandpa, Dad, Mom. Yuan Yuan had sat up by now, rubbing her eyes in fear. Sob sob. Seeing this, the Lu family's hearts suddenly sank. Yuan Yuan, with this expression, as expected, was still. Her mother tried to hold back her emotions and hugged her little daughter tightly. It's okay. Even if your eyes can't be cured, you're still the Lu family's precious treasure. Mommy loves you the most. But at this moment, that tiny hand slowly wiped away the tears on her mother's cheeks. A sweet voice, mixed with joy, called out, Mom, I can really see you. At this, the person opposite her seemed to freeze. Hearing this, the father also rushed over, joyfully pointing to himself and asking, Really, Yuan Yuan? You can really see? The little girl quickly confirmed to both of them, Yes, Dad, I can really see. Hearing this, the man immediately knelt on the ground. Facing her, he said, Fairy Bai, the Lu family owes you too much. Whatever you want, I, Lu Ligua, am willing to give it to you, even if it means bankrupting my family. But the other party just replied coolly, No, on the contrary, I am the one who owes you. And Zhongling, you come over here for a moment too. At this, Yuan Yuan and Zhongling were bewildered. When they got closer, she slowly handed each of them a piece of paper and explained calmly, I cannot reverse karma to save the lives of Xiao Guai and Zhang Liang, but I can help you find their next lives. Whether you want to meet them again is up to you. After receiving this unexpected gift, the two were quickly moved and expressed their gratitude. Fairy Bai, thank you. Bai Chuwei watched the taxi gradually disappear from sight. She looked down at her phone, thinking to herself, after seeing the Lu family off, the next step is to thoroughly deal with the matter of Tang Ke. Meanwhile, in a high-rise building, a piercing ringtone sounded. A man saw an unknown number on his screen and immediately muttered, Damn it, how did a strange call get through to my private number? Hello. He was Tang Ke, the current head of the Tang family, one of the 8 renowned great families. At this moment, a woman's voice came from the other end of the line, slowly giving an order. Tang Ke, within 1 week, our ancestor wants to see you personally and formally apologize to the Lu family and compensate them with 1/3 of the Tang family's entire assets. Hearing this, he became suspicious, thinking with great doubt, what absurd nonsense. Then he immediately retorted defiantly, What? Ancestor? Woman, did you go through all the trouble of finding my personal number just to say this nonsense? If you change your mind now and come to the Tang Corporation Hotel to find me, I might give you a chance to pursue me. Hearing these shameless words from the other party, she frowned in anger and cursed inwardly. Isn't this the stereotypical line of some domineering, idiotic CEO from an idol drama? No need for any chances. I'll just tell Chi Mo to bury him. She then decisively hung up. On the other end, Tang Ke's anger flared up. The feeling of humiliation made him grit his teeth and say, It's been a long time since anyone dared to hang up on me, this woman. Congratulations, you've successfully caught my special attention. Just then, a subordinate rushed in from outside in a panic and reported CEO Tang. The Chi family and other families have suddenly canceled many major joint projects with us all at once. What do you think? Should we try to negotiate further? These words struck him like a lightning bolt. He immediately turned pale and shouted, "What did you just say?" Then he hurriedly made a call. As soon as the person on the other end picked up, he immediately launched into a barrage of questions. "Chimo, what is the meaning of this? The 8 great families have always been united. What are you trying to do by targeting my Tang family?" Chimo, while putting on his earpiece and slowly brewing tea, replied calmly and indifferently. "Tangku, the reason the 8 great families formed a huge network is because of the ancestor. But now, the ancestor no longer wants to give you any more chances." Hearing this, he contemptuously shouted, "The Tang family's ancestor has been in a coffin for a long time. A formal apology, compensating 1/3 of the assets. Don't even dream about it." Hearing the other party insult her, he issued a cold warning. "Tangku, if you insist on opposing the ancestor, no one will be able to save you." But the person on the other end stubbornly shouted, "Fine. From now on, we'll mind our own business," and decisively hung up. Those insolent words made his face darken with anger. At the same time, the person opposite him couldn't help but laugh out loud. In the end, isn't he the kind of junior who grew up witnessing his relative's insolence, not even believing in the ancestor? Chimo quickly made an assessment after hearing this. But that can't be an excuse for Tangku to do such terrible things. Hearing this, the other person nodded in agreement. Chimo is right. The 8 great families have lived in harmony for too long. It's time for a little change, isn't it? She was He Sulan, the current head of the He family, one of the 8 great families. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke with indignant resentment. "This can't be a reason for you, Chimo, to arbitrarily hide the fact that the ancestor has descended from mountain. It's really too much. Obviously, we also want to meet the ancestor." These complaints left him feeling helpless. I knew this would happen. A few days later, at the 12th grade graduation ceremony of Hanghua High School, Xingye, walking beside her, praised her endlessly. "Your speech on stage just now was amazing. You quoted classical allusions so fluently." I clapped until my hands turned red. Bai Chu Wei, walking alongside him, heard this and just replied indifferently, "Yes, the ancestor has witnessed many grand scenes. A graduation ceremony like this is just a trivial matter." Suddenly, a figure appeared and blocked their path. Tong Qingyan was shy at that moment, but her mind was constantly calculating. Bai Chu Wei has a close relationship with the 8 great families. If I can get close to her, who knows? As soon as the thought finished, she gathered all her courage and spoke. "Classmate Bai, can we talk for a moment?" But the person opposite her just glanced over indifferently, treating her like thin air. "Sorry, someone is waiting for us." At this moment, a burning jealousy rose in her heart. Someone is waiting. Isn't that the 4th master? Why would someone so cold and heartless treat Bai Chu Wei with such special tenderness? Then she quickly turned around and shouted, "Classmate Bai, I didn't expect you to use registering for the archaeology major to create controversy and promote yourself. When it comes to scheming, I'm really no match for you." Hearing those blunt insults, the person beside her rushed forward to stop her, Tong Qingyan, but before he could finish, she stopped him with her hand. Then she calmly retorted, "If choosing archaeology represents scheming, then what does choosing finance represent?" Hearing this, the boy beside her pouted and said, "Chu Wei, I also chose finance." Hearing that, she turned to look at him and gently analyzed. "You chose finance because you have a family business to inherit, but classmate Tong's family business." She deliberately paused here. The person behind her was not a fool and understood that Bai Chu Wei was mocking her. Her face turned pale, and she gritted her teeth in anger, thinking, the Tong family has gone bankrupt. What business is there to speak of? I really shouldn't have provoked her on a whim. At the same time, the female students in the school suddenly surrounded Xingye as if they had seen an idol that, oh my god, Duan Xingye. Duan Xingye is here. Xingye, take a picture with me. Xingye, do you still have your second button? Let's trade. What button? So unrefined. Duan Xingye, I like you. Go out with me. Seeing this, he quickly switched to escape mode, fast as the wind. He didn't forget to turn his head and instruct, Wei Wei, you stay here, don't move. I'm going to hide for a bit. Seeing this, she just replied indifferently, oh. At the same time, someone approached from behind. As soon as she saw the person, she couldn't help but ask curiously, Han, when you graduated from high school, were you also chased by many girls for your second button? Hearing this, the other person quickly corrected her. No, but the person opposite him didn't believe it. No? How is that possible? You're much more handsome than Xingye. Let me see. Taking a quick glimpse into Duan Fan's past, she saw that although he was pursued by many female students back then, they only dared to watch him from a distance, pushing each other. You go. No, 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 forget it. At this point, she secretly realized, so it's not that there weren't any, but that no one dared. While she was still dazed, he stepped closer. His tone suddenly became very serious. My little ancestor, congratulations on your graduation and on embarking on a brand new journey. The future path ahead. I want to walk it with you. Hearing this, she was slightly stunned, then tactfully refused. My future path is very long, with no end in sight. Han, you can't live as long as I can. But the other party didn't give up, replying firmly, there will be a way. Even if I continue to be bluntly rejected by you like this, I still want to get closer. This heart will always be with you. A week later, in the bustling Tin Fan district of the imperial capital, Duan Xingye excitedly held his phone, filming and commenting on the surroundings. Wow, this is the most famous iconic architectural work in the imperial capital, known as the shortcut to the Hanging Gardens. In the Sky City Villa, every shot was breathtakingly beautiful. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment, and his heart was deeply shaken, because some people just need to stand there to make all scenery pale in comparison. Bai Chuwei saw the person opposite her staring and spoke up, Duan Xingye, what nonsense are you filming? Now, he became flustered and quickly changed the subject. Wei, don't mind me. It's just a task from fourth uncle. But his hands were already moving nimbly, sending a report. Duan Fan, I still have work to deal with. I can't go to the imperial capital with you guys. So, Duan Xingye, understood. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Duan Xingye, photo, Duan Fan. Transfer. It turned out he was blatantly extorting money from his own uncle. Afterward, the group was very excited. He was so thrilled he couldn't hide his joy and said, I can't believe you. Goddess Wei agreed to travel to the imperial capital with us classmates. It's like a dream. Seeing this, she was slightly startled. It was on the way, so I just came along. But a hint of indescribable gloom flashed in her eyes. Anyway, I have important things to do next in the imperial capital. A week after Bai Chuwei issued her ultimatum, the Tang family's official blog posted an article. Recently, many netizens received an internal notice from the Tang family. Not only did Tang cannot apologize, but he went even further by completely blacklisting the Liu family. Many even speculated, perhaps it won't be long before CEO Liu Minyuan is forced to commit suicide. At this point, she thought to herself, the weather is turning cold. It's time for the Tang family to be purged. At this moment, another person saw that her expression was off and spoke up. Classmate Bai, Xingye said we'll be staying at your property on this trip. Can you take us there first? Su Wan, standing beside her, chimed in, that's right, Wei. I also want to put down my luggage first and rest a bit. Hearing this, Bai Chuwei regained her usual calm demeanor and replied, all right, actually we're already at the door. I'll take you in right now. Hearing this, the other two exclaimed in surprise. At the door, Duan Xingye was just as confused. Wei, what do you mean by that? She didn't say much, walked to the gate, and entered the password. The other three were completely shocked. The Sky City Villa is your house? Inside, the living room was incredibly luxurious. When she opened the door, the person behind her spoke with some hesitation. Classmate Bai, you're not joking, are you? This Sky City Villa has always been managed by the Tang family, one of the 8 great families. How can it be your house? Su Ruan beside her also exclaimed in fear. You're not leading us to break into someone's private home, are you? Suddenly, a shout came from inside. Who are you? How did you get in? Inside, a film was about to be shot. A blonde man holding a script snapped. Get out, or we'll call the police. Right away. The person behind her no longer held back and screamed. I told you this Bai Chuwei was pretending, but you didn't believe me. Let's get out of here. I don't want to go to jail. At this moment, Bai Chuwei frowned, crossed her arms, and questioned coldly. I should be the one saying that. This is my house. Who let you in? The blonde man heard this and burst out laughing mockingly. Little girl, aren't you afraid of overstating things? This villa clearly belongs to the Tang family. 2 others chimed in. You say the villa is yours? If you have the guts, show us the proof. That's right. And this is our lead actress, Jia, who borrowed it from CEO Tang Ku himself. The person opposite her now looked at her with a lewd gaze. But if the little girl really doesn't want trouble, that's fine too. Just have dinner with me tonight. Suddenly, another voice called out, Miss Bai, is that you? You're back. A man with a bruised face hurried over and grabbed Bai Chuwei's hand. This action immediately frightened the blonde man. The man then continued joyfully. quickly. Miss Bai, I really didn't expect to see you again in this lifetime. This scene terrified him. Isn't this Butler Lee, who has been taking care of the Sky City Villa alone for decades? He knows this girl. Could she really be the owner of the Sky City Villa? What arrogant words did I just say to her? At this time, Butler Lee spoke softly. For many years, this villa has always been kept clean, but I didn't expect some filth to be stuffed in just now, and you happen to run into it. It's my fault. Old Lee is old and weak. I really couldn't drive them out. How shameful. How shameful. Hearing these words and seeing his bruised face, she spoke with a murderous aura. The people from the film crew dare to hit you? The people standing behind him hurriedly denied it. No, we didn't hit anyone. Butler Lee also quickly explained, it wasn't them who hit me. It was when I refused to rent the villa to Miss Wang Jiar. I was beaten by the bodyguards sent by Tang Ke. Hearing this, she gritted her teeth and asked, Who is Wang Jiar? The woman who was named, sitting amidst the lights, turned pale. Seeing this scene, she continued coldly, Very good. That damn Tang Ke. He even dared to lend you the clothes I left in the villa? The people around heard this and questioned, Jiar, didn't you say CEO Tang auctioned this Chongsam for you? So it was also from the villa. Her face turned pale, and she stammered an explanation. Then she switched to playing the victim. What did I do wrong? CEO Tang clearly said I could take whatever I wanted from the villa. But the people in the film crew weren't stupid enough not to realize the truth. Wow, she's a rising starlet, yet she steals things. At this moment, Bai Chuwei frowned and ordered, Butler Lee, call the police. Let the police handle these people who trespassed into a private residence and stole things. The person beside her heard this and quickly left. Yes, Miss Bai. After giving the instructions, her eyes flashed, and now, in a room flickering with brilliant lights, a voice suddenly came from nowhere. Tang Ke, immediately, get your ass to the Sky City Villa. Tang Ke, who was holding two beautiful girls in his arms, suddenly turned pale and let go of the person in his embrace. He stood up and walked out of the room step by step. Seeing this, the person behind him asked in confusion, CEO Tang, where are you going? The other party, unable to control his own body, stammered in reply, I don't know either. I just suddenly feel there's a place I must go. At this moment, outside a magnificent villa, a person stood there thinking in confusion. Strange. Why did I suddenly want to see this damn person? The journey tired me to death. At the same time, a stern command rang out. What are you looking at? Roll in here now. As soon as the words were spoken, Tang Ke, without any hesitation, lay down and began to roll inside. His body acting on its own terrified him. Immediately, a figure rolled into the living room, causing the people present in Chuwei's villa to stare in astonishment. What is that? Did he really roll in? As soon as he entered, he fell at someone's feet, his mind in a constant state of panic. What's happening? Then he saw Bai Chuwei holding a whip, her face extremely annoyed. But when the person opposite him saw her appearance, his mind was filled with lust. A cold beauty. I like this type. But wait, why does this voice sound so familiar? Just as he thought this, a slap, as if from heaven, made him question in panic. Hey, what are you doing? You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? The person in front of him, seething with murderous intent, frowned and replied, Of course I know, Mr. Tang Ke. The one who disregards human life, dishonors the ancestors, ignores the ancestors' orders, and arbitrarily gives the ancestors' property to outsiders. You've committed so many crimes and still feel no remorse. Today I, Bai Chuwei, will teach you what rules are. Give him 100 lashes. Su Ruan on the side asked worriedly. The 8 great families are famous for protecting their own. Isn't Wei Wei afraid of retaliation for doing this? Xingye heard this and immediately took out his phone to reply. Don't worry. Wei Wei definitely has her reasons. I'll contact my family right away. Behind them, someone seemed to have fainted from the audacious scene, but there were still people happily watching the drama, clapping and counting 1, 2, 3. After being beaten, Tang Ke still couldn't tell the severity of the situation and shouted, You bitch, you really hit me 100 times. I'm gonna get my injuries checked right now. Just wait to be arrested by the police and face the revenge of the Tang family and the other families. Rot in jail. The words had just left his mouth when the person behind him interrupted. Didn't you say just a few days ago that you would cut ties with the other families? Why the sudden change? These words frightened him even more. His eyes widened as he looked at the person behind him, unable to believe it. How does she know what I said on the phone with Chi Mo? Did Chi Mo tell her? At this moment, Bai Chuwei didn't leave him a shred of dignity with a command, roll back. The ancestors' punishment for you has only just begun. As time passed, Tang Ke realized that Bai Chui's words were all true. When he went to the hospital for an injury assessment, he received an unsatisfactory result and shouted, "Damn it, what is this damn doctor saying? I was hit 100 times, those wounds still hurt, I can't even walk properly. And you're telling me you can't find any injuries, that my body is perfectly healthy? Do you think I'm an idiot?" While he was fuming, someone called, "Hello." As soon as he answered, the person on the other end of the line yelled questions at him. "Tang Ke, what have you done?" Something big has happened to the Tang family. He was still dazed and asked back, "Second uncle, what do you mean?" He immediately received shocking news that at the ancestral hall, some Taoist priests suddenly appeared, saying they were ordered to remove the 100-year-old spirit formation of the Tang family. Our family's spirit fields and spirit springs have also been confiscated by someone holding a jade tablet. At this moment, he couldn't believe what he had just heard. He stubbornly questioned, "Confiscated? Who dares to confiscate them? What's this about a jade tablet?" At this, the person called second uncle explained irritably, "The Tang family has had an order since ancient times. Anyone holding a jade tablet with the character Bai must be unconditionally accepted by the Tang family, no matter what they do. What are you playing dumb for? I told you this when you first took power." These words also made Tang Ke realize it seemed he had figured it out. "Bai, the girl who taught me a lesson today." At the same time, the doctor beside him heard this and, in a panic, took out his device to check while thinking to himself, "What's happening? Is the Tang family about to be ruined? Will the family's account at the hospital be affected? Oh my God, it's really empty." Finally, the doctor decided not to save face and bluntly collected the consultation fee. CEO Tang. "The Tang family's account at the hospital seems to have been emptied." Look, before he could finish, a black card was thrown over. "All right, pay with the card." But when the card was inserted into the machine, an announcement rang out, immediately causing him to suffer extreme humiliation. "Credit card limit insufficient." This startled the other party. How is that possible? This is an unlimited black card. At the same time, a series of notifications arrived. "Family head, this is bad. Our treasury has been confiscated." "Cousin, what on earth is happening to our Tang family?" My card was suddenly frozen. "Me too. The branch company over here is also having problems. They just said to ask the family head." "Brother, damn it. Family head, you bastard. What the hell did you do? Don't make me come and get you." After reading, Tang Ke's face grew even paler. Trembling as he held his phone, he thought, cutting off cooperation with the 8 great families was my decision, and now the treasury and other assets are also having problems. Damn it, why is everything so unlucky today? Suddenly, he remembered the words Bai Chui had said before. The ancestors' punishment for you has only just begun. Wait, that woman with the surname, Bai did say, it's the ancestor again. What kind of ancestor? Was everything Chi Mo said true? Could such a bizarre thing really exist in this world? Meanwhile, on one side, she grasped the whole situation and sneered inwardly. Just making the Tang family return what I once bestowed upon them, and they already can't take it? This isn't enough. I still have to charge interest. The Liu family suffered because of Tang Ke's crimes, but they remained united and supported each other. This kind of situation is not deserved by a beast. The destroyer must suffer the contempt of all and pay the price for his sins. At this moment, the door burst open. Tang Ke looked in panic at the people who had just entered and called out in fear, "Second uncle, cousin, what are you doing?" Hearing this, the other party angrily threw a phone and continued resentfully, "You still have the face to ask? See for yourself." Immediately, a pile of hot searches hit his eyes. Breaking news. The 8 great families jointly announced that the Tang family has been expelled from the 8 great families. GMO, what does the Tang family have to do with us? Shocking. The 8 great families, united for nearly 100 years, have now disbanded. A summary of Tang Ke's crimes. The Tang family is expelled. What mistakes did he make? Many of the Tang family's assets have been confiscated. Investors should be cautious. Only then did he begin to believe the truth. Expelled. The Tang family has really been expelled. Suddenly, a sharp knife was raised. His second uncle pointed the tip of the knife at his foolish nephew while cursing incessantly. "Even if you die, you must apologize and beg for forgiveness so the Tang family can return to how it was." The person opposite him was now afraid. Within a few short days, all the assets and power of the Tang family were secretly absorbed by the other families. With Bai Chui's tacit approval, CEO Tang of the Tang family had to hold a press conference to publicly apologize to the Liu family. Tang Ku, who had been arrogant and domineering in the imperial capital for 3 years, also had to bow his head in apology and was ridiculed by the world. Afterward, he and the Tang family completely disappeared from the upper-class circles of the imperial capital. Rumors about CEO Tang Kefat going mad, kneeling 3 times and kowtowing to apologize to the master of Sky City while muttering about his ancestors, spread everywhere. But now, no one cared anymore because there was only one hottest topic on the entire Huaxia network. Reporters swarmed the villa. They tried every means to approach the butler with a barrage of extremely tricky questions. Hello, has the owner of the villa appeared yet? Excuse me, is it possible to interview the owner of the villa? Could she come out to meet us just once? Excuse me, is the rumor that the Hanging Garden can be seen from Sky City true? Is the Hanging Garden a type of illusion? Faced with this flood of questions, the butler could only helplessly offer an evasive explanation. I'm sorry. Miss Bai currently has no intention of accepting interviews. The villa in Sky City is private property. I hope you will all leave quickly. Over here, under the starry sky, a glass of champagne was gently swirled in her hand as Bai Chuwei sipped and savored it while silently pondering. To think that after so long, people still remembered the legend of the Hanging Garden, but no matter how beautiful the garden was, what was the use? After all, a person admiring flowers alone is just a pitiful soul. At that very moment, a familiar figure suddenly appeared under the moonlight. As soon as she saw that figure, she was immediately startled and thought to herself, that is, Duan Fan and his flying carpet landed at that very moment. In the midst of the romantic scene, the flying carpet suddenly interjected on its own, I parked perfectly, praise me quickly. This made him flustered, and he hurriedly tried to cover his embarrassment. Sorry, I picked the wrong carpet again. Seeing his embarrassed expression, the person opposite him didn't miss the opportunity and teased in a loud voice, Henin, I can hear your heartbeat is much faster. I was the one whose bathroom was barged into. What are you so nervous about? Hearing this, he didn't bother to explain. He directly took her hand, placed it on his chest, and replied, You heard wrong, I'm not. Seeing that she couldn't find anything, she sighed in regret and let out, TSK. You recovered quickly. Henin, what did you come to find me for? Could it be that after witnessing with your own eyes how the Tang family's fate from prosperity to decline was all in my hands, you've changed your mind and want to follow me? Hearing this, he seemed to see through her thoughts and asked faintly, Try to lure me into being your underling again? But what I want is much more appealing than the position of an underling. Chuwei, what I want is you. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Bai Chuwei into his arms and gently planted a kiss on her forehead. After completing this bold act, he thought to himself, a forehead kiss is a relatively intimate gesture, which can both maintain a safe distance between me and Chuwei and not make her feel too repulsed. Seeing the expression on his face, she placed her hand on his shoulder without hesitation and directly exposed him. Henin, you really have the guts to do it, but not the guts to admit it. Her mind couldn't stop grumbling. Seeing how awkwardly you talk, I thought you were going to do something big, but who knew it was just this? Duan Fan then pressed his advantage, moving closer to the person in front of him and lifting her chin slightly, confidently asserting, Then, as you wish. Just like that, the two of them naturally shared an emotional kiss. In that moment, she also unexpectedly realized that the surrounding spiritual energy could clearly become even denser. Then she took his hand, fiddling with a string of beads. When their hands intertwined, the string of beads suddenly snapped and the beads scattered onto the ground, causing her to panic instantly. No way. Seeing her worried expression, he immediately rushed to reassure her. It's okay. It's normal for a 20-year-old item to break. Besides, you gave me these Buddhist beads in the first place, so it's fine if they're broken. But in complete contrast to his calm demeanor, she bent down and replied hastily, No, you don't know how serious this is. Come with me. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately pulled him away. Suddenly, Jingyi appeared. As soon as he saw his uncle, he shouted in alarm, Fourth uncle, why are you and Chuwei coming out of the outdoor hot spring? What did you get here? But the other person had no time to explain. After a moment, Duan Fan was thrown onto the bed. He sat up in a panic and said urgently, Chuwei. But before he could finish, she cut him off and quickly explained, The beads I gave you were made from a bit of divine wood. It could temporarily suppress the spiritual energy emitting from your body. Now that the beads are broken, you are now a walking treasure trove of spiritual energy in the eyes of all cultivators in this world. There is a group of evil cultivators who will stop at nothing for their cultivation. They will definitely make a move on you. Even though I can protect you, you are still an ordinary person. If any mishap occurs, you might not survive. I've set up a barrier in this room to prevent this spiritual energy from leaking out. You stay here obediently tonight. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to the Hanging Garden to see if we can use that withered divine tree to fix the beads. Whatever is said, you're now trapped in the barrier. Besides obediently emitting spiritual energy, there's nothing else you can do. Then Bai Chu-wei looked at the person before her, as if she had understood the preferences of ancient people. Ancestors, I suddenly understand the joy of ancient kings who built palaces just to hide a beauty. At this moment, an indescribable sense of grievance welled up in his heart, hiding a beauty in a palace. Why has Bai Chu-wei single-handedly stolen all the things a domineering CEO usually does in idol dramas? I'm clearly the CEO here. The script has gone off track. There isn't even an intimate scene. While Duan Fein was silently weeping, the person in front of him was extremely excited and expectant. I must absorb enough spiritual energy tonight. The next morning, the two of them began to travel by flying. Carpet. Duan Fein, now curiously pressed. So, the Hanging Garden from the novels really exists? The person beside him nodded in confirmation. To be precise, its name is Yunshang Qingjue. This place was once the abode of the gods. Oh, we've arrived. After stepping down, Bai Chu-wei couldn't help but think nostalgically. It's been a long time since I've been back here. This tree looks exactly the same as when I left 1,000 years ago. The spiritual energy of the world has clearly begun to recover, yet it shows no signs of life at all. As she spoke, she gently touched the trunk of the old tree before her. The person behind her heard this and couldn't hide his curiosity. Is this tree very important to you? Then he silently realized her mood seems a bit off. Hearing this, she slowly replied, "It is indeed very important. In the past, I used to sit under this tree to attain enlightenment and listen to scriptures. Back then, it was still lush with abundant branches and leaves, and anything I casually picked up was a precious material. What do I do now? And in this pile of rotten wood has lost its effect. It's no longer good enough to repair your beads." After understanding everything, the person beside her looked at her intently and asked, "So, you're in a bad mood because you can't fix the beads for me, right?" At this, she nodded in acknowledgement. What else could it be? Duan Fein. I'll emphasize it again. For you, that string of beads is a life-saving magical artifact. Before she could finish, she was suddenly embraced by him. After her brain processed it, she was startled. Her face flushed red as she shouted, "Duan Fein, what are you doing? I haven't even finished talking about the important stuff." At this moment, his deep, warm voice rang in her ear, both confident and a little questioning. "Chu-wei, admit it, you actually care about me more than you imagine. Although you rejected my confession and deliberately avoided me. In the end, you chose to compromise because you were worried about my safety. And under my efforts, you've gradually let down your boundaries bit by bit." At this, she seemed to realize she had been tricked and questioned in a loud voice. "Efforts? Does that mean you not eating, staying up all night, working to the point of exhaustion, was all an act for me to see?" Exposed, Duan Fein's face turned pale. Then he coughed a few times and admitted, "Ahem, ahem, ahem, I admit that everything I did was indeed partly calculated. But if you didn't care about me, this act would have had no effect at all." Seeing the situation seemed to be going too far, Bai Chu-wei tried to emphasize again, "Henin, you're really overthinking it. I approached you clearly for that trove of spiritual energy, so that I wouldn't have to drink bitter medicine every day. You are just a tool person." But before she could finish, she was held tightly in his arms. One hand wrapped around her waist, while the other lifted her chin as he said gently, "If you really saw me as a tool person, you would have used thunderous methods to deal with Tang Kefat long ago. And you would have used yesterday's barrier to force me to obey." Hearing this, she just replied faintly, I, this old ancestor, am an upright person who has attained the Tao. Don't I have the time to wait for you to surrender?" But at this moment, he placed a gentle kiss on her hand, praising her endlessly. "Of course you do. Your noble character and strength that far surpasses ordinary people are one of the reasons I'm sinking deeper and deeper into this obsession." Hearing this, she unhappily pulled her hand back and said sulkily, "Henin, How about I go back to the underworld and brew you a bowl of Meng Po's soup? Let's not see each other again in the future. Duan Fan just smiled at that and said, the problem of the spiritual energy leaking from my body still hasn't been solved. According to you, I could be in danger at any moment. So I really need an expert fairy sister like you by my side to protect me. Before he could finish, he was swatted by the blushing person. Changing how you address me to how you did when we were kids at a time like this is against the rules. In her heart, she was also silently calculating. If I didn't know that the beads breaking was an accident, I would have suspected Duan Fan did it on purpose. Then she grabbed his shoulders and reminded him, in short, the beads can't be repaired. To solve the problem of the spiritual energy leaking from you, I have another method, but I'm not sure if it's effective. Do you want to hear it? The person opposite her didn't refuse and nodded in reply. Of course. Hearing this, Bai Chu Wei continued slowly. The method is actually very simple, cultivation. As long as you guide the spiritual energy into your body and use it yourself, the spiritual energy will no longer leak out. But this also comes with a price. The higher your cultivation, the longer your lifespan. When 100 years have passed and your relatives and friends have all left one by one, you will find that there's no meaning in living on alone. Just as she said this, he immediately cut her off in a sweet voice. It's okay, but when I have you, any method that can help me stay with you a little longer, I want to try them all. Besides, what if one day I can catch up to your cultivation level? Hearing these cheesy words, she suddenly burst out laughing. Unable to stop, she clutched her stomach, laughing as she said, Ha ha ha, Henin, why are you already daydreaming before you've even started cultivating? If there ever comes a day when you can truly share the same lifespan as heaven and earth with me, then I'll be the first to let you be my Tao companion. Seeing her expression was no longer angry, he smiled and sighed in relief in his heart. She's finally smiling. After she had her fill of laughter, she began to guide him in cultivation. The first step of cultivation is to generate innate qi. If you've made up your mind, then I'll teach you a few incantations of a cultivation method to try. Go! Then, a stream of spiritual energy was suddenly transmitted directly into his brain, causing his body to let out a pained grunt as it momentarily failed to adapt. But just a few seconds later, he gradually comprehended the core principles of the cultivation method. The person in front of him also let out a soft sigh of relief. I've finally managed to soothe Henin. His habit of confessing his love at the drop of a hat is really giving me a headache. Speaking of which, it probably takes a long time to comprehend these incantations. I should go down and prepare some food for Henin first. He hasn't had any breakfast yet. She hadn't gone far when the ground suddenly shook. Streams of spiritual energy suddenly converged around the divine tree. The scene made Bai Chu Wei feel bewildered as she thought to herself, what's going on? Earthquakes have never happened in Yunshang, Qingjue before. That direction, could it be that Duan Fan has entered the Tao? How is that possible? At this moment, the seemingly dead divine tree suddenly sprouted. Buds and leaves. The brilliant golden leaves seemed to glow under the sunlight, while he still sat in place, focused on his cultivation without wavering. At this moment, Bai Chu Wei's voice echoed throughout Yunshang, Qingjue. Duan Fan, what on earth did you do? I was only gone for a moment, and you generated innate qi all by yourself, and even revived the divine tree. Tell me the truth. Did you secretly learn before? No, perhaps you had already memorized it long ago, right? Duan Fan, who was still fully engrossed in his cultivation, hurriedly explained upon hearing the barrage of questions. I just tried the incantation you taught me once, and it worked. But seeing this unbelievable scene, she still couldn't believe it. It worked after just one try. Even I had to take at least an hour to cultivate back then. You're not lying to me, are you? Hearing this, he hurriedly affirmed with certainty. I have never lied to you. At this point, her heart became even more confused and bewildered. Could it be that Duan Fan is truly a genius? Unbelievable. In this lifetime, this old ancestor can actually experience the feeling of having a disciple who learns everything they're taught, surprising the master. Wait. Then she hurriedly approached him and coaxed. Henin, come on, call me master just once. Meanwhile, her heart was filled with elation and a sense of smugness. The benefits from Duan Fan must be fully exploited. Besides, if we have a master-disciple relationship, maybe he'll give up on pursuing me. But the person opposite her was already filled with popular culture. He gripped her shoulders with both hands and asked in a loud voice, So Chu Wei likes raising a wife, playing the master-disciple game? If that's really the case, then I don't mind playing along with you. Master, seeing the handsome face and provocative words of the person opposite her, Bai Chui's mind began to fall into chaos. Wait, raising a wife, playing the master-disciple game. What do these words mean? Seeing her innocent and confused, Duan Fan immediately realized something. So you don't know? I heard from Jingyi that this kind of relationship is quite popular nowadays. Then he showed her his phone. Titles like imprisoning the revered master, the most dangerous profession, the peerless little fairy master. Seeing the novel titles displayed before her, she was left speechless. A suspicion couldn't help but rise in her heart. Modern people really know how to come up with all sorts of strange games. At this moment, she used her spiritual power to break off a branch of the divine tree and said cheerfully, "All right, since the divine wood has really come back to life, then our purpose for coming up here today can be considered achieved. Let's go back. I'll fix the beads for you first." Suddenly, a rustling sound from behind caught Duan Fan's attention. "Chu Wei, wait, there seems to be something behind the divine tree." Hearing this, she also looked over in surprise. It's probably a mechanical beast. I remember my sworn brother made quite a few back in the day. I don't come up here often, so it's been a long time since I've seen one again. Hearing this, he was silent for a moment, then suddenly pulled her away from that spot in a fit of anger. "Let's go." This action left her stunned and confused, while behind them, the branches rustled restlessly. A silent call echoed in the mind. "Come back." Seeing that the person still didn't turn back, whoosh, an object was thrown out forcefully by the divine tree. It landed right in front of the two of them, making him jump in alarm and cry out, "What the hell is that?" After composing herself, she recognized the object that had just been thrown. "Isn't this the snake egg left by my sworn brother's pet snake? It's probably fossilized after several thousand years. And let's take it down the mountain with us. I guess we could sell it at auction for another million in pocket money." But she naively didn't realize that the person beside her was now reeking of jealousy. He thought resentfully to himself, "Why is it something related to the white moonlight again? Is this not over yet?" But he still obediently listened. Just as he reached out to pick up the egg, crack, it unexpectedly hatched a black creature with small wings and looking a bit dazed. Seeing this scene, he thought blankly. The fossil hatched. The creature immediately identified Duan Fan as its mother, constantly rubbing against him to curry favor. Looking closely at the creature in his hand, he asked in confusion, "Why do snakes have an imprinting effect like some birds?" Hearing this, the person standing beside him hurriedly explained, "Normal snakes certainly don't, but this one is a tongue snake. It's a divine beast that has gained intelligence, so it's not too strange. However, having intelligence doesn't necessarily mean it can speak human language. This little thing has been sticking by your side for half a day. Perhaps it has something it wants to convey to you. I'll help you too." When she touched the little snake's head, it immediately cried out, "Cuckoo." What happened? This made him widen his eyes in surprise and think to himself, "It can really communicate." Listening closely, it seems this is a newborn snake. At this moment, Bai Chuwei looked at the little snake in front of her excitedly and asked, "Little one, why do you keep Kukunji at Duan Fan?" Hearing the question, it replied innocently, "Cuckoo, I don't know. I just feel that he smells very nice and looks very familiar." Hearing this, while he was still wondering, "Looks very familiar is referring to me?" She burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. It's just this strange when a pet recognizes its master. And you'll get used to it." Then she smiled, thinking with admiration. Entering the Tao so simply, the spiritual energy in his body can awaken the divine tree. And he also has a special attraction to the tongue snake. "Duan Fan, what exactly is your background?" Meanwhile, he was staring blankly at the divine beast in his hand and said, "Since you've recognized me as your master, I'll give you a name. From now on, I'll call you Titi." As soon as he finished, she immediately objected. "What's with Titi? Call it 1 million. If it hadn't been born, my 1 million in pocket money wouldn't have flown away." At this point, her expression visibly darkened, causing the little snake to start cowering in fear. And Duan Fan's face turned pale as he thought to himself, "So she still remembers this." At night, at Duan Fan's quiet villa in the imperial capital, Jingyi frowned in astonishment. "What's going on? I was only out with Su Ruan for a day, and fourth uncle has already successfully started cultivating and even got a divine beast just by touching it." Duan Fan, while peeling fruit, nonchalantly replied to his nephew, "I'll explain what's going on at home later." At this, The young man could only nod. Love is truly great. Fourth uncle, you must protect the Duan family in the future. Seeing his current demeanor, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At first, I was worried this nephew of mine wouldn't be able to accept it, but now it seems I was overthinking things. After finishing his task, he put down the knife and said slowly, "All right, I'm going back to my room to handle some work." As he just brushed past the flower pot, it immediately burst into vibrant, fresh blossoms, which Jingyi exclaimed in amazement upon seeing. "Oh my god, my fourth uncle just started cultivating today, right? What kind of superpower is this?" Following him and TT with her eyes, she pondered endlessly. Just the spiritual energy he emits can instantly ripen plants, truly worthy of being a living spiritual power bank. But is this really okay? Back to a few hours ago, she asked back in a bewildered, loud voice. "What did you say about not wearing the Buddhist beads from now on, so I don't need to cultivate?" The person opposite her remained calm, explaining patiently. "Cultivation requires a lot of spiritual energy. I want to absorb more to quickly catch up to you." At this moment, she waved the divine tree branch in her hand and said with a frown, "Duan Fan, even if you are a cultivation genius, you are ultimately just a beginner. At your current cultivation speed, it's very difficult for you to convert all the spiritual energy you emit. It's still best to wear the Buddhist beads for safety." But Duan Fan's attitude at that time was very firm. Chu Wei, remembering this, she told herself, "I'll stay by Duan Fan's side for these few days and temporarily agree to let him experiment. But why do I still feel a little uneasy in my heart?" Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down fiercely, making Bai Chui's eyes fly open in shock. At the same time, Jingyi called out in panic, "Chu Wei, the second floor, fourth uncle he's." Then she raised her voice to remind him, "Be quiet." But her mind was cursing relentlessly, heaven and earth thunder tribulation. That damn heavenly Tao, long time no see, huh? If anything happens to Duan Fan, I won't let you off. Then she quickly ran up to his room. As soon as she opened the door, she asked worriedly, "Henin, are you okay?" Just now, the heavenly Tao's thunder tribulation struck, aiming at you. I saw what looked like a fire on the second floor. Did you get hit by lightning? Are you hurt? Seeing her so panicked, he immediately reassured her, "I'm fine. It was just a circuit that suddenly caught fire. Luckily, I reacted in time, turned off the power, and used wet clothes to put out the flames." He then held up the power socket. Hearing this, the weight in her heart was lifted. "That's good then. I was thinking that if something really happened to you, I would immediately destroy this damn heavenly Tao." Seeing her so worried about him, he couldn't help but let out an amused smile. But she was not happy. She frowned and snapped Henin, "Why are you smiling like that?" Hearing this, he pulled her into his arms, his eyes filled with affection as he replied, "You care about me so much." "I'm really happy." The person in his arms thought blankly. "Care? That's right, Duan Fan is not wrong. I really do care about him." My heart, which had been dormant for so long, suddenly pounded erratically out of a sudden rage. It reminded me that in the moment the thunder tribulation struck, the only thought in my mind was that I wanted Duan Fan to be safe, always within my sight. It seems I've really fallen for him. If that's the case. As soon as the thought finished, Bai Chu Wei enthusiastically encouraged, "Henin, you have to work hard. I'll wait for the day you catch up to me." Hearing this, he couldn't hide his joy and continued to probe. "Catch up to you? Chu Wei, you've accepted me. You're not against forming a pair with me, are you?" At this, she pondered for a moment before explaining, "What's the matter? I'm the only god left in this world. If I form a pair with someone whose cultivation is too low, that person would suffer a backlash and lose their life. So, before you reach a sufficient cultivation level, even if I wanted to," before she could finish, he made a resolute declaration, "I will reach the standard to be able to form a pair with you. At that time, I will protect you, and you will have no more reasons to refuse me." This time, she didn't resist anymore and replied softly, "All right, I'll wait. But before that, there are some small matters that need to be resolved." Hearing these words, his expression suddenly turned blank. At this moment, she also began to review the noteworthy details. This is a novel world with Dong Qingyan and Su Jingxin as the main characters. If they're the children of fate protected by the heavenly Tao, then Duan Fan, the villain boss, will will surely be killed by the main characters without a doubt, an existence hated by the Heavenly Tao. Just now, the Heavenly Tao took advantage of my absence to make a move on Duan Fan. This proves that Duan Fan's existence has reached an intolerable level. I will investigate everything clearly, then pass judgment on this unjust Heavenly Tao. The next morning, Xing Yi, holding up his phone, called out loudly, "Everyone look here," instantly taking a picture of the three of them. At this moment, the young boy approached Duan Fan and enthusiastically suggested, "Fourth uncle rarely goes out to have fun with everyone, so you should relax and look here." But the other person's face remained grim. After a moment, the young boy pulled Ruan to another spot, looking at the photos while chatting. "Look, Su, didn't you want to see the photo I took of the goddess earlier? Let me find it for you." The moment I saw this picture, I wanted to say, this statue of the goddess in the Twin Gods Temple looks just like Wei Wei. The person beside him heard this and nodded in agreement. Now that you mention it, I see the resemblance. Then, both of them stood stunned for a long while, looking over at Bai Chu Wei, who was smiling not far away, and thought to themselves, "They're identical." She seemed to understand their thoughts, secretly pleased. How could it not look like me? That was a sculpture made by the best artisan thousands of years ago, based on my own appearance. But then Xing Yi couldn't help but be curious. "But this place is called the Twin Gods Temple. Why is there only a statue of one god?" The person next to him heard this and recounted. "I remember a legend that says Emperor Duankong was audacious and reckless, coveting the image of the goddess, so he ordered the statue beside it to be destroyed." This news startled him as well. Hell, what? Emperor Duankong died young, leaving his empire to others. He was probably punished by the heavens. Seeing the two of them getting carried away, she, as the person in question, slowly spoke up. "The Twin Gods Temple has always had only one statue." What you just said are all assumptions. Even if Emperor Duankong was mad with jealousy, he wouldn't dare do such a thing. But she didn't notice the look in the eyes of the person beside her, whose heart was now filled with a sour feeling, thinking, haha, love rivals are truly everywhere. At the same time, the young boy waved the two of them, saying, "Wei Wei, fourth uncle, we're going inside to take a look. See you later." After they left, Duan Fan approached. He asked in a faint voice, "It's just us now, so can you tell me the reason for the sudden change in our itinerary?" At this, the person beside him said nothing, took his hand, and pulled him along. As they walked, Bai Chu Wei slowly explained, "Awakening the Tang Exe Divine Tree, forcing the Heavenly Tao's hand. The events of the past few days all prove it. Han, you are definitely not immortal. Today, this ancestor must find out which Heavenly Tao incarnation you are, or if you're the reincarnation of that sworn brother of mine." At this point, the two of them were on the roof. He looked worriedly at the person behind him and asked, "What are you trying to do?" The other person patiently explained further. "The Twin Gods Temple has existed for several thousand years. In these thousands of years, who knows how much divine power it has received from people's faith. If you are the reincarnation of that sworn brother, you will naturally react to this divine power. If not, then you are the incarnation of the new Heavenly Tao." Hearing this, the person beside him suddenly asked a question. "What if I'm neither?" Hearing this, she answered frankly without reservation. "Then I'll just be biased and use the power of faith meant for that sworn brother of mine to help you cultivate, so you can catch up to me sooner. It's no loss to you." With that, she quickly channeled her spiritual power. Powerful streams of spiritual energy appeared, and the bells on the roof also began to ring. The visitors who saw this exclaimed in surprise, What's happening? I think I heard bells." There are indeed bells at the four corners of the Twin Gods Temple, but they haven't rung in thousands of years. Up above, she took the trembling hand of the person in front of her, asking gently, Han, are you scared?" The divine power of faith from an ancient creation god. Even a tiny bit of it could kill an ordinary cultivator on the spot. But his face was flushed, and he replied softly, "It seems you're the one who's nervous." Hearing this, her face also reddened unconsciously, but she quickly regained her composure and said, Han, no matter the result, I will definitely protect you and keep you safe." Instantly, a beam of light enveloped the temple. But just a few seconds later, Duan Fan suddenly coughed a few times and fell unconscious, making her hastily catch him while calling out in a panic, Han, are you okay?" A sense of guilt washed over her. Was I too hasty? Did I use too much power of faith at once? Maybe I should stop for a bit. But at this moment, Bai Chu Wei's eyes widened in shock. She watched as streams of spiritual energy gathered around his body. This isn't right. Why is all the divine power of faith from the twin gods' temple converging on Duan Fan? I clearly didn't use this much. It's Duan Fan. He is continuously absorbing the divine power accumulated in the twin gods' temple over thousands of years, like a bottomless pit that can never be filled. If an ordinary cultivator were to do this, they would have exploded and died long ago. But not him. So Duan Fan is indeed, after some time, he gradually woke up, then looked at his body and asked blankly, "Is it over?" I think I just absorbed all of that divine power of faith. The person opposite him confirmed, "That's right, you did indeed absorb all of it." Sworn brother, it's been 5,000 years. At this moment, Duan Fan was still bewildered, murmuring softly, "So, am I really the reincarnation of the white moonlight?" These words stunned the person opposite him, who then asked blankly, "My sworn brother's name is Bai Song. Since when did it change to white moonlight?" A sudden thought appeared in Bai Chui's mind. Could it be, Han Han, that you've always misunderstood that I like my sworn brother? It's true that my sworn brother treated me very well. That's not wrong. But a creation god is busy with countless tasks every day. How would he have the mind to think about personal feelings? After that, afraid the person opposite her still didn't understand, she even gave a somewhat unbelievable example. That Bai Song who went missing, he circled the earth countless times every day. So back then, I only had familial affection for my sworn brother. Absolutely no other kind of feeling. At this moment, he stood frozen, not knowing how to express his emotions. I was jealous of myself. A sibling-like relationship that lasted for thousands of years. That sworn brother. This information was like 10,000 arrows piercing his heart, leaving him unsure whether to be happy or sad. After a moment, the person opposite her coughed lightly to hide his awkwardness. Ahem, Chu Wei, is your previous promise still valid? It won't change just because I'm a reincarnation, will it? At this, the person before him gently took her hand, chiding slightly. What nonsense are you thinking? Even if you are a reincarnated god, you are still you. Even with the same soul, experiencing different circumstances will turn you into a different person. The one who made me think about finding a Tao companion for the first time is you, Duan Fan. I've always been able to distinguish clearly. It's just that with this added identity, you are destined to be coveted by those who are greedy. Therefore, the heavenly Tao, from Bai Chui's words, he also seemed to guess something. It seems the lightning strike that day really wasn't a coincidence. Hearing his speculation, Bai Chui didn't hold back her praise. Han Han, you figured it out? You're truly smart, as expected of the person this old ancestor has chosen. If we're to talk about the grudge between me and the heavenly Tao, we have to go back thousands of years. In ancient times, when all the gods coexisted, the creation god was the supreme ruler of all things in the world. Order and rules were jointly managed by the gods in the upper god pantheon. Back then, the heavenly Tao was just an empty title with no power or voice. Because of this, it developed resentment towards the gods, secretly arranging all sorts of petty tricks in the dark. After the gods realized the heavenly Tao was unfair, they engaged in a fierce debate that lasted for many days. Later, the faction that supported destroying the world and the creation gods faction, along with the conservative gods who opposed the destruction, clashed violently. In the end, the gods fell one by one, and the heavenly Tao was left barely breathing. I was the only final, eternal existence left. After I came out of seclusion, I originally intended to deal with the heavenly Tao, but that piece of trash had long since hidden itself and stopped causing trouble. This old ancestor is currently searching for it, and seeing that the situation is temporarily stable, I decided to let it live a while longer. At that time, she hugged the little fox, lifting a high with a somewhat twisted smile. Nameless little fox, you were born to be eaten alive by this old ancestor. Wait until the main plot officially begins. There will be a chance to deal with the damnable father of the male and female leads, the heavenly Tao. No need to rush. Then she recalled the scene from yesterday and slowly continued. Those tribulations made me realize that piece of trash still hasn't changed. Its nature is as twisted as ever. So I changed my plan. It seems I still have to eliminate that piece of trash. First, after hearing the whole story, the person opposite her asked worriedly, "What are you planning to do? Is there anything I can do to help?" Hearing this, Bai Chui gently stroked his head and replied, "No need, Han Han, you just need to stay by my side and quietly watch the good show." But in her heart, she had another plan. The last time the heavenly Tao made a move, It wasn't just because it discovered Duan Fan's true identity, but also to correct a serious error in the original plot. The main villain in the original work, Duan Fan, was just a mortal from beginning to end. But now he has become a cultivator, clearly no longer an opponent the male and female leads can easily deal with. A large part of the luck they once possessed is now gone. Now, with me protecting Duan Fan, if the Heavenly Tao wants to correct the plot, it can only think of ways to enhance the power of the male and female leads. In other words, by secretly following Dong Qingyan and Su Jingshun, I can find traces of the Heavenly Tao. On a beautiful coast, Dong Qingyan, on a yacht, looked at the person beside her and said shyly, "Jingshun, thank you so much for inviting me on this luxurious trip to relax. Since the Dong family's misfortune, this is the first time someone has cared for me like this." Su Jingshun, beside her, did not hold back his flattery. "Qingyan, you are a famous study blogger with millions of followers, and you are incredibly hard-working and progressive. In my eyes, you are more capable and resilient than many people. It's just that you are too kind, which is why you let others bully you." These sweet words were all because he had considered it carefully. Although the Dong family has fallen, Dong Qingyan herself is still a potential investment. Establishing a good relationship with her now will only be beneficial, not harmful. However, he didn't know that the person opposite him also had her own calculations. Although Su Jingshun hasn't been officially acknowledged by his family, he is still related by blood to the fourth master. Moreover, his father holds some power, so establishing a good relationship with him might bring a turn of events for the bet with Xinyu Video. Ah, that's right. The two spoke in unison. She then said shyly, "You go first." Su Jingshun leaned closer to the person beside him. It seems we really are in sync. Just as their lips were about to touch, the calm sea surface suddenly changed. People on the yacht exclaimed in surprise. "Everyone, look, what is that? It looks perfect for surfing, doesn't it?" But a worried voice rang out. "Wait, if you look closely, there's something unusual about this wave." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone realized the column of water in front of them was rising at an extremely fast rate and rushing straight towards them. The alarm on the boat immediately blared. "Everyone get back into the cabin. There's an undersea earthquake a few hundred kilometers away. The seismic waves are causing a tsunami. Everyone run." At this moment, Su Jingshun quickly protected the person beside him. "Qingyan, they're handing out life jackets over there. Let's go quickly." But she just held her head and screamed. That wave slammed into the boat, causing it to shake violently. In an instant, everything was submerged beneath the waves. Only a panicked voice could be heard calling out, "Qingyan, are you okay? Don't fall asleep. Absolutely do not fall asleep." A while later, Dong Qingyan groggily woke up, her mind blank as she thought, what just happened? At this moment, he was tightly holding the person beside him on a piece of the yacht's wreckage. Both were drifting aimlessly in the middle of the ocean. Seeing that she was awake, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "You're finally awake. We probably encountered a tsunami earlier, but luckily, we're still alive." Hearing this, she asked in a panic, "But if we keep drifting like this, we'll eventually die of hypothermia. What should we do, Jingshun?" The other person didn't know what to do either, other than trying to reassure her. "Qingyan, don't worry. Since heaven let us survive, there's still hope." Suddenly, a deep voice echoed in the air. To survive a tsunami and still be alive. An old Taoist with a goatee suddenly flew across the sea surface, saying loudly, "Meeting me can be considered a fated encounter in destiny. My name is Xiao Peng, with the Taoist title Tong Tian. I am in need of a pair of disciples to inherit my entire life's learning. If you agree, not only can I save you, but I will also form a master-disciple contract and lead you into the path of cultivation." At the same time, Bai Chuwei and Xueqiu were observing the entire event through a mirror. After hearing those fabricated words, they couldn't help but feel speechless. Xueqiu, holding a donut, said with a look of disgust, "Chirp, chirp, this plot is really too absurd. The male and female leads miraculously escape death, only to coincidentally meet a master from an immortal sect and gain cultivation. Even an over-the-top novel wouldn't dare to be this. Ridiculous." But the person beside it turned to leave, causing it to call out blankly after her, "Old ancestor, where are you going?" She replied faintly, "I'm going to meet that Taoist Tong Tian." Her expression turned cold, and as she untied her hair tie, she cursed inwardly, "Damn you, Heavenly Tao, I've finally been waiting for you. Elsewhere, the man calling himself Tong Tian slowly closed the door. He didn't forget to turn his head and instruct the two people inside. Carefully, you two young friends can rest here at my place for a night. Tomorrow I will think of a way to send you back. Then, the old man turned around, rubbing his hands with excitement. His greedy face was revealed as he thought to himself, as long as I keep these two kids, I can exchange them for a large amount of rare spiritual pills from that mysterious person. A deal that can't possibly lose like this. The more the better. The old man hadn't been happy for long when someone suddenly appeared silently from behind, then seized him in a flash. As expected, your timely appearance here was neither a coincidence nor an accident. The moment Tong Tian saw Bai Chu Wei, he was so scared he stammered, who are you? How did you get in? But she couldn't be bothered with words, and directly seized him, disappearing on the spot. She used a flight technique to go straight up into the air, her figure rising higher and higher, farther and farther from the ground. Tong Tian thought in panic. She can fly, and she can break through a spatial teleportation technique in a single step. Is there such a monstrously powerful person in the current cultivation world? At this moment, the person behind him asked faintly, "Where's the person who told you to go save them?" The old man misunderstood her meaning and felt resentment in his heart. "So she wants to steal my business?" He then stammered in reply. "Daoist friend, I don't understand what you're talking about." Seeing that he was still being stubborn, she opened her personal space, took out waves of sparkling treasures, and asked again, "Are you going to talk?" Seeing the priceless treasures before him, the old man lost all will to resist. Spirit stones, spirit medicines. "This isn't stealing business. This boss is clearly my new business opportunity." In just an instant, the transaction between the two was completed. Tong Tian even smiled as he saw her off. "Boss, goodbye." Meanwhile, Bai Chui's heart was filled with contempt. Just a few pills I casually refined, along with some items I randomly picked up. The spirit stones were even ones I had in surplus, and I could trade them for the Heavenly Tao's whereabouts. A Heavenly Tao like this is really cheap. A few moments later, at the Lingzhou Pavilion, the moment she arrived, she shouted loudly, "Damned Heavenly Tao, your old friend has come to visit, and you still won't show yourself?" At this moment, she shouted angrily, "Trying to run? Since I dare to come find you, I naturally came well prepared." Then she waved her hand, unleashing a great screen of fire that blazed fiercely, enveloping the Heavenly Tao. At this, its face was gradually revealed in the sea of fire as it screamed in pain. "Bai Chu Wei, what on earth do you want?" Hearing it speak like that, Bai Chu Wei became even angrier. "What do I want?" Naturally, to act on behalf of the gods who fell 5,000 years ago and finish the job they couldn't. "To kill you, you damned Heavenly Tao." It was so angered by her words that it shrieked agitatedly, "How dare you? The Heavenly Tao is the foundation of the world. You actually want to destroy the Heavenly Tao. Bai Chu Wei, you are truly treasonous." At this, the person opposite her sneered contemptuously. "Humph, the foundation of the world? You're ridiculous. For 5,000 years, the one who tasted 100 herbs with others was me. The one who established sects and theories was also me. The one who spent decades of effort to create the Huagua blood dragon is still me. And what about you, Heavenly Tao?" The dragon vein of Huagua suddenly broke, and the Heavenly Tao, not knowing the cause, just ignored it and let it be. Several hundred years ago, 20 million people died from disease because of it. So what's the use of a fair in just Heavenly Tao? It's also quite laughable. You avoid and disappear, playing dead for such major events. Now that two ordinary humans are in an accident, you immediately rush to appear. The Heavenly Tao, exposed by her, roared in anger. They are not ordinary people. They're the chosen children of luck. The person before it didn't want to waste any more words, and with a wave of her hand, an ancient book appeared. You only know how to protect the children of luck without caring for the lives of the myriad people. How can a Heavenly Tao like this call itself? Just upon seeing the book, the Heavenly Tao questioned in a panic. The Heavenly Scroll? Wasn't the creation god's weapon lost along with the creation god? How is it in your hands? Seeing its confusion, she granted its wish. When my sworn brother sent me to the Yunshang Qingke, he had already handed all authority to me. Naturally, that includes this treasure. As she spoke, she raised the Heavenly Scroll high into the air. The book immediately emitted a brilliant light, and from afar, the cover art came to life, flying out and transforming into a giant figure behind her. At this moment, Bai Chui's voice rang out like a final judgment. Since the beginning of creation, the heavenly Tao has been unjust, irresponsible, and has arbitrarily interfered in the decisions of the gods. Unforgivable by the gods, today I shall destroy the heavenly Tao and announce it to all the heavens. As soon as she finished speaking, the power from the heavenly scroll erupted violently, all of it pouring down upon the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao, unwilling to accept its fate, shrieked madly, "Bai Chui, if you destroy the heavenly Tao, this small world will be destroyed because of it. You will all surely regret this." But those threats were meaningless to her. She held the heavenly scroll in her hand, watching the fading heavenly Tao, and said faintly, "So what if the heavenly Tao no longer exists? This old ancestor is still here, and will take its place to maintain fairness in the world, protecting all living beings." After everything was over, she gradually calmed down, closing her eyes and taking a long, deep breath. When she opened her eyes, she just smiled faintly and whispered, "The wish that has lasted for 5,000 years can be considered fulfilled today. It's just a pity that the old friend from back then no longer exists." Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in the sky, riding a flying carpet. Seeing Duan Fein standing steadily on it, the heavy feeling in her heart immediately lightened. But luckily, I am no longer alone. Then she looked up and asked, "Han Han, why are you here?" He quickly pulled her into his arms. "My intuition told me you wanted to see me. From now on, the rest of our lives will be spent together." 2 months later, Tu Ruan was pulling her suitcase onto the school campus when a joyful voice called out from behind. "Ruan Ruan." Xingyi rushed over from behind. "I've been looking for you for so long. So you were here?" Seeing a familiar face, she couldn't hide her joy either. "Xingyi, so you're also reporting today? I remember we're in the same major. Are you also in the South Dormitory area?" At this moment, he helped her with her suitcase and replied cheerfully, "Yeah, the male and female dorms are close to each other. Let me walk you over." Suddenly, another friendly voice cut in, "Let me help you with the luggage." Immediately after, someone unexpectedly appeared, blocking their way. Well, you little brat trying to show off for a senior right after enrolling?" Hearing this, he immediately waved his hands in a hurry to explain. "Senior, you've misunderstood. I just saw you were busy and wanted to help." Tu Ruan, standing beside him, quickly chimed in to smooth things over. "If you have the energy to joke like that, why don't we all walk over together? On the way, we could ask you to tell us a bit about the scenery and facilities at the school." Hearing the new student's humorous suggestion made the senior even more excited and confident. "That's a great idea. Imperial Capital University has countless mysterious legends. I've been curious for a long time, too." As they walked, the senior enthusiastically told stories. "All right, you two know how to play along. If we're talking about the most mysterious story of our Imperial Capital University, we must mention Miss Bai, the founder of the school. When Imperial Capital University was first established, it was extremely difficult, with no funding, a shortage of lecturers, and no way to ensure the students' safety. At a time when the school was in dire straits, it was this Miss Bai who donated countless gold and silver, and also brought in a large and outstanding team of lecturers. But the two behind him had to bite their lips to keep from laughing out loud when they saw the statue. Then they looked at each other and said in unison with excitement, "The bronze statue in the main square is to commemorate her." Seeing their strange expressions, he couldn't help but wonder, what's with that expression? You should have some respect for your ancestors." At this moment, Tu Ruan explained in a low voice, No, we really do admire Miss Bai very much." The person next to her quickly added, "Is that Wei Wei? It must be Wei Wei, right?" Suddenly, the person opposite them asked, "That's right, Xingyi. Didn't Wei Wei come to register at the school with you? Where is she?" Hearing this, the person in front of them stammered a little. "Well, Chu Wei and fourth uncle were taken away by the professors from the calligraphy and math departments. I don't know what the situation is now either." At this moment, in another corner of the campus, Bai Chu Wei and Duan Fein were being surrounded by the school's professors to the point of suffocation. "Student Bai, CEO Duan, I'm begging you, please tell me the divine teacher's contact information. Our math department really wants to recruit her. Please transfer to our calligraphy department. Coming to the history department is an incredible waste of your precious talent. What are you calligraphy department people talking about? Our history department also needs outstanding new students. All right? The scene became so noisy and chaotic that she also got annoyed. Everyone, be quiet. I have no intention of changing my major, professors. If you're interested in the Lingbai style, just contact me privately for an exchange. As for going to the math department to be a teacher, let's not mention it for now. At this, the history and calligraphy departments happily hugged each other and cheered. This is great, long live student Bai. At this moment, a math lecturer stood beside him. With a pale face, he asked doubtfully, CEO Duan, what does student Bai's statement mean? Could it be that she is... Before he could finish his sentence, he was coldly interrupted by the person next to him. Upon receiving the answer, he became even more enthusiastic and rushed to grab her leg. Divine teacher, I'm begging you, please come to our math department. Don't you all pull me. After a while, the two finally escaped the chaotic encirclement of the teachers. Bai Chu-wei exclaimed in disbelief. I never expected that just registering would cause so much trouble. Hearing this, the person beside her didn't spare any flattering words. Outstanding people are loved wherever they go. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps rang out. The people from the management bureau were walking and urging anxiously, hurry up. The abducted student is on the back mountain. Why is it a demonic beast abducting people again? There have been 6 cases this week alone, more than all of last year combined. You don't think the ones who were taken this time are that man and woman, do you? I don't know, but I feel like no one could be that unlucky, right? But they were completely unaware of Bai Chu-wei's sly smile. At this moment, she rubbed her chin and thought to herself, congratulations to the boys from the Unnatural Management Bureau for guessing wrong. There really is someone who can be that unlucky. After losing the protection of the Heavenly Tao, the luck on Tong Qingyan and Su Xingchen would naturally disappear, making them extremely unlucky. The resources that the Heavenly Tao used its privilege to stuff into them must finally be spat out. The management team quickly ran to the back mountain to rescue the student. Demonic beast, go die. After a moment, they successfully took down the demonic beast. One person from the team walked over and asked the 2 people struggling on the ground, Miss Tong, stop crying. You 2 are safe now. Sue, what was the situation this time? Why were you 2 targeted by the demonic beast? But unexpectedly, Su Xingchen angrily pointed straight at Tong Qingyan's face and yelled, I just happened to meet and greet her, and the demonic beast suddenly appeared and chased after us. It's all this woman's fault. She's a jinx. The person next to him was no pushover either and also shouted loudly, Me a jinx? I think you're the jinx. You invited me on a trip to the coast, and we ended up in a tsunami. Not to mention that Taoist master Tong Tian, who saved us, had ill intentions. You made me miss the chance to become a disciple of a great master. Su Xingchen, I'm not done with you. Over here, Bai Chu-wei was watching the fun drama while sighing to herself. It seems that without the protection of the Heavenly Tao, this little couple can't help each other like in the original story. I've defied heaven and changed fate. Just then, a new notification suddenly appeared on the mission screen. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the wish fulfillment privilege. After the host has thought it over, you can inform the system at any time. After the wish is fulfilled, the system will be automatically deleted. Seeing that message, she suddenly remembered what she had gone through when she first transmigrated. I can't believe that after everything ended, this system would automatically pop up. I almost forgot about it. At the same time, a hand gently removed a flower petal that was stuck in her hair and faintly asked, What are you thinking about? At this, she held his hand tightly and replied with a smile, I was thinking that I've finally completed the mission. Hearing this, Duan Fein couldn't help but wonder. In this world, there's still someone who can give you a mission? The person in front of him heard the question and replied calmly, Of course there is. I wasn't this strong from the beginning. Then the 2 of them held hands, standing under a brilliantly blooming cherry blossom tree. Suddenly, Bai Chu-wei spoke. Han, let me tell you, our world was actually originally a novel. In this story, you are a great villain, and I was the wicked female supporting character who would die early. If I hadn't transmigrated here, if the system hadn't sent me to the world 5,000 years ago, perhaps we wouldn't have been able to change our fate, right? The person behind her just smiled at what he heard. His action annoyed her, and she questioned, What's wrong? You don't believe what I'm saying? The person beside her quickly explained, That's not what I mean. It's just that the version I know is different from yours. Hearing that, she asked blankly, what do you mean? What is the version that you know? At this moment, he moved closer, pressing his forehead against hers, and spoke roguishly. Kiss me, and I'll tell you. Hearing this, she blushed and shouted, Duan Fan, your skin is really getting thicker and thicker. However, after a pause, she used an invisibility spell, and then quickly sank into a passionate kiss. The Tang monk's flesh taking the initiative, it truly makes one unable to stop. After the kiss, Bai Chuwei whined. Can you tell me now? Duan Fan took her hand and replied gently, of course. This story has to start from the creation of the world. The creator god of the world split into two, one male and one female. The deity split into two, one male and one female, considered the yin and yang of heaven and earth. A male figure, whose hair was being held by a small hand, spoke faintly. But along with the work of the creator god, my divine power comes very quickly, but my reserves are insufficient. Whereas your divine power is transcendent, but it needs time to gather. The way of yin and yang in the world is truly wondrous. At this moment, the other person suddenly paused, but then continued playing with the child in her arms. How strange. Now that the world has gradually stabilized, there should be nothing left to threaten the creator god entity. But why did I calculate that in your fate, there's a tribulation that requires you to go to a small world, which can only be resolved by being separated at the time of creation? If heaven's will is so, then so be it. At this moment, a baby's cry rang out, wah, wah, wah. A woman quickly went to open the door. The other person quickly picked up the baby, frowning in anger. It really is a newborn baby, and so small. Such an adorable baby. How could that beast be so heartless as to abandon her here? Hearing this, the person next to her was also bewildered. Flipping over the paper on the baby, the 3 characters for Bai Chuwei were written neatly. Then she quietly asked the person in front of her, Director, are you thinking of, but the conditions in the orphanage are already very difficult, I'm afraid. But before she could finish, the person in front of her interrupted. But we can't just abandon her and not care, can we? In short, let's raise her first. We'll figure out the future later. Chuwei, dear, from now on, this is your home. At this moment, the child giggled as if in response. Hee hee. This made the director say happily, it seems she understands. Look at her smiling, so adorable. That scene was all seen by the mysterious person, who then said faintly, this will do, you will grow up safely and without worries in this otherworld. When your power is enough to protect yourself, the power of the creator god will bring you back to the main world created by the creator god once more. My sister, myself, a god's life is long. One day, we will meet again. After hearing the story, Bai Chuwei asked blankly, so the system on me. It was actually created by my sworn brother from before. Duan Fan also replied slowly, of course. The creator god is the supreme being of the world. What system could possibly override the creator god? Unless this system was created by the god himself. Hearing this, it gradually became clear in her heart. No wonder it broke down immediately after sending me back 5,000 years. So it had completed its mission? If the system is fake, then the wish fulfillment function is most likely fake too, right? Questioned by the person opposite him, he raised his hands to his head and hurriedly said, no, that part is real. The true form of the system is a gem called the angel's heart. It is the materialization of the creator's great merit. It is also a privilege that nature granted to the 2 creator gods. Each of the 2 gods can use it once. Though we are not one, our wish is one. I wish for you and me to have a life of peace and joy, free from disaster and calamity. Love may not be eternal, but it makes us eternal. At this moment, she placed a kiss on the lips of the person before her. Time gradually passed. In a room hung with red wedding fabrics, Bai Chuwei sat before a mirror, then asked sweetly, am I beautiful? Immediately, the man in the groom's attire came forward to hug her and replied. Hearing that, she said with satisfaction, very good. I was just thinking, if you dare to say the old ancestor isn't beautiful, I would have sent you flying right out. While warning him, she pulled at his belt. As the belt came loose, Bai Chuwei sat on Duan Fan's lap, caressing his firm chest muscles while questioning questioning, you know that, right? The person in front of her tightened his hands and quickly replied, I know. At this moment, she licked her lips and said in a high voice, then, let's begin. Close your eyes. I'll take you into the divine, spiritual mansion. The person beneath her was very obedient, all right? Spiritual energy surged. His mind was filled only with her image. This is how she looks when lost in desire. So beautiful. It makes me unable to resist, wanting to possess her. At this moment, the person opposite him panted and said, Duan Fan, let me guide you into spiritual communion for cultivation. You don't have to be so proactive. But having tasted sweetness, what beast would be satisfied with just one taste? He held the person in front of him and said hoarsely, cultivation can wait. Chu Wei, let's continue. With a bright moon and starry river as witness, with heaven, earth, mountains, and rivers as observers. From this day forth, I, Bai Chu Wei, and Duan Fan are joined as one. From now on, we will admire the mountains and moon together until our bodies perish and our Tao dissipates. Of all the myriad things in the world, I care only for you. The story ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give a like and a share so I have more motivation to make more videos. Remember to follow to watch the next episodes. Wishing you a day full of energy.